Chapter 1. Surely, you wouldn't want this matter to become known, would you? Xiao Fan found himself transported to another realm, a transition that took him 2.5 days to fully accept. He arrived in the illustrious Xiao family, a lineage known for producing ascended practitioners. He became the heir of the Xiao clan. Possessing considerable talent himself, he was recognized as a prodigy, having formed his golden core at the tender age of 12, with the potential to achieve the nascent soul stage by 30. Such extraordinary aptitude ignited fierce competition among numerous great sections. Initially, Xiao Fan had intended to cultivate quietly within his family, adhering to his principle of not seeking the vastness of the world. However, a powerful force, the Taishan Sacred Land, presented him with an irresistible offer: a monthly stipend of 800,000 high-grade spirit stones, an abundance of cultivation elixirs, and the guidance of core elders whenever desired. The Sacred Land's secret realms were fully accessible to him, including the treasury of techniques for his perusal. He would be treated as a holy son, and should he attain significant cultivation, he might even ascend to the position of Holy Lord. Who could possibly refuse such terms? With a heavy heart, Xiao Fan bid farewell to his parents and entered the Taishan Sacred Land. In his family, he was revered, held in high esteem by all. There were no templates of failure, no broken engagements, and no enemies lurking within, save for his parents. Most importantly, the family was united, displaying an unprecedented solidarity. Until he turned 18, he believed himself to have been granted an exceptionally favorable start in life. This belief persisted until one fateful day when a voice echoed in his mind. The destiny of the great villain system has been successfully bound. It detected that the host possessed a fate akin to that of a mere bystander, destined for demise unless he harvested the fortunes of the fated sons and wed the fated daughters, ultimately becoming the grand villain across myriad realms. The destiny of the great villain system is at your service, ensuring your journey as a villain is safeguarded. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Fan realized that his seemingly fortuitous beginning came at cost. Due to his family's unprecedented unity, his fate was remarkably fortunate, and his status was exceptionally noble. However, he lacked the fortune of a fated son. It is well known that in the realm of fantasy, only villainous families enjoy such unparalleled cohesion. Thus, the truth was singular. He and his family were perceived as villains and villainous clans through the eyes of the fated sons, ripe for harvesting. Upon encountering a fated son, the destiny of the great villain system would provide the host with intelligence, allowing him to make informed choices and complete designated tasks for rewards. Eliminating a fated son is the system's duty. The novice gift package has been issued, granting the supreme technique: Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Skill. Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Skill, an unparalleled cultivation method from the sacred world of the Holy King, balancing both physicality and cultivation attributes even without spiritual roots. One can attain physical sanctition, undeniably powerful technique. The system was quite astute, providing rewards without Xiao Fan even needing to inquire, and the rewards were substantial. It seemed the system's tasks would yield commendable rewards where the fated sons. Come forth. My blade has long been thirsty for action. Novice care task: obtain leverage against others and utter the phrase, surely, you wouldn't want this matter to become known, would you? Instilling fear in the other party, placing them under your control. No time limit completing the task refreshes the rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. The system is somewhat unorthodox. However, Xiao Fan paid little heed, as it was unlikely he would casually address anyone with such words. Exiting the expansive Holy Sun's palace of 80,000 square feet, Xiao Fan was greeted by a new day. Greetings, Holy Sun, chimed two melodious voices. Outside stood a pair of twin maidservants awaiting him. These were disciples assigned by the Sacred Land to attend to his daily needs. The elder sister was named Lin Yuyue, and the younger sister was Lin Xinxin. By the standards of his previous life, both could undoubtedly be deemed as beauties that could eclipse the moon and captivate nations. Even in the current world of fantasy, they were veritable paragons of beauty. Moreover, both had considerable cultivation. By the age of 18. They had already reached the early stages of Golden Core cultivation. Their actual combat prowess could even vanquish latest-stage Golden Core practitioners, embodying both beauty and strength. There's no need for excessive formality. Xiao Fan smiled, relishing the sight of beautiful maidens upon awakening. Yes, they replied in unison. Holy Sun, will you be retreating to the cultivation chamber today? Yuyue playfully inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head, intending to roam the Sacred Land in search of any fated sons to harvest. Today is not suitable for cultivation. It is best to explore the mountains and waters, he casually declared, secretly hoping to discern any potential fated sons. By the way, have there been any noteworthy individuals of late? Specifically, someone whom all others underestimate but who nevertheless achieves greatness. Xiao Fan elaborated on the concept of the fated son. The two maidens exchanged glances, slightly perplexed by his inquiry, yet earnestly pondered if such a person existed. After a moment, both shook their heads. Holy Son, forgive us, we are unaware. Is that so? Very well, he replied nonchalantly. Xiao Fan paused, his gaze drifting to a nearby, celestial mountain. The mountain radiated with spiritual energy, ancient trees soaring towards the heavens, and graceful spirit cranes fluttering amidst auspicious clouds and dazzling lights, presenting a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Yet, from within the mountain emanated a subtle, sinister aura. Xiao Fan, possessing the cultivation of righteous energy, had an innate sensitivity to the presence of malevolent practitioners. Any hint of wicked energy would be detected by him. Whose celestial mountain is that next door? Yue responded. That belongs to the newly appointed saintess, Su Yun. Su Yun, that name sounds familiar. Yue continued. It is indeed tragic. Su Yun is the daughter of the Su family, a lineage of practitioners, and they were recently annihilated. Though her talents may not match the Holy Son's, her comprehension is exceptionally high, having passed numerous trials to ascend to the position of saintess. Xiao Fan's expression remained unchanged as he pondered. His intuition warned him that this saintess might harbor ulterior motives. I shall pay a visit to this saintess. You may continue your cultivation here, he said, taking flight and gliding towards the adjacent mountain of the saintess. The saintess mountain had only recently become her abode, and she had yet to arrange for guards. After considering, Xiao Fan concealed his presence and infiltrated the saintess domain. In doing so, he indeed uncovered a clue. Within the saintess palace, a strikingly beautiful woman was seated in meditation. However, the aura she exuded was deeply enchanting, specifically a pink allure that could ensnare one's very soul with a mere glance. The system detected that the fated daughter, Su Yun, was cultivating demonic techniques, the heart sutra of the seductress. Having lost her family, she harbored a deep-seated resentment. To rapidly enhance her cultivation, Su Yun willingly descended into depravity, practicing the heart sutra of the seductress. Now you are aware that the saintess Su Yun is practicing demonic techniques. 1. Turn a blind eye. Reward. Not even a hint of villainy. The system might as well reward you with a hammer. 2. Aid her in concealing her actions while secretly supporting her. Reward. Title of a loyal dog. The ultimate misfortune. Top-tier fool. 3. A villain must embody the essence of villainy, seize leverage to blackmail her, and utter the line. The righteous saintess is actually practicing demonic arts. Surely, you wouldn't want this matter to become known, would you? Reward. 5 elements, spirit body. This is a no-brainer. Hesitating for even half a second would be a disservice to the third option. 3. Choice made. Please commence your performance. Xiao Fan remained calm, observing in the shadows while using a recording stone to capture her cultivation for evidence. Su Yun sensed something amiss and abruptly halted her meditation, exclaiming, "Who goes there? A new journey begins, and I hope for your support. Please pay attention, bookmark, and add to your reading list." Chapter 2. The Art of Seduction? A lamb to the slaughter. Upon being discovered, Xiao Fan ceased his pretense. He revealed himself within the saintess palace. Su Yun's delicate brows furrowed, her features betraying a hint of concern. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly, framing a face of exquisite beauty. The pale blue gown she wore accentuated her ethereal grace, akin to a fairy from a painting, existing apart from the mundane world. Clearly still somewhat on edge, her delicate hands, concealed beneath her long sleeves, clenched into fists, palms clammy with sweat, her heart racing with anticipation. Even her graceful feet grew tense, radiating an alluring charm. Perhaps it was the fear of her cultivation in demonic arts being exposed and being expelled from the sacred mountain. Currently vulnerable, she needed the sanctuary of the sacred land to gather strength, even leveraging its power to investigate the truth and exact her revenge. Who are you to intrude upon my palace? Su Yun took the initiative, directing the question towards him. Xiao Fan smiled nonchalantly. Are you referring to me? I reside next door. I am the Holy Son of the sacred land. The Holy Son? So it is him. Su Yun clearly recognized his name. In fact, within the Taishan sacred land, no one was unaware of Xiao Fan's reputation. An unexamined Holy Son, enjoying treatment akin to that of a holy lord. These accolades alone made him a figure of considerable renown. Is the Holy Son permitted to enter my celestial mountain? How impolite of you. Su Yun chided, seemingly unfazed by her prior cultivation. Xiao Fan, without any hesitation, replayed the scene just recorded by the memory stone for Su Yun. Junior sister Su, you practice demonic arts, and have even become a saintess. This is indeed a disgrace to our Tai Xian Holy Land. What do you think would happen if I reported this matter to the Holy Land? Xiao Fan said calmly. Su Yun's face turned pale. That such a matter could be witnessed by him, with undeniable evidence left behind, was truly alarming. The Tai Xian Holy Land is a righteous sect, which abhors disciples practicing demonic arts and associating with the demonic path. Even as a saintess, she could not escape punishment. At best, she would be stripped of her title and expelled from the sect. At worst, her cultivation would be completely shattered, reducing her to a mere mortal. If Xiao Fan truly reported this to the Holy Land, it was questionable whether she could even leave Tai Xian Holy Land alive, let alone seek revenge. Su Yun's mind raced as she sought a solution. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a plan. The earlier anger had vanished entirely, replaced by a pitiful demeanor. With misty eyes, she spoke softly, Senior Brother Xiao, I didn't intentionally practice the demonic arts. We are a righteous sect, and we stand in opposition to the demonic path. Whenever I encounter demonic cultivators, I would swiftly deal with them. Her voice dripped with resentment. However, a twist emerged. But, Senior Brother Xiao, you know the saying, to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. I practice demonic arts to uncover the weaknesses of the demons. All of this is for the sake of the Holy Land. She spoke with feigned grievance, as if Xiao Fan had misunderstood her. With a sigh, she appeared to be a victim of great injustice. She internally rated her own explanation a perfect score. Though slightly insincere, she believed it would suffice to deceive a sheltered young master like Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan remained unmoved. As Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Moreover, with a breathtaking beauty like Su Yun, one glance could be intoxicating. Not a single word she uttered could he trust. Simultaneously, he began to examine Su Yun's future life information. Su Yun. In a world line devoid of a system, the host believes Su Yun's words, befriends her, and aids her in achieving revenge. However, the child of destiny, captivated by Su Yun's beauty, intervenes, scheming against you, causing a rift between you and Su Yun. You are also labeled as a villain, becoming a stepping stone for the child of destiny. Your cultivation is destroyed, and upon the elders of your family learning of this, they come to apprehend you, only to be slain by your own hand. Your parents, intervening, are also tragically plotted against and killed by the child of destiny. The Xiao family is obliterated. What on earth? How did I become entangled with this woman? This is absurd. He had always understood the importance of avoiding trouble. This woman was clearly a bundle of complications. Playing with beauty was one thing, but truly stepping into the fray was out of the question. After some thought, he realized that perhaps in a world line without a system, when the child of destiny appeared, he had been subjected to a dumbing down effect, with his brain shrinking to the size of a walnut, leading to their association and subsequent schemes against him. Yet in this life, the emergence of the system shattered that dumbing down effect, altering his fate. He turned to gaze at Su Yun's innocent yet alluring face. No wonder the child of destiny had taken notice. But now, I am the villain, let her await my mischief. Hey, Senior Brother Xiao, you wouldn't report this matter to the Holy Land, would you? She said in a soft voice, even going so far as to link her arm with his, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. The art of seduction. Feeling the warmth of her delicate arm, Xiao Fan's mind sharpened, and his righteous energy began to operate on its own, counteracting her seductive tactics. Is this your way of testing me? What saint could withstand such trials? With those words, he took the initiative, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and teasingly lifting her porcelain-like chin with his other hand. Xiao Fan stared intently into her enchanting eyes, their gazes locked. In an instant, Su Yun's face flushed crimson, her cheeks glowing like the sunset. This deviation from the expected left Su Yun utterly flustered. For a young maiden in the bloom of youth to engage in such seduction took an immense amount of courage. Didn't the book say that men are most susceptible to a woman's charms? Moreover, this fellow was the saint's son of a righteous sect. Shouldn't he push her away and say, I mistakenly judged you, junior sister. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to seek me out? Xiao Fan was equally startled. Why was this girl blushing like a monkey's backside? Her heart racing so quickly? Even though he had been single in his previous life, he now understood the situation. She was just an inexperienced novice, void of any real skill. Daring to seduce him? The defensive tactics in Su Yun's eyes were, in Xiao Fan's perception, a clear indication of a criminal's excitement. With this thought, he became even more exhilarated, his hand subconsciously sliding down to caress her curvaceous form. Hey. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. Su Yun forcibly broke free from Xiao Fan's embrace, indignantly exclaiming, You are the saint's son of the righteous path. How can you be so frivolous with me? Xiao Fan, in her presence, retracted his hand, taking a deep breath as if savoring something. In truth, there was no scent, he was merely being provocative. Sure enough, Su Yun immediately revealed her true colors, losing all semblance of composure from before. She frantically swatted at Xiao Fan's hand, her face flushed, but he evaded her attempts. Xiao Fan then produced another memory stone, capturing the moment of Su Yun's affectionate advance towards him. With righteous indignation, he proclaimed, Su Yun, you are truly perverse. Not only did I discover your practice of demonic arts, but you also attempted to seduce me, seeking to turn me against our holy land. Fortunately, I remained steadfast, unmoved by your charms, thwarting your plans, and now you are filled with indignation, claiming I've acted frivolously towards you. Very well, I shall inform the Holy Master and see how she chooses to deal with you. Su Yun was taken aback, huh? No, aside from using the memory stone, do you possess any other means? And you're distorting the truth. I merely leaned closer to you. Was your hand not behaving inappropriately? Can that be blamed on me? You, how can you twist the truth so? Your hands know exactly what transpired, she exclaimed, almost to the point of tears. After all, she was still young no matter how mature she pretended to be. Her mind was not truly grown up. Xiao Fan insisted, just admit that it was you who came onto me. Su Yun was left speechless. The memory stone recorded her willingly approaching him. And if this reached the Holy Master, she would have no defense. What she thought would be an easy manipulation had turned into a trap. She felt like crying without tears. What should she do? What should she do? If he truly informed the Holy Master, she would be doomed. Su Yun was frantic and at a loss for what to do. Seeing her flustered state, the moment was ripe. It is time to extend a lifeline for her to grasp. Xiao Fan smiled and remarked, The Holy Maiden of the righteous path is unexpectedly practicing demonic arts. Surely, you would not wish for this matter to be disclosed to others? Chapter 3. The Emergence of the Child of Destiny. Xiao Fan. You wish for this matter to remain undisclosed, do you not? Su Yun hastily nodded, her expression pleading as she implored, Senior Brother Xiao, I too have my own burdens to bear. With a tone of desperation, she continued, The enmity of my family, a vendetta that cannot be overlooked, has led the Su family to suffer a tragic annihilation. I must rapidly enhance my strength. And the methods of the demonic path are most fitting. I swear, my pursuit of demonic practices is solely for the sake of vengeance. She appealed to his reason and emotions, attempting to evoke sympathy from Xiao Fan. Yet, he remained unmoved, stating, You will inevitably forge a connection with the Child of Destiny. I must maintain control over you. But how does this concern me? Such reasoning is untenable. Xiao Fan chuckled. Su Yun, flustered, spoke with a sense of grievance, Senior Brother. Can you truly bear to watch me be cast out from the sect? Xiao Fan gazed at her pitiable demeanor, lost in contemplation. Su Yun, believing that she had swayed Xiao Fan, had not yet basked in her elation when a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over her. Xiao Fan, why is it so hard to bear? Su Yun. Xiao Fan was not swayed by such propositions. With a smile, he remarked, when seeking assistance, One must acknowledge the cost involved. If you wish for me to conceal this matter, it is indeed possible, but you must offer a price that is irresistible. Su Yun hesitated and replied, Senior Brother, you are well aware of my circumstances. I have only just assumed the role of the saintess, and the rewards from the sacred land have yet to be dispersed. Once they are, I will be sure to deliver the first portion to you. I can keep half for myself and surrender the remaining half to you. Would that suffice? While the treatment afforded to the saintess may not be as lavish as that of Xiao Fan, the saint's son, it was undeniably generous. The monthly allowance amounted to 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, alongside countless medicinal pills, not to mention the additional benefits from various cultivation realms. Offering half of this to Xiao Fan was indeed a gesture of substantial sincerity. However, to Xiao Fan, these offerings held no value, as he could scarcely utilize what he already possessed. Xiao Fan, do I truly lack that little bit of spirit stone from you? Su Yun, however, apart from this, I possess nothing else at all. Xiao Fan appraised her from head to toe, chuckling. Upon further reflection, there are indeed certain aspects that are rather appealing. Sui Yun felt a shiver under Xiao Fan's intense gaze. What did he mean? What qualities could I possibly offer as a bargaining chip? As Xiao Fan's eyes settled upon her, her complexion turned pale in an instant, as if she began to comprehend something unsettling. In a voice as faint as a whisper, she protested, "No, that's not acceptable. I have never been in a relationship before, let alone with you in that manner. No, I cannot agree to such a condition. Please, propose an alternative, Brother Xiao." Sui Yun shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Ah, which one was it? As he observed Sui Yun's flushed complexion and her bashful demeanor as she lowered her head. He couldn't help but think that perhaps Sui Yun had misinterpreted the situation. What are you thinking? Xiao Fan inquired. Surely, you don't believe that I wish to engage in dual cultivation with you? Sui Yun was momentarily stunned. Ah, is that not what you meant? She replied. How naive of you to think so. The matter of finding a partner for cultivation is one that demands compatibility and social standing. You currently possess nothing and yet aspire to become my dual cultivation partner. Do you not realize how far-fetched that is? Xiao Fan stated bluntly. Sui Yun, who had just moments ago appeared pallid, suddenly felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks. This was not at all how she had envisioned the situation. Did that fleeting glance imply that she had developed impure thoughts due to her practice of the Seductress Heart Sutra? In that moment, she wished for nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. It was utterly mortifying. Xiao Fan observed her little expression, thinking to himself, ah, you believe you can outsmart me. At that moment, a resolute youth, adorned with the shimmering aura of a protagonist, rushed into the Holy Maiden mountain, clad in tattered garments. Clutching a dark wooden box in his hand, he possessed within it a precious elixir, fragrant with the scent of medicinal herbs. Though he had not yet been seen, his voice was unmistakable. Cousin, look what I have brought for you. This mere breaking illusion pill can help you dispel delusions and solidify your golden core. Your cultivation will soar, bringing us one step closer to our grand plan of vengeance, he exclaimed excitedly, cradling the precious pill as if it were a treasure. As he entered the palace, he was met with the sight of Sui Yun, her face flushed with embarrassment, standing before a charming young man. It was evidently a scene reminiscent of a youthful couple on a date. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated in his mind. The joy on his face vanished entirely as he glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, coldly demanding, Who are you, and what business do you have in my cousin's palace? Xiao Fan cast a glance at him, noting that he was merely at the qi refining stage, yet he carried himself with such arrogance despite lacking a solid foundation. As a cultivator of the golden core stage, did he not understand the proper decorum when addressing his seniors? Speaking to me in such a haughty tone. Who do you think you are? Xiao Fan's golden core surged forth, erupting like a tsunami towards the young man, overwhelming him with a torrent of pressure that caused beads of cold sweat to form on his brow, rendering him breathless. His body trembled slightly, his legs involuntarily buckling as he teetered on the brink of kneeling. The voice of the system echoed, proclaiming, Host suppresses the child of fate, earning 10 points of villainy. Host continues to oppress the child of fate, earning another 10 points of villainy. The realization dawned that there were rewards for such oppression. Upon further inspection of the individual before him, tattered clothing, drenched in blood, it became evident that they were indeed cousins. After enduring numerous hardships, he had sought out elixirs for cultivation to bestow upon his cousin. In Xiao Fan's mind, he has already constructed an outline for a magnificent fantasy novel comprising millions of words. Qin Feng, the cousin of Sui Yun, harbors a deep affection for his cousin. Yet his humble origins render him hesitant to express his feelings. Now, with the Su family in ruins and Sui Yun left without kin, he stands as her sole relative. He is determined to conduct himself well in hopes of winning her heart and securing her love. You share a close bond with Sui Yun, which has incited Qin Feng's resentment, and he is contemplating how to exact revenge upon you. As the son of destiny, Qin Feng has lingered at the qi refinement stage for a decade, awaiting the moment he unlocks his hidden potential, after which he will soar to unimaginable heights. It appears that in the forthcoming timeline, this despicable individual is the one who will betray him. Since he is indeed the favored child of fortune, there shall be no mercy shown. Xiao Fan intensified his pressure, a forceful wave that surged forth unexpectedly. This sudden onslaught caused Qin Feng to falter, and with a resounding thud, his knees crashed onto the ground, shattering the hard stone beneath him, blood oozing from his wounded knees. Upon witnessing the escalating conflict between the two, Sui Yun hurriedly intervened to mediate. How dare you speak to the Holy Sun in such a manner? Moreover, who permitted you to intrude into my palace? You, A mere outer sect disciple at the chi refining stage should be content in your place. What business do you have here on the Holy Maiden mountain? She admonished Qin Feng, then turned respectfully to Xiao Fan, saying, Holy Son. This man is my cousin Qin Feng, an ill-mannered outer sect servant. I apologize on his behalf for any offense he may have caused. And I kindly ask you to overlook his transgressions. Qin Feng, feeling the weight of Su Yun's reprimand and her deference to the man before him, felt his intellect momentarily diminish. Cousin, you are a holy maiden. Does it matter if he is the holy son? You stand as equals. This rogue dares to act violently in your residence. It is his own folly should he report this to the holy master. Xiao Fan disregarded Qin Feng's words, deeming him utterly devoid of intellect and unworthy of attention. However, Su Yun, who had just moments ago been flustered, was now handling the situation with commendable poise. It appeared as though she was rebuking Qin Feng, yet in truth, she was subtly beseeching Xiao Fan for leniency, urging him not to hold a grudge. Impressed, Xiao Fan regarded Su Yun with newfound respect, contemplating a plan. The weight of psychological pressure far surpasses that of physical intimidation. He decided to withdraw his oppressive aura, preparing to inflict a mental blow instead. If you are reluctant to express your feelings for Su Yun, then let me show you how I treat her. Chapter 4. Do I require your cooperation? With his imposing presence diminished, Xiao Fan adorned his face with a smile. Since this individual is your cousin, Yun, he is, by extension, also my cousin. Let us not hold grudges over unfamiliarity. As he spoke, he took the liberty of enveloping Su Yun in an embrace. Yun? Su Yun. Just moments ago, he had expressed disdain for their disparity in social status, and now he called her a Yun? I cannot agree. Feeling a profound sense of discomfort at such intimacy in front of others, Su Yun longed to extricate herself from Xiao Fan's hold. Xiao Fan communicated softly, surely, you do not wish for the knowledge of your cultivation in demonic arts to be divulged? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's body stiffened, rendering her motionless, allowing him to act as he pleased. Yuna? The intimacy of the address pierced Qin Feng's heart, for though the physical pressure had dissipated, a more profound psychological weight descended upon him. Cousin, he lamented, his fist clenched tightly, the long-neglected nails digging painfully into his flesh, drawing blood. It felt as though he had lost something of great significance, albeit this was merely his unilateral perception. No, he must be coercing my cousin. Qin Feng reasoned with himself. If you are being threatened, simply blink. Even at the cost of my life, I will help you escape his clutches. His expression twisted in fury, wishing to rend Xiao Fan into 1,000 pieces. What say you? Xiao Fan, with an expression of tender affection, gently caressed Su Yun's cheek, his right hand brushing the hair that fell across her forehead behind her ear. He then delicately lifted her cascading locks, inhaling the fragrance of her innocence. To be candid, Xiao Fan found the scent quite enchanting. Enough of this, now is not the time for such thoughts, for I am a man of virtue. Su Yun, unaccustomed to such gestures, felt her resolve weaken and leaned into Xiao Fan's embrace. She could no longer discern whether she was being coerced or had genuinely succumbed. Is it true that the cultivation of the Heart Sutra of Desire has awakened carnal longings within me? Am I truly to become a woman of desire? As for Qin Feng's words, they fell on deaf ears, merely perceived as a cacophony. Enough, enough. It is unbearable. This is my palace. Will you kindly leave? The moment those words escaped her lips, both Qin Feng and Xiao Fan were taken aback. Could it be that she possesses that peculiar constitution? Qin Feng, holding the broken illusion pill, suddenly felt his strength wane, causing the box to crash to the ground, the elixir rolling out onto the floor. What Xiao Fan heard was the sound of his heart shattering. It cannot be true. This must be a fabrication. Cousin, he is coercing you, is he not? Indeed. He is compelling you. I have discerned it. Qin Feng murmured to himself, concocting justifications until he ultimately convinced himself. How dare you threaten my cousin? Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous shout, he raised his fist, ready to strike Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's gaze turned frigid. He had no intention of taking action. This audacious individual, in his insolence, dared to throw a punch at him, seeking death. Just as Xiao Fan contemplated teaching him a harsh lesson, Su Yun, cradled in his arms, suddenly regained consciousness. Damn it, how could I have succumbed just now? Faced with the oncoming fist, Su Yun felt a surge of trepidation. Please, don't bring me trouble. If Xiao Fan becomes enraged and exposes my secrets, I am doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively raised her hand to deflect the blow. Qin Feng was taken aback. His cousin was actually assisting this scoundrel in blocking him? For a moment, he was left speechless, feeling like a fool. Su Yun's thoughts were not so convoluted. She merely perceived that this man was somewhat immature, still resorting to violence at such an age. Can he truly achieve greatness this way? How childish. Her heart was not with Qin Feng. She turned her attention back to Xiao Fan, only to find him gazing at her with a bemused smile. His arm around her slender waist tightening slightly. A sudden jolt of pain coursed through her as she instinctively exerted force with the hand that had blocked Qin Feng's attack, unleashing her formidable late-stage foundation-building prowess. With a single strike, she sent Qin Feng flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His already tattered appearance was now rendered even more disheveled. At an opportune moment, Xiao Fan interjected, "Yuner, why are you so ruthless? After all, he is your cousin. Can't you be a bit gentler?" With a playful tone, he added, "You just struck him quite forcefully. I hope it didn't hurt too much." He tenderly grasped Su Yun's hand, which had just sent Qin Feng sprawling, and gently exhaled warm breath upon it. Su Yun, however, felt no warmth. Instead, her scalp tingled. This fellow possesses such profound cunning, managing to shift all blame onto me when it was clearly his provocation that incited my actions. Yet, even if she wished to clarify, the Qin Feng lying on the ground would surely not believe her. It's over. I fear I cannot escape from his clutches." Qin Feng, still struggling to catch his breath, witnessed the intimate exchange between Xiao Fan and Su Yun and, unable to contain his emotions, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. You. Qin Feng could not fathom how Su Yun, who spent every day in seclusion for cultivation, could possibly have had the opportunity to form bonds with new peers, let alone enter a romantic relationship without his knowledge. Xiao Fan timely made his retort, "Cousin, does the love between Yun and me bring you unhappiness? I never wished for this. It was Yun who pursued me. I expressed that the path of life is devoid of sentiment, and that romantic attachments are not suitable, yet she declared that she would marry no one but me, even claiming she would rather perish. What could I do but acquiesce to Yun's wishes? Wouldn't you agree, Yuner?" Xiao Fan spoke with a smile, his eyes brimming with emotion. Yet, in Su Yun's gaze, it appeared as a silent threat. "Dare to utter a single word that is not true, and I shall inform the holy master of your cultivation of demonic arts by tomorrow." Qin Feng felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. "Quickly, refute him. Declare that everything is false. Do say it." Qin Feng silently roared in his heart. However, Su Yun chose the most prudent response. Though unaware of Xiao Fan's motives for targeting Qin Feng, she believed that aiding him in this matter might hasten a resolution. Thus, Su Yun remarked, "You wretched soul. Must this also be disclosed?" Xiao Fan pondered. Could it be that I have inadvertently triggered some switch? Or is she merely a facade of purity? Qin Feng's hopes, which had just been ignited, were swiftly extinguished upon the realization that his cousin had long been taken. In that moment, his heart shattered, leaving him with a profound sense of despair and gloom. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, "As the child of destiny, your Tao heart is crumbled, earning you 800 points of villainy." This announcement brought a sense of satisfaction to Xiao Fan. Indeed, the psychological blow proved to be far more gratifying. Previously, he had compelled Qin Feng to kneel under pressure, earning a meager 20 points of villainy. Now, merely exchanging a few words had garnered him 800 points. Truly, it seemed that one must possess the heart of a pig to catch the shrimp. With a stoic expression, Qin Feng rose unsteadily to his feet. He cast a cold glance at Xiao Fan, unwavering in his belief that Xiao Fan had coerced Su Yun, holding on to this conviction without the need for justification. His gaze was resolute as he approached Xiao Fan. Su Yun found her cousin's demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. Even if I were to date someone else, there's no need for him to react this way. Is he out of his mind? She thought. Qin Feng, your cultivation is lacking. You would do well to remain content at the outer disciple peak. My affairs do not require your interference. Remembering their familial bond, Su Yun offered him a word of caution. Unbeknownst to her, this only reinforced his suspicions. My cousin still cares for me. She must harbor feelings for me too, but is simply too shy to express them. He now viewed this so-called son of destiny as a usurper, surely threatening his cousin. With this thought in mind, his gaze towards Su Yun softened considerably. She still has feelings for me. The detection of the child of destiny initiated the self-repair of his Tao heart, demonstrating a resilient vitality. As the Tao heart mended, the points of villainy acquired would not be deducted. Should the Tao heart be shattered again, further rewards could be attained. Xiao Fan, what on earth is this? It even possesses a self-repair function? However, judging by its swift recovery, it seems to be quite the lucrative opportunity. Upon observing Qin Feng's gaze, Xiao Fan quickly deduced that he was dealing with a protagonist characterized by romantic delusions, or rather, a a romantic stud. Can I simply eliminate him? Xiao Fan truly could not tolerate such a love-struck sycophant for even a moment. Certainly, the villain points to be gained would remain unchanged, but surviving would allow for the accumulation of additional villain points. As for whether to kill, that is a matter for the host to contemplate. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan refrained from taking lethal action, as indiscriminately killing a fellow disciple would result in 3 days of confinement. The life of a mere minion pales in comparison to my freedom, and besides, I take great pleasure in tormenting sycophants. To kill him outright would be too merciful. Noticing Qin Feng glaring fiercely at him, advancing step by step, Xiao Fan formulated a plan. Feeling mischievous, he thought, so you want to be punished, do you? As Xiao Fan raised his hand, Qin Feng felt an immense force approaching. Qin Feng exclaimed, I said stop. Xiao Fan exerted his strength and forcefully slammed him to the ground. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man? Go ahead. Try glaring at me again. Xiao Fan spoke coldly. Qin Feng, however, remained silent, shifting his body toward a certain direction. Following his gaze, Xiao Fan discovered it was the shattered Wang Dan that had fallen to the ground. Qin Feng treasured it as if it were a precious gem. For this was the elixir he had perilously acquired from a modest cultivation family. It must not be squandered. He carefully tucked it into his bosom. A look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. Xiao Fan was somewhat at a loss for words. Why was he glaring at me so fiercely just for picking up a pill? I almost thought he was about to strike me. It was truly infuriating. After retrieving the pill, Qin Feng turned to leave. Xiao Fan, however, called out to him. Did you not claim that this elixir is intended for Yuner? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng halted his steps. He had long discerned that this fellow was merely using Yuner as leverage, and if this elixir were to be entrusted to her, it would likely be seized by him. You keep referring to her as Yuner. Why do you not prepare an elixir for her yourself? With a scoff, he declared, I shall reserve it for my own use. Once my cultivation advances, I will undoubtedly bring you, the Holy Sun, down from your exalted position. At that time, only I shall have the privilege of calling her Yuner. The mere thought of calling her by that name filled his swollen face with a blissful smile, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Hee hee. This left Xiao Fan utterly bewildered. Could it be that the psychological blow had rendered him foolish? Sui Yun, witnessing Qin Feng reclaim the elixir meant for her, perceived him as rather petty, although she had no intention of accepting it. The act of retracting a gift seemed fundamentally awkward. How had she not recognized this facet of his character before? Sui Yun felt as though she had come to a new understanding of Qin Feng today, and an involuntary disdain arose within her. Upon detecting a rift in the relationship between Sui Yun and the Child of Destiny, a reward of 80 points in villainous value was granted. I have done nothing. How could my villainous value increase by 80 points? Xiao Fan felt somewhat bewildered and instinctively turned to Sui Yun. He sighed inwardly, pondering the enigmatic nature of a woman's heart. At this moment, Sui Yun had extricated herself from his embrace. The previous look of compliance had vanished entirely. She appeared strikingly composed, as if she had entered a state of profound contemplation. I have assisted you in driving away Qin Feng. Now, may I have the recording stone? She asserted, taking the initiative to claim her due credit. Xiao Fan, however, remained entirely indifferent, remarking, Did I ever ask for your cooperation? Sui Yun was taken aback. She had assumed that Xiao Fan wanted her collaboration, believing that once this matter was resolved, everything would be forgotten. To her surprise, it was merely her unilateral assumption. If he were to maintain his grip on the recording stone, would I not be perpetually at his mercy? Irritated, Sui Yun thought, if I must face consequences, so be it. You may inform the Holy Master, or better yet, I shall confess myself. With that declaration, she feigned an intent to leave, truly resembling someone poised to admit her guilt. If she hadn't, he turned back repeatedly, insisting emphatically that she was indeed going to do so. Xiao Fan might have been convinced. What a novice at deceit. Your antics only serve to make me perceive you as juvenile, rendering you even easier to manipulate. Very well. I shall grant you your wish, allowing you to feel as though your intellect has instantaneously surged by 180 points. Xiao Fan hurriedly called out to her, a hint of difficulty in his voice. Alas, junior sister, why must we let our relationship become so strained? After all, we are fellow disciples. I merely fear that you may stray from the right path. As for the recording stone, if you desire it, take it. As he spoke, he produced the recording stone that documented her cultivation of demonic arts, appearing ready to hand it over. Sui Yun, somewhat skeptical, inquired, Is what you say truly genuine? Absolutely genuine, Xiao Fan affirmed with unwavering conviction. Tentatively, Sui Yun extended her hand, intending to grasp the recording stone, all the while scrutinizing Xiao Fan's expression. In her imagination, this fellow would surely retract his hand just as she was about to make contact, leaving her empty-handed. Surely he harbored many ill intentions. Yet, everything unfolded smoothly. Contrary to her expectations, she successfully seized the recording stone and brought it into her possession. The ease of it all felt surreal. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? Yet, it was undeniably authentic. Once she confirmed its validity, she immediately destroyed it. Humph, you think to manipulate me? Not a chance. With this thought, her confidence surged. What? You still refuse to leave? Do you require an invitation to exit? She promptly issued an eviction notice, showcasing her ability to change her demeanor with remarkable swiftness. Her transformation was quicker than turning the pages of a book. Bring it on. I have no weaknesses left. Was it impatience that had overcome him? How youthful. Xiao Fan once again retrieved 30 image stones from his pocket, which he had replicated. The original version I previously presented to you serves only as a reference. The replica can also elucidate the matter at hand. He waved the replica stones before Suiyin, causing the fragile confidence she had painstakingly built to vanish into thin air. How can you speak so deceitfully? She exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. On the verge of weeping. I never lied. Did I not give them to you? He replied. Then why did you secretly replicate them? You never mentioned that replication was forbidden, did you? Nor did you inquire about my actions, so why should I divulge them? Suiyin found herself speechless, realizing her oversight. Very well, you have once again ensnared me. Hand over the replica, or I shall confess my misdeeds myself. She attempted to employ her previous tactic. However, Xiao Fan merely smiled, choosing silence. From the very beginning, he had been teasing her. Her heart was consumed by the desire for vengeance, willing to risk her own downfall to pursue the dark arts. Confession? It was all a ruse. Yet, pushing her too far would be unwise. He needed to offer her a glimmer of hope, a tangible prospect. Junior sister, you witnessed your own demeanor just now, the moment I entrusted you with it. You turned against me and sought to expel me after you destroyed it. Brother is quite disheartened, he said, feigning sorrow. Suiyin found herself at a loss for words. This man was far too cunning, leaving her no room to maneuver. Brother, I apologize. I assure you there will be no next time. She raised 4 fingers to the heavens, vowing, should I betray this promise, I shall immediately form a golden core and experience a surge in my cultivation. Xiao Fan was taken aback by her thought process. Huh? Is this what you call a vow? Are you certain at ISNTA reward? He remarked. If women were trustworthy, you would be climbing trees. Xiao Fan continued. Now, tell me, what must I do for you to finally hand it over? Suiyin expressed a hint of grievance. Xiao Fan remarked. The one who has just gone back on their word is you. I require some assurances. Is that not reasonable? Caught in such a convoluted situation, she genuinely began to feel it was her own fault. So tell me, what must you demand in order to relinquish the recording stone to me? Xiao Fan, recently, I acquired a dual cultivation technique, but I find myself at a loss for a partner. I believe you, junior sister, would be quite suitable. How about we engage in dual cultivation once, and in return, I shall gift you a memory stone. Xiao Fanyu, with a penchant for provocative discourse, spoke with audacity that left no room for restraint. Suiyin, at the tender age of 18, had never encountered such brazen and audacious remarks. The moment she heard them, she felt as though she had been scorched. It was utterly outrageous. What are you saying? How shameless and vile. This is utterly unacceptable. As soon as Siyu turned her gaze, she promptly declined. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful crimson hue, her innocent visage exuding both shyness and allure. Meanwhile, she braced herself, crossing her arms defensively, leaving no room for success in this exchange. A certain Mr. Zhou Shuren, whose identity remains undisclosed, once remarked, for instance, if you claim that this room is too dim and propose the idea of a skylight, everyone is bound to oppose. However, should you advocate for the removal of the roof entirely, they may return to negotiate, expressing a willingness to consider the skylight. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Fan never regarded his recent words as the ultimate objective, for he understood the improbability of success. The previous remarks were merely a prelude, a stepping stone towards his next aim, to swiftly captivate the heroine and hasten her downfall. Apologies, I tend to speak rather candidly, seeing how adorable you are. I can't help but wish to have children with you. You wouldn't mind, would you? Xiao Fan uttered these words in a tone of feigned contrition, resembling more a playful tease. Please refrain from such talk. I will not acquiesce. Suiyin firmly rejected him, unwilling to grant even the slightest opportunity. The moment was ripe. Xiao Fan hesitated, his expression conveying a tumultuous mix of emotions, as if torn between the desire to speak and the reluctance to do so. This, of course, was merely a performance for her benefit. Junior sister, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself utterly enamored. Would you consent to be my partner? Xiao Fan declared earnestly, simultaneously grasping her hand with a gaze that bored deeply into her eyes. Seize the moment, do not falter. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected confession. Was this truly happening? The abruptness left her reeling, devoid of any prior context. I have never dated before. Perhaps you might consider a different request? Her voice was barely a whisper, laced with a hint of nervousness. Her delicate hands, adorned with slender fingers, anxiously clutched the hem of her skirt, alternating between relaxation and clenched fists, her palms slick with perspiration. Xiao Fan's expression was grave, his countenance marked by sorrow. It appeared that I had deluded myself. It seemed my junior sister no longer held any affection for me. Very well. If I cannot have her, I shall seek to ruin her instead. I am about to expose my junior sister. Sui Yun? What a peculiar way to express one's affection. This notion of ruining what cannot be possessed. Sui Yun was at a loss. Perhaps influenced by the desires of a woman's heart. Or perhaps it was the lingering sensation of being embraced, having her face caressed, and her hair gently stroked that captivated her. The gaze she cast upon Xiao Fan began to harbor an inexplicable sentiment. Xiao Fan's reputation within the Taishan sacred land is unparalleled. He is known far and wide as the youngest saint's son and a prodigious cultivator. He is supported by prestigious families and blessed by celestial ancestors. Moreover, he possesses an undeniably handsome and charismatic demeanor, embodying the quintessential high, rich, and handsome archetype of the fantasy realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that he is the unattainable dream lover of countless female disciples within the Taishan sacred land. With his exceptional talents, aligning herself with him could pave the way for her vengeance once he ascends to greater power. Just this singular reason renders her unable to decline. She endeavored to convince herself. Indeed, she was on the verge of doing so. Xiao Fan observed her hesitation for quite some time, his brows furrowing slightly. Could it be that my conditions are still too stringent? That shouldn't be the case. Well, perhaps I should make some adjustments. He possessed a flexible standard. Xiao Fan, if you feel troubled, we could initially consider yielding. Sui Yun, no problem, perhaps we could give it a try. Ultimately, she genuinely agreed. Sui Yun's bashful demeanor captivated Xiao Fan. It is indeed challenging to test one's resolve. No individual could withstand such trials posed by her. However, having discerned her boundaries, it is now time to escalate the stakes. Xiao Fan remarked, perhaps my previous expression was not sufficiently clear. What I meant was, grant me the opportunity to pursue you. And should my endeavors prove futile, I shall expose you. Sui Yun responded in astonishment. Huh? This is not at all how I envisioned it. Aren't two individuals supposed to simply embark on a relationship? Must there be a pursuit involved? What is this? You currently hold leverage over me. Shouldn't you be the one taking the initiative? Xiao Fan replied with unwavering confidence. But generally speaking, is it not customary for the male to take the lead? Xiao Fan, you are the saintess and I am the saint. Are we merely ordinary beings? It seems there is a hint of truth to that. She found herself ensnared by Xiao Fan's words. He decisively cut through the confusion, declaring, very well, let us settle this. If you cannot win me over within 3 months, I shall expose you. Sui Yun remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, her thoughts fixated on the need to capture his affection within that time frame. This would mark the humble beginning of her pursuit. With a timid voice, Sui Yun ventured, may I propose a request? What request? I am open to a relationship. But that notion of dual cultivation you mentioned is out of the question, at least until I avenge my grievances. This is my principle and my bottom line, she stated earnestly. Is that all? Xiao Fan naturally agreed. No problem, no problem. It would be wise for you to establish a clear boundary. What does that mean? Sui Yun inquired with puzzlement. Xiao Fan, I must say, your delineation of boundaries is commendable, and I wholeheartedly support it. It is precisely due to these boundaries that I am aware of your limits, allowing for a more convenient navigation and avoiding any sensitive areas. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Fan, you've begun to pursue me. Shouldn't you show some acknowledgement? With that, he opened his arms, awaiting Sui Yun's embrace. Sui Yun pondered for a moment, realizing that she would inevitably belong to him, and a brief embrace would not diminish her. Little did he know that her standards had already been lowered. However, the act of initiating an embrace still made her feel somewhat bashful. She cast a lingering glance at Xiao Fan, took a deep breath, then closed her eyes, gradually opening her arms, a blush inevitably rising upon her cheeks. My goodness. This shy Sui Yun is simply too alluring. Xiao Fan was suddenly overtaken by a mischievous impulse. He felt compelled to leave a vivid mark on her first love. He withdrew his hands, instead cradling her face, his aim fixed upon those delicate, glistening, cherry-red lips. Soft and warm, yet the barrier of her teeth obstructed my exploration, leaving me with a tinge of regret. Sui Yun's mind erupted in chaos, leaving her momentarily stunned. What? Her body stiffened, her thoughts short-circuited, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. When did this happen, and how had my first kiss been so effortlessly taken? Let go. You rogue. Let go. She cried, her protest muffled and frantic. In the next moment, she began to struggle fiercely, her petite fist pounding against Xiao Fan's chest. However, his Taoist robe was of considerable quality. The punches from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator barely registered as pain, even evoking a sense of shyness akin to that of a young girlfriend. He kissed her with greater intensity, amplifying his fervor. Today was destined to be one of the most significant days in Sui Yun's life. I look forward to your pursuit. Until we meet again, Xiao Fan declared triumphantly, licking his lips as if savoring the exquisite nectar of the moment. With that, he departed. Sui Yun's face flushed crimson. That scoundrel, that despicable rogue. It was supposed to be merely a hug, yet he had crossed the line. How infuriating. Next time, if he dares to act without my consent, I shall make him pay dearly. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to contemplate a potential next encounter, her boundaries subtly shifting downward. It could only be said that Xiao Fan's schemes ran deep, while Sui Yun's defenses were alarmingly weak, leaving her unable to grasp the situation. Chapter 6, after 13 years of recultivation, dare to challenge the Holy Sun to the underworld. Xiao Fan left the Holy Maiden mountain with a sense of triumph. Indeed, the Holy Maiden's shyness possessed an enchanting charm. Returning to his own peak, Xiao Fan walked with a cheerful demeanor, for joy invigorates the spirit. Yu, observing his unusual delight, was curious about the cause of his happiness. However, before she could voice her inquiry, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafted through the air. As a woman, she could not be mistaken. It was the scent of another woman. Had the Holy Sun just sought the company of a lady? Both sisters were extraordinary, gifted women, choosing to remain by Xiao Fan's side as attendants not merely due to the edicts of the Holy Land, but largely out of their own volition. After all, which young maiden does not harbor feelings of affection? Especially for someone like Xiao Fan, innately exceptional, of distinguished lineage, and possessing striking good looks, who was widely regarded by the female practitioners of the Holy Land as the quintessential dream lover. The thought that someone else had shared intimate moments with the Holy Sun, leaving behind the trace of her perfume, ignited a tempest of jealousy within her. Who was this insufferable vixen? How infuriating! Yet, expressing her anger towards the Holy Sun was not an option. She feared that he might perceive her as lacking in gentleness and come to disdain her. Dear Holy Sun, where have you been just now? Xiao Fan did not think too much and simply replied, Hasn't the saintess moved in next door? I am the saint's son. We are all from the same sect. It is quite normal to pay a visit. Saintess. So it is you, you wretched fox. Yu's expression turned frigid, her face as cold as frost. Xiao Fan felt a chill in the air. Had the weather turned cold? Is there anything else? If not, you may return to your cultivation, he suggested. He did not truly perceive these two sisters as mere maidservants. Rather, he regarded their relationship as akin to that of companions in cultivation, perhaps a triad of practitioners. Yu remained silent, as if the recent frost had vanished without a trace. She smiled, radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Indeed. I shall adhere to the Ascendant's decree. Xiao Fan returned to his secluded chamber of cultivation, intending to explore the utility of the villain points he had accumulated, which seemed to amount to a substantial 900 points. As he departed, Yu followed suit, seeking out Xin Shi to strategize. The son of the saint belongs to us. The cunning vixen known as the Saintess is not to be touched. Regarding the concealed attributes of these two sisters, Xiao Fan had yet to uncover their secrets. Their backgrounds appeared to be quite extraordinary. On one occasion, he inadvertently witnessed Elder Wu from the inner sect bowing his head before them. He could not fathom why individuals of such stature would linger in his presence. Nevertheless, their genuine concern for him prompted him to dismiss further speculation. As long as they treated him well, that sufficed. The more noble their hidden identities, the better. He chuckled softly to himself. This chamber of cultivation. adorned with a meditation mat akin to that of the Saint Lord, exuded a melodic aura that facilitated tranquility and heightened comprehension, benefiting even advanced cultivators. Rumor had it that this mat was worth 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Within the confines of the chamber, spanning a radius of 100 feet, lay over 10 spirit veins, continuously exuding spiritual energy, rendering the atmosphere dense enough to condense into liquid form. Such a privilege mirrored that of the Saint Lord himself. The chamber also housed 2 small teleportation arrays for the transfer of items, one leading to the scripture repository and the other to the pill pavilion. Whenever he required assistance, he merely needed to inscribe a note and cast it down. The scripture repository would provide him with techniques, while the pill pavilion would deliver elixirs, proving exceedingly convenient. It was this exceptional treatment that had compelled him, with tears in his eyes, to bid farewell to the Xiao family and pledge himself to the sacred grounds. Seated comfortably on the mat, Xiao Fan closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, directing his thoughts inward. System, please elucidate the function of the villain points. The more villain points amassed, the more potent the host's villainous fate became, and the rewards for vanquishing the children of destiny would also increase. Furthermore, upon reaching certain thresholds of villain points, the host could earn specific rewards. The higher the villain points, the more generous the rewards. Being a villain also came with its share of fortune. The greater the villain points, the better the luck, discovering treasures on outings, experiencing epiphanies during slumber, attracting beautiful women, and gaining the admiration of powerful figures. The correlation was clear. Higher villain points equated to greater fortune. The myriad benefits of villain points were evident, urging the host to diligently accumulate them. After perusing the extensive explanation, Xiao Fan grasped the essence. The stronger the luck of the child of destiny, the more favorable their fortune. Conversely, the more villain points a villain possessed, the better their luck. Upon surpassing 100 points in villain points, the host received a skill reward, automatic cultivation. Automatic cultivation. The host need not engage in manual training. Their cultivation would automatically progress. Insights, elixirs, and diligent practice could be seamlessly integrated into this automatic cultivation for accelerated advancement. The host's current cultivation level was mid-stage golden core, and with automatic cultivation activated, he was projected to reach late-stage golden core in 3 months, a variable timeframe subject to acceleration. Upon surpassing 1,000 villain points, further rewards awaited. The host was encouraged to earnestly pursue automatic cultivation. How splendid! Xiao Fan could distinctly perceive that although he had not engaged in meditation or cultivation, his abilities were steadily advancing, a necessity for the indolent. He endeavored to meditate and refine his qi, only to discover that his rate of improvement was surpassing that of before. This must be what the system referred to as the capacity for accumulation. Xiao Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had previously devoted much of his time to practicing swordsmanship with his father, neglecting the advancement of his own cultivation. Now, he believed he had made up for lost time. His recent excursion not only allowed him to vanquish the son of fortune, shattering his resolve, but also to win over the daughter of fortune, gradually gaining control over her. Most importantly, he had acquired the ability to practice skills passively, yielding tremendous benefits. This antagonist was firmly within his grasp. Even the mightiest could not stand in his way. System, if I were to meditate and cultivate now, how long would it take to break through to the late golden core stage? 1 month. Xiao Fan, a Kuan month? Is the system also a little black one? It simply means 2.5 months. I am indeed a seasoned icon. I comprehend it without the need for explanation. Secluding myself for half a month seems insufficient. Evidently, my innate talent requires further refinement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beleaguered Qin Feng sought refuge in the dense woods of the Servant's Peak. He unleashed his fury upon a towering ancient tree, venting his frustrations with reckless abandon. I am filled with rage. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck against the bark, leaving deep imprints, causing the trunk to sway perilously. His eyes blazed with indignation as he muttered bitterly, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What gives that privileged scion the right to seize my cousin away from me? I refuse to accept this. A holy son, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Once I have cultivated for 13 years, I shall challenge the Holy Sun to descend into the underworld." He had lost count of the countless punches he had thrown at the ancient tree, seemingly oblivious to the pain as his fists bled profusely, yet he continued unabated. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The spiritual power within him dissipated involuntarily, at a pace swifter than ever before. His consciousness delved into his dantian, where he cursed at an ancient, dilapidated small tower. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you siphoning my energy within my dantian, would I have been stagnating in the chi refinement stage for a decade? What exactly are you? I beseech you. I implore you. You have tormented me for 10 years. Will you kindly exit my body? He vented his wrath towards the archaic tower residing within his dantian. 10 years prior, he had been a prodigious talent, able to sense the ethereal energies of the universe at the tender age of 6. Without guidance, he had, through a solitary chi refinement manual, successfully absorbed the energy into his body, purging his marrow and entering the chi refinement stage. This was merely the beginning. Within 2 years, he had achieved 9 breakthroughs, reaching the formidable 9th layer of chi refinement. With just 2 more years, he would have completed the foundation establishment. To become a foundation establishment practitioner before the age of 10. What an astonishing feat. Regrettably, an unforeseen incident has caused his cultivation to stagnate, not merely halting his progress, but leading to a continual decline, reducing him to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. A decade ago, just as he was on the verge of establishing his foundation, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the heavens, with multicolored thunderbolts illuminating the sky, exerting an ancient pressure that left everyone unable to lift their heads, more terrifying than the tribulations faced by ascendants. He had envisioned quietly establishing his foundation, astonishing all. However, following the divine thunder, not only did he fail to succeed, but he was also struck, leaving him in a state of despair. Within his dantian, a shattered small tower emerged. He had hoped that surviving such a calamity would bring future blessings, yet it turned out to be a relentless source of misfortune, marking the inception of his nightmares. This small tower voraciously consumed the spiritual energy within him, claiming all his aura as its own, insatiable in its hunger. Gradually, his cultivation began to plummet. To others, this became a farce. Once a prodigy, he was now deemed worthless, evoking pity. He found himself endowed with a unique skill, a passive talent. He was met with ridicule at every turn, and his actions were met with skepticism. No one believed in him. Not a single soul. You consume my spiritual energy daily. I know you can hear me, Qin Feng stated coldly. Yet, there was no response. He retrieved a broken illusory pill from his pocket, intended for those on the path of foundation establishment to form a golden core. If a chi refinement practitioner were to consume it, they would surely explode from the overwhelming spiritual energy. Gritting his teeth with resolve, he declared, "You desire spiritual power? Here, take it all." As he swallowed the pill, a gateway to a new realm was opened. Upon being drawn into the small tower for a mere quarter of an hour, he emerged brimming with confidence, his cultivation now at the 4th layer of chi refinement. A single venture had elevated him a small realm, the Celestial King's small tower. Who would have thought it housed the remnant soul of a Celestial King Elder? The plot felt so familiar. A broken tower, a lingering soul, absorbing his energy solely to nurture its spirit and regain some semblance of consciousness. Though he was unaware of the true realm of the Celestial King, the title itself promised greatness. The destiny that belongs to me, Qin Feng, has finally arrived. I always knew I was destined to dominate the ages. A holy son? After 13 years of cultivation, I shall send that holy son to the underworld. If he does not return my cousin obediently, the holy son shall find himself with no way back. Achoo! Xiao Fan, in seclusion, inadvertently sneezed. He rubbed his nose, puzzled. Can a golden core practitioner catch a cold? Surely, some fool must be cursing me. At that moment, a messenger arrived from the Holy Land. Holy Son, the Grand Elder requests your presence. Understood. The Grand Elder? Having entered the sacred land for over half a year, I have scarcely encountered the Grand Elder. It is time to pay a visit. Chapter 7. Unpleasant Truths, Bitter Remedies. Xiao Fan stepped out of the Holy Sun Palace, where a majestic purple-golden carriage, radiating brilliance, awaited at the entrance. This resplendent vehicle was drawn by 9 purple-winged Qilins, rumored to be descendants of the ancient auspicious beast. Renowned for their exceptional ability to traverse clouds and mist, each Qilin was at the transformation stage. The 9 Qilins, embodying this formidable prowess, respectfully pulled the carriage. At the helm, a middle-aged man clad in a dark azure robe exuded a calm and restrained aura, his presence tinged with an ethereal quality. He was, in fact, a cultivator at the late stage of void refinement. Such grandeur, even in mere departure, was indeed impressive. Young master, the cultivator on the carriage addressed him respectfully. Let us set forth, Xiao Fan replied, leaping gracefully into the carriage. As you command, came the dutiful response. Inside the carriage was a realm of its own, though it appeared to be merely 30 feet square and 20 feet high from the outside. Within lay an expansive estate spanning 100 acres. Pavilions and towers adorned the interior, with intricately carved railings and exquisitely crafted tiles made from superior refining materials. This carriage was custom-made by his father, for as a holy son, one must possess a mode of transport befitting their status. In truth, the Holy Land had also provided him with a respectable mount, a splendid carriage drawn by 4 snowflame lions. However, Xiao Fan's father deemed it too simplistic, unworthy of his son's identity, thus commissioning the magnificent carriage before him. Additionally, he had arranged for a void refinement cultivator to accompany him, a true prince's education. While at home, Xiao Fan was a prince, and in the Holy Land, a holy son. He felt as though he had been dealt a royal hand from the very beginning. As he departed, he also brought along Yu Yu and Xi and Shi. For how could a prince venture forth without attendants? As the dazzling, grand carriage traversed the skies of the Holy Land, it attracted countless envious gazes from disciples below. They immediately recognized the owner of such a lavish conveyance. Only a holy son could rightfully claim such a magnificent mode of travel. It was worth noting that Xiao Fan had only entered the Taishan Holy Land 6 months prior. Many disciples harbored grievances regarding this sudden elevation to holy son, believing that Xiao Fan was unworthy and lacked the requisite strength. The Holy Land was home to numerous Golden Core disciples. Why should an outsider be allowed to ascend without assessment, directly becoming a holy son? Dissatisfaction simmered. Consequently, many sought to challenge him under the guise of sparring, hoping to demonstrate the fallibility of the Holy Land's decisions. Yet, Xiao Fan was no weakling, with a mere exhibition of his abilities. He firmly established his position as holy son. Upon entering the Holy Land, Xiao Fan had defeated an inner sect disciple at the late stage of Golden Core with ease, accomplishing this feat in front of a multitude, besting his opponent in just 3 moves. The overwhelming disparity in strength was astonishing. Following this decisive battle, the murmurs of dissent diminished significantly. Still, many remained unconvinced, acknowledging his commendable talent but asserting that his cultivation level was still too low to be deemed sufficient. Xiao Fan remained silent, quietly dedicating 6 months to advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Seizing the opportunity, he challenged a core disciple. The core disciples, known for their formidable strength, are required to attain the nascent soul realm within the Taishan Holy Land. In this sanctified domain, only those in the nascent soul stage may hold the title of core disciple, while those at the transformation stage are relegated to mere attendants. Only those who have refined their essence to the void can be regarded as elders. Within the Taishan Holy Land, there are over 1,000 attendants, and the number of elders exceeds 100, establishing a prominent force. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Xiao Fan, now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, challenged a mid-stage nascent soul core disciple and emerged victorious. The match concluded in just 3 moves, showcasing a decisive superiority. Some speculated that the nascent soul disciple had intentionally held back. Otherwise, it seemed implausible for him to be so easily defeated. Even the elders found it astonishing and initiated an investigation. Ultimately, it was revealed that the core disciple had not only refrained from holding back, but had also comprehended a profound celestial technique from the Holy Land, significantly enhancing his strength, placing him firmly within the top 10 of core disciples. Yet, he still fell short against Xiao Fan in 3 moves. And it appeared that the Holy Son had retained some of his power. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the community. Truly, it was astonishing. A mid-stage Golden Core defeating a mid-stage nascent soul disciple, transcending an entire realm, while still holding back. Such audacity. Following this battle, no one dared to question his position as the Holy Son. With such formidable prowess displayed by a mere Golden Core, one could only imagine the extent of his strength after further cultivation. As Xiao Fan sat in his carriage, he gazed at the ethereal aura enveloping the Holy Land. Observing numerous disciples soaring on their swords, rushing about with an almost surreal, virtual reality-like experience of cultivation, he realized he was not particularly well acquainted with the Holy Land. Having joined 6 months prior, Xiao Fan had yet to explore its depths. His time was consumed with diligent practice, striving for enlightenment and ascension to the celestial realm. He had not met the Holy Master, but he had heard that she was a woman, so he referred to her as the Holy Mother. It was said that the Holy Mother was currently in seclusion, having only issued a decree appointing Xiao Fan as the Holy Son through the Grand Elder, who had been the one to receive him. Xiao Fan held a profound impression of the Grand Elder. He was not the archetypal elder one might expect, but rather youthful in appearance. With the art of maintaining his youth, he appeared to be in his 20s. Though it was said that he had lived for over 6,000 years, the Grand Elder possessed a gentle disposition. Yet his most noteworthy attribute was his elevated realm of cultivation. It was rumored that he was a practitioner of the Great Ascension. The stages of cultivation for practitioners are as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension. The Qi refinement stage comprises 12 layers, while the remaining realms are further divided into early, mid, and late stages. A practitioner at the great ascension level, upon advancing further, transcends to become an immortal, soaring into the celestial realms. The mere fact that a great ascension practitioner welcomed him, the saint child, elevated the occasion, leaving an indelible mark on Xiao Fan. He had little impression of the other elders, having only encountered them during the appointment ceremony. He found them to be of high caliber, devoid of any insidious individuals or senseless mockery. Truly, it was a sacred place of righteousness, characterized by its esteemed quality. Soon, Xiao Fan arrived at the Grand Elder's palace, the Hall of Mystical Gates. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, Xiao Fan politely clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, the saint child has arrived. Please take a seat," the Grand Elder responded with a warm smile. The youthful appearance of the Grand Elder felt somewhat peculiar to Xiao Fan, likely due to his familiarity with the traditional elderly figures in such positions. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Xiao Fan asked. For during his time at the Sacred Land, he had yet to undertake a single sect mission, and the sect had allowed him the freedom to develop at his own pace. The sudden call for his presence surely indicated that there was an important matter to discuss. Without further ado, the Grand Elder summoned another elder. This elder stood within the Hall of Mystical Gates, adorned in a robe embroidered with stars, the celestial patterns subtly hinting at a cosmic order. On the left side of the robe, the characters, breaking the heavenly mechanism, were intricately stitched. Xiao Fan had heard of a place within the sacred grounds known as the Tianji Pavilion, dedicated to the observation of celestial bodies and the assessment of worldly fortunes. He aspired to become the holy son of the sacred land, compelled by the celestial stars that illuminated the heavens, heralding the emergence of a destined individual from the Tai Xian Holy Land, and he believed himself to be the one indicated by the stars. Xiao Fan had always believed that while the mystical realm spoke of fate, there existed a possibility that such destinies could be disrupted or obscured by external forces. He regarded this notion as superstitious and felt it necessary to differentiate between the two. For instance, the belief that a twitching left eye signifies fortune while a twitching right eye heralds misfortune. When his left eye twitched violently, he perceived it as the undeniable power of destiny. There could be no mistake. Conversely, when his right eye twitched, he dismissed it as mere superstitious nonsense. Clearly, he was a person of destiny, a truth he held to be irrefutable. He would not heed the admonitions that were hard to accept, nor would he partake of remedies that were bitter to the taste. He chuckled ominously. The Grand Elder remarked, "This is the Elder of the Mystical Pavilion. Who will elucidate the situation to you?" Xiao Fan cast a glance at Elder Xuanji, who perfectly matched his impression of an elder: silver hair, a weathered visage, and the signs of age. Yet, he exuded the spirit of an aged steed still eager to gallop 1,000 miles. Xiao Fan offered a slight bow. Elder Xuanji remarked, "I have observed the celestial phenomena and discerned that the sun's natal star shines with unparalleled brilliance, suggesting that he has encountered some extraordinary fortuitous event. However, my abilities are limited, and I cannot ascertain the true nature of the sun's fortune." The moment the elder spoke, Xiao Fan was taken aback. "Indeed, it has been seen. This extraordinary fortune is likely the system, although the system can remain concealed. The luck bestowed upon him, which corresponds to his villainous value, is reflected in the stars above. It seems that this fantastical world is home to many remarkable individuals." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Elder Xuanji speaks the truth. I have indeed encountered some fortuitous opportunities recently." He spoke evasively, refraining from elaborating further. Elder Xuanji nodded in understanding, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. While having opportunities is undoubtedly a positive development, the sudden emergence of several new stars near the prince's natal constellation poses a potential threat. Although these stars do not shine as brightly as the prince's own, should they continue to grow unchecked, they may inevitably jeopardize his progress. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Several? Based on his conjecture, these must be the fated children, such as Qin Feng. It appears there are indeed several others, akin to Qin Feng, whom he has yet to discover. Therefore, in the future, should the Holy Son encounter peers of remarkable talent, it would be prudent to cultivate amicable relations with them. Conversely, should enmity arise, one must eradicate the threat entirely. Without hesitation or the softness of heart, that may sow the seeds of calamity. Elder Xuanji spoke earnestly, Holy Son. Your lack of experience leaves you with scant awareness of treacherous matters. I fear you may develop sympathy for your adversaries. After all this time, you summon me merely for this. I possess a deeper understanding of decisiveness in matters of life and death. Xiao Fan, I have learned much from my master. Goodness, the treatment in this sacred land is exceedingly splendid, even providing services for celestial calculations. Indeed, I shall protect this sacred place once I ascend to immortality. I shall take you all along. Elder Xuanji, besides this matter, there is another issue I wish to discuss with the Holy Son. Xiao Fan, Elder, please proceed. I perceive faint traces of a celestial abode within the ethereal waters of Dongshan Taishu Lake. In a span no less than 3 months and no more than 6, this celestial dwelling shall manifest. The opportunities contained therein will prove invaluable to the Holy Son. Thus, I urge the Holy Son to prepare diligently. I, Jia, am once again astounded. Is this the true essence of a great power? The ability to sense an unmanifested secret realm, even calculating the time of its emergence. How formidable. How awe-inspiring. In regard to the intelligence concerning this celestial abode, I am currently in the process of gathering information. When the abode manifests, I shall present the collected intelligence to the Holy Son. Xiao Fan, the disciple shall remember. After Elder Xuanji finished speaking, he nodded to the Grand Elder and then departed from the Shuangwan Hall. Xiao Fan could comprehend why, in the not-so-distant future, certain fortuitous events would unfold. The emergence of Qin Feng, a child of destiny, naturally attracted circumstances tailored specifically for him. However, as the antagonist in this narrative, what does it matter if these opportunities were crafted for you? If I seize them, they become mine. The Grand Elder engaged in a brief conversation with Xiao Fan, addressing some of his cultivation dilemmas and imparting wisdom for 3 days. Such an honor, receiving a small golden elixir from a great ascension cultivator, is not an opportunity afforded to many. Chapter 8, 840,000, late-stage golden core within the luxurious palanquin. Xiao Fan reclined in a pavilion constructed over the serene lake. The lotus leaves shimmered with vibrant green, while colorful koi gracefully navigated the depths below. Yu Yu and Xin were seated on either side. Yu Yu was preparing tea, while Xin gently cooled the freshly brewed hot tea before presenting it to Xiao Fan. In such splendid days, anyone who arrived would surely be entranced. Xiao Fan accepted it with a smile, yet his thoughts drifted far beyond the horizon. It dawned upon him that his fortune could manifest through the celestial bodies above. Moreover, Elder Xuanji had mentioned several radiant stars encircling him, indicating that the child of destiny was not solely Qin Feng. Could it be attributed to the value of the antagonist? It seemed that being a villain was not an easy path to tread, he mused. When faced with indecision, the system would provide a resolution. Xiao Fan pondered. Is there any reward that can render my fate ethereal? It would be even better if it could be completely concealed. No, came the reply. In this lifetime, one inevitably interacts with others. Such interactions forge connections. Once a connection is established, your fortune becomes exposed. There are no mortals capable of truly obscuring their fates. Mortals? Are you suggesting that immortals can? Not even immortals, but there exist beings of a far superior realm who can remain untouched by karmic consequences, reverse the flow of time, and even erase their own destinies from existence without leaving a trace. Then I suppose I'm still too weak. It seems I must return and diligently cultivate my strength to become such a being. At that moment, Xingxi, who was serving tea, casually inquired, Saint's son, what did you discuss with the Saintess when you visited Saintess Mountain that day? Upon hearing this, Yu Yue, who was pouring tea, momentarily halted, though she quickly resumed her task. Clearing his mind, Xiao Fan drank the warm tea handed to him. Oh, it was merely a verbal exchange, nothing of particular significance, he replied with a smile, genuinely affirming that it was indeed just a conversation. The two women exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and they refrained from further inquiries. Instead, they communicated telepathically. After just one meeting, this wretched fox has already captured the saint's son's heart. How infuriating. Sister, how should we deal with her? We must deliberate carefully. I'm following your lead. Xiao Fan was oblivious to the thoughts of the two sisters, merely perceiving their conversation as idle chatter. Upon returning to the cultivation chamber, he entered a state of focused meditation. In the realm of fantasy, strength reigns supreme. All else is but an illusion. Within the confines of the cultivation chamber, Xiao Fan began to receive his rewards, starting with the 5-element spirit body. The 5-element spirit body. The more elemental attributes one possesses, the broader the path of cultivation becomes. For an ordinary individual, possessing multiple elemental roots complicates the journey of cultivation. However, for a host lacking for nothing, the five-element spirit body is most suitable. Effect: the reservoir of spiritual energy is quintuple that of a single elemental root, and all techniques related to the five elements can be utilized. The ceaseless flow of the five elements invigorates life, and the system has also rectified the sluggish cultivation speed associated with the five-element spirit body, ensuring a smooth path for the host's advancement. Satisfied with this explanation, Xiaofan acknowledged that the most frequent criticism of the five-element spirit root pertained to its cultivation speed. This enhancement was indeed reasonable. Subsequently, he absorbed the techniques related to the divine elephant suppression of the sacred king's great world into his consciousness. Before him unfolded a vision of an ancient, untamed wilderness. The sky appeared heavy and foreboding, dominated by a colossal elephant, towering at an unfathomable height. Its rugged, thick skin resembled impenetrable armor. As the mighty trunk swayed, the ominous clouds above shifted in response, its movement rendering the very heavens dim. The elephant's tusks, far from pristine, bore a jagged break, revealing a rough, exposed surface. What should have been gleaming white tusks were now stained with dark blood. The elephant stood steadfast on four powerful legs, akin to towering pillars, unyielding as a mountain. Its profound gaze pierced the depths of the abyss, coldly observing the myriad demons and monsters before it, wielding the strength of an ancient colossal elephant to subdue countless fiends. The cacophony of wails and howls filled the air, an unending chorus of despair. The chilling echoes of slaughter reverberated as demons, specters, and malevolent spirits fixed their fierce, murderous gazes upon the divine elephant, believing that its demise would grant them escape from their dark inferno and a chance at freedom. Yet, the divine elephant remained immobile, blinking slowly. In the next moment, it shifted its hind legs, lifting its front legs high into the air before crashing them down with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, splitting the earth asunder. Centered around the divine elephant, malevolent creatures within 100,000 miles were obliterated by the violent shockwave. Unable to mount any resistance, the savage divine elephant let out a long, mournful cry towards the heavens. A portal to the netherworld tore through the void, extending from the boundless cosmos. With a creaking sound, the gates of hell slowly opened, emanating a powerful suction. At the threshold of this infernal gate, a colossal vortex appeared, drawing countless demons into its depths without any means of resistance. In the blink of an eye, the darkened sky cleared, restoring clarity to the world. The gates of hell gradually dissipated, transforming into myriad arcane tadpole symbols that swiftly embedded themselves into Xiaofan's consciousness. In the next moment, the incantation of the divine elephant's prison-suppressing technique echoed within his mind, taking root and flourishing as if it were innate, guiding the spirit with qi. Manifesting the divine through intention, every gesture and movement embodied the might of the colossal elephant. The divine elephant's prison-suppressing technique, a venerable skill in the realm of fantasy. It bore immense renown. Within a single being lies 840 million particles, when a single particle awakens into a giant elephant. The awakening of all particles results in the power of 840 million giant elephants. The giant elephant serves merely as a foundation, destined to evolve into dragon elephants, primordial elephants, and ultimately, upon achieving the status of a divine elephant, the technique will reach its zenith. In that moment, the roar of the elephant shall rend the heavens and shatter the earth, with fallen stars being a trivial matter. This divine elephant's prison-suppressing technique is regarded as a classic in the mystical realm precisely because it is sufficiently extraordinary and possesses formidable strength, thus becoming a staple gift for system travelers. The advantages of the divine elephant's prison-suppressing technique are manifold. It is a supreme form of qi cultivation, nurturing both the physical body and enhancing one's cultivation, a true dual cultivation of law and body. Its only drawback is the exorbitant resource consumption required. To transform 840 million particles into giant elephants, dragon elephants, primordial elephants, and ultimately divine elephants, a staggering number of spirit stones and elixirs is necessary, akin to the sands of the Ganges. However, for Xiaofan, these concerns are negligible. He is abundantly supplied with spirit stones and elixirs, as the sacred land offers him ample provisions, and should his monthly allowance of 800,000 high-grade spirit stones prove insufficient, he can always request more from home. The advantage of a villain lies in their formidable lineage and background. Xiaofan commenced his practice of the divine elephant suppression technique, causing the minuscule particles within him to stir into action, voraciously consuming spiritual energy. Within a mere 3 days, the once ethereal atmosphere of the cultivation chamber, saturated with spiritual essence, was completely depleted, leaving not a single drop behind. Yet, the particles remained insatiable. Feeling the pace was rather sluggish, Xiao Fan decided to dismantle the formation within the chamber, consolidating the numerous spiritual veins and absorbing them directly. Still, the progress felt inadequate. He then drew forth all the spiritual stones he had accumulated, amounting to 4 to 5 million, and relentlessly refined them. Simultaneously, he utilized a minor teleportation array to summon the alchemists from the pill pavilion, requesting an abundant supply of spirit infusion pills. As the name suggests, these pills are imbued with spiritual energy. Crafted by skilled alchemists, the energy contained within these pills is more refined and easier to absorb than that found in spiritual stones. Over the course of 1 month, the pill pavilion delivered every last vial of their spirit infusion pills, totaling over 10,000 bottles. Yet it still proved insufficient to nourish his 840 million particles. Upon learning of his insatiable demand for pills, the Grand Elder hastily dispatched disciples to procure more from the outside world while urging the alchemists to expedite their production. Throughout the month, these alchemists worked tirelessly, day and night, resulting in several alchemical furnaces being rendered unusable. The insatiable appetite of this holy son was astonishing. The quantity of pills he consumed could suffice for the needs of over 10,000 golden core disciples for an entire month. Truly, he devoured the equivalent of what would sustain 10,000 individuals. It was a remarkable feat, indeed. One could only ponder whether the Grand Elder and the Holy Master were perhaps out of their minds to indulge such demands. The situation was utterly incomprehensible. After a month of relentless effort, Xiao Fan had only managed to transform 840 million particles into colossal elephants. Although he had anticipated that this technique would require considerable resources, the consumption of such an abundance of pills and spiritual stones, while clinging to spiritual veins, yielded the awakening of merely 840 million particles within a month, averaging just 20,000 per day. It felt somewhat insufficient. However, the benefits were undeniably tangible. He sensed an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. He could distinctly feel that even without employing any cultivation techniques or martial arts, a single ordinary punch would suffice to obliterate the core disciple he had previously battled. With a single strike, he could shatter an opponent at the mid-Yuan-ing stage. Moreover, through his diligent training, his cultivation level had risen to the late Golden Core stage. With a mere 2 months dedicated to solidifying his foundation, he would be prepared to transcend the tribulation and form his Yuaning. At the age of 19, achieving Yuaning status. What a staggering accomplishment! After a month of arduous effort, was he not entitled to a moment of enjoyment? Xiao Fan intended to venture out to the theater to enjoy some melodic performances while allowing the alchemists at Dan Pavilion a moment of respite. Otherwise, they would surely be exhausted. As soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted by a familiar visage. Draped in a flowing purple gown, her long, elegant legs and enchanting, spring-like eyes captivated the soul. Though her exquisite features bore a hint of youthfulness, they could not conceal her ethereal grace. Who else could it be but the Holy Maiden? Sui Yun? This individual had not forgotten my words. Splendid. The progress of my pursuit advances further, Xiao Fan mused contentedly. However, standing beside Sui Yun were 2 equally stunning women, Yu Yu and Xin Shi. Yet, there seemed to be an undercurrent of tension among the 3. As if some conflict had arisen, Xiao Fan was perplexed. What are you all discussing? In Chapter 9, be a bit low-key. Yu Yu and Xin Shi greeted Xiao Fan upon his emergence. Yu Yu, with her keen perception, sensed the vast aura exuding from Xiao Fan, and was quite astonished. Oh, holy son, it seems your cultivation has progressed once again, she remarked with a hint of joy, as if Xiao Fan's breakthrough was a source of her delight. Really? Holy son, you have only been in the sacred land for half a year. Back then, you were merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. A breakthrough every 6 months is one thing, but now another? Your innate talent is truly remarkable, Xin Shi chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. It's merely luck, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. However, the one most astonished was Sui Yun. She knew little about Xiao Fan, only that he was a prodigy whose extraordinary talents allowed him to ascend as the Holy Son. Yet, she was unaware of the true extent of his strength. Now she grasped that he had progressed from the initial stage of the Golden Core to the latter stage in just half a year. What an extraordinary pace of cultivation. She couldn't help but reflect on her own circumstances. Coming from a well-off family, she entered the Qi refinement stage at 3 years old, and after much delay, She had barely reached the late foundation establishment stage without even forming her golden core. In comparison to Xiao Fan, it was as if she were a mere firefly against the brilliance of the moon, utterly incomparable. No wonder he remarked that their backgrounds were mismatched. He had a point. But what did he mean by asking me to pursue him? Was he toying with my emotions? Su Yiyun pondered anxiously, praying inwardly that she would not be led astray. Xiao Fan, unlike her, is not burdened with such intricate thoughts. After a month of seclusion, it seems this individual, with only 3 months at their disposal, must be feeling quite anxious by now. Well, let me observe what actions you intend to take. Sister Su, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Yu and Xian. She stood on either side, casting hostile glances at Su Yiyun, this cunning vixen. Su Yiyun also found it peculiar. It seemed to be her first encounter with the two of them, so why the animosity? Well, you mentioned that I could come to you if I had matters to discuss, so here I am. With 2 outsiders standing beside her, she dared not speak openly. Thus, she resorted to a casual excuse. Perhaps due to the falsehood, her complexion appeared somewhat unnatural, slightly awkward and stiff. Xiao Fan refrained from saying much. Securing the favor of the female protagonist was of paramount importance and left no room for error. Thus, he concocted a plausible excuse. Given that his junior sister sought his assistance, it would be impolite to decline. What was the matter at hand, he wondered. Yu suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed intently on Su Yiyun. Beneath her soft, fragrant sleeves, her delicate hands were clenched into tight fists, yet her expression remained adorned with a gentle smile. That cunning fox. That sly fox. It concerns an auction for relics and treasures in Fingning City. I thought the Saint's son might find it beneficial, so I wanted to bring it to his attention, Su Yiyun stated. She had come well prepared, with her excuses meticulously crafted. Moreover, the auction for these relics was indeed a genuine event. An auction? Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the realm of martial arts, events like martial contests, and in the realm of fantasy, auctions, treasure appraisals, and alchemy competitions were known to significantly enhance the fortunes of those favored by destiny. Reflecting on his villainous points, it seemed that once he reached 1,000, he would continue to receive rewards, and he was currently at 900. Furthermore, from Elder Xuanqi, he had learned that as a villain, he would face numerous assaults from those blessed by fortune. Rather than waiting to be attacked, it was far wiser to take the initiative and strike first. Xiao Fan remarked, that sounds splendid. I too am eager to witness what treasures this auction holds. Please enlighten me on the particulars. Su Yiyun elucidated the circumstances. Recently, an ancient secret realm was uncovered, revealing a plethora of antiquities. However, many of these relics, due to their antiquity, remain enigmatic in purpose. Those fortunate enough to possess these treasures fear their potential worthlessness and wish to avoid the burden of keeping them. Thus, they opt to auction them, seeking to exchange them for spirit stones. Meanwhile, the buyers resemble patrons of an antique market, relying on chance. By acquiring these antiquities at relatively modest prices, they harbor hopes of discovering extraordinary treasures. The individuals who possess these ancient artifacts but lack clarity on their utility aim to transfer their risk, while the buyers, driven by fortune, aspire to unearth unparalleled marvels. The auction of these antiquities is fundamentally anchored in this complementary demand from both parties. The more Xiao Fan listened, the more he felt it resonated with him. The child of fortune has an uncanny ability to procure treasures worth far more than their modest price, the less promising the item, the higher the likelihood they will unearth a gem. Then, with a dramatic twist, they don an air of superiority. This auction is destined to redefine what it means to be a child of fortune. My sinister scythe is poised and eager. The child of fortune? Prepare to be harvested. Ha ha ha. As a villain, is it not reasonable for me to reap the rewards from the child of fortune? Although Su Yiyun is now a saintess, her family's annihilation has left her lacking in substantial support, compelling her to swiftly elevate her power. The stipends from the Holy Land have already reached her grasp, and she must convert them quickly to enhance her strength. The treasures at this auction undoubtedly represent the optimal choice for her. Moreover, should this fellow strike lucky and discover a remarkable item, perhaps in a fit of elation, he might even return the Shadow Stone to me? Xiao Fan, when does the auction commence? Su Yiyun, in 7 days. 7 days? That seems quite a stretch of time. Emerging from his seclusion, Xiao Fan found his cultivation somewhat tedious and monotonous. After all, I am a second-generation immortal and the chosen one of the sacred land. It seems entirely reasonable to venture out with the saintess to explore the mountains and enjoy the scenery, fostering our bond, does it not? Do you need to prepare anything else? Xiao Fan inquired suddenly. I have all the spirit stones ready. We can set off at any moment, Su Yiyun replied. Everything is in order. Xiao Fan nodded, and in the next moment, he summoned a middle-aged man. The very same cultivator of the void who had previously driven the purple-gold palanquin. "Young master," said the man. "Uncle Jiang, I intend to pay a visit to Fingning City." "Understood." After a brief pause, Xiao Fan added, "This outing is merely for leisure, so let us maintain a low profile." "A low profile, you say?" "I comprehend." With that, the man known as Uncle Jiang departed. The exchange between the two left Su Yiyun somewhat perplexed. What necessity was there for discretion in their travels? "Shall we wait for Uncle Jiang?" Su Yiyun observed that Uncle Jiang was likely Xiao Fan's guardian, and given his attire, which did not reflect the robes of the sacred land, it seemed he was arranged by Xiao Fan's family. "We shall wait a moment." Yu interjected at an opportune time. "Young master, do you require our company on this excursion?" Xi and she also nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, young master. I too wish to enjoy a day out." She clung to Xiao Fan's arm with a pitiful demeanor, casting a wary glance at Su Yiyun from the corner of her eye. "Hiss." Xiao Fan gasped in surprise as a warm, delicate sensation enveloped his arm. What was happening? Was he being tested as well? Xiao Fan sensed something amiss, as if he were ensnared in a veritable battlefield. The demeanor of his sisters had inexplicably shifted. What began as servitude now seemed to evolve into an insatiable desire for possession. Furthermore, their palpable animosity towards Su Yiyun was unmistakable. The identities of these two sisters were far from ordinary, for even the elders of the inner sect treated them with deference. Their role as handmaidens might merely be a matter of personal inclination. This elucidates why Xiao Fan refrained from taking decisive action against them, not from a lack of desire, but from an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Thus, he chose to cease all further contemplation on the matter. Xiao Fan slowly withdrew his hand from Xi and Shi's embrace. Feeling a tinge of regret, he smiled and said, Yu, Xi and Shi, I have urgent matters to attend to outside. You both should remain here in the palace and continue your cultivation. I shall return promptly once I have completed my tasks." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a brief, stiff glance and simply uttered, "Understood," without further elaboration. However, Xiao Fan could distinctly sense their growing animosity towards Su Yiyun. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Uncle Jiang returned. Originally, Su Yiyun found the delay somewhat tedious, but upon grasping the situation, she could not help but show a look of astonishment as she turned her head, staring blankly at Xiao Fan and remarked, "Is this what you meant by being more low-key?" Xiao Fan nodded earnestly, affirming the notion of maintaining a low profile. Chapter 10. Another embrace. Su Yiyun was profoundly astonished by his interpretation of modesty. Above in the heavens, Uncle Jiang was guiding a magnificent palanquin drawn by 4 ice flame dragon horses, each at the late nascent soul stage. They radiated an ethereal, chilling blue flame, exuding an aura of strength and grandeur. The ice flame dragon horse, rumored to be a descendant of the 5-clawed golden dragon and the blue flame celestial horse, holds a status of noble lineage among the demon race, making each one exceedingly precious. Su Yiyun recalled that her family's ancestor, who had attained the transformation stage, possessed merely a mixed-blood ice flame dragon horse, which was already considered a remarkable treasure. These 4, appearing to possess pure bloodlines, made her ponder the astronomical amount of spirit stones required to acquire them. Indeed, their worth transcended mere spirit stones. The Ice Flame Dragon Horse clan holds a deep reverence for their kin, as evidenced by a previous incident where a combined body cultivator enslaved a golden core Ice Flame Dragon Horse for his disciple S-Mount, projecting an image of immense power. However, upon the clan discovering this, the cultivator was annihilated the very next day, his soul shattered with no hope of resurrection. The palanquin itself was no less impressive. Crafted from the esteemed 1,000-year white jade bamboo, a prized material used for forging exquisite jade swords. Its dimensions were considerable, measuring 3 zhang on each side and standing at 1 zhang and 7 chi in height. All meticulously fashioned from the white jade bamboo. How much of this scarce resource had been utilized? With a hint of trepidation, she suggested, "Perhaps you should adopt a more subdued approach. Let us consider an alternative." She certainly did not wish to incur the wrath of the Ice Flame Dragon Horse clan. Xiao Fan furrowed his brows. This was, after all, the most unremarkable among the 18 vehicles at his disposal. To be honest, the last vehicle, a purple gold carriage drawn by a 9-headed purple-winged Qilin, could only be deemed mediocre. He possessed carriages drawn by combined demon beasts, yet refrained from using them due to their ostentatious nature. This was indeed the most understated choice. At that moment, Uncle Jiang arrived before him, halted the carriage, and opened the grand door of the white jade vehicle, respectfully announcing, We may now commence our journey, young master. Xiao Fan nodded and said to Sui Yun, let us depart. With that, he soared into the air, gracefully entering the white jade carriage. Only Sui Yun was left behind, caught in a dilemma of indecision. Xiao Fan was puzzled. What was this fellow afraid of? Could I not handle you? Even if I truly intended to do so, I would not resort to coercive means. I would much prefer it if you approach me willingly. Ha ha ha. So are we going or not? Or do you wish for me to divulge that matter to the Lord? Sui Yun hesitated and inquired, is there a more discreet option? None, Xiao Fan replied flatly. In that case, shall we forego our mounts and proceed directly? She implored. Uncle Jiang, please assist her in boarding. Xiao Fan wished to avoid prolonged conversation. Flying through the air was far more exhilarating than any steed. Understood, Uncle Jiang responded, waving his hand to conjure a gentle breeze. In the next moment, Sui Yun found herself involuntarily ascending towards the white jade carriage. Unable to contain herself any longer, she exclaimed, Xiao Fan, this is unacceptable. Your mount is an Ice Flame Dragon Horse, an Ice Flame Dragon Horse. If the Ice Flame Dragon Horse clan discovers that you are subjugating one of their kin, we will all be in peril. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Danger? What danger? Sui Yun explained the reason, recounting the tragic demise of the combined cultivator who had enslaved the Ice Flame Dragon Horse. A lingering sense of dread enveloped him. Xiao Fan, perplexed, turned to Uncle Jiang and inquired, is this truly the case? It seemed that their family had previously slaughtered a celestial period Ice Flame Dragon Horse, utilizing its meat as a culinary delight. Xiao Fan's father had even relished a skewer of roasted dragon horse kidneys, while the ancestor had joined in the merriment by consuming a dragon horse whip. At that time, Xiao Fan was still quite young and had only tasted a skewer of roasted dragon horse meat. Yet, where was the vengeance from the Ice Flame Dragon Horse clan? Uncle Jiang replied respectfully, such trivial matters are beyond my knowledge. However, it is indeed true that the Ice Flame Dragon Horse clan sought retribution. When the young master was born, the family head was overjoyed and, in preparation for providing the young master with a noble steed, captured several Ice Flame Dragon horses from that region. Subsequently, there were individuals who came to enact revenge, but they were vanquished by the family head. Is that so? Xiao Fan truly does not know. Wait. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and remarked, could it be that the dragon horse in the Mahayana stage, which my father vanquished, is the very same? Uncle Jiang replied, indeed, young master. The essence of those dragon horses' vital blood, which you used for body refinement, was extracted by the head of the family from that very dragon horse in the Mahayana stage. I too have reaped certain benefits from this, and I have a vivid recollection of the matter. Understanding dawned upon him. So this is what it means to have an absolutely fortuitous start in this life. Born with a golden key. Listening to their exchange, Sui Yun felt her mind overwhelmed. You killed a dragon horse of the Mahayana stage, and you even consumed it? What sort of family do you belong to? Xiao Fan remarked, now that the danger has passed, can we ascend? Only then did Sui Yun muster the courage to approach, her impression of Xiao Fan's incongruity deepening. At this moment, she could ascertain that he was indeed toying with her emotions. Yet, she still underestimated him. What was there to toy with in matters of the heart? If one were to play, it would more likely be with the flesh, ha ha ha. As Sui Yun stepped into the resplendent carriage of white jade, she was left utterly speechless by the celestial realm within. Ethereal energies swirled around her, with radiant clouds illuminating the sky, encompassing mountains and lakes, forests and prairies, and the ceaseless flow of rivers, all contained within this modest framework. This was no mere carriage. It was evidently a mobile sanctuary. She moved cautiously, fearful of inadvertently damaging something, for the cost of such an error would be beyond her means. Won't your father scold you for being extravagant? Sui Yun inquired, perplexed. Xiao Fan sat on a stone bench in a pavilion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, a spendthrift? What if I said this is precisely what he crafted for me? Sui Yun was momentarily rendered speechless, murmuring, your father truly dotes on you. It's acceptable, Xiao Fan replied. His father's mode of transport, however, was rather extravagant, a celestial imperial carriage, drawn by a 9-headed, late-stage dragon. It was said to be a gift from an ancient ancestor of the celestial realm, bestowed upon the young master Xiao Fan. However, his father had claimed it for himself, asserting that his son was too youthful to handle such a treasure, promising to return it to him in due time. Xiao Fan seemed to be at a loss, akin to the feeling one experiences when the festive red envelopes of the new year are taken away by one's parents, with the promise of their eventual return upon maturity. The same could be said for the elder figures in the cultivation realm, a rather perplexing circumstance. Is that so? Sui Yun expressed skepticism. suspecting that this individual was subtly boasting. However, he was indeed articulating the unembellished truth. Within this exquisite jade carriage, there lay a hidden paradise of exceptional caliber, surpassing even the ancestral secret realms of my family. The carriage was crafted from millennium-old white jade bamboo. What does it mean to possess millennium-old white jade bamboo? This material is capable of forging artifacts of remarkable quality. Sui Yun exclaimed. What is this millennium-old white jade bamboo? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. For he believed these bamboos were merely harvested from the grove behind their home. Were they truly so precious? Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. You mean you don't know? Xiao Fan shook his head in confusion. He inquired of Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang, is the bamboo grove behind our mountain truly precious? Uncle Jiang nodded. It is indeed considered quite valuable. This 1,000-year-old white jade bamboo is an excellent material for crafting treasures. In the realm of mortals, treasures are categorized from lowest to highest as mundane tools, magical artifacts, spiritual instruments, precious vessels, and Tao artifacts. Beyond these lies the celestial instruments. It appears that this material is rather suitable for crafting precious vessels. Uncle Jiang continued, the young lady speaks correctly. This is indeed 1,000-year-old white jade bamboo. Sui Yun felt a sense of satisfaction at Xiao Fan's ignorance, thinking, how delightfully naive and wealthy he is. However, this is merely 9,000-year-old white jade bamboo. The 10,000-year-old variety has already been harvested by the master to create rocking chairs. The villa you reside in on the back mountain was constructed using 10,000-year-old white jade bamboo. Uncle Jiang elaborated. Xiao Fan realized, no wonder that bamboo house is so aesthetically pleasing. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun's smile gradually faded. Uncle Jiang added, at that time, while I was constructing the young master's villa, the excess 10,000-year-old white jade bamboo was given to me in a few segments by the head of the family. If the young lady desires, I could present her with a segment. Is that truly possible? Sui Yun exclaimed with excitement. If she could indeed acquire 10,000-year-old white jade bamboo, she could persuade the elder of the sacred land's artifact refinement to forge her a Tao artifact-grade, frost flame, white jade sword, perfectly aligning with her spiritual root attributes and cultivation techniques, significantly enhancing her power. She looked expectantly at Xiao Fan, as he was the true master. Xiao Fan nodded, indicating that he would provide her with whatever she needed. However, he added that there should be some cost involved. Sure, just give me a hug, Xiao Fan said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun's expression changed dramatically. This fellow had previously suggested a mere embrace, only to steal her first kiss in the end. She found herself in a dilemma. Xiao Fan remarked, it seems you are not in great need. Stop. Sui Yun quickly called out. No problem. As long as I keep my eyes open this time and focus on him, there will be no mistakes. Sui Yun thought, feeling that everything was well within her control. Having already shared kisses, now merely embracing him would cost her nothing. It would not take away a piece of her flesh. Moreover, she would gain a priceless treasure. He would be the one at a loss. She chuckled inwardly. Xiao Fan nodded as Uncle Jiang presented a piece of ancient white jade bamboo, measuring 10 feet in length and with a diameter akin to 1/10 that of a basketball. To Sui Yun, is this truly the fragment you mentioned? In her mind's eye, she had envisioned the excess piece of jade bamboo to be merely the length of an arm and a few fingers in thickness. The reality, however, far surpassed her expectations. It was immensely more impressive than she had imagined. This single piece was sufficient to forge an entire array of white jade swords. Xiao Fan, let us embark. Uncle Jiang, indeed. Xiao Fan closed the door, employing the same old trick, and opened his arms, gazing at her with a smile that was both enigmatic and ambiguous. You must not behave like you did last time, Sui Yun declared with firm resolve. Xiao Fan, of course, with your intelligence, how could I possibly deceive you? Sui Yun was not inclined to believe his words, yet the age-old adage one cannot bite the hand that feeds lingered in her mind. The exchange of a lifetime's worth of jade for a mere embrace seemed a fair trade in comparison, leading her to a reluctant acceptance. With this in mind, she resolved to remain vigilant, her gaze fixed upon him with an air of caution, as if issuing a silent warning. Can Xiao Fan truly indulge her? Are you not aware that a man's words can be as deceptive as a phantom? Their gazes locked. Sui Yun wore a serious expression. Yet the proximity between them inevitably caused her cheeks to flush. Such a blend of solemnity and shyness proved to be quite alluring. Suddenly, Sui Yun's body stiffened. Her expression froze, and her eyes widened in surprise. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, she found herself utterly defenseless before Xiao Fan, who gently cradled her rosy cheeks with his warm hands. The scene unfolded once more. Her cherry lips, round and lustrous, and her beautiful eyes, serious yet tinged with a hint of shyness, framed a face adorned with a naturally exquisite beauty, leaving anyone who beheld her utterly entranced. Xiao Fan is not the typical eunuch protagonist. Rather, I embody the role of the antagonist. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to shape the female lead's cherry lips to resemble my own? Woe is me, weeping and lamenting. You promised me, did you not? Do not deceive me. Release me quickly. Sui Yun, in her desperation, stomped her feet and forcefully struck Xiao Fan's chest. However, her blows merely met the fabric of his robe, inflicting no pain whatsoever. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Fan reluctantly departed from her, leaving behind a shimmering thread suspended in the air. She felt utterly mortified. Did you not agree that we would only embrace? Xiao Fan, a man's words are but deceiving phantoms. You shall no longer attempt to deceive me henceforth. Xiao Fan, very well, from now on. I shall proceed without inquiry. Surely that cannot be deemed deceit? Sui Yin, she departed in a fit of rage, vowing that if she were to utter another word to this despicable creature, she would achieve a breakthrough in her realm right then and there. With a determined resolve, she turned away, distancing herself from Xiao Fan and unmistakably drawing a line between them. Xiao Fan smiled silently. In a woman's heart, whether the impression is favorable or unfavorable, it is paramount to leave an impression first. He tossed 10 memory stones to Sui Yun, allowing her to savor a taste of sweetness. Initially, Sui Yun had no intention of acknowledging him, yet upon seeing the memory stones, she reluctantly accepted them, thinking to herself that this would be the last time she would entertain him. Her boundaries were gradually being breached. Chapter 11. Jade Liquid and Pure Nectar. Sui Yun had intended to engage with Xiao Fan for a while but refrained from speaking with him. However, Xiao Fan was determined to manipulate her. All he needed was a hand. Chat with me, and I shall return you 5 memory stones. Sui Yun pondered the offer. 10 stones plus 5 amounted to 15, which was already half. It was merely a conversation. Surely there would be no issue. Having grown wiser, she declared, you must first swear that aside from chatting, you will not engage in any other activities. The very thought of Xiao Fan's past actions towards her made her grit her teeth in resentment. Although he hailed from a prestigious lineage, possessed remarkable cultivation, exhibited great talent, and was relatively handsome, he was undeniably lewd. Could he not seek my consent first? No, wait, why would I even consent? A wave of doubt washed over her. But she ultimately found clarity. Sui Yun firmly concluded that the teachings of the seductive woman's heart were indeed a form of sinister cultivation, and she was undoubtedly influenced by it. Xiao Fan, with a gesture of resignation, swore, I vow that this is merely a conversation. There will absolutely be no subsequent actions. Otherwise, let me become the unparalleled villain. It was only then that Sui Yun felt reassured. How could a saint of the righteous path possibly become an infamous antagonist? Such a fate would tarnish his reputation. Indeed, it was a rather potent oath. Sui Yun extended her hand, saying, First, grant me the recording stone. What can Xiao Fan do? Naturally, he acquiesced to her request. As for how to continue to manipulate the situation, there are myriad strategies available, and relying solely on a single piece of leverage might indeed lead to counterproductive outcomes. Sui Yun accepted the stone, her heart brimming with delight. This fellow might appear somewhat roguish on the surface, yet deep down, he seems rather innocent. Otherwise, how could he so readily entrust me with the recording stone? It has been less than half a day since our meeting, and he has already given me half. It feels as though reclaiming the entirety will not take long at all. Xiao Fan gazed at her smile, which was rather enchanting. Being the daughter of destiny is no easy feat. The loss of both parents is merely the starting point, and now her entire family has been annihilated. I have heard that you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, yet I am unfamiliar with your name. Just how formidable is the Su family? Sui Yun sighed. I have indeed heard of your family, or rather, throughout the entire Tianqin continent, no one is unaware of the Xiao family. One of the 9 great powers of the Tianqin continent, standing on equal footing with the Taishian sacred land. Is my family truly that renowned? Yes, indeed. It is quite famous. Xiao Fan understood, yet he pondered why his father lamented their financial constraints daily. Could this truly be the philosophy of raising a son in poverty? Moreover, he had taken away the 5-clawed golden dragon, a birthday gift from the ancestral elder of the upper realm. How infuriating. Sui Yun, filled with envy, remarked, My family is merely a small clan, and the most powerful elder within our lineage barely reaches the transformation realm. In the Tianqin continent, a transformation cultivator is hardly noteworthy. Take your uncle Jiang, for instance. Although I am unaware of his cultivation level, I sense he possesses strength that far surpasses that of my own elder. Xiao Fan deeply agreed, stating, "Your intuition is indeed accurate. Uncle Jiang is a late-stage void refinement cultivator, certainly more formidable than your family's divine transformation ancestor." Although Sui Yun had her suspicions, the revelation that a late-stage void refinement cultivator would serve as a mere carriage driver still left her astonished. She couldn't help but let out a wry smile, remarking, "I told you, my family is merely a small clan." Xiao Fan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is rather small." Sui Yun, with a hint of self-mockery, responded, "Must you speak the truth as well?" Her expression shifted slightly, revealing discomfort as she continued, "Given your status, what woman could you not have? Why seek me out and issue such peculiar commands?" "What peculiar commands?" Xiao Fan inquired, with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Sui Yun replied, "The very one you mentioned, offering me a chance to pursue you." "Are you toying with my affections?" Xiao Fan paused for a moment, chuckling, "Just as I was preparing to conquer you, you were ready to surrender?" Observing her bashful yet earnest expression, he felt a playful urge and remarked, half smiling, "Do not overthink it. How could I toy with your emotions?" Upon hearing these words, Sui Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet simultaneously a tinge of melancholy crept into her heart. Indeed, this fellow was merely indulging in playful banter. Perhaps he was simply too whimsical. Yet, why did she feel a sense of loss within? Xiao Fan remarked earnestly, "I merely wish to indulge in your physical form, devoid of any interest in your emotions." Sui Yun? Her previously bashful demeanor suddenly transformed into a vacant expression, and in the next moment, she was engulfed in fury. "Scoundrel! Wretched scoundrel! Filthy egg! Repeat that once more." She rose abruptly, brandishing her sword, poised to strike at Xiao Fan. TSK, her insults were so uniquely expressive. It only heightened my admiration for her. Xiao Fan cast a fleeting glance at the sword, discerning its inferior quality, likely a mere low-grade spiritual weapon. Treasures can be categorized into various types: mundane artifacts, magical tools, spiritual instruments, precious artifacts, and Tao implements, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. This low-grade spiritual weapon was hardly a concern for him, especially when he donned a purple-gold Tao robe, which was a superior-grade Tao implement. Impervious even to the assaults of a void refinement cultivator. It was needless to mention the inadequacy of a foundation-building cultivator wielding such a weapon. As the sword hovered a mere 0.01 centimeters from Xiao Fan's neck, it abruptly halted. Sui Yun, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Why don't you evade? You cannot breach my defenses." Stunned, Sui Yun had assumed that he harbored some faith in her character, believing her to be benign and devoid of murderous intent. Instead, she realized he perceived her as lacking the capacity to inflict harm. This fellow was truly infuriating. "Then open your eyes wide and see for yourself whether I possess the ability to harm you," she retorted defiantly. "I merely need to regulate my strength and focus on creating a minor wound." Xiao Fan remained unfazed, however, before taking action. She introduced her attire. "This robe I wear is the exquisite purple gold cloud armor, forged by the sovereign of the 100 Refinement's Holy Land. It cost approximately 8 million supreme spirit stones, is impervious to water and fire, repels all evils, and can withstand heavenly thunder." Sui Yun retorted sharply, "So what? I refuse to believe I cannot fell you." Her movement showed no signs of hesitation as she prepared to strike. Xiao Fan smiled faintly, and her next words rendered Sui Yun utterly motionless. "It is not that I claim its defensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Rather, I am suggesting that should it incur even a slight scratch, the cost of restoration would amount to several million high-grade spirit stones." Sui Yun found herself frozen, torn between the decision to strike or refrain. What if it truly became scratched? I could not afford the consequences, not even if I were sold to pay for it. Yet, this individual was infuriating. Refraining from striking him filled me with vexation. Xiao Fan paid no heed, and with a wave of his hand, for humanoid puppets emerged, gracefully carrying a tea table and tea leaves, and began to brew tea for him. The fragrance of the tea enveloped the air, refreshing and invigorating. Xiao Fan took a cup, smiling as he handed it to her. "Have a sip of tea to calm your nerves." Sui Yun, angered by him, offered a way out. Slowly sheathed her sword, and chose to disregard him. Xiao Fan, without hesitation, took a moment to blow on the tea before consuming it. This was no ordinary beverage. The tea leaves were plucked from the revered enlightenment tree, known for its profound benefits to those on the path of cultivation and enlightenment. It not only calms the mind, but also enhances one's spiritual awareness. The spring water was equally extraordinary. Sourced from the sacred jade spirit spring of the Taishan Holy Land, a privilege reserved solely for the Holy Master. As he spoke, he downed the remainder in one swift motion. Su Yun turned her head in astonishment, contemplating the extravagant nature of this individual. She had heard of the Enlightenment tea, a treasure beneficial even to those of the Great Ascension realm. She wondered if it was truly appropriate for a mere golden core cultivator like him to consume such a delicacy. Moreover, the jade spirit spring water was a treasure of the Holy Land, a rarity indeed. How could he possess it? As she observed the several puppets diligently preparing more tea, her throat felt dry with desire. A single cup would greatly aid her own cultivation endeavors. Yet, having just declined his offer, she felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of asking again. She found herself in a quandary, regretting her earlier refusal. Xiao Fan could discern her thoughts with ease. He commanded the puppets to withdraw and turned to Su Yun, inquiring, "Are you truly not going to have tea?" Su Yun averted her gaze, responding, "I have already stated my refusal. The path she chose must be traversed, even if it meant doing so on her knees." Her heart was bleeding. Oh, how reckless I have been, filled with indignation. Unable to relinquish her pride? Humph. Xiao Fan unequivocally stated, "Come here and brew me some tea. I have no desire to lift a finger. The tea brewed by the puppet lacks flavor. You should take care of it." Su Yun remained unmoved. Xiao Fan unleashed his ultimate move. "Surely, you wouldn't want the Holy Master to discover your endeavors in cultivating demonic arts, would you?" Su Yun was taken aback. This fellow truly had a knack for such tactics. Xiao Fan said, "Of course, I shall not let you toil in vain. Let us share a cup of tea and engage in conversation." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, so it was merely an excuse to persuade me to acquiesce. Could he not speak with a touch more politeness? Scoundrel. Very well, I shall reluctantly prepare the tea for you." Su Yun possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of tea brewing, traditional tea culture, rather than the art associated with green tea. She brewed a cup of steaming tea, carefully handing it to him, anxious not to spill a drop. "So hot. Can't you cool it down a bit?" Xiao Fan remarked, furrowing his brow. Su Yun froze momentarily. "Are you not worried I might blow saliva into it?" "What are you talking about? That is nectar of the gods. Have I not consumed enough of it?" Xiao Fan replied in a nonchalant manner. Su Yun was initially perplexed. What nectar of the gods? However, upon observing his expression, she questioned why he was gazing at her lips. In that instant, she comprehended. Scoundrel. This fellow seeks to take advantage even in conversation. Chapter 12. Be my adoptive father. And become my son. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. It was merely a matter of cooling it down. After all, perhaps it was not such a significant issue. Subsequently, she gently blew on the tea until it reached a tepid warmth before offering it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt quite satisfied. Su Yun perhaps had yet to realize that she was gradually undergoing a transformation, evolving from resistance to acceptance. Having completed this transition, the next step might be to move from acceptance to proactive engagement. Indeed, I have truly become the great antagonist. Xiao Fan, savoring the drink, continued to request refills. Resembling a maid more than both Yu and Xianxi. "Pray tell, what led to the annihilation of your family?" Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity. Su Yun gently blew on the steam, and after it had cooled slightly, she took a sip herself. Xiao Fan continued, "I desire that cup of yours. Pour me some tea." Su Yun silently cursed under her breath, deeming him truly peculiar. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to his request. She recounted the events of that fateful night, her tone tinged with sorrow. "I cannot fathom the reasons behind it, but in the dead of night, my cousin, Qin Feng, suddenly cried out that intruders had breached our ancestral home. My father, along with numerous uncles, rushed out to confront these intruders, demanding to know their identity and the purpose of their forcible entry into the Su family. Yet, those individuals remained taciturn, muttering incoherent phrases, from which I vaguely discerned words like youth, little tower, and inheritance of the immortal king. To be frank, our ancestors boasted but a handful of transformation stage cultivators, the current patriarch. The most formidable among them has merely reached the latter stages of transformation. We had never heard of any immortal king. And I explained to them that we were entirely ignorant of their intentions. However, they disregarded our entreaties and unleashed a massacre. Fortunately, my cousin was astute and sensed the impending danger, whisking me away. Otherwise, I fear I too would have perished in that catastrophic slaughter of my family." Su Yun cooled the hot tea and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan savored the drink with delight. It was acceptable, offering a different flavor than direct contact. Yet, these were merely trivial pastimes, not worthy of external discussion. Little tower, the inheritance of the immortal king? In Xiao Fan's mind, A complete narrative framework has begun to take shape. Qin Feng, the inheritor, is compelled to make the ultimate sacrifice of his closest friends and family. Upon the successful completion of this sacrificial act, the inheritance will commence. Yet, the source of chaos is undoubtedly rooted in him. Xiao Fan casually remarked. Why is it that your entire family is oblivious to someone's arrival, yet your cousin seems to be the only one aware that trouble is at the door? How peculiar indeed. Could it be that he is the one who lured them here? After uttering this, he refrained from elaborating further and continued to sip his tea. This seemingly innocuous statement inadvertently awakened Su Yun's curiosity. Indeed, at that time, Qin Feng was merely a fledgling cultivator. How could he possibly know? Could it truly be? Su Yun expressed her skepticism. I'm merely jesting, Xiao Fan chuckled. Ding. The destined daughter, Su Yun, harbors doubts towards the child of fortune, Qin Feng, causing a rift in their relationship. Your attempt at sowing discord has succeeded, earning you 60 points of villainous merit. Oh, such easy rewards. Xiao Fan initially intended to offer a gentle reminder, but now feels compelled to elaborate further. Has your cousin exhibited any peculiarities? Perhaps he was once extraordinarily gifted, only to experience a sudden decline? Or does he possess an air of enigma, exuding confidence despite manifesting apparent weakness? I have heard that such individuals are favored by destiny, referred to as the chosen ones, yet the price they pay is the sacrifice of the lives of those close to them. Such individuals are truly despicable. Xiao Fan casually mentioned two characteristics of the child of destiny, but Su Yun felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Qin Feng was once a prodigy in his youth, yet inexplicably, he had suddenly fallen into a state of utter ineptitude overnight. Moreover, despite his apparent weakness, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence. What could possibly fuel such confidence? Once the seeds of doubt were sown, they would take root and flourish deep within the heart. With a smile, Su Yun replied, that shouldn't be the case. My cousin is a very good person. Perhaps you are overthinking it. She was reluctant to acknowledge that her only remaining family member could be implicated in the tragic fate of his own parents. Oh, I merely heard it from others. It might not be accurate, Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly. Ding. The rift deepened once more, yielding 40 points of villain value. Ding. The villain value reached a full 1,000. A reward was granted, the manifestation of the child of destiny's fate, allowing the host to better understand the fate of the child of destiny and facilitating strategic arrangements. Oh, what a splendid item. Now I can act differently based on the individual. He cast a glance at Su Yun. Beginning to examine her fate, destined daughter, she is destined to become the empress. Under your influence, the destined daughter has strayed from her original path, drifting away from Qin Feng and gravitating towards you. Please, host, strive to secure the future empress as your wife. Ugh, what a ridiculous fate examination. Is this what you call an examination? Nonsense. I am a gentleman, devoted to love, although my heart is shattered into countless pieces. Each fragment is devoted to a different person. The title of future empress thrilled Xiao Fan even more. It is well known that what excites men most often involves uniforms and professions. Surely, being an empress qualifies as a profession. He envisioned a noble and aloof empress, revered by many, yet displaying a playful side before him, which was undeniably exhilarating. At this moment, Qin Feng, the only child of destiny Xiao Fan had encountered, was in a secret realm. The place was shrouded in demonic energy, specifically the first forbidden zone in the northern region of the Taishian sacred land. The northern underworld demon cave. Little tower, are you absolutely certain? Will there truly be treasures in the northern underworld demon cave? Qin Feng, donned in a gray tree garment, felt the demonic energy attempting to infiltrate his body, yet it was thwarted by the humble gray attire, unable to breach its defenses no matter how forcefully it attacked. With his knowledge, he could not fathom a method to counter the demonic energy, nor could he imagine that treasures might exist here. All of this was revealed to him by the voice of the little tower. The little tower spoke softly. The northern underworld demon cave is a place of great peril. Yet within such peril lies great fortune. Misfortune often harbors fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. This place, engulfed in demonic energy, indeed harbors great danger. But I have also detected a Tao artifact within, one of considerable quality, entirely sufficient for your current needs. Oh, an actual Tao artifact. Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, while at the Su family, the finest treasures he encountered were merely low-grade precious artifacts, cherished as heirlooms. To his surprise, he discovered a Tao instrument here, an unexpected delight. Even if he were unable to wield it, possessing such a tool for self-defense was a source of great anticipation. The small tower seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. effortlessly identifying traps and illusions alike. Qin Feng gazed in awe, unable to suppress his admiration for the remnant soul of the celestial king within the tower, esteemed predecessor. Your abilities are truly remarkable. These traps are no match for your perceptive awareness. What exceptional means could be found in the forbidden realms of the mortal world? The remnant soul, brimming with confidence, asserted that even in its diminished state, a celestial king could easily discern the intricacies of the mortal realm. Inwardly, Qin Feng reveled in delight, sensing that this remnant soul might be an unparalleled powerhouse. If he could earn its favor, his ascent would be inevitable. At that time, what would mere holy sons be, but figures to be trampled beneath his feet? A thought crossed his mind, and he declared, I am deeply indebted to you, esteemed predecessor. Should I attain success in my cultivation, I vow to assist you in reconstructing your physical form and vanquishing your past enemies. His tone was earnest as he spoke. The remnant soul remained silent, having led Qin Feng into this perilous cave due to having absorbed his spiritual essence and cultivation for a decade, incurring a karmic debt. This journey was merely an attempt to settle that debt, without any intention of forging a closer bond with Qin Feng. Noticing the lack of response, Qin Feng grew anxious. Did the celestial king regard him as a mediocre disciple unworthy of attention? It was understandable. A celestial king had surely encountered countless prodigies. What was a mere mortal in comparison? With that thought, Qin Feng resolved to intensify his appeal. You have absorbed my essence for a decade. Allow me to leverage that. He continued earnestly. If you do not reject me, I, Qin Feng, would be honored to call you my adoptive father. He spoke with sincerity, kneeling in a gesture of respect. Even though the small tower resided within him, this gesture did not hinder his act of kneeling. Should you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate. Willing to serve you faithfully. There was no reply. After a pause, he added, I may have been presumptuous, esteemed predecessor. I am no longer the prodigy I once was. I have become indistinguishable from the crowd. With my talents, how could I possibly merit the honor of being your son? His words carried a note of melancholy and solitude. Surely, if the Oscar statuette were to be awarded, I would not receive it without some hidden agenda. The lingering soul within the small tower was taken aback by the unexpected gesture of being revered as a foster father. Yet, Qin Feng remarked that he had become one among the multitude. Indeed, he had transformed from a prodigy into an ordinary person, with 10 years of his life consumed by his own pursuits. Upon contemplating this, the lingering soul felt a pang of guilt, having delayed others for so long. Now being so sincerely honored with the title of father, he reflected that had he still been the illustrious immortal king, he would not have cast even a glance at those wishing to be his sons. However, in his current state of decline, with others not shunning him, what right did he have to disdain them? Overwhelmed by guilt and his own fallen status, the lingering soul spoke softly, Very well, let us embrace this father-son bond. Instantly, the soul of a middle-aged man materialized before Qin Feng, exuding an innate, majestic aura. Though the soul stood at merely 7 feet, it felt as if it towered above the heavens. Qin Feng was elated, feeling as though he had grasped a powerful ally. He promptly bowed 3 times, the sound echoing like thunder, nearly shattering the stone floor beneath him. Qin Feng pays his respects to my foster father. Chapter 13. Soul Nurturing Jade. The soul gently raised a hand, assisting him to rise. Though I possess nothing now, as you honor me as your father, I can still bestow upon you a remarkable blessing. With that, he pointed, and an enigmatic incantation was deeply imprinted in Qin Feng's mind. This was the genesis of Creation Sutra. As long as one draws breath, life can perpetuate endlessly, once mastered to its fullest extent. Even if only a drop of blood or a strand of hair remains, one could resurrect their corporeal form. I have suffered greatly, my soul has been severely wounded, and my body has endured cruel torment, extinguishing my vitality. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in such a plight, merely existing within the 5 elements exquisite tower. If I could attain the final chapter, even as a mere remnant of a soul, I could live again. Alas, I have never been able to comprehend the last chapter of Soul Return, the lingering soul lamented. The profound technique unfolded within Qin Feng's mind, revealing endless mysteries that he found utterly enchanting. The caliber of this method was undoubtedly beyond the grasp of mere mortals. As for the soul's musings, they were merely to be heeded. However, the pressing matter at hand was not cultivation but the acquisition of a treasured artifact. Suppressing his inner joy, Qin Feng continued his exploration. Under the guidance of the lingering soul, he soon arrived at a dimly lit cavern. At the center of the cave, a golden longsword was thrust into the forehead of a colossal demon, towering 7 to 8 zhang, adorned with purple scales and wielding dual wings. rendering it lifeless. Subtly, the golden sword served as the foundation for a sword formation, suppressing the rampant demonic energy within, preventing it from wreaking havoc upon the world. Oh no! I did not anticipate that the golden longsword would serve as the heart of the formation. If it were to be removed, the array would be disrupted. Though this small demon lies dead, the escaping demonic energy could undoubtedly give rise to numerous beasts. The lingering soul lamented gravely. Upon glimpsing the golden longsword, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "What a magnificent treasure!" Upon hearing the words of the immortal king, it seemed that drawing forth this sword might yield undesirable consequences. Yet, what concern are such matters to me? I shall indulge in life's pleasures while I live, indifferent to the deluge that may come after death. This long sword I must possess. However, it would be unwise to provoke the immortal king and leave a negative impression. After some contemplation, I spoke, "Foster father, this place is but 8,000 miles from the sacred land of Taishan. One of the purposes of the sacred land standing here is to suppress the demon lair. This sword array merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Why not take decisive action and release it, allowing the sacred land to resolve the issue?" The remnants of the immortal king fell silent as my reasoning seemed sound. I glanced below the golden sword and noticed a blue stone, perfectly round and lustrous, resembling a precious elixir. "Foster father, do you think that blue object is a treasure?" The remnants of the immortal king focused intently and was taken aback. "Soul-nurturing jade. It is indeed soul-nurturing jade. This gem nourishes the soul and enhances spiritual awareness. It is of great value." The prospect of enhancing my own spiritual awareness stirred excitement within me, for such an increase in power would be immense. However, this item evidently holds significant value for the immortal king as well, making it a matter of necessity to secure it for him. I declared, "Since it can nurture the soul, it must be of great benefit to you, foster father. I shall retrieve it forthwith as a token of filial piety. Yet, to enter the sword array, one must exercise utmost caution. A single misstep could trigger the sword's aura, resulting in a fate most dire." I conveyed this perilous situation to the immortal king. With delight, I resolutely embraced the notion of imminent danger, asserting, "For a day you are my father. You shall be my father for all eternity. If there is danger, should I not go? Would I not be remiss as a son?" The immortal king's remnants felt a sense of comfort in my filial devotion, yet he was reluctant for me to take such risks. Nonetheless, I remained steadfast in my resolve. And we found ourselves in a stalemate. Suddenly, I proposed, "Foster father, if I were to disrupt the sword array and draw forth the golden divine sword, would it not allow me to safely retrieve the soul-nurturing jade?" While I spoke, I asserted, "I understand your noble intentions, wishing not to unleash demonic energy into the world for personal gain. Yet, I have pledged allegiance to you as my foster father. And if I do not show some filial devotion, I shall feel remorse in my heart. On one hand, there is the world, and on the other, there is you, whom I revere and respect. My choice is thus. I would rather bear the world's scorn than fail to retrieve this soul-nurturing jade, to nurture your soul." I proclaimed with unwavering resolve, taking upon myself any blame, glorifying it as filial piety. "Foster father, simply tell me how to extract the golden divine sword. The depths of the human heart are inscrutable. Even an immortal king cannot fathom them. What scorn!" Once the golden divine sword was acquired, he would simply depart without a second thought, indifferent to the impending flood. This celestial king harbored a profound yearning for the soul-nurturing jade. With it, he could once again strengthen his divine essence, thereby enhancing his hopes of reconstructing his corporeal form. Furthermore, how could he possibly refute such a dutiful adopted son? "Very well. I shall reveal to you the method," Qin Feng declared with righteous conviction. "Today, in pursuit of the soul-nurturing jade, I shall bring forth calamity, yet in the future, once my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall undoubtedly bring prosperity to the realms." The lingering soul of the celestial king felt a flicker of solace. Having a beginning and an end, and harboring thoughts for the world, this adopted son had some merit. Ultimately, guided by the remnants of the celestial king's spirit, he drew forth the golden divine sword and retrieved the soul-nurturing jade. Despite his fervent desire, he unhesitatingly offered it to the celestial king's lingering spirit, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary stone, devoid of significance. He was astute in transactions, while the soul-nurturing jade was indeed a treasure. It paled in comparison to the trust bestowed by a celestial king's spirit. After drawing forth the golden divine sword formation and picking up the jade, Qin Feng hastily fled the northern underworld demon cavern. He understood that once the sword formation was shattered, the suppressed demonic energy would soon erupt. and even clad in anti-demonic attire, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the raging demonic essence. A day later, centered around the northern underworld demon cavern, a surge of demonic energy erupted, reaching heights of 10,000 feet and widths of 1,000. This demonic energy poured forth wildly, spreading into the surrounding mountains and forests, transforming countless beasts into bloodthirsty and merciless demonic creatures. The deacons of the transformation god from the Taishian sacred land, as well as the elders of the refined void, quickly converged, yet were unable to quell the eruption of demonic energy. Ultimately, the Grand Elder was alerted, employing the sacred treasures of the Taishian sacred land, expending countless divine materials and taking a month to finally subdue the tumultuous demonic energy. Afterwards, the Grand Elder inquired, "Have the reasons been ascertained?" The response was, "Sir, the suppression sword, the Gung Gold demon-dispelling sword, has been stolen by an unknown individual, which caused this upheaval of demonic energy." The Grand Elder cast a penetrating gaze upon the cavern, pondering that had they not discovered it in time and re-established the suppression, the realm within a 10,000-mile radius of the northern underworld demon cavern would have descended into a demonic domain. Recalling what Elder Xuanji had mentioned days prior, that many starry figures would appear around the Holy Sun, bringing him calamity, it seemed this was indeed the inception of that disaster. The Grand Elder commanded, "Conduct a thorough investigation. Whoever has stolen the divine sword must be brought back to the sacred land. Should they resist fiercely, their lives are of no consequence." Understood. Chapter 14. The true essence of life lies in indulgence. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he had become the target of a manhunt by the Taishian sacred land. At this moment, under the guidance of his celestial king adoptive father, he was fervently honing his skills, with the celestial king's lingering spirit leading him. Qin Feng discovered opportunities at every turn, his cultivation perpetually advancing. "Adoptive father, your methods are truly remarkable. How did you discern that the clear heart enlightening flower was present here?" Qin Feng jubilantly unearthed the spiritual herb, the clear heart bright spirit flower, which held great significance for golden core cultivators in their quest to eliminate distracting thoughts during the formation of their core. This singular herb was worth a considerable number of spirit stones, sufficient to support his cultivation. The remnant soul of the celestial king chuckled softly, revealing that he had acquired a treasure-hunting secret technique known as the 10 Directions Treasure No Trace. Although he had only grasped it superficially and could locate only simpler spiritual herbs, it would suffice for Qin Feng's needs. Filled with delight, Qin Feng mused over the cleverness of his adoptive father and the act of surrendering the soul-nurturing jade. Beware, this herb has matured. Matured herbs are typically guarded by ferocious beasts. I understand. In the next moment, a blue-hued silver-backed wolf leapt out from the thicket, and the spiritual herb vanished, leaving behind only a pit in the ground. The wolf's fierce gaze landed upon the human before it, who was now cradling the clear heart bright spirit flower. With a thunderous howl that resonated through the air, the wolf's howl sent a cascade of withered leaves tumbling from the trees. The wolf, endowed with intelligence, spoke in human tongue, its voice laced with menace. "Human, this flower seed was procured from the northern wasteland, taking a century to mature. You dare to steal my herb? Return it at once, and I shall let you go unscathed." Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that the wolf also cultivated spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, he had no intention of returning it. Fortune favors the virtuous. Clearly, the clear heart bright spirit flower was not meant for the wolf, or it would not have fallen into his hands. Not far off, a pained howl echoed through the air. The wolf paused, as if it had heard something significant. Disregarding everything else, its eyes, bloodshot and filled with concern, responded with a howl towards the distant sound. "Human, I wish to avoid conflict. My companion has been grievously injured by a malevolent cultivator, and this herb can heal her wounds. Return it to me." As it spoke, its sharp fangs were bared, and its claws were poised for combat. Qin Feng sensed the wolf's aura, noting its foundation establishment at the initial stage. With the Celestial King's assistance, his own cultivation had surged, now reaching the 10th layer of qi refining. It would not be long before he achieved foundation establishment. His unique and profound technique allowed him to transcend levels in combat effortlessly. Foundation establishment cultivators could live for approximately 300 years, while foundation beasts outlived their human counterparts, yet not exceeding 500 years. It was evident that the wolf had invested a century in cultivating the herb, demonstrating a deep emotional attachment. Despite this, Qin Feng harbored no intentions of returning the herb. After all, it was merely a beast, not his beloved companion. With the wolf watching, He nonchalantly stored the flower in his spatial pouch. The distant wails continued to resonate, and the wolf's eyes were filled with fury and desperation. With a sudden surge, the wolf lunged at him, fangs bared, filled with righteous indignation. Qin Feng, with a smile, welcomed the confrontation. "Come at me." He advanced boldly, engaging in a fierce struggle with the demon wolf. His luck aura activated, and although the demon wolf possessed superior cultivation and strength, relentlessly overpowering him, it could not deliver a fatal blow. He always managed to evade lethal harm. Distant wails echoed, disturbing his concentration, and as the demon wolf grew increasingly frantic, it surprisingly began to waver in its resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng struck with his sword, leaving a crimson line across the demon wolf's neck, eliciting a pained howl and rendering its gaze vacant as it collapsed to the ground. Its wolfish eyes, still searching in the direction of the anguished cries, would never return. Although Qin Feng bore numerous wounds, they were merely superficial and not life-threatening. This creature fought with such desperation that he doubted his ability to match it. It seemed to be constrained by something. Following the source of the sounds, Qin Feng discovered a warm cave sheltering a dying female wolf and her two hungry pups. They were on the brink of death. Perhaps a final blow was in order. The offspring of the ironback demon wolf could fetch a handsome price. Additionally, there were the corpses of two adult wolves, whose materials could be exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones. This venture proved quite profitable, and Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. With swift and decisive movements, he skinned the two adult wolves, collecting their fur, claws, and fangs. He spared no part of their flesh or bones. The essence within the demon beast's body was abundant, and after such an arduous battle, he too felt hunger. So he prepared to roast some for sustenance. Having spent many days in this demon beast forest, he had filled several storage bags to capacity. Selling these materials would enable him to acquire a fresh supply of spirit stones and medicinal pills, and he felt that he was on the verge of foundation establishment. He reveled in his thoughts, considering that within a month, he had progressed from the third layer of chi refinement to foundation establishment, an astonishing pace of cultivation. Once he revealed his identity and demonstrated his talent at the sacred site, the position of Holy Sun would inevitably be his. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and Sui Yun arrived at Fengning City. At the same time, Xiao Fan dismissed Uncle Jiang, stating, "I'm courting someone, so please do not be a third wheel." Uncle Jiang, understanding the hint, departed but left behind his contact information, ensuring he could arrive at a moment's notice if summoned. Fengning City was not particularly large, encompassing merely 3,000 miles. For cultivators, such a distance was trivial, especially for someone like Uncle Jiang, a void refinement practitioner. Traversing 3,000 miles would take only a few breaths. "Is it truly acceptable for your bodyguard not to accompany you?" Su Yun inquired curiously. "If you do not mind being seen by others while I indulge, I have no objections," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. Initially, Su Yun was innocent and did not grasp his insinuation. What did indulge mean, and why the concern about outsiders? However, she was quick-witted and soon understood. "What on earth are you thinking?" she exclaimed, flustered, her mind racing with thoughts of mischief. "How could someone like you be considered for the position of Holy Sun? I am a man who refrains from alcohol and indulgence, diligently pursuing my cultivation. What is wrong with having a slight penchant for beauty? Who does not possess a few minor passions?" Xiao Fan declared with disdain. "Such twisted reasoning," Sui Yun murmured. Xiao Fan, however, paid no heed, instead marveling at everything on the street. To be honest, having been born into this world for over a decade, he had yet to truly explore it. During his childhood, his parents were quite strict, allowing him only to focus on his cultivation and seldom permitting him to venture outside. After finally forming a golden core and gaining entry into the sacred grounds, he discovered that others sought to challenge his position, compelling him to devote himself to relentless training. When, he pondered, would he be able to relish in the simple pleasures of life? Chapter 15. In tears, Sui Yun, with her keen perception, noticed the brightness and joy in Xiao Fan's gaze, which was strikingly different from his usual demeanor, possessing an inexplicable allure. This fellow, she mused, looked quite handsome when he was serious. "Xiao Fan, there are still several days left before the so-called auction event you mentioned begins. Let us embark on an adventure together." However, Sui Yun preferred to stroll through the streets, seeking suitable elixirs and treasures. Xiao Fan grasped her hand, disregarding her feelings, and pulled her away. Sui Yun attempted to break free, yet Xiao Fan offered her no chance. For Sui Yun, being led by Xiao Fan in such a public setting was quite embarrassing, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "I will go with you, all right?" Xiao Fan, unfazed, continued to hold her hand while cheerfully remarking, "That won't do. If I were to lose you while wandering astray, the Holy Land would hold me accountable, and I would at least have to reflect in solitude for a month. Sui Yun was taken aback. Was her status as the saintess truly so insignificant? Yet, recalling how he had previously extended his tongue, she reasoned that merely holding hands was hardly a grave matter. With this thought, her anxious heart began to ease, and she felt more accepting of the situation. Ding. The progress bar for the Daughter of Destiny S strategy has reached 60. Upon reaching 90, dual cultivation is possible. Please intensify your efforts. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Xiao Fan's mind, catching him by surprise. What on earth? Isn't this progress a bit too swift? Not at all. The neighboring family system, blessed with many children, has already produced hundreds, while you have yet to make a move. Please, do make a greater effort. The Daughter of Destiny's return will yield substantial villain points. Keep pushing forward. Upon hearing this, I find myself no longer weary. Xiao Fan cast a glance back at Sui Yun, feeling the delicate smoothness of her small hand, akin to warm jade, and admiring her bashful yet exquisite countenance. He felt that the effort was well worth it, especially considering her future title as Empress, a unique vocation that would bestow her with enhanced combat prowess. Indeed, I shall intensify my efforts. As they passed by a merchant's establishment, Sui Yun inadvertently caught sight of a purple, long-sleeved gown adorned with glimmering gemstones that resembled twinkling stars. Her eyes sparkled with desire. After all, what young maiden of 18 would not be captivated by beautiful garments? Even cultivators are not immune to such temptations. However, upon noticing the price tag of 8,000 high-grade spirit stones, her yearning gaze dimmed slightly, transforming into one of melancholy. Such a sum could procure numerous elixirs to bolster one's strength, enabling her to seek vengeance sooner. Xiao Fan observed, and a surge of wicked amusement arose within him. So, do you fancy something? He inquired. Not at all. I merely find it somewhat novel and wish to gaze upon it a little longer, Sui Yun promptly replied, shaking her head to affirm her disinterest in the dress. She had no intention of asking Xiao Fan to purchase it for her. Accruing more favors from him would be an insurmountable debt. What of it? Is it that purple long dress? 8,000 premium spirit stones, rather expensive, indeed. Xiao Fan remarked with agreement. Sui Yun was unwilling to linger. If temptation was out of sight, it would not ensnare her. Xiao Fan remarked, if you desire it. I can certainly give it to you. Sui Yun hesitated for a moment, although she genuinely liked it. She was certain that this fellow harbored ulterior motives and resolutely decided against accepting it. Xiao Fan disregarded her words and strode directly into the shop, slamming down 8,000 superior spirit stones to purchase the dress outright. The shopkeeper beamed widely, clearly recognizing him as a young master. Sui Yun was taken aback by his boldness, such a resolute demeanor. This fellow, with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, was surprisingly domineering even in the act of gifting. A smile crept onto Sui Yun's face as she realized that Xiao Fan was rather likable. He had not made any peculiar demands of her this time. Xiao Fan emerged, holding a beautifully wrapped box, which contained the resplendent purple gown adorned with shimmering stars and flowing sleeves. For the first time, Sui Yun felt that this individual possessed a remarkable capacity for thoughtfulness. A radiant smile blossomed upon her face as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Xiao Fan felt a sense of triumph within. How amusing it was that they claimed not to harbor any affection. Just wait and see how I shall remedy that. Xiao Fan feigned ignorance, gazing at her in confusion. Why thank me? I believe you are correct. This dress is rather unique, and it would be quite suitable for my cousin. She is likely to adore it. Sui Yun, who had just been beaming with joy, suddenly found her smile frozen in place, gradually fading away. She slowly lifted her head, looking at Xiao Fan in bewilderment. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, he had turned the situation on its head by suggesting it was for his cousin. Sui Yun felt as if she had misunderstood and had become a fool, her embarrassment palpable. She exclaimed, "Then why did you pass it to me? Are you not going to hold it? If you won't, shall I?" Xiao Fan chuckled, unable to contain herself any longer. Sui Yun realized this fellow only sought to amuse himself at her expense, and she felt as though she might burst into tears. Her delicate visage, usually radiant as jade, was now marred by irritation, and her beautiful eyes clouded with a thick mist, as if tears were poised to spill forth at any moment. Xiao Fan also realized that perhaps he had gone a bit overboard. He hurriedly said, all right, this is what I bought for you. Who told you to be so stubborn and not express your fondness?" Xiao Fan smirked, remarking that those who are obstinate must face the consequences, and you are no exception. Sui Yun, aware of the truth, still felt a surge of anger. Why can't this fellow behave like a normal person? Humph, I refuse to let him off easily. He has reduced me to tears. This skirt shall serve as his compensation for my distress. In a huff, Sui Yun accepted it, but at the end, she coldly remarked, "Thank you. I shall not owe you a favor. I will repay you in due time." Quite stubborn, indeed. Xiao Fan noticed her emotional turmoil and wisely decided to cease his teasing. It was prudent to stop before his antics earned him her disdain. Ding. You have successfully brought tears to the destined woman's eyes, leaving an indelible impression upon her heart. She attributes this to your playful nature, feeling a sense of gratitude within, albeit unable to express it outwardly. The progress of your pursuit has increased by 10, bringing it to a total of 70. What an unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that provoking her to tears could enhance one's favorability? Xiao Fan felt a surge of intrigue, yet upon seeing her slightly swollen eyes, he refrained from further thoughts, wary of truly upsetting her, for it could lead to irreparable consequences. Chapter 16. I shall tend to you. Fengning City, nestled against the revered Taishan Holy Land, may not boast significant power, yet it flourishes under the protection of a formidable ally, rendering it a place where no one dares to cause trouble. Occasionally, disciples from the Holy Land venture into the city to procure the essential ores and spiritual herbs for their crafting endeavors. Moreover, the character of these disciples far surpasses that of those from lesser factions. They are unlikely to resort to deception or coercion, and when they spend, they do so generously. As long as the prices are reasonable, they seldom haggle. This trait draws numerous wandering cultivators to the city. While the influx of people inevitably brings a few miscreants, the overall reputation of the Holy Land remains commendable. Many wandering cultivators are eager to exchange the ores and spiritual herbs they acquire during their travels for profit in Fengning City. Thus, the streets and alleys are predominantly filled with the figures of these wandering practitioners. As they gather, other factions also seek to establish their presence here, setting up shops to procure the materials they require, contributing to the gradual development of Fengning City. Xiao Fan wandered through the bustling streets, observing the various materials laid out on the ground, alongside the vibrant and enchanting spirit herbs. Some of them piqued his curiosity. Sui Yun, however, was quite earnest in her quest, diligently selecting the items she required. Esteemed fellow cultivator, how many spirit stones for this crimson jus fruit? She inquired, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the plump, red fruits displayed before a burly male cultivator clad in a tiger-patterned robe, who sported a large blade across his back. The man, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, possessed a keen eye. Noticing that the two were adorned in the robes of a sacred place, he smiled amiably and replied, "Honored guests, this crimson jus fruit was guarded by a formidable giant python of mid-stage foundation establishment. It must surely be a treasure worth having, so I picked it. Name your price, and if it's reasonable, it is yours." Su Yu nodded. She recognized that the crimson jus fruit would greatly benefit the cultivation of serpent-type demons. It seemed the man spoke truthfully, for the fruit appeared to be of excellent quality, fully mature, and at the peak of its medicinal potency. Each fruit was about the size of a fist, valued at approximately 20 mid-grade spirit stones. How about 18 mid-grade spirit stones each? I will take all of these, Sui Yun proposed, embodying her prudent nature. The burly man contemplated briefly. He was in need of spirit stones to purchase elixirs for advancing to the core formation stage, and these fruits held little value for him. Thus, a deal was swiftly struck, and the transaction was completed on the spot. Xiao Fan gazed at the fruit strewn upon the ground, their crimson hue reminiscent of ripe tomatoes, yet possessing a delightful roundness akin to that of a perfect sphere. They must be delectable, he mused. Might I have one? Xiao Fan inquired. What is the matter? Do you truly like such things? Sui Yin asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. This crimson fruit was intended for her concoction of a beauty elixir. Do you, a grown man, wish to partake in this? Though puzzled, she ultimately bestowed upon him one of the fruits. Xiao Fan took it, inhaled its aroma, which was pleasantly sweet, wiped it gently, and then took a bite. Stop. Watching his actions, Sui Yun was utterly astonished. This was not the proper way to use it. Alas, it was too late. Xiao Fan bit into the fruit, only to find himself at a loss for words, his face instantly contorting with anguish. Goodness, is this fruit unripe? It is both bitter and astringent. Startled by the unexpected taste of the vibrant fruit, Xiao Fan was appalled. How could something so splendidly colored be so utterly repulsive? Observing his expression of torment, Sui Yun revealed a knowing smile, her beauty captivating beyond measure. How could this grown man still indulge so foolishly? With a playful tone, she remarked, "This fruit is meant for concocting a rejuvenation elixir. not for your raw consumption. Xiao Fan paused momentarily, pondering the longevity elixir. He donned a serious expression. His gaze fixed intently upon her, causing Sui Yun to feel a touch uneasy. What are you doing? Once you have mastered the longevity elixir, might you spare me a dose? Sui Yun raised an eyebrow. Do you, too, require it? I could procure such a potion without difficulty. I merely wish to assess your alchemical skills, Xiao Fan retorted with a hint of disdain. All right. My skills are exceptional, I assure you. I can grant you eternal youth. That is acceptable, quite acceptable, Xiao Fan mused with delight. Sui Yun chuckled, realizing that he wasn't so insufferable after all. Perhaps his previous antics with the recording stone were merely a manifestation of mischief. She recalled tales of the foolish heir from a wealthy family, often described as such. Perhaps he embodied that stereotype, she thought. As the two continued their conversation while strolling, Xiao Fan showed little interest in making purchases, whereas Sui Yun, upon spotting something appealing, would eagerly pursue the acquisition. Xiao Fan inquired, "Are you not the saintess? Why must you prepare these items yourself when you could simply inform the elders of the Holy Land? Indeed, for anything I require, I could merely speak to the elders of the Holy Land. Then why do you still insist on purchasing them yourself?" Sui Yun retorted, rather exasperated. "Do you think I am like you, doing nothing and having everything? As a saintess, it is inevitable that many will seek to align themselves with me, honoring me as their leader. I cannot simply provide them with nothing in return. I must begin my preparations now. Otherwise, when the time comes, I will have nothing to offer and will be ashamed to lead others." Xiao Fan paused for a moment and said, "Wait, are you planning to establish your own faction?" "Indeed," replied Sui Yun with clarity. "Ultimately, one is inevitably weak when alone. If I can rally a group of individuals, whether for gathering intelligence or confronting adversaries, I would gain substantial support. The aim is to forge a formidable power that safeguards friends and family, to prevent the recurrence of such tragic calamities, and to create a serene environment for cultivation, allowing our people to flourish. All plans have been meticulously arranged." Xiao Fan applauded, exclaiming in admiration, "No wonder you are destined to become the empress. It is evident you have possessed such initiative since childhood. I am truly impressed." He had not anticipated her ambition to be quite so pronounced. Sui Yun replied, "What ambition do I possess? I merely wish to protect those around me." She then inquired, "And what of you? Have you never contemplated such matters?" "Me?" Xiao Fan regarded her earnest expression and felt a sudden intrigue. Nonchalantly, he responded, "I find myself rather indifferent to what you propose." Sui Yun appeared to have anticipated his reaction, replying, "Of course, you lack for nothing. You have everything. There is no need for you to engage in the same pursuits as I, in gathering allies and establishing influence." Xiao Fan merely shook his head. Sui Yun, perplexed, inquired, "Have I spoken incorrectly?" "Xiao Fan, it is not incorrect to say that I have no need to manage a faction. Rather, I shall state it plainly. You are destined to be mine, and I shall take care of you." Sui Yun? She anticipated that Xiao Fan would utter something earth-shattering, or at the very least, something unremarkable. Instead, he is merely lusting after my body? No. He seems to have expressed such sentiments previously. He covets my physique, possesses a formidable background, and is not unappealing. If it were otherwise, what am I even contemplating? He is merely an old lecher. With a countenance reflecting both shame and anger, Sui Yun muttered to herself, "Scoundrel saint, you wretched scoundrel. I have made my decision. With your meticulous plans, I shall take care of you from now on," Xiao Fan declared earnestly. Sui Yun retorted with irritation, "Go to hell." Xiao Fan, with an audacious demeanor, would certainly not be provoked by mere words. Instead, he revels in the delight of the moment. The future empress is but a pawn in my hands, and the thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Why have you purchased such an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicinal elixirs? They are for the purpose of mastering alchemy. And what of this beast hide and beast blood? Along with the vermilion brush and yellow talisman paper, they are intended for the crafting of talismans. You cannot possibly be acquiring that tattered tome to practice formations, can you? You are indeed correct. I plan to study it. With so much to learn, will you truly manage it all? Even if mastery eludes me. Acquiring even a modicum of knowledge is essential. In the face of peril, it may provide me with a sliver of survival. Moreover, the competition among the Holy Maidens is fierce. Talent and beauty must both be exceptional. A moment's negligence could see someone surpass me and seize my position, leaving me with nothing. Xiao Fan initially believed that this outing was merely a casual shopping trip, yet unexpectedly, this fellow was preoccupied with matters of cultivation even while stepping outside. Truly, with such an attitude as yours, if you do not ascend to the position of empress in the future, Who else could possibly take on that role? Xiao Fan sensibly offered his assistance. Sui Yun inquired, "Why are you so kind to help me?" He replied, "You will inevitably be mine. So who else should I assist? The more capable you become, the more exhilarated I feel." Initially, Sui Yun found it difficult to adapt to such shameless flattery. How could he utter such cheesy words without a hint of embarrassment? Gradually, however, she became accustomed to it, realizing that the thickness of one's skin varies from person to person. Chapter 17. Taking Sui Yun to the theater to enjoy music. Xiao Fan acknowledged that accompanying a woman on a shopping expedition was the most exhausting endeavor, even as a late-stage golden core cultivator. He found himself utterly drained by Sui Yun, a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. "Let us take a moment to rest. If we continue like this, my legs shall surely give way." Fortunately, the storage ring alleviated the burden of carrying numerous bags. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Sui Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. What initially began as a trip to attend an auction had gradually transformed into her personal shopping spree. "Shall we find a place to rest for a while?" "Very well, let us go to the tea house and listen to some music." Xiao Fan took her hand and led her away. Sui Yun was still pondering the meaning of listening to music in a brothel when, in the next moment, she was pulled into a brothel. "Is this the kind of place you would bring me to?" Sui Yun exclaimed in anger, utterly shocked that he was such a person. "Why not? Is there a problem?" Xiao Fan teased. "Surely you don't have any improper thoughts?" "It's hard not to. The essence of listening to music is precisely that. Otherwise, what else could it be?" she retorted, pointing at the performer on stage. "Are you not aware that there are entertainers in brothels who sell their talents without selling their bodies?" Sui Yun countered vehemently. "Nonsense. Selling talent without selling the body? At the right price, everything is for sale. Calling them courtesans is merely a guise to command higher prices. Apart from those who were forced into this life, sold to brothels from a young age, Sui Yun harbored a blanket disdain for all women in brothels. "Oh, it seems you are quite knowledgeable," Xiao Fan remarked, causing her face to flush even deeper. "How infuriating. This guy only knows how to bully me." Just then, a woman resembling a matron approached them. Surprisingly, she was a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. Xiao Fan remarked, "We have merely come to enjoy the music." She cast a glance at the nearby Sui Yun, acknowledging that the beauty of the nation could hardly be compared to the superficial allure of mere cosmetics, and reiterated her understanding. However, her smile lacked purity, revealing an expression that spoke volumes to those in the know. She astutely arranged for Xiao Fan to have a dimly lit and secluded private room, as young couples often appreciate an intimate ambience. Sui Yun contemplated a retort but was swiftly ushered into the room by Xiao Fan. Cautiously, she stated, "We agreed to only listen to music. Of course, I have no desire to impose. I prefer you to take the initiative," Xiao Fan said earnestly. Prior to entering, he had discreetly offered the matron 800 high-grade spirit stones, along with a narrative reminiscent of a domineering CEO plot, subtly instructing her to follow the script provided. The matron, understanding the unspoken cues, recognized the young man's different approach, employing psychological tactics and even crafting the script herself. Such small maneuvers seemed trivial, akin to taking a girl to the cinema, necessitating a selection of tear-jerking tales or thrilling horror films, so long as they did not frighten themselves, as that would make for an awkward need to huddle together for warmth. Initially, Sui Yun remained vigilant, fearing the man's intentions. However, she soon realized he was quite docile, which allowed her to gradually relax. Moreover, the melodies performed on stage were rather captivating. She listened intently, becoming increasingly entranced as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Oh, how foolish I am," she thought. "Does that wretched man not realize how deeply I cherish him?" Xiao Fan, however, found great satisfaction. For the people of this world, the allure of the domineering CEO remains potent. The narrative tropes may appear somewhat cliché, and the dialogues are all too familiar. Although he had never indulged in the genre of domineering CEO tales, having been a passionate author in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the popular motifs. Marriage first, love later, whether it involves childhood sweethearts or engagements arranged by older generations, emphasizes a journey from unfamiliarity to gradual understanding, culminating in a fervent romance, where the male protagonist's devotion is everlasting, unyielding to the sands of time and the tides of nature. His eyes glinted with a mixture of derision, aloofness, and nonchalance. "Woman, do not dare to challenge me. Woman, you are playing with fire. You ignited this flame. It is your responsibility to extinguish it." While the plot may be raw and unrefined, it possesses an intriguing novelty, having been market-tested and widely embraced as a classic example of the domineering CEO narrative. Its introduction to the realm of cultivation is bound to be explosive. As anticipated, at the outset, the audience in the theater watched with curiosity. What is this domineering CEO? This beautiful lady? Such phrases are rather novel. Yet, as the story unfolded, an unsettling turn of events began to emerge. The heroine sacrifices for the hero, who gradually succumbs to her charm. In a state of unconsciousness, he is oblivious to her perilous venture into forbidden territory, risking her life to retrieve the life-extending elixir. Upon realizing her sacrifices, he becomes utterly infatuated, loving her with a fervor akin to madness. The next phase leads to a dramatic pursuit of the beloved. Though the conclusion remains sweet, as lovers ultimately unite, it is rather captivating. The female cultivators, experiencing the domineering CEO genre for the first time, found themselves overwhelmed, weeping uncontrollably. Sui Yun, with tears glistening in her eyes, unconsciously leaned against Xiao Fan's shoulder. He offered her a silk handkerchief to dry her tears, and she became aware of her own uncharacteristic display of emotion. Woman, you are indeed playing with fire. Xiao Fan imitated, though he had secretly felt the awkwardness of having already carved out a 3-bedroom apartment. However, Sui Yun did not share this sentiment. She found herself immersed in the scene that had just unfolded, feeling a stir of emotions. How could he resemble the person within that moment so closely? She pondered with a sense of enchantment. Do not speak, simply kiss me. With that, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the allure of the moment. What? Could one truly decline such an offer presented so readily? Xiao Fan took the initiative, cradling her face and leaning in. Initially, there was a hint of awkwardness. She even dared to flick her tongue slightly, attempting to synchronize with his movements. Xiao Fan felt a surge of encouragement. Astonishingly, this woman learns at an extraordinary pace. Xiao Fan, devoid of mercy, commenced a fervent kiss, relentlessly pressing his lips against hers until they became crimson and swollen, leaving her gasping for breath, on the verge of suffocation before he finally relented. How rude of you, she lamented, extending her delicate hand to gently caress her inflamed lips, now swollen. Observing her slightly puffy red lips, Xiao Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. However, Sui Yun, with a tone of concern, interjected. Let it be understood that it must remain this way. Should you ignite a fire, I shall not be responsible for extinguishing it. Xiao Fan, you ponder too much. Moreover, your capacity for learning is remarkably strong. Today, you boldly request a kiss from me. Tomorrow, you may even dare to applaud me. My dear, you are indeed flirting with danger. The destined woman feels a stir of affection for you, increasing your favorability by 10. Your current favorability stands at 80. 80 already? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that with the right approach, he could easily manipulate her. A sense of confidence surged within him, as if he was on the verge of success. Sui Yun appeared to have relaxed, despite his less-than-desirable qualities and his lecherous nature. He could be surprisingly considerate and understanding at times. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had also arrived in Fengning City. He intended to sell his materials, and this city was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, a treasure appraisal conference was about to commence, a splendid opportunity for him to make a fortunate discovery. Thus, after completing his training, he hurriedly made his way to Fengning City. Having successfully established his foundation, he had become an early-stage cultivator, capable of defeating mid-stage opponents. And even if faced with late-stage cultivators, he could still make a safe retreat, as long as his cultivation was on par with that individual. He was confident that his adversary would not stand a chance against him, and eliminating him would be a mere formality. Qin Feng harbored a deep resentment, thinking to himself, Xiao Fan, you are nothing more than a second-generation immortal relying on your family's influence. Engaging you in battle at the same level would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. As he strolled through Fengning City, he passed by the largest brothel, observing the charming courtesans with a sense of disdain. Can these superficial beauties compare to my cousin? He scoffed, utter rubbish. However, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Cousin, you. Chapter 18. I understand your meaning. Xiao Fan and Sui Yun strolled out hand in hand, engaged in cheerful conversation. Their relationship had progressed, and Xiao Fan could distinctly perceive the advancing timeline. While Sui Yun felt somewhat unaccustomed to this display, Xiao Fan, with an air of possessiveness, held her hand firmly, a sentiment that he found rather delightful. The treasure appraisal conference is about to commence, isn't it? Xiao Fan inquired. It has indeed begun, however. The most anticipated exhibits will be showcased at the end. If we go now, we shall miss the truly remarkable pieces, came the reply. I see, Qin Feng grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating. I have yet to even touch my cousin's hand, and you dare to hold hers in plain sight. I ought to sever that hand of yours." Sensing an inexplicable hostility directed towards him, Xiao Fan paused momentarily. Following the source of this animosity, he beheld a nascent cultivator. Filled with resentment, glaring at him. Qin Feng. Upon this realization, Xiao Fan found amusement in the situation. "Ah, so you enjoy eavesdropping, do you?" Xiao Fan suddenly halted his steps, leaving Sui Yun in a state of confusion. "Why have we stopped? Did you not mention that we were heading to the treasure appraisal convention?" She inquired gently. Xiao Fan gazed at her enchanting eyes with deep affection and said, "Has anyone ever told you that you're the most beautiful person in this world?" Sui Yun instantly flushed, taken aback by his words. What was he saying? Was it appropriate to utter such sweet nothings in a public setting? Before she could recover from her surprise, Xiao Fan embraced her directly. Sui Yun's body stiffened slightly, and she immediately attempted to break free. This fellow's audacity was truly growing bolder, daring to be so forward in public. "Xiao Fan, if I were to say that you are the most beautiful woman in the world, would you believe me?" Sui Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could this fellow possess such an endless supply of flirtatious remarks? Nonetheless, she ceased her struggles, her once rigid form now relaxing as she nestled quietly in his embrace. Qin Feng felt an intense surge of emotions, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn it! She is my cousin, mine. Scoundrel! What are you doing?" Ah! Qin Feng's blood surged, and he felt the flames of anger consuming him. He drew his sword, poised to charge forward. Xiao Fan looked at Qin Feng with a bemused expression, incredulously asking, "Yun, is that person your cousin?" Sui Yun, regaining her composure, turned her gaze to see Qin Feng, his face flushed with anger, brandishing his sword as if ready to strike. She was taken aback, questioning his sudden outburst. "What madness is this? Move aside, cousin. This lecher dares to bully you. I shall not let him escape unscathed." Qin Feng believed Sui Yun was being coerced, convinced that this man was leveraging some form of leverage to intimidate her. However, Sui Yun furrowed her brow, perplexed by his claim of bullying. She quickly intervened, commanding, "Stop." Yet, Qin Feng assumed his cousin was too fearful to defend herself. "Do not worry, cousin. No matter how formidable his background may be, it changes nothing. I cannot stand idly by while he oppresses you." The commotion drew the attention of numerous onlookers. "Cousin?" It seemed like the makings of a love triangle. "How intriguing." Xiao Fan innocently inquired. "Yunner, what is going on with cousin Qin Feng?" "Fear not. I shall rectify this situation," Sui Yun exclaimed. "Qin Feng, are you aware of the implications of your actions? Setting aside whether you can defeat him, do you truly believe you can confront someone of his stature?" A warmth enveloped Qin Feng's heart. His cousin was genuinely concerned for him. Indeed, the individual before him possessed a rather formidable background, rumored to be a scion of a prominent family. He feared that should he take drastic measures against this man, he might invite calamity upon himself. How sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted his cousin was, her worry for him was palpable. Feeling a sense of comfort, Qin Feng declared, regardless of his formidable strength and esteemed lineage, "If he dares to upset you, dear cousin, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him." Sui Yun felt darkness encroach upon her vision. "Please, do not implicate me in your recklessness. Setting aside whether you can indeed slay him, to wish his demise, you must first deal with the hidden protector, a cultivator of the void refinement realm. What does it mean to confront a void refinement cultivator? Do you comprehend the gravity of this?" She perceived Qin Feng as lacking in intelligence, akin to a fool. "I am not unhappy, I am thriving. So please do not presume to understand my feelings. If anything were to happen to Xiao Fan, I would be the first to take action against you." A pang of sorrow struck Qin Feng's heart as he observed his cousin's forced smile, bearing the weight of humiliation. "What reason do I have to thwart her plans?" He spoke softly. "I understand, truly. However, we must not force matters. If you wish to escape this indignity, confide in me, and I shall take you away." Sui Yun found his suggestion increasingly absurd. "Leave with you? I, a perfectly fine sacred maiden, abandon my role to follow you? How would I exact my revenge then? This is preposterous. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment, cousin," Qin Feng called after Sui Yun. He produced a collection of materials, herbs, and elixirs, initially intended for sale, but upon encountering her, he decided to gift them instead. "Here, accept these." Sui Yun hesitated to accept, sensing something peculiar about Qin Feng. Ever since the fall of the Su family, his feelings towards her had grown increasingly complex, tinged with an unsettling change. She wished to avoid entanglement with him, as her heart already belonged elsewhere, and she harbored a lingering suspicion that the massacre of her family was somehow tied to him. "Keep them for yourself," Sui Yun replied. "This is for you," he insisted, revealing a golden divine sword as a parting gift. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Sacrificing such a treasured artifact for a woman? The lingering spirit's voice echoed with urgency, attempting to halt him. Yet, Qin Feng remained unmoved, choosing to act as if he had not heard. Xiaofan had encountered numerous Dao artifacts in his lifetime, and he instantly recognized the caliber of this sword. Indeed, a Dao artifact. How extravagant. Especially for one favored by fortune to such an extent. Unbeknownst to him, the origins of this divine blade were inconsequential, for it was only natural that a child of destiny would come into possession of such treasures. Sui Yun was equally taken aback. Although she had never beheld a Dao artifact before, the advanced and solemn aura emanating from this sword was palpable. I'm sorry, I cannot accept this, Sui Yun declined. Despite his repeated attempts to bestow the gift upon her, she remained resolute in her refusal. Thus, Qin Feng had no choice but to stow the sword away. In an inadvertent glance, he noticed that Sui Yun's lips appeared slightly swollen, leaving him puzzled. Cousin, what happened to your lips? Lips? Sui Yun was momentarily dazed. Is it still not healed? It was all that wretched fellow's fault for kissing her too forcefully. How infuriating. Xiao Fan was about to speak, but she preemptively interjected. She discreetly transmitted a warning to Xiao Fan. Did not utter a word. Sui Yun, I'm indulging in spicy strips. Qin Feng, spicy strips? I recall, cousin, that you do not partake in spicy food. Xiao Fan spoke with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, expressing his preference for spicy food. Isn't it acceptable for her to accompany me? Sui Yun felt an overwhelming urge to strike Xiao Fan. His words were laden with implications. What did he mean by accompanying you? It was he who had devoured me, wasn't it? Qin Feng, filled with indignation, exclaimed. How dare you coerce my cousin into doing something she dislikes? You shall pay for this. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to take action. Believing Xiao Fan was indeed compelling her against her will, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, yet in the next moment, Sui Yun took the initiative to strike, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Cousin you, Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Sui Yun had failed to temper her strength and had dealt a heavy blow that caused him to spit blood and collapse. This attack was undoubtedly a devastating blow to his pride. How dare you lay a hand on him? Are you courting death? Sui Yun spoke coldly, asserting. You dare to touch my man. Do you wish to perish? Qin Feng composed himself, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this individual was the scion of the Holy Land, while he was merely a menial servant. To strike against him would be an act of overstepping. Should he wish to take Qin Feng's life, such a justification would suffice for him to perish 1,000 times over. A shiver ran down his spine. His bewildered gaze softened as he realized, Cousin, you must have summoned great courage to strike me so fiercely despite your pain. Yet, I nearly misinterpreted your intentions, which filled me with guilt. Qin Feng discreetly transmitted his thoughts. Cousin, I comprehend your intentions. I shall not act impulsively again. With that, he departed in a dejected manner, leaving Sui Yun in a state of confusion, pondering, what just happened? What could my intentions possibly be? Xiao Fan was equally perplexed. I hadn't even lifted a finger. And yet the matter had concluded? Nevertheless, his attention was captivated by a golden script perched atop Qin Feng's head. It had not been present before. How could it suddenly emerge now? Perhaps it was the result of a fortuitous encounter. Let me take a closer look. Chapter 19. Just wait and see you lose. Xiao Fan, filled with curiosity, opened the golden script hovering above his head. Name, Qin Feng. Type, Child of Destiny. Recent opportunities, 1. Tomorrow at noon. In the Wang family's gambling stone grounds to the east of the city. With the aid of his deceased adoptive father's lingering spirit, Qin Feng selected a seemingly unpromising grayish-white waste stone from the Huang category, spending 300 low-grade spirit stones, thus earning the reputation of being a gullible fool. However, in a surprising turn of events, when the stone was cleaved open, it revealed a cerulean elixir within. This was none other than the Qingling Golden Pill, the most suitable elixir for cultivators preparing to form their core, which would grant a 50% success rate for those in the late foundation building stage. The shattered stone fragments contained the formula for the Qingling Golden Pill, inscribed with the method of concoction and the necessary herbal ratios, enabling him to amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones through its refinement. 2. 3 days later, at a street-side antiquities stall in the northern part of the city, an incident of coercive buying transpired. Under the guidance of the lingering spirit, Qin Feng discovered a true understanding of the sword path within an ancient text. He intervened to subdue the aggressors. However, Wary of their identities, he refrained from taking lives, merely teaching them a lesson before letting them depart. He then purchased the ancient text containing the sword path as true understanding and departed nonchalantly. The aggressors sought assistance to eliminate Qin Feng but were unable to locate him, subsequently unleashing their wrath upon the stall owner, who met his demise. 3. At the appraisal conference, a tome of temporal secrets was unveiled, where one day outside equated to 3 days within. This was his most significant boon, surpassing even the importance of the lingering spirit. Astonishingly, a mere foundation-building novice stumbled upon a temporal artifact. Such fortune seemed almost too extravagant. Now that his greatest boon had manifested, once acquired, your demise would follow. Hehehe. Let us depart, said Sui Yin. I have a suggestion. How about we head east? Xiao Fan proposed. To the east, you say? That sounds agreeable. I have yet to explore that area. Sui Yun nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan followed the trajectory of the script and arrived at the Wang family stone gambling ground. The throngs of people entering and exiting revealed a bustling atmosphere. Many entered with hope in their hearts, striding purposefully inside. Conversely, a greater number emerged with downcast eyes, their storage bags devoid of any treasures. This place is a veritable paradise of dreams, where the fortunate can strike it rich with a single cut, while the unfortunate are left with naught but their undergarments. The allure of gambling enchants all, with each individual convinced of their destiny as the chosen one, certain that their next cut will yield fortune. This belief is not exclusive to mortals. Even cultivators are not immune to such folly. Are you truly going to gamble on stones? Sui Yun observed the despondent expressions of those exiting and remarked, 9 out of 10 bets are deceits. The genuine good stones have already been selected. What remains are mostly worthless materials. Perhaps we should refrain from participating. Her reluctance to enter was palpable. What if fortune smiles upon us? Xiao Fan chuckled, taking her hand and leading her into the gambling ground. Sui Yun remained silent. Perhaps this was the privilege of the second-generation celestial beings. He had an abundance of spirit stones to squander, unlike her, who had to meticulously account for every expenditure of her spirit stones. The gambling ground was a cacophony of voices, accommodating over 1,000 individuals. Bright lights illuminated the area as various esoteric practices unfolded. Some even employed golden turtles, placing them among the stones to observe where they would ultimately settle. It was a true display of skill, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique talents. Each individual utilized their own methods to select stones, all hoping to uncover treasures and attain wealth overnight. The area was divided into several categories, ranked from highest to lowest as heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The further one ventured towards the center, the higher the prices of the stones became. It was said that in the heaven-grade stone zone, the most expensive stone could fetch a staggering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao Fan's sights were not set on the heaven-grade area. He was focused solely on the yellow-grade zone, the lowest tier available. Isn't this the waste zone? If we intend to gamble, shouldn't we head deeper inside? Sui Yun inquired. You see, the essence of gambling lies in wagering a small amount for a potentially grand reward. To extract the most precious treasures with the least expenditure of spirit stones is the true art of a gambling deity, Xiao Fan explained. A gambling deity? If you lose, you'll have ample reason to weep, Sui Yun teased. It seems you harbor little faith in me. How about a wager? Xiao Fan proposed. I will wager 300 low-grade spirit stones on a single stone, and I assure you it will yield a treasure. Should it fail, you may dispose of me as you wish, and I will return all the spirit stones, including the image stone. If I lose, however, I shall require nothing more than a kiss from you. Xiao Fan licked his lips, his confidence evident. Sui Yun looked perplexed. Why was he so assured? And why did his thoughts seem so lewd? He was the most brazen saint she had ever encountered. What, are you afraid? Considering his terms, Sui Yun, skeptical yet intrigued, decided to take the plunge, convinced that luck would not favor a single purchase. Besides, having been kissed by him numerous times before, what was one more? Let us make the bet, she declared, pushing her boundaries further. This is your promise, and no backing down, she asserted. I have always honored my word. Xiao Fan felt a sense of pride within him. Youth was evidently a trap laid for one to leap into, yet one still willingly jumped in. Did he truly believe he would succeed on his first attempt? Sui Yun, meanwhile, was confident in her victory. After all, once I reclaim the stone of reflection, should I distance myself from him? He seems quite amiable. And considering he has kissed me so many times, my mother once mentioned that kissing carries the possibility of pregnancy. Should that occur, it would be prudent for him to take responsibility. Sui Yun's thoughts meandered aimlessly. If Xiao Fan were to learn of her musings, he would surely find it laughable. She truly was a Navi maiden. Her knowledge still confined to the notion that kisses could lead to pregnancy. The patrons of the stone gambling venue soon noticed the pair. Clad in resplendent robes of the Taishan Holy Land, which were of an exceptionally high quality. The inhabitants of Fengning City were well acquainted with the attire of the disciples from the Taishan Holy Land. Yet the robes of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden remained a rarity to behold. They regarded the duo as special disciples of the Holy Land, certainly esteemed guests. A smiling matron approached them, her face radiant with warmth. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "Esteemed young sir, would you like me to arrange for someone to explain the gameplay? Our stone gambling venue is divided into several zones. This yellow zone offers limited excitement. Would you prefer to explore another area?" Observing the exceptional aura of the two, she adopted the most gracious attitude, patiently elaborating on the options before them. Xiao Fan inquired, "Where is the area for the 300 low-grade spirit stones? Please lead me there." The beautiful woman paused for a moment, clearly taken aback by his words. It was perplexing. This young gentleman appeared to possess ample spirit stones, accompanied by a lovely companion. Did he not wish to impress her and showcase his wealth? Though puzzled, she refrained from commenting. Her curiosity about Xiao Fan piqued. "No problem. This way, please," she responded with a warm smile, her demeanor pleasant. Indeed, having status and influence made a significant difference. Even the slightest expenditure garnered genuine smiles from others. Unlike the protagonist, who faced relentless skepticism and mockery wherever he went, Sui Yun grew increasingly bewildered, a nagging feeling of miscalculation creeping in. Could he truly be about to reveal a treasure? The Huang District, also known as the Waste Material District. Those selecting stones here were typically chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. Even the more affluent among them would not choose stones from this area. Thus, when two disciples from the sacred grounds began to sift through stones in the Huang District, it elicited surprise. Disciples from the sacred grounds are selecting stones in the Huang District? Surely, I must be mistaken. A bit of gambling for amusement. Disciples from the sacred grounds surely lack for spirit stones. I believe this striking pair simply wishes to indulge in a bit of fun. That makes sense. The robes they wear could easily be worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Do they truly require these few hundred low-grade stones? Disciples of the sacred grounds are indeed distinct. Wholly unconcerned with others' perceptions. How refreshingly unique. It is no wonder they are regarded as disciples of the sacred grounds. They are approachable. The last time I encountered a cultivator from a minor family, their arrogance was unbearable, disdainfully remarking that only the destitute would select stones in the Huang District. This illustrates the difference between the top-tier forces of the sacred grounds and mere minor families. Xiao Fan continued to sift through the stones, while the scattered craftsmen murmured among themselves, their voices reaching his ears. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The reality is indeed striking if you possess immense wealth. Even when clad in simple garments and straw sandals, others will perceive you as a person of unique character, unbound by convention. And it's no wonder you can achieve great things. Conversely, if you are destitute, a pauper, it is only natural that you would don humble attire. Xiao Fan said nothing, merely adhering to the script's description as he began the matching process. The grayish-white waste stone, 300 inferior spirit stones, he murmured to himself, while his consciousness probed the surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that the stone was merely a support for the table leg. Thus, it became clear why the script indicated that when Qin Feng selected this stone, he did not garner the approval of those around him. Who would choose a mere stone to prop up a table? Xiao Fan addressed the beautiful woman, saying, "Please fetch me that grayish-white stone, the one right there." Following Xiao Fan's gesture, the woman gazed in the indicated direction, her expression momentarily one of surprise. "Young master, you cannot be jesting with me, can you?" she inquired. "What do you think?" Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Sui Yun tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Even if you don't succeed, one should not succumb to despair. How can one choose recklessly? Just wait for your loss," Xiao Fan remarked. The woman overheard their exchange and realized they were a young couple placing a wager. No wonder they had come to the yellow-marked stone area. It was indeed charming. The woman said, "The stone you seek is worth 300 inferior spirit stones. Should you desire to open this stone, simply let me know. Our gambling venue does not require your spirit stones." She understood the situation well. A stone valued at 300 inferior spirit stones in exchange for the favor of a disciple from a sacred place was undeniably a bargain. Even if he were to exhaust all the stones in the yellow-marked area, it would still be a profitable endeavor. Xiao Fan was never one to owe a favor. He handed over 300 inferior spirit stones and said, "Let the cutting commence." The beautiful woman's plans had faltered, yet she remained undeterred, cheerfully organizing the personnel to slice the stones. The particular area for breaking the stones was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the caliber of individuals involved. Thus, to underscore her regard, this middle-aged beauty had the audacity to invite the 3 most seasoned craftsmen from the gambling stone venue. With a respectful tone, she addressed him. "Esteemed sir, our gambling stone establishment places great emphasis on your consumption experience. We have arranged for 3 highly experienced stone cutters. Which one do you deem suitable?" Xiao Fan couldn't help but cast a glance at the beautiful woman, recognizing her astute business acumen and profound understanding of human relationships. Xiao Fan casually pointed at one and said, "You." The commotion here attracted a multitude of onlookers. In this modest, yellow-labeled stone area, it was surprising to find the proprietress personally attending to the guests, even summoning 3 seasoned stone cutters for selection. The treatment was exceptional. However, upon noticing the holy robes worn by Su Yiyun and Xiao Fan, the crowd suddenly realized that they were disciples of the Holy Land. Given the exquisite nature of their garments, it seemed their status was not insignificant, hence the elevated attention they received. Let us begin. In Chapter 20, excitement surged. The master craftsman proceeded slowly, meticulously slicing the stone as if the material were not worth 300 inferior spirit stones, but rather 3 million superior spirit stones. It was astonishing how seriously Master Huang approached the task, even when dealing with a piece from the waist area. I recall the block worth 30,000 superior spirit stones, which he had sliced through carelessly just half a month prior. His dedication was unmistakable. I could only commend Master Huang for his exemplary attitude. It was evident to all that Master Huang held a significant position in the gambling stone arena. Yet, in front of Xiao Fan, he appeared as an inconspicuous figure. Wholly earnest, the spectators couldn't help but admire Master Huang's performance. Initially, he was indeed acting. Fengning City was near the Holy Land, and pleasing the disciples could enhance the business of the stone gambling arena, thereby increasing his own earnings. However, as he scraped away several layers of stone skin, his expression grew serious, indicating that he was no longer performing. This was writing. Master Huang was astonished. Within the stone skin lay inscriptions. After hundreds of years of working with stones, he had encountered but a handful that bore such markings, each one worth a fortune. He realized he was uncovering a gem. A sheen of sweat appeared on his brow, fearing he might damage the inscriptions. Master Huang's acting skills were remarkable, as he now seemed genuinely anxious. I declare that Master Huang is the foremost stone-cutting expert in the gambling arena, concurrently possessing the finest acting prowess. It was no wonder he outshone the other 2 craftsmen, becoming the leading stone cutter. His social acumen was unparalleled. The onlookers believed that Master Huang had become too engrossed in his role to extricate himself. Only a middle-aged woman observed the underlying truth. Her discerning gaze and movements revealed that she had witnessed such scenarios too often. This was no mere act. There truly was a treasure. The other 2 masters exchanged glances. Having spent over a century cutting stones, they could determine the presence of valuables with just a few cuts. And it was evident they too had noticed the anomaly beneath the stone skin. They approached eagerly, eager to examine the gem, almost wishing to take matters into their own hands. "Old Huang, you must be tired. Allow me to take over." "Step aside, Old Huang. Let me handle this laborious task. I'll treat you to tiger and deer double whip spirit wine later, ensuring you have a restful night." Such a gem should be uncovered by oneself. And both were itching to take action. "Move along, don't bother me. Can you afford to compensate if you damage the inscriptions inside?" Master Huang spoke coldly, his demeanor imbued with utmost seriousness. At this moment, the onlooking cultivators began to sense something amiss. It seemed that this particular piece of stone concealed something extraordinary. "Surely not. Master Huang, your performance is too convincing. Do tell me you are merely acting. Could it be that 300 inferior spirit stones will truly yield something remarkable? What kind of fortune is this, that even in the refuse area, treasures can emerge?" The gathered cultivators buzzed with speculation, utterly astonished. Who would have anticipated that a mere social gathering would transform into an unveiling of treasures? Xiao Fan gently caressed Su Yiyun's hair and softly remarked, "Remember, one must abide by the wager." Su Yiyun felt a wave of tingling warmth, a sense of attachment that was difficult to articulate. Moreover, this rascal, fully aware that a treasure would be revealed, had still deceived her into placing a bet. How infuriating. It felt as though she could never escape his clutches in this lifetime. Su Yiyun mused to herself. With a swift motion, the stone skin began to peel away in layers. The playful atmosphere dissipated as everyone became engrossed in Master Huang's meticulous work. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Master Huang set the blade aside and exhaled a long breath. Ah, truly a gem. Astonishing. As the stone layers fell away, they unveiled a radiant, fragrant elixir. This elixir glistened in vibrant green, exuding vitality. Su Yun's face was awash with astonishment. Having practiced alchemy, she had perused numerous texts on medicinal pills. This verdant, life-infused elixir resembled the Qingling golden pill she had encountered in ancient tomes. Among the many cultivators present, several recognized it as well. It is the Qingling golden pill, lost to the Dan Pavilion millennia ago. I have seen depictions of it. It is precisely the same. Is this not the elixir that aids in forming a core? You cannot be mistaken, can you? There can be no error. Indeed, it is. Furthermore, the stone skin bore inscriptions. Could those be the formula? It must be. The Dan Pavilion's demise thousands of years ago surely left behind a legacy. This must be the method of inheritance. Many gazes ignited with fervor. The Qingling golden pill was exceedingly beneficial for lower-tier cultivators. The emergence of the formula would undoubtedly lead to the mass production of the Qingling golden pill. And numerous cultivators trapped in the late foundation stage were elated. Core formation was within reach. You have lost. Xiao Fan accepted the elixir and did not squander the stone skin, which contained the precious formula of the long-lost elixir. The beautiful woman was equally astonished. How remarkable! An elixir from the scrap area. She smiled warmly. Congratulations to this young master for uncovering a spiritual elixir. Thanks to the proprietress, had you not brought me here, I would not have made such a selection. He replied graciously. This young master certainly knows how to speak. Do you wish to select more? Feel free. It is on me, the middle-aged beauty responded, seemingly unperturbed by the recent events. Xiao Fan chuckled, remarking that a small wager brings delight, merely indulging in a fleeting game. He expressed his good fortune in obtaining a miraculous elixir, deciding not to continue further. Xiao Fan, holding the elixir and the recipe, led Su Yun outside, as if she had already grown accustomed to it. The beautiful matron also smiled as she bid farewell to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, your stone gambling venue is quite impressive. I have high hopes for your future. He need not offer any formal endorsement. A few words of praise in public carry more weight than anything else. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged beauty beamed with joy. Simultaneously, several other competing stone gambling establishments, hearing these words, abandoned their recent aspirations to outshine the Wang family's venue. A mere utterance can sway the fates of countless insignificant individuals. This illustrates the formidable power of influence. Xiao Fan departed, heading towards the next destination. Ding! The host intercepted an opportunity, causing the luck of the child of destiny to diminish, resulting in an increase of 100 points in the villain's value. Very well. This has indeed resulted in a significant augmentation of 100 points. Xiao Fan felt that the sun was particularly bright today. However, Su Yun's thoughts were shrouded in gloom. Why is it that this fellow always manages to ensnare me? Xiao Fan, noticing her silence, extended the Qingling golden pill towards her, along with the long-lost formula inscribed on the stone. Is this for me? Su Yun exclaimed in astonishment. You are gifting me a formula that has been forgotten for ages? How exceedingly generous of you. What do you mean by gifting? Sooner or later, you will belong to me. What is yours is inherently mine. Xiao Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. Having grown accustomed to his manner of speaking, Su Yun conceded, if you say so, and accepted the gifts. Her previously somber demeanor brightening into a radiant smile. If only you weren't so awkward, you would undoubtedly be an extraordinary saint, she complimented. Flattery won't get you far. Now, tell me where you plan to fulfill your wager, Xiao Fan pressed. Goodness, what else occupies your mind besides these matters? Su Yun retorted, exasperated. As a young man who neither smokes nor drinks, what's wrong with being a bit uncouth? Xiao Fan defended himself, leaving Su Yun speechless. The heart of the desiring woman states that to advance the technique to its highest realm, one must achieve harmony between yin and yang. What choice do I have? Naturally, I must yield to him. Besides, he isn't half bad. I feel I'm not at a loss in this arrangement. In fact, she surprisingly felt that she had gained something, perhaps oblivious to the fact that her boundaries had already faded away. Let us settle the wager upon our return to the sacred land, then, she agreed. Absolutely. Xiao Fan had no objections. The system's voice chimed in. Favorability with the Daughter of Destiny has increased by 5, reaching a total of 85. Please make a final effort. Xiao Fan secretly rejoiced. The prospect of conquering the future Empress filled him with excitement. Chapter 21. The Art of Indirection? In a twist of fate, Qin Feng entered the Wang family's gambling stone yard in the eastern part of the city. Before he could even step inside, a disciple from a minor faction derided him at the entrance, having noticed his tattered clothing that bore a resemblance to that of a beggar, accompanied by an indescribable unpleasant odor. Where did this beggar come from? How dare you enter a gambling stone yard? Be gone. This is no place for you. The disciple sneered contemptuously. Indeed, as the child of fortune, Qin Feng placed little importance on his attire. One could hardly forget that upon the resurrection of the immortal emperor, countless billionaires attended lavish balls dressed in flip-flops and t-shirts, their hair unkempt, solely to invite ridicule. A respectable foundation establishment cultivator could easily clean himself with a couple of water ball techniques and acquire clean clothes for a nominal sum. Yet, he refrained from doing so, perhaps relishing the sensation of being mocked. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the disciple, declaring, "Where I choose to go is of no concern to you." "Oh, a mere beggar dares to refer to himself as this young master," the disciple taunted, his eyes gleaming with malice. This disciple was accompanied by a guard in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. He instructed, "Luoying, teach him a lesson, but ensure it does not end in death." The young master was typically not one to lose his temper with strangers. Why, upon seeing this individual, had his intelligence seemingly plummeted? Although the Golden Core practitioner was perplexed, he complied with the command and took action. Another spawn of the celestial elite, Qin Feng cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon him, as if he were beholding the specter of Xiao Fan, a surge of resentment swelling within him. Is having a powerful backing truly commendable? He recklessly launched an assault, striking directly at his adversary's face. A successful blow would undoubtedly shatter his nose. The Golden Core guard, initially intending merely to teach Qin Feng a lesson, was taken aback by the latter's audacity in striking first. How dare a mere foundation establishment novice brandish his strength in such a manner? With a thunderous clash, the confrontation between the early-stage Golden Core and the early-stage foundation establishment unfolded predictably, resulting in Qin Feng being forcefully knocked down. Where did such confidence spring from in a foundation establishment cultivator? The disciple of the minor sect stepped upon his face, twisting his ankle to mercilessly grind him into the ground. Qin Feng was bewildered. Why had the power bestowed by his adoptive father not manifested? His father had granted him 3 avenues of spiritual energy to utilize against cultivators of higher tiers, which had been one of his sources of confidence. To his dismay, it proved utterly ineffective. The relentless pressure of the foot upon his face subjected him to profound humiliation. In a fit of impotent rage, Qin Feng exclaimed, "Ah, you wretched cur, mark my words. Today's grievance shall be returned 100-fold. How dare you threaten me?" The disciple's eyes glinted with a cold, menacing light. "Cease this at once." Fighting is prohibited at the entrance of the Gambling Stone venue. The commotion had indeed attracted the attention of those within the Gambling Stone establishment. The minor sect disciple, although willing to show face, felt compelled to assert himself against Qin Feng's insolence. He stomped down hard on Qin Feng's head, imprinting a mask of stone upon his face. And then, with a smile, addressed the onlookers, "Of course, I merely noticed an unfortunate soul attempting to enter and sought to escort him away, lest he disturb our fortunes." The patrons of the Gambling Stone venue frowned upon seeing Qin Feng. Although guests are welcomed, such a disheveled appearance would surely dampen the spirits of other customers. As the minor sect disciple departed, Qin Feng glared at his retreating figure, seething, "You wait. Once I grow stronger, I shall obliterate you, you wretched cur, and annihilate your entire lineage." The disciple paused momentarily, turning his head with a cold expression. It seemed his previous actions had been too lenient. "Luoying. Yes. Eliminate him." "Understood." However, Qin Feng remained unfazed as he stepped into the Gambling Stone venue. He had discerned from the earlier encounter that this individual dared not create a disturbance within the establishment. To his surprise, the venue staff could not restrain him. "Be gone. I have come to gamble. Will you not allow me?" The staff replied with indifference, "You may gamble, but do not expect the establishment to offer you protection. Furthermore, look at yourself. Your stench is overwhelming. Entering will only disturb the other guests. Indeed, in his external endeavors, he has neglected his appearance. Previously beaten to the brink of death, he has now been pressed into the ground once more. Presently, Qin Feng resembles a beggar even more than an actual beggar." Qin Feng exclaimed, "You." He intended to articulate further, yet the Golden Core cultivator behind him advanced menacingly. To eradicate the root of the weed is to ensure its resurgence with the spring breeze. Luoying unleashed his full might. Normally, it is deemed disgraceful for a Golden Core cultivator to assault a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet Qin Feng's arrogance in the face of his own impotence warranted such punishment. No one spoke in his defense. The shadow of death loomed ominously over his heart as Luo Ying waved his hand lightly, summoning a treasured artifact that bore down upon Qin Feng's head. In his heart, Qin Feng cried out, adoptive father, if you do not intervene now, I shall perish." No response. The remnant soul of the immortal king was nestled within the soul-nurturing jade, peacefully recuperating, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Bang! Qin Feng was struck by Luo Ying's artifact. His body driven into the earth like a nail. Blood streamed from his head, his eyes blurred, and his dilated pupils resembled those of a lifeless fish. Dead. Luo Ying paused momentarily. Although he had anticipated this man's demise, he envisioned him being reduced to a pulp, yet his body remained intact. A disciple from the minor faction interjected, "Is it over yet? I feel it's not secure. Let us desecrate the corpse." Luo Ying replied, then drew a long sword, mercilessly stabbing at the shattered form embedded in the ground until it was unrecognizable. Still feeling it was insufficiently secure, Luo Ying conjured a blaze to incinerate the bloodstains, turning the flesh to ash. Yet, he still felt it was inadequate. Just as he contemplated scattering the ashes, the minor faction disciple urged, "Luo Ying, that's enough." After a moment's hesitation, he complied, scattering the ashes. "Yes, young master." Xiao Fan strolled leisurely, his consciousness honed to the late Golden Core stage, enveloping the gambling stone venue. Upon witnessing Luo Ying's maneuvers, he felt an urge to applaud. However, he discerned that the child of destiny could not perish so easily. Previously, he had utilized Qin Feng's script. Now, he observed the unfolding situation. In the gambling arena, one could unearth gemstones, channeling fortune to oneself. Qin Feng had arrived at the stone gambling site under the guidance of fate, but when the opportunity eluded him, the fortune dissipated, leaving him vulnerable to ridicule. Unable to retaliate, the remnant soul of the celestial king entered seclusion, nurturing its spirit, and in the final moments, awakened to draw Qin Feng's soul into a small tower for protection, facilitating his transformation from mortal to transcendental being, averting catastrophe. Indeed, Xiao Fan mused, mere cannon fodder could not inflict harm upon the child of destiny. Moreover, it appeared that the remnant soul had bestowed upon Qin Feng a new corporeal form. This celestial king's essence was quite formidable. "Why are you so distracted?" Sui Yun waved her hand before his eyes. "Nothing much. Just pondering when I shall return to the Holy Land to fulfill my promise," Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Sui Yun, fully aware of his implications, blushed and softly responded, "I understand. I will keep my promise, all right?" Curiously, she inquired, "Are you perhaps clairvoyant? From the moment you entered deselecting stones, it seemed as though you had already pinpointed your target, without any hesitation, and even dared to wager confidently with me. Tell me, is the person behind that gambling stone venue you, or is it owned by your family?" With a smile, Sui Yun articulated her suspicions. "There is but one truth. Everything has been orchestrated by you." Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of pride. This fellow was quite meticulous, likely harboring intentions beyond mere physical amusement, perhaps even seeking to toy with her emotions. "Have you figured it out again?" Xiao Fan remarked, sensing that she was overthinking. "I did not deduce it. It is merely a woman's intuition." "Xiao Fan, are you still willing to wager with me?" Sui Yun smiled enchantingly, her seductive wisdom unexpectedly reaching a new height at that moment. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Sui Yun's gaze held a hint of allure as she said, "In the cultivation technique I practice, there exists a move known as to attract by letting go, huh? You recognize it as a trap, yet still choose to leap into it? I have already stated it is to attract by letting go. My intentions are solely for the purpose of cultivating my technique. Do not overthink it," Sui Yun whispered. "Ah." Xiao Fan felt a tingle at the back of her head. Is she trying to ensnare me? "Woman, you are playing with fire." Yet, Sui Yun remained silent, leaving Xiao Fan with an inexplicable sense of restlessness. Ding. Due to the excessive pressure exerted by the host on Sui Yun, her affection for you has blossomed, advancing your cultivation by 1 level and elevating her fondness for you to 90. You have intercepted the fate of the destined daughter, severing the fortune of the destined son, and gained 2,000 villain points. Reward obtained, the Heart Sutra of Desire, Pure Desire Advanced Version, Purely Aroused. What on earth does purely aroused even mean? Furthermore, how can pressure translate to affection? Sui Yun, something is amiss with you. Xiao Fan scrutinized the reward with a critical gaze. Pure Desire, the Heart Sutra of the Temptress, is one among its myriad branches. After cultivation, it only resonates with the host. Alas, Truly an unparalleled technique. Chapter 22. Secured and done. Xiao Fan arrived in the northern part of the city ahead of time, only to find that there were no vendors selling ancient books on the streets. The script indicated that they would appear 3 days later, suggesting that they would not emerge until the designated time. Does this imply that if this individual does not appear, the treasures at the auction will remain undiscovered? Xiao Fan pondered to himself. System. If Qin Feng does not attend the ancient treasure auction, will the fortune that belongs to him remain concealed? The opportunities presented at the Treasure Appraisal Conference are the greatest reliance of the fated son of fortune named Qin Feng, until he arrives at the venue. Every artifact could potentially harbor the secrets of the Temporal Codex. It is only after Qin Feng selects a treasure that the location of the Temporal Codex will be revealed. But what if he does not appear at this appraisal event? In that case, by a stroke of serendipity, the treasures at the conference might conveniently go missing, only to be fortuitously discovered by him, leading to the unearthing of the Temporal Codex. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the fated son. It seems the heavens are eager to bestow upon him their blessings. Just look at this treatment. It is utterly unreasonable. Xiao Fan's ambitions to seize him seemed increasingly futile. Perhaps he should unveil the secrets of time and space to gain the upper hand. Is there anything you wish to purchase? Su Yun inquired, her gaze sweeping over the assortment of dilapidated items displayed before her, reminiscent of an antique market. Fractured pottery, shattered weapons, and rusty scraps of metal. Their original forms barely discernible cluttered the scene. Not yet, Xiao Fan replied, shaking his head. Su Yun became more convinced of her suspicions. This man undoubtedly possessed some form of foresight. However, he refrained from sharing, leaving her reluctant to pry further. Yet, his foresight was indeed beneficial, as any treasures on earth would ultimately be entrusted to her care. A swift whoosh echoed through the air as a sword sliced through the sky, racing past them. Xiao Fan observed the 2 core disciples of the sacred land, their gazes sweeping across Fengning City as if they were in search of something. It struck him as peculiar. Core disciples typically remained in seclusion, rarely venturing out. What could have transpired? Upon recognizing their faces, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "It's you two?" The pair also noticed Xiao Fan's presence, accompanied by a graceful and ethereal female disciple. They dared not exhibit any indifference. After all, core disciples were not particularly noteworthy in the presence of the Holy Sun. They promptly descended and approached Xiao Fan with utmost respect, greeting him. "We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Why are you two, instead of diligently cultivating, wandering about? Are you perhaps sensing something profound? Seeking to challenge me and avenge a past grievance?" The newcomers consisted of one in the early stage of the nascent soul, whose aura was somewhat unstable, suggesting a recent advancement, and another in the mid-stage, exuding a robust presence, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough to the late stage. The 2 disciples felt a chill run down their spines at the notion of a challenge. The early-stage disciple hastily replied, "Holy Sun, you jest. My aptitude is lacking. During my late gold core phase, I foolishly challenged you, and I have since recognized my folly." The mid-stage disciple, equally respectful, added, "Holy Sun, please do not jest. My meager abilities are hardly worth your attention. You could dispatch me with just 3 moves. I, Chu Su, hold tremendous admiration for your prowess." Su Yun watched in bewilderment, sensing that these 2 core disciples appeared to be at Xiao Fan's mercy. They quickly shifted the conversation, fearing Xiao Fan might bring up challenges again. Chu Su inquired, "This junior sister is clad in the sacred land's robe. I do not recall seeing her before." "She is the newly appointed saintess," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. Chu Su was momentarily taken aback. A saintess? The way Xiao Fan held her hand suggested she was his Tao partner. Wait, had something monumental occurred? "Do you have any objections?" Xiao Fan inquired. "No objections, no objections. Holy Sun and Saintess, a match made in heaven. Truly an extraordinary pair," Chu Su hastily affirmed. "Greetings, Saintess." The 2 disciples quickly bowed, primarily mindful of Xiao Fan's presence, not daring to breach etiquette. "There is no need for excessive formalities," Su Yun interjected, regarding the Saintess. Chu Su had been in seclusion during the announcement and was astonished that she was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How could the cultivation levels of the Holy Sun and Saintess have escalated so dramatically? "Are you two out here for a particular purpose?" Jolin, the early-stage nascent soul cultivator beside them, spoke up. "The Biming Demon Cave is in turmoil. The sword used to suppress the demonic energies has been stolen. The Grand Elder has issued an order for disciples and attendants to search for the divine sword." The Grand Elder mentioned that the thief poses a significant threat to the sacred land, instructing us to retrieve him at all costs. A disturbance in the demon cave? Such a situation had arisen? Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity, what are the characteristics of that individual, or how does the divine sword appear? The two promptly produced a jade slip, which depicted the very likeness of the divine sword. According to the elder, the lost divine sword was of exceptional caliber, classified as a Dao artifact. As they elaborated, Xiao Fan's consciousness delved into the image, and upon gazing at the golden divine sword, he momentarily fell into a trance. What is the matter? Su Yiyun, with her keen perception, sensed something amiss. You should take a look for yourself. Curiously, Su Yiyun took the slip, and upon recognizing the form of the divine sword, she too was struck with astonishment. Meanwhile, Chu Su and Zhou Lin inquired. Did the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden possess a lead? Su Yiyun quickly responded, yes. But I wish to clarify a point. Is it feasible for a Qi refining practitioner to obtain this Dao artifact divine sword within the abyss? Zhou Lin and Chu Su exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. In the abyss, even transformation stage cultivators do not dare to tread lightly. How could a Qi refining practitioner manage such a feat? Are you suggesting that you have encountered the wielder of this divine sword, and that individual is a Qi refining practitioner? Xiao Fan added, a month ago, he was around the third layer of Qi refinement. After just a brief encounter, he has already ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Su Yiyun then regained her composure, pondering, indeed, how could Qin Feng be so confident? To progress from the third layer of Qi refinement to foundation establishment in merely a month is astonishing. How has he achieved this? Could it be that he harbors secrets too profound to disclose? Is there a connection between his existence and my family's demise? Xiao Fan noticed Su Yiyun's bewilderment and understood that this matter might evoke unpleasant memories for her. He said, I will capture those individuals for you. And if it comes to life and death, I shall eliminate them without concern. You need not worry. The two dared not contradict him, readily agreeing. After exchanging a few more words regarding pressing matters, they hurriedly departed from Xiao Fan's presence. The aura of the Holy Sun is overwhelmingly oppressive. I scarcely dared to breathe. It seems he has made another breakthrough, now at the late stage of the Golden Core. Indeed, at his arrival. He was merely at the early stage. I was quite displeased with this unexpected Holy Sun, foolishly challenging him. Only to be sent flying with a single slap. My mind was left in a daze. Chu Su remarked, that was a death wish. I fared the worst. I had said nothing, but when someone mentioned dissatisfaction among the core disciples regarding the Holy Sun, he emerged at the mid-stage of the Golden Core and chose to challenge a core disciple, me, of all people, defeating me in 3 moves and leaving me utterly stunned. What a calamity, what a calamity. Chu Su lamented, tears unshed. The two shared a sense of mutual sympathy, both having been bested by Xiao Fan in 3 moves. Yet, it was not all in vain. Though the Holy Sun shattered my resolve in 3 moves, he later consoled me, stating that the ephemeral nature of victory and defeat mattered little. It was from that moment that I attained enlightenment, breaking through to form my nascent soul. Zhou Lin, when speaking of Xiao Fan, felt gratitude but more so respect and awe. Terrifying indeed. Chu Su puzzled, if I sensed correctly just now. The Holy Maiden appears to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Yes, the Holy Land holds great expectations for the newly appointed Holy Maiden. Allowing a foundation establishment cultivator to assume such a role, which would have been unimaginable in the past. However, I have heard that the new Holy Maiden possesses a unique constitution and exceptional fortune. Perhaps, like the Holy Sun, her apparent lower cultivation level belies her true strength. Should she engage in battle, she might easily overpower both you and me. This is plausible. Otherwise, how could she be the Holy Maiden? The two, having witnessed Xiao Fan's prowess, naturally equated Su Yiyun with him, for only such a possibility could justify her position as the Holy Maiden. What do you think the relationship is between the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden? I perceive it as akin to that of Dao partners. I see it similarly. Su Yiyun furrowed her brow. Thoughts of Qin Feng's rapid advancement in cultivation and the divine sword in his possession weighed heavily on her mind. There seemed to be an enigmatic veil enveloping him, rendering her unable to discern his true nature. She sighed. If my enemies are indeed connected to him, what am I to do? Eliminate them. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, let the ashes scatter. But he is my only kin in this world. At this moment, Su Yiyun was reminded of her blood ties, for he was the sole person in her life with whom she shared such a connection. Xiao Fan, what nonsense are you talking? If we have 2 children, you will have family, won't you? Su Yiyun, who had just been frowning, couldn't help but smile at his words. This guy? He really knows how to break the mold. Xiao Fan, While kinship and familial ties hold some significance, it is the kindness bestowed upon you by others that truly matters. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, pondering his words. At times, this fellow speaks with a surprising degree of wisdom. Oh, I see. A smile graced Su Yun's face. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. Her cousin was not connected to those adversaries. Xiao Fan, you are unaware that my intention is to convey how exceptionally well I treat you. You are of utmost significance to me. Su Yun. Indeed, you are the most important. Chapter 23. The true understanding of swordsmanship. Xiao Fan had opened 2 small rooms near the northern part of the city. In truth, he was a frugal individual who believed that it was of little consequence for 2 persons to share a space. 1 room would suffice. However, Su Yun, a spendthrift by nature, vehemently disagreed, insisting that she had gained some insights during her cultivation and required 2 rooms. The young attendant at the tavern, lacking discernment, insisted that there was ample space for each person to have their own room. Consequently, Xiao Fan's virtue of thriftiness was unceremoniously thwarted. Today marked the 3rd day of this predicament. He pondered, ever vigilant of the bustling crowds in the northern district, keenly aware of who set up stalls and who departed with their wares. Soon enough, Xiao Fan spotted 2 figures, one old and one young, appearing on the streets of the northern district in search of an unoccupied space. They began to display their goods. Both were mere mortals, devoid of magical storage artifacts. The elderly man carried a small bamboo basket on his back, filled with numerous tattered ancient texts, the bamboo strips pressing down on his coarse linen garments, creating deep creases. His frail frame appeared slightly hunched and burdened. The old man often coughed, suggesting poor health. His hair was grizzled, and his face bore the marks of time, presenting an image of frailty. The young boy, merely 7 or 8 years old, sported a high ponytail and, with a sense of understanding, supported the bamboo basket from below, hoping to alleviate the elder's burden. After observing them for a considerable time, Xiao Fan discerned that they were the only sellers of ancient texts in the vicinity. Thus they must be the ones he sought. How could mere mortals possess the profound secrets of swordsmanship? Nonetheless, in a fantastical world, it was not unusual for one's origins to be shrouded in mystery. Perhaps these 2 were remnants of an illustrious lineage. Acquiring their wares would suffice. However, before he could make his move, 2 menacing figures, robust and imposing, approached the pair. The old man, under the impression that they were potential buyers, kindly began to introduce his items, elaborating on their origins. Yet, the 2 men spoke in low, menacing tones. Old man, do you know that to set up a stall on this street, one must pay tribute to our brother Wang? Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze became momentarily vacant, but he quickly regained his composure. He pleaded, Gentlemen, we are newcomers and unfamiliar with the rules. Moreover, we are but 2 unfortunate souls, devoid of anything to offer as tribute. Are you refusing to pay? One of the burly men threatened ominously. I want to make it difficult for you. Just leave your items and be on your way, the other added. Brothers, we intend to sell these items to earn a meager living. Please, have mercy, the old man implored, fearfully dropping to his knees, fearing their refusal. Get lost. You're being given face, but are too shameless to accept it. Upon finishing his words, one of the burly men delivered a forceful kick to the elderly man. Both individuals were cultivators, albeit at the nascent stage of qi training. Yet, to a frail and aged person, any strike could prove fatal. Moreover, this particular kick struck the old man squarely in the abdomen, causing him to instantly roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. The young child beside him turned ashen and hurriedly rushed to the old man's side, attempting to lift him while calling out his name incessantly. However, the elder's breath was faint, akin to a flickering candle on the verge of being extinguished by a gust of wind. The 2 assailants, indifferent to the scene, retrieved a storage bag, intent on collecting all the ancient text within. Other vendors along the street, prioritizing their own safety, chose to remain uninvolved, adhering to the adage that it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. The law of the jungle prevailed. They too had to pay tribute to the figure referred to as Brother Wang, lest they lose the opportunity to peddle their wares in this vicinity. Xiao Fan remained indifferent, observing as these 2 insignificant individuals, emboldened by the so-called Brother Wang, brazenly wreaked havoc, revealing to him the diversity of existence. At that moment, a graceful figure glided past him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, and landed before the 2 burly men. Su Yun could no longer bear the sight. Having experienced the obliteration of her family, she was acutely aware of the helplessness of the weak. Witnessing the oppression of an elderly man and a child by these two ruffians stirred memories of that helpless night as she watched her loved ones depart one by one. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward. "Who are you?" One of them sneered. "We are here on Brother Wang's orders. Do you dare to obstruct us?" Though these men were brutish, they possessed enough sense to recognize the strength emanating from Su Yiyun, who invoked the name of their patron in hopes of intimidating her. Brother Wang? What a scoundrel! Unable to restrain herself, Su Yiyun drew her sharp blade and struck at the cultivator who had just kicked the elderly man. A flash of cold light cut through the air. In an instant, a bloody thigh severed from its body lay quietly on the ground. The very limb that had just inflicted pain upon the old man. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching wail, utterly shocked by the ferocity of this woman. Crimson blood pooled around them. Nearby, a companion hastily produced a hemostatic elixir, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. But Su Yiyun swiftly dispatched that hand with another strike of her sword. Her gaze was icy, her demeanor as frigid as frost. And in the span of mere breaths, she had executed her brutal assault. Feeling that her wrath was still unsatisfied, Su Yiyun unleashed two more waves of sword energy, penetrating their meridians and shredding them inch by inch. The two men felt as though a sharp sword was ravaging their insides, tearing through them with relentless ferocity. Each moment was a torment akin to 1,000 cuts, causing them to roll their eyes back and foam at the mouth. After what felt like an eternity, as the remnants of the sword energy dissipated, they were finally able to gasp for breath, though their internal organs were left battered and their vitality waning. Xiao Fan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Was she truly this ruthless? She appeared quite gentle on ordinary days. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in Brother Wang's affairs? Do you wish to die?" One of the burly men attempted to intimidate her. Su Yiyun, however, was not one to engage in meaningless chatter. With a swift stroke of her sword, she struck true, severing his lips to the roots of his ears, leaving a grotesque display of blood and flesh. Her swordsmanship was exquisite. In the act of tearing his mouth, she also cleaved his tongue from him. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow had merely uttered a verbal threat and had his tongue severed. I kissed her lightly, pondering if my lack of strength would lead her to twist my head off. What a terrifying woman. It seems that only by firmly subduing you beneath my oppressive might will you display any semblance of gentleness. Spare us, noble heroine. We are merely assisting Brother Wang. One of them hastily pleaded for mercy. Su Yiyun paid him no mind. These two had already been incapacitated, unable to move, and had ample time to endure her torment. She produced a pill, vibrant with life, crushed it into powder, and with a graceful gesture, sent the powder into the elder's mouth, infusing him with pure medicinal energy that coursed through his limbs. To cultivators, this was merely a common healing elixir, yet to mortals, it was a miraculous remedy. Soon, the elder regained consciousness. The young lad, with tears mingled with smiles, knelt repeatedly in gratitude, expressing his thanks to Su Yiyun. Thank you, noble heroine. Thank you, celestial being. Su Yiyun said nothing. Instead, she summoned a surge of spiritual energy to lift the boy. Her attention was not on him, but rather on the two villains lying on the ground, clinging to life, as if she might soon reduce them to mere pulp. Xiao Fan stepped forward at an opportune moment, his consciousness sweeping over the ancient texts. To his astonishment, he discovered a piece of gilded foil concealed within a thick tome. With a gentle motion, he drew it forth, causing the book to ascend and land in his grasp. As he focused his awareness upon the gold leaf, it plunged into a profound ocean of intricate characters, each symbol chiseled with precision, their lines remarkably sharp and defined. Was this the true essence of the sword path, inscribed upon this delicate sheet of gold with the spirit of the sword? The foil, a deep shade of purple and of remarkable quality, was no larger than a palm. Yet the words it bore were as vast as the sea, each movement and stance replete with boundless mysteries. Child, if you hand me this book, I shall assist you in dealing with those two, Xiao Fan proposed. However, the young one merely shook his head. Xiao Fan was perplexed. Could it be that he had uncovered some clues? Brother, I can gift you this book. Could you assist me in controlling the two of them, and perhaps provide me with a sword? He spoke with a youthful voice. Yet there was an undercurrent of chilling murderous intent in his tone. Xiao Fan gazed intently at him, finding it intriguing. Excellent. With a gentle flick, a stream of white energy surged forth, striking the foreheads of the two burly men, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, with a deft motion of his right hand, a dagger measuring 3 inches in length materialized in his grasp. Here you go. He offered it forward. The young boy expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. You are truly a good person. Xiao Fan, is there such a thing as a good person card? Sui Yun tugged at Xiao Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to learn to kill at such a young age? Are you very old then? When you strike, you resemble a fierce tigress." Sui Yun retorted, "I'm gentle, all right? You're the tigress. Your entire family are tigresses." The two burly men stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror, yearning for mercy but unable to utter a word. The young boy took a deep breath, his grip tightening around the hilt of the knife. With each silent slice, he unleashed the fury within him. If no one intervened, his grandfather would perish. These two deserved to be mercilessly punished. With each thrust of the blade, blood flowed profusely, soaking his hands. His breath transitioned from frantic to composed, as if savoring this dark delight. At that moment, a violet script emerged above the boy's head. A person of destiny? Chapter 24. To kill is the solution. Xiao Fan took the script and inquired, "What do the colors of this script signify?" "Fortune," came the reply. "The script is adorned in 5 distinct colors: white, azure, red, purple, and gold. White represents the lowest fortune, signifying an ordinary passerby or a mere pawn. Gold, conversely, embodies the highest fortune, representing the favored child of destiny." "I see," Xiao Fan responded. Xiao Fan, with a profound understanding, recognized that the purple-haired child was not the child of destiny, but rather a being second only to such a favored one. As he perused the script, he was taken aback by the initial revelation of the child's life trajectory. Name, Hengjian. Race, human, reincarnation of an innate sword spirit. Physique, innate sword heart. The innate sword spirit, mastering the sword of slaughter, attains enlightenment through murder, possessing immense potential for growth. If he discovers the true form of the sword of slaughter, he will achieve a harmonious union with the sword, becoming a genuine spirit of carnage. In a world line devoid of host intervention, Heng Jian will intersect with Qin Feng and become an asset to him. You, alongside Sui Yun, rescued him and his grandfather, and he will forever remember your kindness. Ready to serve you. The sword of slaughter, a reincarnated sword spirit, sounds quite impressive. In the mortal realm, only Dao artifacts possess spirit forms, and these spirits cannot exist independently from their objects. Otherwise, they cannot survive. This sword spirit's ability to reincarnate suggests it is at least of a celestial artifact's caliber. Turning back, Heng Jian had already claimed the lives of 2 formidable men, his youthful visage betraying an excitement that was hard to reconcile with the fact that this was his first act of killing. "Here you go, big brother," he said, reluctantly returning the dagger to Xiao Fan, feeling an uncanny comfort and ease in wielding it. Unbeknownst to him, during the act of slaying those 2 villains, he experienced an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. The current state of Heng Jian was weak, and they were not related by blood. If he generously extended his assistance now, what could be easier than winning people's hearts? Adding embellishments is never as valuable as providing timely aid. Observing the reluctant expression on Heng Jian's face, Xiao Fan smiled and declared, "It's yours." Heng Jian gazed at Xiao Fan with curiosity. This blade, glimmering with a cold light and capable of slicing through iron like mud, was certainly no ordinary weapon. It surpassed even the finest blades forged by the village blacksmith. The blacksmith's prized sword was worth 10 taels of silver, so one could easily surmise that this blade was worth at least 100 taels. "Is he truly giving it to me? This must be incredibly valuable. I cannot afford to pay you," he murmured softly. Valuable? To an ordinary person, indeed. A superior treasure would seem rather costly. Yet, to Xiao Fan, it bore no greater significance than a simple fruit knife. "Xiao Fan, how about this? You shall give me all the ancient texts on the ground, and in return, I will present you with this sword, along with 2 additional techniques." Acquiring a true understanding of the swordsmanship in exchange for these items is indeed a lucrative deal. Techniques? Heng Jian, naturally, had heard of them and excitedly inquired, "Are they celestial arts?" Xiao Fan nodded, stating that what he imparted was akin to celestial arts for the current version of you. Upon saying this, he gently pointed, and 2 runes penetrated into Heng Jian's consciousness, as if they were an innate part of him. Heng Jian's eyes were filled with confusion, but after a moment, he immediately bowed in gratitude to Xiao Fan, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother. Let us proceed." Xiao Fan replied, "Interactions should be appropriately measured." Leaving an air of mystery, "Will I have the chance to see you again, big brother?" Heng Jian inquired. "Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain," he replied, feigning depth as he turned his face slightly, gazing toward the boundless horizon. Heng Jian felt that this big brother was remarkably kind, though he sensed an underlying sorrow. After bidding farewell to Heng Jian, Xiao Fan lingered for a while, preparing to address any lingering issues. Su Yun observed his demeanor towards Heng Jian and felt that he possessed a certain compassion. "How come you were so kind-hearted, helping him and even gifting him a dagger?" she asked, perplexed. Xiao Fan disdainfully remarked, "Come on, have I not always been kind-hearted?" Su Yun shot him a glance. "You consider yourself a good person. Yet all you do is threaten me, isn't that right? By the way, what spell did you just bestow upon him?" she inquired with curiosity. "A fundamental sword technique and a minor divine ability. The art of transmuting stone into gold." Transmuting stone into gold. What purpose does teaching such a thing serve? You foolish one, do you not see he is but a mortal? The ability to transmute stone into gold is invaluable, you know? Xiao Fan remarked. He does not engage in cultivation. For a mortal, the most vital concern is sustenance. If he masters the art of transmuting stone into gold, he shall never face the plight of hunger throughout his life. Truly a remarkable skill. Wouldn't you agree? Su Yun pondered this thoughtfully and found some merit in his words. Now that the matter is resolved, let us depart, she suggested. To eradicate the roots of a problem is essential. Otherwise, it will inevitably resurface with the spring breeze. I must eliminate that senior brother Wang lurking behind them, Xiao Fan asserted. That makes sense, he continued. Indeed, after the demise of these two individuals, the situation escalated. Several vendors peddling second-hand goods in the northern streets, fearing entanglement and trouble, hastily packed their belongings and left. News of the incident had reached the ears of the so-called senior brother Wang. Before long, a young man clad in splendid attire, exuding an air of aloofness, approached with a cold gaze. Are you the ones who took my life? Upon encountering the visitor clad in the outer robe of the sacred land, Xiao Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Are you a disciple of the outer sect of the Taishian sacred land? He inquired, somewhat impressed. The aloof young man replied with arrogance, revealing that he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, barely qualifying as an outer disciple. Nevertheless, he held his head high even when faced with those outside the sacred land. Unbeknownst to him, the person before him was none other than the sacred son of the sacred land. After all, he was not even an inner disciple and had no acquaintance with someone of such stature. State your identities. I do not slay nameless individuals, Brother Wang declared coldly. Looking down upon them, noticing Xiao Fan and Su Yun's extravagant attire and extraordinary demeanor, he pondered if they held some status. Do you wish to kill me? Xiao Fan retorted with a hint of mockery. A mere golden core cultivator dares to make threats before me? He scoffed, for in Fengning City, who would dare disrespect him? Unable to bear the situation any longer, Su Yun swiftly drew her sword, aiming for the young man's throat. As the shadow of death loomed over him, he narrowly evaded, yet still lost an arm in the process. My goodness, how violent you are! Xiao Fan exclaimed in astonishment. With a disgrace like you emerging from the sacred land, I shall cleanse it today, Su Yun proclaimed fiercely. Cleanse it. Upon hearing those words, Brother Wang's expression changed dramatically. Realizing he had encountered someone from the sacred land, he had seen the robes of inner disciples and core disciples, yet had never laid eyes on the attire of the sacred son or sacred maiden. Are you also from the sacred land? He confirmed. Su Yun offered no reply, as her sword danced with deadly grace. Each strike, thrusts, jabs, slashes, left visible wounds upon Brother Wang's body. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised. I beg for mercy. I was merely carrying out orders for someone else. He pleaded desperately. Please spare me. How bothersome. Xiao Fan remarked with displeasure. Is it always this way? Eliminate one. And it seems I must eradicate the entire network of interests behind them? He sighed, conceding to his better nature, deciding to see this through to its conclusion. He called upon Uncle Jiang. Young master, he responded. Search his soul to uncover the mastermind. Slay those who can be slain, and for those who cannot, use my token to seek the Grand Elder's assistance. As he spoke, he tossed Uncle Jiang a token of the sacred sun, a symbol of his esteemed position. Understood. Uncle Jiang wasted no time and proceeded to probe the so-called Brother Wang's soul. You cannot kill me. My connections are. He stammered before being interrupted by an agonizing scream. Even the least of them are stronger than you. Xiao Fan, unable to bear the sight, wielded his minimal power to create immense trouble for others, proving to be even less than the most insignificant of creatures. His consciousness surged wildly, obliterating the sea of awareness belonging to Brother Wang. The latter's eyes became vacant, his pupils dilated, and he lay powerless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. With a mere wave of his hand, Uncle Jiang unleashed a stream of white fire, incinerating him completely, leaving only a heap of ashes behind. The onlooking cultivators witnessed these events unfold, secretly applauding the spectacle. In Fengning City, the notion of collecting protection fees was non-existent, yet many engaged in such practices discreetly, with no one daring to resist. With this incident resulting in a death, they felt a sense of satisfaction, a breath of relief. Xiao Fan, who was behind this person? A distant relative of an inner sect disciple. Even this individual's entrance into the outer sect was orchestrated by that inner sect disciple, reported by Uncle Jiang. Xiao Fan shook his head, initially expecting a formidable adversary, only to find this mere shrimp instead. I will explain the killing of that inner sect disciple to the Grand Elder, he stated. Indeed, Sui Yun sighed. Even within the righteous sanctum, one cannot escape the presence of parasitic tumors. In a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. Eliminate one upon sight, regardless of the multitude. Xiao Fan expressed his indifference. His own family had similar individuals, yet their strict family laws ensured unity among them. As long as humanity exists, greed and selfishness will persist. Such matters will remain rampant as long as life endures. Chapter 25. Diverging Ideals and Qin Feng's Soaring Cultivation upon returning to the temporary pavilion. Xiao Fan took out the acquired gold foil and began to ponder its depths. The true interpretation of the sword, the way of the sword, is to remain unbending. When one first embarks upon the path of the sword, one must nurture the sword soul. The sword should extend as an extension of the hand, akin to the dexterity of one's fingers. In the early stages of sword cultivation, one must first cultivate a heart of fortitude, fostering a sharp and fierce momentum. One must comprehend the essence of the sword, achieving a state where the sword resonates with the heart, moving in harmony with one's will. Xiao Fan contemplated deeply and discerned a divergence between these philosophies and his own path of cultivation. In the realm of spiritual practice, is it truly wise to adhere rigidly to one's principles? To engage in combat when one is aware of the futility? What is the difference between that and courting death? Without the halo of a protagonist, one is bound to face defeat. This starkly contrasts with his beliefs. Cultivation is predicated on the essence of survival. To exist is paramount. Without life, all else is rendered meaningless. Nurturing a sword? A weapon is merely a tool. Establishing a belief in such implements seems rather absurd. A disobedient sword spirit can simply be erased, while a compliant one can be enslaved. What significance does the world of cultivation hold if tools are only meant for utility? Are you certain that nurturing a sword does not equate to becoming a sword's thrall? As for the realms of swordsmanship, such as achieving a clear sword heart or allowing the sword to move in accordance with one's mind, their practical utility appears rather limited. In the face of absolute strength, how potent is your sword intent? Can it breach my defenses? How tedious. Instead of spending time deciphering these ethereal sword concepts, he would rather dedicate himself to understanding the realms of cultivation. Elevating one's state is the truest means of enhancing strength. After perusing a significant portion of this treatise on swordsmanship, he was left with the impression that it was excessively subjective. Insufficient strength? Perhaps that stems from an unsettled heart, lacking the essence of a sword heart, rendering one incapable of grasping the profundities of the sword path. Xiao Fan gradually sheathed the essence of swordsmanship, adhering to the principle of eschewing teachings that do not resonate with his philosophy. However, the sword techniques contained within appeared to possess considerable power, warranting further exploration. Sword Qi like a rainbow, a magnificent arc that pierces the sun. Upon invoking this technique, the sword Qi coalesces into a radiant sun-like form, illuminating all darkness. The inherent masculine vigor of the sword Qi effectively dispels malevolent forces and banishes phantoms. Frost of 1,000 miles, in a realm of ice and snow. Executing this technique transforms the sword Qi into a flurry of falling frost, freezing the sun, moon, and mountains alike. A chill pervades the air, heralding the approach of winter. Capable of encasing vast landscapes in ice. Combination technique. By merging sword Qi like a rainbow with frost of 1,000 miles, one can achieve the duality of ice and fire. With the left hand wielding sword Qi like a rainbow, and the right hand executing frost of 1,000 miles. The two converge as one, manifesting a realm of contrasting elements. Xiao Fan meticulously noted the sword techniques, finally reaping some rewards. The sword energy surged like a rainbow. As the holy son of the righteous sect, this technique dispelled malevolence and appeared to be exceptionally suited for me. How fitting. As for the 10,000 miles of frost, being a villain, it is only natural for me to exude a hint of chill, is it not? The final technique, ice and fire coexisting, epitomized my dual nature of righteousness and wickedness, a truly exquisite characterization. However, Aside from these few techniques, it seems there is little else to learn. Initially, Xiao Fan found himself somewhat unaccustomed, but within merely half an hour, he was able to navigate the ocean of sword energy runes inscribed on the gold leaf with his divine consciousness, transcending those sword intents and discarding the so-called sword heart. Xiao Fan dedicated himself solely to mastering the sword techniques. In merely 2 days, he comprehended the intricacies of the swordplay. He plucked a strand of hair, and with a gentle flick, it instantly crystallized into white frost, as resilient as jade, a myriad of frost cascading through the air. The temperature in the entire room plummeted. The tea that had been steaming moments ago was suddenly transformed into solid ice. The fish pond in the courtyard also froze instantaneously, with the fish still frolicking, resembling exquisite ice sculptures. Utilizing merely 1,000th of his strength, he could envelop the entire 10-mile courtyard in a flurry of frost. How magnificent would it be when his power reaches its zenith, with a single sword strike capable of turning the entire world into a realm of ice? This sword technique indeed possesses formidable power. Xiao Fan stirred once more, his silvery hair transformed into a vivid crimson in the next moment, seemingly flickering with flames that scorched everything in his vicinity. Frost melted away, radiating an overwhelming heat from his center, as if he embodied the supreme sun of the universe. "Disperse," he uttered softly, and the swirling frost and the blazing sun vanished entirely, as though nothing had transpired. Remarkable. This sword technique surpasses even those within the sacred ground. After experiencing the might of the technique, Xiao Fan offered this assessment. He had also delved into the swordsmanship manuals within the repository of scriptures. The sword techniques that surpass these two in power possess too lengthy a casting time, rendering them impractical for real combat. Conversely, techniques simpler than these lack sufficient potency. In summary, the moves are straightforward, the skills exhibit virtually no casting time, and their power is formidable, making them suitable for my use. After spending 2.5 days deciphering the profound truths of swordsmanship inscribed on this gilded parchment, he found it somewhat taxing, balancing work and leisure. He decided to seek some amusement first. Stepping out of his room, he noticed that the chi of righteousness was autonomously circulating. Ah, is someone practicing dark arts? Upon turning to investigate, he discovered that the alluring, pink aura emanated from the courtyard of Suiyun. This individual certainly possesses audacity, daring to cultivate demonic techniques. Xiao Fan wished to push open the door, yet upon reflection, it seemed that this magical ability awakened her primal desires. Thus, she resolved to exert greater force. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted. "Father, how much longer must this transformative process endure? Ah, the pain is unbearable." The heart-wrenching sounds reverberated throughout the 5 elements glimmering tower, as Qin Feng's soul shadow was repeatedly torn and reformed, while the vibrant quintessence of the 5 colors accumulated to shape his corporeal form. During the rebirth of his physical body, the radiance emanating from the 5 elements glimmering tower cascaded onto the soul shadow, continuously bestowing upon him the power of the 5 elements. After 3 arduous days, the once resplendent tower now appeared dim and lifeless, resembling a forsaken relic. The remnant soul of the celestial king spoke gravely, "Endure, for I am harnessing the power of this treasure tower to reconstruct your body, solidifying your essence with the 5 elements. This elemental body, born of the 5 elements and the cyclical dance of yin and yang, holds the potential for boundless future possibilities. If successful, you may even evolve into a spiritual entity of the 5 elements, granting your physical form a connection to the ethereal realm." With a heavy heart, the remnant soul of the celestial king reluctantly channeled the last flicker of the tower's precious light to aid in Qin Feng's corporeal reconstruction. Previously, he had relied on the protection of the glimmering tower, but now, with the soul-nurturing jade providing a sanctuary for his spirit, he recognized the necessity of utilizing this invaluable light for Qin Feng's rebirth. Qin Feng cried out in agony, contorted by the intense pain. As his soul shadow began to waver, the remnant soul of the celestial king furrowed his brow. Although the torment of a torn soul was excruciating, enduring it would lead to metamorphosis. He had warned Qin Feng beforehand that perseverance would greatly benefit his future. Yet, why was he still resisting? "Father, it hurts. It hurts so much. Is there no gentler method for reconstructing my body?" Qin Feng pleaded. "I previously informed you of a milder approach to body reconstruction, but the improvements would be minimal. The more intense method yields significant progress but requires enduring immense pain. You chose to endure suffering. Why now do you lament?" The celestial king's remnant replied calmly. Qin Feng lamented, "I had no idea this pain would be so unbearable. 1,000 cuts or a rain of arrows would be more tolerable. Father, let us opt for a gentler route. I would gladly accept a slower pace of cultivation. After a prolonged silence, the remnant soul finally spoke. You need only endure for 3 more hours, and the task will be complete. Do you truly wish to abandon this endeavor? I believe in your boundless future. This suffering should not be yours to bear. Qin Feng rejected the proposal. Very well. The remnant soul of the celestial king respected his choice, and the pace of his incantations began to slow, the torment of his spirit no longer tearing him apart. Qin Feng's wails abruptly ceased. Half an hour later, a naked youth surveyed his body with satisfaction, tightening his fists. The surge of power coursing through him left him in awe. He could distinctly feel his flesh being reformed, his entire appearance rejuvenated. This new corporeal form far surpassing his previous one, entirely on a different level. Is this what a new body feels like? He swallowed in astonishment. Indeed. The remnant soul nodded, though internally he sighed. This young man's temperament was lacking, prone to abandon his path halfway. How could he achieve greatness? Yet, he mused, had it not been for the absorption of his 10 years of spiritual energy, he would not have survived to this moment, nor discovered the soul-nourishing jade. Every gain comes with a loss. Mid-stage golden core. Father, is this? Qin Feng was astonished to discover that his cultivation had reached the remarkable mid-stage golden core. Did you not say I could only restore my original cultivation? That was under the condition of a torn soul. Although there was no enhancement in cultivation, it enabled your rebirth, illuminating your future. You chose to forego it. The power of the 5 elements now nurtures your cultivation, resulting in your current form. The remnant soul lamented. I had intended to forge a 5-element body for you. But alas, Qin Feng did not live up to expectations. However, Qin Feng was unbothered. He felt that his current body was incredibly strong, more than 10 times superior to the previous one, and with his cultivation enhanced, coupled with his enduring divine abilities, he would not fear even early-stage nascent soul practitioners. The absence of a 5-element body in exchange for such numerous benefits was a tremendous profit. This reconstruction of your body has depleted a significant portion of my soul energy. I require rest. Thus, you must remember to act discreetly in the coming days, he advised, before vanishing into the soul-nourishing jade without a sound. Understood, he replied respectfully. Discreetly? Once I retrieve my cousin, I shall certainly be very low-key. Chapter 26. The aloof and perfect saneness of the shaking light. The treasure appraisal conference bustled with throngs of people. Qin Feng arrived at the venue, hoping to seize a stroke of luck. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of chance. The remnant soul of the celestial king had taught him the art of the 10 directions treasures, instilling within him the confidence to discover true treasures at this appraisal event. To complete a fortunate find, the destruction of his previous body had propelled Qin Feng to the mid-stage of the golden core, and he now exuded newfound confidence. Navigating through the crowd and observing the various treasures displayed in the showcases, Qin Feng shook his head in dismay. The treasure-seeking secret technique yielded no response. Did this imply that there were no treasures to be found here? After browsing for quite some time, he had not stumbled upon any hidden fortunes. He began to suspect that this place was filled with worthless trinkets, with the genuine treasures having been taken away. Look, those are the people from the spirit sword Tianshan. It is said that their sect leader has broken through to the void refinement stage, becoming a formidable void refinement expert. Indeed, it is formidable. And I have heard that their most esteemed disciple possesses exceptional talents, having reached the late stage of the golden core at the age of 200, with hopes of attaining the nascent soul by the age of 250. Yet, as fate would have it, I reached the early stage of the golden core only at the age of 200, and now at 400. I find myself still in the midst of the golden core's progression. Golden core cultivators typically live for no more than 800 years. Should I fail to break through to the later stage soon, my fate will be sealed. A cultivator expressed his melancholy. The lifespan of qi refining cultivators is not significantly extended compared to that of mortals, often living only a few decades longer, with most reaching around 150 years, and the healthiest among them possibly extending to 200. Generally, cultivators at the late stage of foundation establishment may live up to 300 years, with a fortunate few reaching 400. As for golden core cultivators, they may live to a maximum of 700 or 800 years. Early-stage nascent soul cultivators fare little better, with lifespans barely exceeding 1,000 years, and those advancing to the late stage might struggle to reach 2,000 years. However, upon entering the transformation stage, one undergoes a profound metamorphosis, significantly extending their lifespan. Early-stage transformation cultivators can live at least 5,000 years, while those at the late stage may enjoy lifespans extending to 15,000 years. Thus, for a sect to endure for 10 millennia, it must have transformation cultivators to safeguard its legacy. Numerous cultivators gathered, discussing animatedly as a procession of figures approached from the heavens. The disciples of Ling Jin Tianshan numbered over 100, eager to attend the treasure appraisal conference, hoping to stumble upon rare treasures. Before long, throngs of individuals arrived, noble families, dynasties, sects, and clans. Every 15 minutes, another faction would make its entrance. Within the vast expanse of the Taishan sacred land, covering 100,000 miles, all influential entities were present to bear witness to the allure of this treasure appraisal conference. Yet, the Taishan sacred land itself remained devoid of attendees. These factions were mere affiliates of the sacred land. The treasures at the appraisal conference held significant value for them, yet were inconsequential to the Taishan sacred land. Among these affiliates, another group arrived, causing visible apprehension among the onlookers. How could it be them? Qin Feng's gaze also turned toward the newcomers. This contingent, though numbering only 20 or 30, emanated an aura that was utterly captivating. Two magnificent chariots, a dragon and a phoenix, were drawn through the sky, their radiant glow leaving behind trails of golden light, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, evoking a sense of reverence from all living creatures. The dragon chariot was pulled by 9 divine serpentine dragons, each at the late stage of transformation. Observing the driver of the dragon chariot, one discovered a middle-aged cultivator at the mid-stage of void refinement. The phoenix chariot was similarly piloted by a mid-stage female cultivator of great elegance, with the male cultivator commanding the dragon chariot and the female cultivator guiding the phoenix chariot. The distinction was stark. Surrounding the two chariots were 24 transformation cultivators serving as guardians, their formidable presence drawing the attention of countless spectators. A banner adorned the chariots, emblazoned with the striking characters of Yaoguang. They were unmistakably from the Yaoguang sacred land. The Yaoguang sacred land, indeed? Qin Feng murmured to himself. He was aware of the esteemed name of the radiant light sacred land, a place known to all practitioners, standing on equal footing with the supreme profound sacred land. They were also rivals, their enmity stretching back to the founding ancestors of their respective sections. It was said that the ancestor of the supreme profound sacred land had stolen the betrothed of the radiant light sacred lord, thus igniting a long-standing feud. This was merely a rumor, and the truth remained elusive. How could the denizens of the radiant light sacred land venture into the territory of the supreme profound sacred land? Yet, judging by their demeanor, they did not appear to seek trouble. The elders of the supreme profound sacred land were undoubtedly aware of this matter and chose not to intervene, likely wishing to avert any conflict. Matters between sacred lands were best observed from the sidelines by practitioners of lesser rank. The gathered cultivators exchanged opinions, their connection to the sacred land disputes being minimal. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating the figures from the radiant light sacred land. He possessed the demon-dispelling divine sword. And should the people from the supreme profound sacred land discover that I was the cause of the demonic turbulence, they would undoubtedly capture me. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Aligning with the radiant light sacred land might be a prudent choice given my current cultivation and innate talent. Since venturing out these past few days, he had gradually realized that the supreme profound sacred land was actively hunting those who disrupted the seal of the northern underworld demon cave, which included him. Should he be captured, survival would be improbable. Moreover, this new body bore no resemblance to the former Qin Feng. No one would suspect his shift in allegiance. After contemplating, he deemed this idea reasonable, seeking refuge with the radiant light. Resolute in his thoughts, he soared into the air, positioning himself before the dragon carriage. Who dares obstruct the chariot of my sacred land, scion? A refinement void cultivator barked, his overwhelming presence pressing down upon Qin Feng, striking at his very spirit. The power of the 5 elements circulated around him, nullifying the oppressive force. Unfazed, he smiled and said, I am Feng Qin, an admirer of the radiant light sacred land. I wish to enter the sacred domain but have found no means. By chance, I have encountered the sacred sun today, and I am willing to follow him and serve as his humble aide. While these words were spoken, his true intentions diverged. This was merely a temporary measure. Once his cultivation improved and his power grew, the position of sacred sun would also be his. Then, he would return and crush Xiao Fan. Oh, a mere gold core cultivator can withstand the might of a refinement void practitioner? Intriguing, remarked a youthful figure stepping forth from the dragon carriage, adorned in splendid garments with a countenance as refined as jade. He regarded Qin Feng with curiosity, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. You possess quite a bit of courage, the sacred son of radiant light remarked in a calm tone. To aspire to greatness, one must take risks, no? Qin Feng replied. Indeed, you are quite to my liking. Become my lackey. The sacred son of Yaoguang spoke with a gaze that seemed to approve of his words. Qin Feng's expression froze momentarily. The allegiance he mentioned was merely superficial, a facade of loyalty. What was this fellow implying? Was he suggesting he would become a lackey? After observing Qin Feng's stunned reaction for a while, the sacred son of Yaoguang calmly inquired, Have I wronged you in any way? Qin Feng replied with a smile, No. I am grateful for your recognition, sacred son. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. The sacred son nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The void refinement cultivator spoke in a grave tone, and following the sacred son, I hope you remain resolute. Should I discover any treachery in your heart, beware. For I shall illuminate your path with a lantern of fate. Qin Feng feigned loyalty, stating, I, Feng Qin, am honored by your recognition, and my heart is steadfast. Without any ulterior motives. With that, he discreetly returned to the side of the procession. Damn it, how arrogant. Just wait until my strength surpasses yours. I shall relish the moment of trampling you beneath my feet. The entourage of the sacred son of Yaoguang arrived at the venue of the gem appraisal conference. The dragon chariot was the sacred son's conveyance, while the phoenix chariot was naturally that of the sacred maiden. From the phoenix chariot emerged a woman of striking grace. Her beauty cold yet enchanting, akin to a celestial being stepping from a painting. Her arched brows were like delicate ink, and her lips, adorned with a subtle gloss, complemented her plain yet elegant white gown, which, despite its simplicity, could not conceal her unparalleled allure. Her captivating eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her delicate feet glimmered with a crystalline sheen that evoked admiration. Her long, graceful legs stirred the imagination, leaving one to ponder what it might be like to scale the heights of her towering peaks. With a figure that was perfectly proportioned, adding a hint of flesh without losing grace, she embodied the aspirations of countless female cultivators and the dreams of numerous male cultivators. Despite her aloof demeanor, her stunning entrance was undeniable, akin to a celestial fairy descending into the mundane world. While there were other beautiful female cultivators present, none possessed her ethereal aura, relegating them to mere background foliage. The sacred son of Yaoguang, eager to impress, suggested, Junior sister, shall we take a look over there? He extended his hand, hoping she would accept his gesture. However, the sacred maiden of Yaoguang merely smiled and nodded, a standard smile devoid of emotion. The sacred son felt no embarrassment. Appearing accustomed to such situations, it was evident to discerning eyes that he harbored affections for her, yet she seemed to lack any worldly desires, or perhaps she simply did not regard him with favor. Perhaps the one capable of winning her heart had yet to appear. Chapter 27. The Jade Maiden and the Ice Phoenix Body. The sacred son of Yaoguang, accompanied by a multitude of followers, arrived in Fengming City with great swagger, capturing immediate attention. The cultivators at the gem appraisal conference regarded his entourage with curiosity, some envious, others in awe. The sensation of being the center of attention was immensely gratifying for him. The event's organizers hastily approached to extend their hospitality, recognizing him as an esteemed guest. Etiquette could not be neglected. Unbeknownst to them, the arrival of the sacred son warranted a more ceremonious welcome. Please forgive this oversight. The event was presided over by a voluptuous matron, who greeted with a warm smile. Upon noticing her, the radiant son realized she was a woman of enduring charm. Her graceful figure and enticing curves compelled him to steal another glance, yet he quickly averted his eyes, determined not to reveal his intrigue. Observing that the radiant maiden beside him seemed oblivious, he felt reassured that he had not betrayed his true nature. In a calm voice, the radiant son remarked, I have heard whispers of an auction for ancient treasures in this place. As fate would have it, I happened to be passing through and thought to join in the festivities. Please, continue your proceedings without regard for my presence. The matron sighed inwardly. Relieved he was not here to cause trouble, she was uncertain how she would handle such a confrontation. With graciousness befitting her station, she replied, We are honored by your presence, esteemed guest. Allow me to arrange a private box for you. However, the radiant maiden interjected, Kindly arrange a box for me as well. I assure you, I shall not impose. This spiritual artifact shall serve as my token of gratitude. She presented the matron with a spiritual item. The radiant son opened his mouth to speak, but she turned away without a backward glance. The matron caught a glimpse of the radiant son, her eyes betraying an unmasked affection, though it seemed akin to a flower yearning for rain that would not come. Radiant son, will you not descend to see if any treasures might be unearthed? Qin Feng suggested at an opportune moment. Treasure? The radiant sun scoffed lightly. These so-called ancient relics. What worth could they possibly hold? At best, they might yield a superior spiritual artifact. Yet my robe itself is a treasure of considerable value. Do you believe I am in need of such trifles? Qin Feng, feigning respect, harbored disdain within, thinking to himself, does he not merely rely on the prestige of the sacred land? What is so remarkable about that? If you wish to partake in this endeavor, feel free to call the prices yourself, the radiant sun declared. My luck has been favorable of late, and I indeed wish to give it a try, Qin Feng replied. Xiao Fan was in a pleasant mood. Perhaps it was fate that led to Su Yun's cultivation mishap. With no other choice, he had to force open the door and rescue her in this critical moment. The Heart Sutra of Desire appeared to possess a flaw. She had committed no errors. Each step was executed in accordance with the prescribed method. Yet, the spiritual energy within her meridians was in inexplicable turmoil, primal desires surging forth. However, she managed to handle the situation adeptly, successfully stabilizing the chaotic energy and suppressing her inner cravings. This left Xiao Fan greatly disappointed. Alas, she was just one step away from being consumed by her desires, yet at this crucial juncture, she managed to regain control. Was she perhaps indifferent to passion? Although Su Yun had temporarily regained her composure, if she were to continue practicing the Heart Sutra of Desire, fortune would not favor her next time, and she would undoubtedly succumb to the flames of desire. Xiao Fan, as the holy son of the sacred land, bears the solemn duty to rescue every enchanting disciple. He spoke, the cultivation technique you practice, known as the Heart Sutra of Desire, is a branch of another method steeped in pure longing. Throughout the transmission of this technique, significant portions have been lost, leaving only the path of desire to be cultivated. While it may seem inconsequential now, you will eventually realize that the depths of desire will only intensify. By then, it will be all but impossible to turn back, and you shall become a slave to your own cravings. At that point, I will be left with no choice but to assist you in quelling the flames of your desire. Xiao Fan gazed into her eyes and spoke. Su Yun, with her picturesque features, was visibly taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. How did you know? She stammered. It is true that I practice a forbidden technique, but to know the name of the method is rather absurd. Instead of inquiring about my knowledge, you ought to be more concerned about your future cultivation. If you change your method now, your progress will undoubtedly lag significantly behind others. Should you persist in your current practice, you will inevitably meet your demise. Listening to Xiao Fan's words, Su Yun regained her composure, fully aware of her predicament. Before entering the sacred grounds, an unknown elderly woman had imparted this technique to her, claiming that by practicing it, she could awaken the Jade Maiden Ice Phoenix body within her bloodline. The Jade Maiden Ice Phoenix body, a supreme cultivation physique, indeed responded to the teachings of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, just as the old woman had promised, allowing her to awaken this extraordinary physique. She had even risen to become a saintess due to this miraculous endowment. By the way, where did you acquire this technique? Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity. Su Yun too had sensed the peculiarities of the method. After awakening her physique, her cultivation had become increasingly arduous, leading her to question whether there was something amiss with the technique. She recounted the entire sequence of events to Xiao Fan. How intriguing, he mused, the Jade Maiden Ice Phoenix physique. Yet you are practicing the Seductress Heart Sutra. It seems there are ulterior motives at play. At the first glance of Su Yun, Xiao Fan was struck by her exquisite beauty and pure allure, which indeed matched her essence. Do you possess a solution? Su Yun inquired candidly, without any circumlocution. There are indeed some methods, but they must not be shared lightly. Do you understand my meaning? He replied. How infuriating. Su Yun seethed, her teeth gritting in frustration as he began to haggle. Speak plainly. What do you desire? I shall grant it. She resigned herself, sensing that his intentions were far from noble. Ah, how can you speak so? He retorted. When I say the teachings must not be lightly imparted, I merely mean that the incantation requires oral transmission. It is somewhat challenging. He emphasized the word oral. Su Yun was taken aback. Is there such a notion? Do you take me for a mere child? She exclaimed, immediately rejecting his proposition. However, in the next moment, her emotion surged and desire flooded her senses once more. Damn it, my composure is slipping. Alone in a room with a man, I fear I might lose myself. She thought. Resolutely, she declared. I agree to your terms. Let us proceed then, Xiao Fan smiled. Su Yun glared at his mischievous demeanor, her anger boiling over. You only seek to take advantage of me. With a fierce determination, she lunged at him like a hungry tiger, sinking her teeth into his neck in a display that, while fierce, was merely a facade to mask her own trepidation. Xiao Fan deftly approached her cherry lips, skillfully prying open her tightly clenched teeth. In an instant, her fierce demeanor crumbled, leaving her languidly slumped in Xiao Fan's embrace. Her hands flailed weakly against his chest, lacking any real strength. Merely an attempt to mask her own disarray. Gradually, she began to resist, her fragrant tongue emerging to duel with Xiao Fan, engaging in a spirited exchange of lips and words. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion. As their lips parted, a delicate, glistening thread lingered in the air. "Now, can you give it to me?" she said coldly, striving to suppress the fervor within her heart. Haste makes waste. To dare to extend her dainty tongue against me now suggests that she might soon be ready for an honest encounter. If that were to be the case, wouldn't she require a lesson through discipline? Xiao Fan was quite pleased as he imparted the pure desire cultivation method to her, hoping she would cultivate pure desire, which would certainly pique her interest. "This is for you. No need for thanks," he said with a smile, handing her the method. Su Yun felt utterly powerless against him. She had begun to resign herself to fate. Could she possibly escape from this man's clutches? Glancing at the cultivation method, Su Yun realized that this technique, named Pure Desire, far surpassed the Seductress Heart Sutra she had practiced previously. Its content was far more comprehensive, and the path to cultivation was broader. Desire was merely an auxiliary means, while the path of pure desire was the true way. Following the operation methods outlined, she began to channel her spiritual energy without needing to change her cultivation technique, allowing her to continue her progress seamlessly. Moreover, the desires within her heart began to dissipate, leaving her inner self pure and unblemished, akin to a jade figure. It seemed this fellow had not deceived her. She couldn't help but touch her red lips to check for any swelling. Last time, there had been a slight puffiness that nearly exposed her awkward situation. However, having experienced that incident, she found a certain beauty in such actions. Chapter 28. The Radiant Saint Sun Yi Tianwei, the Golden Light Master. Xiao Fan and Su Yun arrived at the venue of the appraisal conference, and upon his arrival, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Why were there so many transformation stage cultivators present? In a holy land, the presence of 20 or 30 of them would not be remarkable. Yet here in Fingning City, a place of moderate size, the simultaneous appearance of such a multitude was rather perplexing. Peering closer, he noticed 2 luxurious steeds stationed at the periphery of the venue. Adjacent to them stood a conspicuous banner, adorned with the embroidered characters Yaoguang. Were they from the Yaoguang Holy Land? Su Yun, standing obediently beside Xiao Fan, unconsciously leaned closer to him, perhaps unaware of her own actions. It seemed likely. Xiao Fan nodded. What could they possibly want here? This appraisal conference is not of high caliber. What could they need? Su Yun expressed her confusion. Xiao Fan, however, appeared deep in thought. Within the Taishian sacred ground, there were undoubtedly individuals privy to the secrets of the mystical realm, and it was reasonable to surmise that the Yaoguang sacred ground also harbored those capable of discerning celestial mysteries. Hence, they dispatched a contingent, eager to partake in the spoils. We need not concern ourselves with them. As long as they do not provoke us, we shall remain indifferent to their presence. Xiao Fan expressed his indifference. The Yaoguang sacred ground had previously extended an invitation to Xiao Fan, urging him to partake in the Sacred Sun assessment, promising that those who succeeded would be conferred the title of Sacred Sun. Attaining such a position would grant him privileges akin to those of a core elder, including an annual allowance of 3 months to access the scripture repository. However, entry into the sacred ground required an initial assessment, and even access to the repository was subject to limited viewing hours. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan declined the offer. Such privileges paled in comparison to those offered by the Taishian sacred ground. To hesitate for even a second would be a sign of disrespect towards Taishian. Let us depart, he concluded. Xiao Fan presented a token inscribed with the character Xiao to the person organizing the event, signifying his identity. Immediately, the individual donned a beaming smile and cheerfully remarked, it is the young master of the Xiao family. Please, allow me to arrange a special VIP box for you. Yes, please arrange a seat that offers a panoramic view of the entire venue, Xiao Fan replied, as he needed to ascertain Qin Feng's location. Not a problem at all. The top-tier TNZA position is still available. I shall secure it for you at once, the man replied jovially as he led the way. Su Yun observed this exchange with a sense of bewilderment, feeling as though she were merely a bystander in this realm, while Xiao Fan truly belonged to it. She subtly inquired, "What did you show him just now?" His demeanor seems exceedingly cordial. The forces organizing the appraisal conference have connections with my family. Every member of the Xiao family receives preferential treatment when entering. This includes not only hospitality but also discounted prices, Xiao Fan explained. If there is anything you wish to purchase, I can assist in negotiating the price, ultimately ensuring a reduction of up to 30%. How wonderful, Sui Yun replied. A touch of envy evident in her voice. Xiao Fan jested. If you were to reveal your identity as the saintess, you would undoubtedly receive preferential treatment. Sui Yun smiled in response, perhaps. She, too, believed that the reality was as Xiao Fan had articulated. By showcasing her identity as the saintess, she would similarly enjoy certain privileges. However, should the saintess encounter any misfortune, she could easily be replaced. Unlike Xiao Fan, whose confidence stemmed from his illustrious lineage. Even without the title of saint's son, he would still be the heir of the Xiao family and thus a distinguished guest. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. True strength lies in personal fortitude, Sui Yun contemplated. Xiao Fan remained oblivious to her intentions. To reveal one's identity is not an act of ostentation, but rather a means to evade unnecessary troubles. For instance, upon entering a venue, one might be subjected to the mindless mockery of strangers questioning their presence in a VIP room, demanding to recognize their place and vacate the premises. Alternatively, one could feign poverty, appearing as an ordinary individual, only to audaciously request entry into the exclusive lounge, thus inviting scorn and misunderstanding before ultimately unveiling their true identity. Delivering a resounding rebuttal. He was not one to revel in humiliation. Possessing status warranted its display, allowing one to relish the feeling of superiority. Engaging in subterfuge against an insignificant, nameless passerby lacked allure. Before long, Xiao Fan found himself within a lavish private chamber. The doors swung open to reveal a hidden paradise, replete with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, adorned with pavilions and towers, resembling a miniature world. Young Master Xiao, you have arrived. Yes, please proceed. Would you care for some tea, or require any services? We can offer a variety of entertainment options, including songstresses and dancers, enchanting beasts such as catgirls, and the illustrious nine-tailed foxes from Qingxiu. Should you prefer a more subdued experience, we also have ordinary maidservants at your disposal, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. Xiao Fan, are there hidden entertainment activities? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun immediately sensed something amiss and coldly remarked, he does not require it. The man glanced at the indifferent Sui Yun and then at Xiao Fan, who feigned ignorance, and quickly grasped the situation. He had assumed she was merely a maid, but it turned out she was the companion of this young master. I apologize for my presumption. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am at your service, he said respectfully before withdrawing. Why did you not refuse just now? Sui Yun fixed her gaze on Xiao Fan, speaking coldly. What kind of relationship do we have? Are you being a bit overbearing? Xiao Fan replied with a semblance of a smile. Sui Yun paused, realizing that indeed they had no relationship. Why was she so agitated? Struggling to find a justification, she asserted, you are the Holy Land's chosen one. You must uphold the dignity of the Holy Land. How could you engage in such sordid affairs? Yes, that is the reason, she thought, conjuring a rationale for herself. Desire is inherent to human nature. Even if I were to take 100 partners, the Holy Land would have no objections, Xiao Fan replied in a calm tone. Sui Yun wrestled with her thoughts for some time, unable to find a valid argument, and resorted to her innate skill, obstinacy. No is simply no. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly, remarking, your possessiveness is rather intense. Something seems amiss. Sui Yun, unable to counter his words, could only maintain a stern expression. That insufferable Xiao Fan. Even before winning her over, he is already so fickle. If we were truly together, I shudder to contemplate what it might be like. Ding. Sui Yun has developed a lingering resentment towards you, deepening her impression of you. Progress in your pursuit has reached 91. Oh, it has increased by one once more. Xiao Fan was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this fellow had willingly succumbed? He still had tactics yet to employ. And yet the conquest seemed to be at its conclusion. It can only be said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. One might believe the conquest is only halfway complete, when in reality there has been no progress at all. Conversely, one might think the conquest is far from done, when in fact, it has already reached its fruition. Xiao Fan sat quietly, surveying the treasure appraisal conference. This elite VIP box, indeed as he had mentioned, offered an unobstructed view. He was intently searching for the figure of Qin Feng. Soon, he spotted him in a luxurious private suite. Even his appearance had transformed. If it weren't for the script atop Qin Feng's head, Xiao Fan would hardly have recognized him. This must be the metamorphosis of the physical form. Xiao Fan recalled that the script had stated, The remnant's sole immortal king aids him in his corporeal transformation. Xiao Fan summoned the individual who had just attended to him and inquired, "Who is the person in the adjacent private room?" "Ah, that would be the Son of Radiance," came the reply. At the mention of the Son of Radiance, Xiao Fan experienced a moment of enlightenment. Concurrently, Qin Feng also sensed an unusual presence. He felt as though someone was observing him. However, having completely transformed his appearance, he believed it impossible for anyone to recognize him. Was he merely being overly cautious? After confirming his target, Xiao Fan patiently awaited Qin Feng's assistance in locating the secret tome of time and space, knowing full well that there were myriad ways to execute him. Yet, before that could transpire, it was imperative to extract the last vestiges of his worth. He would serve as my treasure-seeking mouse. Oh, why does this fellow's script appear to be half purple and half gold? Xiao Fan's gaze settled upon the head of the radiant sun. To be named a son of the sacred must indicate one of exceptional fortune. Yet what could be the meaning of this half-purple, half-gold appearance? Curiosity piqued. He opened the script of the radiant sun and began to scrutinize it closely. Name: Yi Tianwei. Upon seeing this name, Xiao Fan found it difficult to maintain his composure. What an extraordinary name, Yi Tianwei. It almost sounds like Yi Tianwei in a rather peculiar way. Why does this name seem somewhat familiar? He grew increasingly intrigued by the visage of this sun, but the barrier within the private chamber, fortified by a formation that obstructed divine perception, prevented him from discerning any details. He continued to read further. Identity: heir of the Yi family, Yi Tianwei. A person of fortune, yet his fortune seems to be lacking. His purpose for coming here is to seek the secret realm that is to emerge in 3 months. The radiant sacred land has confirmed intelligence that this secret realm is the abode of the Golden Radiance Master, a transcendent who ascended 30,000 years ago. Even a sacred land would take an interest in the abode of an ascendant. Yi Tianwei harbors resentment towards you. Please, host, exercise caution. Seeking a secret realm seems reasonable, but what could be the cause of this inexplicable animosity towards me? Xiao Fan scratched his head, pondering the name Yi Tianwei, which seemed familiar yet eluded his memory. Regardless, if this were to hinder my endeavors, even the esteemed saint of shaking light could be dealt with. Chapter 29. More than just acquaintances welcome, everyone, to the Treasure Appraisal Conference. As is widely known, a secret realm was recently discovered, and many ventured within, unearthing numerous antiquities. However, due to their age, it is often impossible to ascertain whether they are genuine treasures. We cannot bear to see these jewels tarnished. Hence we have organized this appraisal event. Shortly, individuals will present the artifacts retrieved from the secret realm for exhibition. Some may turn out to be treasures, while others may yield nothing of worth. Whether you return laden with riches depends on your ability to discern the true value of these treasures. An elderly gentleman, his hair a testament to time, donned an elegant robe as he eloquently addressed the audience, elucidating the circumstances. This appraisal event resembles the thrill of unboxing. The antiquities may have lost their essence over the ages or may simply be mundane items preserved in good condition. Of course, with a stroke of luck, one might unveil a genuine treasure at a modest price, returning with bountiful rewards. The elder continued, I trust you have all been waiting patiently, and I shan't take up more of your time. I shall now present the artifacts from the secret realm, following a traditional auction format. The anticipation in the venue was palpable, with eager eyes longing for the proceedings to commence. Let us begin. I am eager to see what treasures you possess. I consulted the almanac before leaving home today, and my fortune appears auspicious. I am certain I will secure remarkable treasures. Spare me the theatrics, came a retort. Last time you claimed to have checked the almanac for good fortune, you insisted on dragging me into the beast forest for training, promising heroic rescues. Foolishly, I believed your fanciful tales and was pursued by a trio of fur-covered she-apes, nearly losing my manhood in the process. Is this what you call good fortune? It seems all of you carry tales of your own, unlike me, who has only misadventures. My master passed away recently, and my mistress, overwhelmed with grief, promised that if I were to unearth a treasure, she would spend her remaining days with me. To bring her some joy and fulfill my filial duty, I have come, willing to sacrifice everything. Dear friend, does your mistress require another disciple? No ulterior motives, merely a gesture of kindness towards her. With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned a graceful young woman, who approached bearing a wooden box. Inside lay a perfectly round gray stone bead, devoid of any luster. The elder introduced it. This is a round stone placed within the formation's foundation in the secret realm. It is preliminarily estimated to be a type of material that sustains the operation of the Great Formation, inscribed with special runes, presumably ancient formation symbols. This stone has no reserve price, If you are interested, feel free to commence bidding. The audience cast a glance, their minds probing the pebble the size of an egg. Many shook their heads in disapproval. It appeared to be an ordinary stone, lacking any significant utility. The runes inscribed upon it resembled mere scribbles, devoid of coherence. Likely, it was a trinket of no value, unworthy of purchase. I concurred. It was probably just a child's toy. The spectators, unable to comprehend its essence, dismissed it without a second thought. Xiao Fan lacks the ability to discern treasures, yet there exists one who can. Qin Feng, my personal treasure-seeking mouse. All he needs to do is observe whether Qin Feng takes action. With me here, you shall not lay a finger on it. The elder on the stage is also aware. This stone has been examined by countless artifact refiners without revealing any secrets. Were it not for its presence at the heart of the secret realm, it likely would not have been brought forth. It seems this stone is but an ordinary object, unworthy of your esteemed eyes. Let it be taken away to display for the gathered Taoist friends. Before he could finish his words, a voice resonated from the box of the Saint of Radiance, a low-grade spirit stone. Qin Feng's voice had been altered, rendering it unrecognizable. Upon hearing these words, the venue fell into silence. People turned towards the source of the voice, directing their gazes at the box of the Saint of Radiance. Surely, that is the VIP section, ranked second only to the top-tier guests. It appears a significant figure resides there. Yet, how could someone of such high status call out a mere low-grade spirit stone? Whispers filled the room, with many expressing their confusion. However, they too could not ascertain the stone's utility and had no intention of competing for it. Moreover, given the identity of the VIP, engaging in a bidding war could lead to unwarranted offense. The expression of the Saint of Radiance turned frosty. How dare this young fellow offer such a low price? Does he not realize the implications of my station? The mere mention of a low-grade spirit stone is an affront to my dignity. Qin Feng hastily clarified. My subordinate believed the exhibitor was taking too long, wasting the saint's time. Thus, I took the liberty to urge him to expedite the process, lest the saint's time be squandered. This low-grade spirit stone is merely an expression of my dissatisfaction. In this instance, he also subtly upheld the Saint of Radiance's standing, allowing Yi Tianwei to sense his respect. Yi Tianwei acknowledged, your words bring me great comfort. Yet, within, Qin Feng smirked, thinking respect? I merely desire that pearl. He had just employed the 10 Directions treasure concealment technique and had clearly perceived a pulsating life force within the stone. His keen senses indicated that the level of life contained within was significant. It must be an egg of some extraordinary spirit insect or beast. To exchange a low-grade spirit stone for such a precious egg is akin to finding money on the ground. The elder was momentarily taken aback. A low-grade spirit stone? Is this a jest? After realizing the voice emanated from the box of the Saint of Radiance, he refrained from further comment and proceeded with his customary routine. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 1 low-grade spirit stone, going once. A piece of inferior spiritual stone. Qin Feng, with unwavering confidence, was determined to obtain it, pondering who would dare to compete with him for such a trivial stone. Xiao Fan could not discern the truth, yet it mattered little. Qin Feng had already assessed the small stone, confirming it to be a treasure, 2 pieces of inferior spirit stones. He spoke up. The old man initially thought he had misheard. To utter the price of a single inferior spirit stone was already astonishing. And yet he dared to add another? Just as he contemplated expressing his indignation, he realized he was addressing a patron from the esteemed Tianzi A-class box, a confrontation he could ill afford. Thus, he could only respectfully announce, a distinguished guest from the Tianzi A-class box has called for the exorbitant price of 2 inferior spirit stones. His expression remained unchanged. The others present understood the implications. All were from the Tianzi box, and 2 inferior spirit stones indeed constituted a princely sum. It could only be said that this elder was adept in negotiation. Even the act of quoting prices was an art form. Qin Feng, brimming with confidence moments ago, found himself unsettled upon hearing the competing bid. Could it be that someone had discerned the true value? A voice from the adjacent room suggested a person of considerable status. However, standing beside him was the holy son of Yaoguang, which provided a sense of security. Could it be that the individuals in the neighboring chamber held a rank surpassing that of the holy son? It was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. He called out again. 3 inferior spirit stones. The elder on stage paused for a moment, still maintaining a smile as he remarked. A distinguished guest from the Tianzi B-class box offers 3 inferior spirit stones. The elder's heart raced with unease. What was transpiring today? 1, 2. 3 inferior spirit stones. One might think it a mere child's game. 4 stones. 5 stones. Xiao Fan remained unperturbed, for he had ample time at his disposal. In stark contrast, the holy son of Yaoguang exhibited a countenance fraught with displeasure. Who exactly were those in the adjacent space? Such audacity! Were they unaware that the one bidding was his associate? The most discomforting of all was the elderly man on stage, who had never presided over such a rudimentary auction. The atmosphere had grown lethargic. Unable to contain himself any longer, the holy son of Yaoguang proclaimed an exorbitant bid. Intending to bring this farce to an end, 1,000 superior spirit stones. A collective gasp arose among the assembled cultivators. For it seemed that the holy son had truly lost his temper. 1,000 superior spirit stones for a mere small stone. Qin Feng remained silent. As a golden core cultivator, procuring 1,000 superior spirit stones posed a considerable challenge for him. At last, the elder on stage felt a surge of delight. For someone had finally called out a reasonable price. He longed to bring finality to the proceedings. 1,000 superior spirit stones, going once. 1,000 superior spirit stones. Upon hearing the voice of the radiant sun, Xiao Fan's mind was instantly flooded with the visage of a familiar figure. It was you. The realization dawned upon him. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Sui Yun, with her keen sensibilities, inquired with curiosity, "Do you know him?" "Know him? It's more than mere acquaintance." "I once brought him to tears." Xiao Fan chuckled softly, realizing he was indeed a member of the Yi family. No wonder this young man harbored animosity towards me. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with a piece of low-grade spirit stone. The moment those words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the room. Hiss! Who is this audacious individual daring to confront the radiant sun? The elder was also drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, how reckless to provoke the radiant sun. This person possesses an extraordinary audacity. "You are courting death," Yi Tianwei declared coldly, gesturing to activate the barrier that severed spiritual perception. As his consciousness brazenly swept through Xiao Fan's private chamber, Xiao Fan, a person of remarkable magnanimity, naturally withdrew the formation. "What? Unable to afford the spirit stones? Are you resorting to threats? Come, let us engage in a duel." Xiao Fan chuckled. "You are merely seeking." Before he could finish his sentence, the sight of Xiao Fan's countenance rendered him speechless. Chapter 30. The Wordless Stone Book. "It is you." Qin Feng and Yi Tianwei exclaimed simultaneously. Qin Feng exhibited the most profound reaction, for he noticed that Su Yun was seated beside Xiao Fan. Su Yun was diligently brewing tea, which she cooled before offering to him, behaving like a devoted handmaiden. Qin Feng seethed with resentment. "You scoundrel, how dare you treat my cousin as a servant?" More infuriating was the fact that he had not even tasted the water used for washing his cousin's feet, while Xiao Fan savored the tea brewed by her, no less. His ire surged instantly. Xiao Fan undoubtedly noticed these developments, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he thought to himself, "Just wait, I shall make you regret this." He picked up the teacup placed before Sui Yin, which he had previously used. With a charming smile, he gazed at her, his eyes brimming with affection. Sui Yun, bewildered, was momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, he raised the cup that had held her tea and drank the hot beverage in one swift motion. Although he had exhibited such odd behavior before, witnessing it in public was an entirely new experience. Sui Yun shot him a disapproving glance and muttered, "Pervert." Yet to Qin Feng, the scene was a dagger to the heart. "Cousin, how can you flirt with him? You must declare that you are being coerced. Do speak up." He raged internally, though he maintained a facade of restraint. "Fool, with your meager charm, do you truly believe you can win her heart? In a few days, she will only see me," he mused, recalling the individual he had reduced to tears 8 years prior at Lingxian Terrace. Xiao Fan jested, "Look at you now." Having achieved success as the holy son of Yaoguang, Yi Tianwei, as if struck in a vulnerable spot, coldly responded, "A true hero does not dwell on past glories. You can only speak of bygone days while I could easily subdue you with a single hand now." Xiao Fan was left speechless. This fellow truly deserved a beating. Yi Tianwei noticed the expression on Qin Feng's face, which suggested that he was also acquainted with Xiao Fan. "Do you know him?" he inquired. "I have encountered him before and have heard that he is the son of the Tai Xian sacred land. We share an irreconcilable enmity." Qin Feng replied with bitterness. "Your cousin is in his hands, such deep-seated hatred indeed." Oh, Xiao Fan's identity as a holy son was well known to Yi Tianwei. The notion of harboring a grudge, however, was rather novel. How curious. Just a moment ago, he was boasting about wanting to fight me. Now he hesitates for a duel. In the past, Xiao Fan, with his foundational cultivation, had shattered the Dao heart of Yi Tianwei, who was at the golden core stage. Now, with a significantly enhanced strength, he feels no fear. Upon sensing the aura of the late golden core stage emanating from Xiao Fan, Yi Tianwei's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. He managed to overpower me when I was merely at the early golden core stage, and now he has advanced to the late golden core stage. Should I engage in a battle of spells with him, my chances of victory are a mere 0, while the likelihood of defeat stands at 99. The probability of a successful escape? 1. Do not even think of striking me. Yu Tianwei scoffed coldly. A mere golden core dares to challenge me? As a dignified nascent soul cultivator, I shall not bully the weak. We shall discuss challenges once you attain the nascent soul yourself. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. You truly are a genius. Afraid to engage, yet you label it as taking advantage of the weak. I am thoroughly impressed by your cunning. The elder on stage appeared momentarily stunned, resembling a distinguished guest from the prestigious Tianzi VIP box, unperturbed by the presence of the holy son of Yaoguang. That is reassuring. Otherwise, should a mishap occur, they would be unable to bear the consequences. All the cultivators present could discern that this seemingly trivial treasure appraisal event had unveiled 2 individuals of remarkable stature. The elder continued. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones plus 1 low-grade spirit stone for each bid. When adversaries meet, their animosity intensifies. Yu Tianwei, naturally, would not allow Xiao Fan to have his way. He prepared to raise his bid once more. Xiao Fan smiled and remarked, if you dare to displease me today, believe it or not, I shall deliver a challenge to the Radiant Light Sacred Ground tomorrow, proclaiming my intent to spar with their holy son. Yi Tianwei froze, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Damn it, he thought, it's always about who has the bigger fist. Haven't we progressed beyond such brutishness? Unable to best Xiao Fan, he was unwilling to suffer public humiliation. With a magnanimous spirit, he declared, if you are so fond of this little stone, I shall gladly bestow it upon you. Xiao Fan felt a wave of discontent. With a stoic expression, he remarked, would you care to refine your words? An invisible tension enveloped the atmosphere, plunging the room into silence. It was evident to the discerning that a clash was unfolding between the two. Among the onlookers, some fervent cultivators, their eyes alight with anticipation, silently urged, let the conflict commence. This esteemed presence. Xiao Fan. This holy son. Xiao Fan began to draw a spiritual sword from his storage bag, preparing to unsheath it. Observing Xiao Fan's actions, he ultimately did not wish to lose face. With gritted teeth, he declared, I forfeit. Is that acceptable? Oh, is that so? You think you can evade me? Xiao Fan replied coldly, positioning the sword to one side as if it were an unspoken threat. The outcome was already determined. This contest concluded with the acknowledgement of defeat by the sacred son of Yaoguang. Xiao Fan has also successfully obtained the egg, which remains uncertain whether it belongs to a spirit insect or a mythical beast. Qin Feng gazed at Yu Tianwei, who appeared to have capitulated and was utterly astonished. This fellow is surprisingly more arrogant than the holy son of Yaoguang? Sui Yun whispered, it seems he is quite intimidated by you. Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly, suggesting that it was merely a psychological shadow cast during his childhood, and thus, not of great significance. Sui Yun found Xiao Fan rather imposing. He had managed to render the son of the neighboring sacred land speechless. When he was acting in a rogue manner, he possessed a certain charm. Could he possibly hail from a prominent family as well? Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly, asserting that even after having been brought to tears by him, no one dared to trouble his family. Sui Yun smiled quietly, choosing to remain silent. In this vast world, the forces brave enough to challenge his family could be counted on one hand. Observing Sui Yun seated beside Xiao Fan, engaged in whispered conversation, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable surge of agitation, which seemed to diminish his intellect. Holy son, will you truly not teach him a lesson for his arrogance? He prodded, yearning to witness a fierce confrontation between the two. Yu Tianwei, already in a foul mood, was further incensed by Qin Feng's words. Are you instructing me on how to act? Damn it, are you teaching me? With a swift motion, the enraged Yu Tianwei delivered a resounding slap to Qin Feng. If it weren't for your insistence on meddling in this trivial matter, I wouldn't be enduring such indignities. If you hadn't intervened, would he have? If he hadn't would I have stepped in? If I hadn't would I even know he was involved? Ultimately, this chaos is all you're doing. And you deserve to be punished. The slap left Qin Feng momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The guard beside Yu Tianwei coldly interjected. Do you have a problem with the Holy Son? And no objections, it is my fault, Qin Feng responded, lowering his head. Beneath the long sleeves, his hands were clenched into fists, his untrimmed nails digging into his palms, a hallmark of the destined child, nails piercing flesh. Once I gain strength, you will all perish. Though Qin Feng concealed his animosity well, Xiao Fan was keenly aware of his intentions. Ding. The system detected that the fateful child Qin Feng sought to harm the host. Prepare yourself, for he shall be dealt with shortly. Is he stirring up animosity now? Damn it. Don't be hasty. Once you uncover the secrets of time and space, I will deal with him immediately. However, before that, I must first neutralize his golden finger, the old man. System. This fellow possesses an immortal king, albeit a severely weakened one. What if I cannot defeat him? In moments of uncertainty, the system would provide a solution. A mere immortal king dares to flaunt his skills before me? You focus on eliminating the fateful child. I shall devise the means. Hiss. This system is even more villainous than I am. All right, your assurance brings me comfort. The gem appraisal conference continued, with one intriguing artifact after another being presented. Some were eagerly bid upon, with hopes of soaring to great heights, while others languished in obscurity, departing in silence. Xiao Fan observed in silence, patiently awaiting Qin Feng, the treasure-seeking mouse, to discern the gems before him. One ancient artifact after another was presented, and Qin Feng refrained from making any moves. As the event approached its conclusion, a model-like, wordless stone book was unveiled. An elderly man's voice resonated, introducing it. Esteemed friends. This is arguably the piece d'arrestance of today's appraisal gathering, discovered at the heart of the ruins. This stone book bears no inscriptions but occupies a position of utmost significance, suggesting it may be a remarkable treasure, perhaps a lucrative acquisition for those fortunate enough to claim it. The starting bid is 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, interest waned. Many deemed it exorbitant. However, one individual held a different perspective, Qin Feng. The moment his gaze fell upon the book, his senses ignited, and his spirit trembled intensely. The resonance of the elusive treasure surged within him, echoing like a thunderclap in his mind, nearly overwhelming his composure. Though the supreme Tao artifact, the wandering demon sword, had stirred him only slightly, this stone book threatened to shatter his entire being. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure of earth-shattering significance. Suppressing his inner elation, he maintained an impassive demeanor, unwilling to incite competition. Yet, he lamented the lack of 6,000 high-grade spirit stones in his possession at that moment. Just as he contemplated borrowing some from the saint son of Yaoguang, the elder continued, the seller of this book is open to exchanges, beyond spirit stones. He is willing to consider trading for a technique to cultivate one's divine sense, regardless of its grade, as long as it is suitable for nascent soul practitioners. The assembled cultivators shook their heads in unison. Techniques for cultivating divine sense were immensely precious. To propose a trade for an unknown stone book in exchange for such a coveted skill was deemed excessively greedy, a pure act of audacity. I fear it will likely remain unsold and be withdrawn, they murmured, showing little faith in the stone book as prospects. Xiao Fan was oblivious to the happenings on the field. His sole focus was on Qin Feng's expression. Just moments ago, a flicker of excitement had flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, quickly subdued, yet not unnoticed by him. This scenario felt strikingly familiar. A child of destiny unable to afford something of great value, yet possessing something that could serve as a substitute. At this moment, the exchange of cultivation methods was akin to a bespoke arrangement, presenting the stone tome directly before Qin Feng. Elated, Qin Feng realized that while he lacked sufficient spirit stones, he did possess a method for cultivating his divine consciousness, one bestowed upon him by his adoptive father. Without hesitation, Qin Feng exclaimed, I offer a scroll of divine consciousness cultivation method in exchange for this stone tome. Xiao Fan clapped his hands, having made the decision. It was time to act. Chapter 31. Slaying the Son of Fortune. Everyone was perplexed, staring blankly at Xiao Fan's every move. The elder on the stage looked at Xiao Fan and inquired, esteemed guest, do you wish to place a bid? Xiao Fan chuckled. Why not shout? I will offer a scroll for cultivating spiritual consciousness along with an additional 6,000 high-grade spirit stones in exchange for this stone tome. Everyone was taken aback. Such a bold proclamation was unprecedented. Who would dare to bid in such a manner? The crowd was filled with various thoughts, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this action. Clearly, there was a treasure at stake. However, when it came to the cultivation method for spiritual consciousness, they found themselves at a loss, as such methods were exceedingly rare. There were indeed individuals present who possessed techniques for cultivating spiritual consciousness, yet they refrained from competing, knowing that they could not contend with the overwhelming influence of the radiant Saint Sun. Spiritual consciousness is akin to a second pair of eyes for cultivators. Enhancing one's spiritual awareness means amplifying perception, allowing cultivators to seize the upper hand during confrontations, always staying a step ahead of their opponents. Yu Tianwei felt displeased. Was this fellow opposing him? Why did he raise the stakes whenever his associates placed a bid? Qin Feng grew anxious. The overwhelming perceptual waves emanating from the all-encompassing treasure were so formidable that he would bid not just 6,000, but even 60,000 or 600,000 if necessary. Saint Sun, this person is targeting you. When so many others were bidding, he remained silent. Yet, the moment we raised our voices, he began to escalate the price. This is an attempt to embarrass you. Left with no choice, he sought to incite the conflict, hoping to pit Yu Tianwei against Xiao Fan. Yu Tianwei shared this sentiment. Just as he pondered the matter, Xiao Fan ascended into the air and gracefully approached Yu Tianwei's private chamber, clad in a resplendent purple and gold robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Among the assembly were numerous cultivators affiliated with the Taishan Holy Land. Initially, Xiao Fan had kept to the shadows, and no one knew his appearance, but now he finally revealed himself to the crowd. Some recognized him. It is the Saint Sun, the youngest ever to hold this title in the history of the Taishan Holy Land. Surely you are not mistaken? How could one err in recognition? I attended the canonization ceremony alongside my ancestors and witnessed the Saint Sun's visage with my own eyes. It all made sense now. No wonder he showed no deference to the radiant Saint Sun. Xiao Fan was rather indifferent. He was not intentionally concealing his identity. If it was discovered, so be it. He approached Yu Tianwei's private room, causing Yu Tianwei's heart to race. What was this? Was he about to take action against me? Please. I have no intention of provoking you. I implore you not to harm me. Yu Tianwei's bodyguards were also on high alert, anxious to protect him from any potential threat posed by Xiao Fan. Aware of Xiao Fan's true identity, they dared not act aggressively, resorting instead to a defensive stance. Yu Tianwei coldly inquired, "What do you mean by this?" His face betrayed no emotion as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly, remarking that it was indeed a question he should be posing. "What do you mean by that? How dare you shield the wrongdoers of the Taishan Holy Land? Are you intending to oppose us?" Yu Tianwei appeared utterly bewildered. "Ah, I have only just arrived. How could I possibly be protecting the criminals of the Taishan Holy Land?" In contrast to Yu Tianwei's confusion, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Could it be that he recognized me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He forced himself to remain composed, wagering that Xiao Fan would not discern his true identity. Xiao Fan concealed any hostility within, secretly calculating the distance. Simultaneously, the power of the divine Elephant Town's prison energy surged forth. The spear of the underworld god eager to be unleashed. 10 zhong, 8 zhong, 5 zhong. A single strike could prove fatal. Suddenly, Xiao Fan surged forward, his form transforming into a fleeting purple shadow, while in his hand materialized a spear glinting with a cold light. Yu Tianwei's heart raced, and he shouted, "Protect the Emperor. If anything happens to me, Xiao Fan, you." To his astonishment, Xiao Fan merely cast him a disdainful glance before swinging the spear towards Qin Feng. "Die." Xiao Fan spoke without a hint of emotion, as though summoned by the very specter of death itself. His cultivation of the divine elephant's prison technique endowed him with an aura reminiscent of a reaper, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. The spear of the underworld, akin to a meteor streaking through the obsidian night, shone brilliantly as it struck directly at Qin Feng's heart. A sense of peril engulfed Qin Feng as he realized the attack was aimed squarely at him. He had believed that, with his mid-stage Golden Dan cultivation and the ability to slay foes of a higher tier, he could either defeat or evade a late-stage Golden Dan saint. However, Xiao Fan deviated from the expected, initially displaying a stoic demeanor before suddenly launching his assault, catching Qin Feng completely off guard. In a moment of panic, Qin Feng hastily attempted to defend himself, yet his limited strength proved inadequate, and he was swiftly struck, losing half of his form in the process. Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Truly, he is the child of destiny. Had it been an ordinary cultivator of the mid-golden core stage, they would have perished from such a blow. With only half of his body remaining, Qin Feng's heart bled. This new vessel, which he had endured countless agonies to obtain, had been shattered so easily by a single strike. "What do you mean by this? I am a disciple of the sacred son of Yaoguang. You dare to slay me in public. Are you attempting to incite discord among the sacred lands?" He gritted through the excruciating pain. Is the Taishan sacred land truly so unreasonable? Is it permissible to assault guests at will? Esteemed guests, please help me seek justice. How can such a bloodthirsty individual be deemed worthy of the title of sacred son? Qin Feng, being astute, recognized that the sacred son of Yaoguang was unreliable. Upon encountering Xiao Fan, he reacted like a mouse before a cat, paralyzed by fear. Thus, he resorted to inciting the onlookers to apply social pressure upon him. The gathered crowd, upon hearing his words, also deemed Xiao Fan's temperament excessively violent. How absurd! Xiao Fan never cared for the opinions of others, and he fancied himself quite special in his position as the saint. When met with silence, Qin Feng shouted again, "Today, if he dares to lay a hand on me. Tomorrow, should any of you offend him, it will be your misfortune. You speak too much." With that, Xiao Fan unleashed his full power. The spear of the underworld aimed directly at Qin Feng's brow. In Qin Feng's gaze, Xiao Fan's figure loomed larger, and he yearned to flee, yet escape was impossible. With a resounding thud, the watermelon shattered, its crimson juice spilling across the ground. The spear of the underworld obliterated the soul. With this strike, Qin Feng's spirit was extinguished, leaving no chance for rebirth. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how he had revealed himself. Xiao Fan skillfully dealt with the remnants of his adversary. First, he located the remnants of the tower within Qin Feng's consciousness, removed his storage pouch, and then cast a flame to reduce Qin Feng to mere ashes. Feeling a twinge of unease, he scattered the ashes further. This entire sequence was executed with such fluidity that it suggested he had taken the lives of hundreds to attain such proficiency. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Not a soul dared to utter a word. How tyrannical it was to extinguish a life at the slightest provocation, leaving no opportunity for defense. Xiao Fan openly licked the bag, accepted the remnants of the tower, and from Qin Feng's storage pouch, he retrieved a longsword of Taoist quality. With a gentle wave, it emitted a crisp sound, unmistakably a superior Taoist treasure. Undoubtedly, it was a weapon of lethal potential. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation. No wonder this holy son would commit murder in public, for a Taoist longsword could easily compel one to disregard their reputation. However, many had seen the bounty notice from the Taishan sacred land, and naturally, this longsword appeared on it. Wait, did you notice that longsword? Although Taoist quality longswords are rare, they do occasionally surface at prominent auctions, so what is the fuss about? Indeed, what is the issue with that sword? Look closely again. One individual produced a bounty notice, pointing to the demon-slaying sword inscribed upon it. This is the demon-slaying sword that the Taishan sacred land employs to suppress the Baiming demon cave? Precisely. Does this not imply that the individual just now is the very culprit responsible for stealing the sword and inciting turmoil within the demon cave? Is there any doubt? This sword is irrefutable evidence. In mere moments, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. How perilous, nearly led astray by that fiend. I knew it. How could a dignified holy son commit indiscriminate slaughter? Exactly. After all, he is the holy son of the sacred land. His character is beyond reproach. It's just that the holy son tends to be aloof, preferring not to engage in disputes. I perceive the holy son as one who lets actions speak louder than words. This is indeed the demeanor befitting a holy son. Xiao Fan accepted the divine sword, discarding everything within his storage bag to the old man at the auction house, including the consciousness techniques intended for exchange. The items within could serve as the price for the auction of the stone book. How does that sound? The elder dared not disagree, repeatedly affirming his agreement. Xiao Fan accepted the silent stone book without spending a single penny. Su Yiyun flew over, her eyes glistening with tears. "Why are you crying?" he inquired. "My cousin. He has passed away." Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, "Yes, he was killed by him. However, he has no intention of admitting any fault, if he disagrees. Then a bitter fruit, though unpalatable, can still quench one's thirst. Though he erred, he remains my kin. Thank you for avenging him." "Ah?" Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly thinking she meant to sever ties with him. Yet, his mind worked swiftly, and he quickly grasped the situation. He felt a pang of sorrow. I had intended to give him a chance, but alas, he was slain. Sighing, he mused, life is but a play, reliant solely on one's performance. Su Yiyun assumed that this individual had killed her cousin and seized the demon-slaying sword. As the differences in appearance and voice left her unable to deduce that this person was, in fact, Qin Feng, Xiao Fan, in a twist of fate, mistakenly identified the transformed Qin Feng as the original murderer. How ironic. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, even in death, you possess such value. Truly, you are the epitome of a favored child of fortune. Ding. Su Yiyun appreciates your magnanimity, choosing to preserve her cousin's last shred of dignity by absolving him of the blame for the destruction of the Baiming demon cave. Her fondness for you has surged dramatically, surpassing the critical threshold of 90, now reaching 92. You have successfully captured the heart of the Daughter of Destiny. Ding! With 2 swift strikes, you have vanquished Qin Feng, reducing him to ashes. The task is completed with a 100 success rate. Task difficulty description: you engaged in a life and death battle with Qin Feng, narrowly emerging victorious after 2 exchanges, shattering his soul and turning him to dust. This marks your first encounter in a life and death struggle against a favored child of fortune. Task survival difficulty, 10 stars. You have successfully slain the favored child of destiny. System rewards are being calculated. A life and death battle with a favored child of fortune? System: you can speak. Let me see what rewards have been bestowed upon me. Chapter 32. The affection between us. Xiao Fan was just about to depart, intending to return and claim his reward. At that moment, a youth clad in simple attire, with a resolute demeanor, emerged and made his way towards one of the VIP boxes. From within that chamber, a strikingly elegant and ethereal woman stepped out. Their gazes met. The youth's eyes radiated determination, concealing a tempest of anger within. In contrast, the exquisite woman remained composed, her eyes reflecting an unruffled calm akin to a tranquil well. Xiao Fan cast a lingering glance, only to behold a young lad graced with a golden script atop his head. The child of fortune. Without hesitation, he clicked to collect, prioritizing acquisition over scrutiny. Are you smitten by him? Su Yiyun remarked with exasperation, noticing his lascivious gaze fixated on the aloof maiden. Oh, why the haste? Are you so eager to fulfill your promise? Xiao Fan replied with a playful smirk. Enough. I merely wish to return to the sacred land for cultivation, she countered. The enchanting maiden was none other than the saintess of Yaoguang. Though the exchange between them remained a mystery, the young man merely uttered a few harsh words before departing. Yi Tianwei attempted to intervene, wishing to teach him a lesson, but was thwarted by the saintess of Yaoguang and had to concede reluctantly. A new child of fortune has emerged. As a villain, how could I remain stagnant? It is essential to first accumulate rewards and enhance my cultivation, so that when the child of fortune appears, I may seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. Xiao Fan returned to the sacred maiden palace with Su Yiyun. He boldly inquired, "What about your promise?" Su Yiyun naturally understood his implication, pondering why he was so preoccupied with such matters. In truth, Xiao Fan merely sought to surpass her psychological defenses, hoping to prompt her to take the initiative. You must not act inappropriately. Xiao Fan nodded sincerely and said, all right. Su Yiyun took a deep breath. Having already shared a kiss with this fellow, what was one more? She exhaled softly, her heart racing, gazing at Xiao Fan's handsome visage. Her heart fluttering. This guy was quite charming. After all, it was not without merit. Xiao Fan gazed at the proactive Su Yiyun, and within him, a flicker of affection blossomed. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, the stirring of youthful emotions was undeniably genuine. She slightly pursed her lips, closed her eyes, and her rosy mouth brushed against the side of Xiao Fan's face, leaving a faint imprint upon his cheek, a fleeting yet tender touch. Soon, Su Yiyun's face flushed with a deep crimson. Her gaze lowered as she softly murmured, "The promise has been fulfilled. I have always been a person of my word." Xiao Fan was exceptionally cooperative this time, refraining from any mischievous antics and simply waiting in silence. The warm, gentle sensations and the intimacy of skin against skin enveloped them. Everything was in place, save for the final act of breaking through a thin veil of hesitation. The system's progress bar indicated that Su Yiyun's quest had been successfully completed. Xiao Fan contemplated the future, realizing that their relationship might evolve into a romantic one. The keepsake stone, which held little significance now, should be returned to her. Here you go, he said, presenting the stone to Su Yiyun. She was taken aback, hesitating to accept it. After all, it was her leverage. And the ease with which he offered it back was unsettling. Are you threatening me? You should be threatening me. Aren't you afraid that once I reclaim it, I might destroy it, just as before, and cast you out? Her enchanting eyes shimmered with uncertainty, fervently yearning for an answer. Beneath the long sleeves, her delicate hand involuntarily clenched into a fist, beads of fragrant sweat forming in her palm, as if the resolution to her dilemma held paramount importance. From the moment Xiao Fan began to manipulate her until the present, when his conquest was accomplished, he had maintained a game-like mentality. The participant is often perplexed, while the observer perceives the truth with clarity. Although it may sound somewhat shameless to say this, the reality is that the emotional fluctuations of the innocent Su Yiyun did not evade his keen observation. What could he do? He would undoubtedly continue to weave his fabrications. A woman does not require the harsh truths. She seeks only sweet words that bring her joy. He merely stated, I confess. I have always desired to toy with your body. He was known for his candor. Yet, I understood all too well that a forcibly plucked fruit lacks sweetness. I am not eloquent and struggle to converse with women. The shadowy threat of your lingering image was merely a desperate ploy from a failure in love, aimed at capturing your attention. At this point, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. But he quickly concealed it as a fearing detection. In the next moment, he donned a radiant smile, declaring, but I swear. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. Sui-Yun was taken aback. She had never encountered such romantic declarations. Their impact was palpable, leaving her heart in disarray. In her 16 years of life, she had known no male friends. And the only male companion she had was her cousin Qin Feng, who had long since vanished, with whom she had scarcely exchanged a few words. Yet, Xiao Fan did not cease his onslaught. He pressed forward with relentless vigor. Crafting tales was indeed his forte. Once, a sincere love lay before me. Yet I failed to cherish it. I was paralyzed by fear and cowardice, reluctant to express my feelings, only to be beset by regret upon its loss. Should heaven grant me another opportunity, I would utter 3 words to that girl. I love you. If this love were to be bound by a duration, I would wish for it to last an eternity, 10,000 years. As he spoke, tears began to silently cascade down his cheeks. He had adapted a classic line, and its impact was undeniably profound. As anticipated, Sui-Yun began to waver. With a gentle and fragile tone, she inquired, You, a paragon of the Holy Land and a scion of the Xiao family, what kind of woman could you possibly lack? I am but a young girl, vulnerable and alone, possessing an unremarkable appearance and no discernible virtues. How could you possibly regard me? At that moment, doubt crept into her heart. Xiao Fan, does loving someone require a reason? Sui-Yun, is it not necessary? Xiao Fan gazed into her eyes, affirmatively inquiring, Do you need it? Sui-Yun was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly need it? She questioned herself deeply. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat ambiguous, and the unfulfilled desires within her heart were instantly ignited. Would you be willing to be my partner? Xiao Fan stated plainly. Sui-Yun was at a loss for words. Was this a confession? She found herself unsure of how to respond, rendered speechless in that fleeting moment. Xiao Fan, with a heavy heart and a resolute demeanor, expressed, I have cherished every moment spent with you. Thank you for indulging my whims during these days. Farewell. Meeting someone so breathtaking in youth, perhaps I shall never experience love again in my lifetime. With an air of profound melancholy, Xiao Fan articulated these words, drawing upon the deepest, most emotive sentiments from his past. Upon finishing, he turned to leave. Sui-Yun stood frozen, instinctively grasping his hand, her voice barely a whisper. Please don't go. I promise you. Do you truly mean it? Xiao Fan exclaimed in disbelief, a sense of surprise washing over him. Alas, deceiving innocent young girls filled his heart with a twinge of guilt. Sui-Yun replied shyly, without uttering a word. Xiao Fan shattered the stone of reflection into countless fragments and cast them aside. In one fluid motion, he took Sui-Yun's delicate hand in his own. Although he had held her hand before, at that time, Sui-Yun felt it was merely an act of compromise. Now, however, their relationship had been firmly established. Oh, how smooth and tender. The daughter of fate is indeed exceptional. The two sat together and engaged in conversation for an extended period. In a moment of inadvertence, Xiao Fan embraced Sui-Yun's delicate waist, gazing into her enchanting eyes with profound affection. The allure of beauty is indeed a fundamental instinct, especially when cradling such a pure and exquisite maiden, possessing an extraordinary grace. Sui-Yun seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. She did not resist. Instead, she nervously closed her eyes, her lips slightly pouting, presenting herself as if inviting a tender embrace. Xiao Fan gazed upon the progress bar of the system, where the completion of the strategy was marked with a symbol indicating readiness for advancement. At this moment, if not now, then when? Xiao Fan gazed at the delicate, rosy lips and gently pressed against them, savoring the exquisite nectar. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Sui-Yun's face resembled a blooming sunset, her emotions stirred, and her breath quickened. The maiden has undergone her transformation. Chapter 33, The Celestial King's Tower, the Secret Tome of Time and Space. The clouds dissipate, and the rain ceases. Xiao Fan gently caressed Sui-Yun's delicate back, softly smoothing her silky hair into a straight line. Xiao Fan spoke with deep affection, He. It is merely your enchanting charm that has captivated me so profoundly. Sui-yun, feeling bashful, buried her head in his embrace and replied with a playful hum. You always know how to say sweet things. Throughout this arduous cultivation, Sui-yun made significant progress and was on the verge of forming her golden core. Regrettably, Xiao Fan exercised remarkable control, preventing her from forming her nascent soul. As Sui-yun prepared to form her golden core, Xiao Fan too was ready to cultivate his own nascent soul, and they each departed their separate ways. Upon returning to the sacred Sun's palace, Xiao Fan began to refresh his rewards. You have slain the child of destiny, Qin Feng, and gained 5,000 points of villain value. You have vanquished the child of destiny, Qin Feng, and received the rewards, Peerless Celestial Countenance and the Sword of Fortune Plunder. Peerless Celestial Countenance, a true villain. Possessing not only a formidable background but also unparalleled beauty, such as the nature of our kind. Sword of Fortune Plunder, it seizes fortune and converts it into villain value. By slaying the child of destiny, fortune returns to the cosmos, thereby giving rise to a new child of destiny. However, by utilizing the Sword of Fortune Plunder to take a life, fortune will not return to the cosmos. Instead, it is locked away and transformed into villain value. We have always believed in eradicating the roots. This reward is rather splendid, indeed. Xiao Fan nodded vigorously. Should the fortune return to the heavens and the earth, it would inevitably give rise to a new progeny of fate. At this rate, when would he ever be able to complete his task? It seems the system is quite astute, aware that one must eradicate the roots to eliminate the weeds. He activated his unparalleled celestial visage and compared the transformations, only to shake his head in disappointment. There was no discernible change. Evidently, he was innately beautiful, rendering the activation of such features inconsequential. This individual began to boast, though inwardly he reveled in pride. Drawing forth the Sword of Fortune, its surface adorned with silver dragons and phoenix shadows. They were arranged in a manner that suggested an endless vortex, capable of devouring all. This must be the reason it could seize fortune, he mused. He continued to scroll through, as the rewards remained unclaimed. The host received a reward, cultivation feedback. System, how should I handle this small tower? Xiao Fan inquired. Producing the tower that contained the remnants of the Celestial King's soul. At that moment, the soul remained silent, clearly aware of Qin Feng's predicament. However, the system had confined it, leaving it powerless. Faced with the remnants of the Celestial King, he was presented with the following choices. 1. Subjugate. 2. Annihilate. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the brevity of the text. There were no explanations provided. He couldn't help but reflect. It is a well-known adage that the fewer the words, the greater the matter at hand. Clearly, the system was prompting him to make a choice, and a wrong decision could lead to dire consequences in the future. The remnant soul Celestial King was equally perplexed as to why this mere golden core cultivator possessed the means to restrain him. Presently, he could not even escape from this diminutive tower. The higher one's cultivation, the more acute their awareness of danger. He sensed that something ominous was on the horizon. Nonetheless, he resolved to seek a glimmer of hope. Young friend, I have suffered persecution at the hands of my enemies, leading to my current predicament, leaving me with but a wisp of a remnant soul. It seems I shall never have the chance for vengeance. I only wish to live the remainder of my days in peace. Should you be willing to shelter me? I would impart all that I have learned throughout my life to you. By the way, I once held the status of a Celestial King. The legacy of a Celestial King would undoubtedly elevate you to extraordinary heights, allowing you to gaze down upon this vast expanse. He spoke eloquently, appearing quite optimistic about Xiao Fan. Initially contemplating his options, Xiao Fan found clarity in the old man's words. You have enemies. An enemy of a Celestial King is assuredly another Celestial King. Moreover, this grandfatherly figure, with his golden finger, could bring trouble to the fated child, such as the pursuit of vengeance. To seek revenge against a Celestial King? Xiao Fan was not so foolish. I choose option 2, annihilation. Xiao Fan made his choice. In the next moment, a mournful wail emanated from the remnants of a soul within the tower. The spirit fractured silently, not even emitting a whisper before succumbing to death. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the Celestial King so easily vanquished? In his prime, it would have taken him a moment to defeat him, yet now, reduced to a mere remnant, the Celestial King could be dispatched as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken, should he so desire. Hiss, 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 Xiao Fan gasped several times. A single intake of breath insufficient to convey his astonishment. This antagonist system was indeed formidable, possessing power that must surely surpass that of a Celestial King. The host has made a correct choice. Reward obtained, the five elements' exquisite tower. In the next instant, the dilapidated little tower radiated brilliance, restoring itself to its former glory. Celestial light enveloped it, a powerful aura washing over his consciousness. The five elements' exquisite tower, mark removed, blood can recognize the master a tower of the celestial king. Possessing formidable defense, to breach the defenses of the five elements' exquisite tower, one must gather the strength of 10 celestial kings. With this treasure for protection. As long as the host does not seek death, traversing the celestial realm will pose no challenge. By heavens! Xiao Fanyu was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated such a reward would materialize. As a dignified golden core cultivator on the brink of transcending to the nascent soul stage, possessing a small tower of the celestial king level seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Observing the situation behind him, he understood that no good fortune awaited him. This five elements Linglong Tower required the combined strength of 10 celestial kings to be shattered, and until the system repaired the dilapidated structure of the tower, it remained in a state of disrepair. It was evident that he faced at least 10 adversaries of celestial king caliber. Attempting to drag me into this predicament, how infuriating. He raised his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy into a sword, and made a slender incision in his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the tower. In the next instant, a sensation of mental connection surged through him, linking him to the small tower. The diminutive structure, no larger than a palm, instantly expanded, growing to a height of 1 zhong, then 2, and finally 3. It appeared to have no limits, continuously burgeoning. Xiao Fan was unwilling to see the Holy Sun Palace suffer destruction. With a firm thought, he commanded the small tower to cease its growth. Instantly, it began to diminish in size. When the tower shrank to a mere inch in height, Xiao Fan willed it to halt, feeling as if he wielded a magical staff capable of both expansion and contraction. However, unlike the carefree Monkey King, he refrained from placing the object within his ear. Instead, he retrieved a crimson cord, securely binding the small tower and suspending it around his neck, ensuring that he could summon it when necessary for refuge or to fend off attacks. Lastly, he attended to the enigmatic stone book, devoid of characters. Xiao Fan pondered for quite some time, yet he could discern no clues. System, how does one utilize this? Smash it. How could you resort to such vulgarity? What I meant was to shatter it into pieces. Oh. Xiao Fan followed suit, forcefully slamming it onto the ground. In the next moment, a golden tome unexpectedly revealed itself from within. The cover bore 4 prominent characters, Chronicles of Time and Space. Chapter 34, An Uncommon Bond of Ownership. Xiao Fan gazed curiously at the little book resembling the golden legend, flipping through its pages. He found nothing particularly remarkable. Peering left and right, he could not discern its significance. Perhaps it required some unique method to properly utilize this tome of time and space? How does one employ this mystical text? He pondered. Indeed, being a tome of time and space, it must contain the principles governing these realms. By grasping the rules within this sacred manuscript, one could wield time as a blade, slicing through the ages to vanquish the most formidable of foes, while using space as a fortress, crafting boundaries to confine adversaries. The Tome of Time and Space is the most treasured possession of Qin Feng, the Child of Fortune. It possesses an extraordinary capability, the acceleration of time and the folding of space. Time acceleration and space folding? That sounds remarkably powerful, he mused. Within the tome lies a realm of boundless opportunities, capable of hastening time so that a year within its pages equates to merely a day in the outside world, with no limitations on usage. For instance, one could enter for 2 days and must exit, but years could pass before re-entry. Furthermore, the passage of time within the tome does not affect the user's physical age. Thus, while 365 years may elapse within its confines, one's true age would only increase by a single year. Beyond its cultivation functions, this tome bears a lethal potential. As a magical artifact, it can manipulate the fabric of space, allowing for folds, rips, and collapses, enabling the wielder to vanquish powerful enemies through the might of spatial manipulation. Xiao Fan increasingly found the situation absurd. This cheat was extraordinarily powerful. In the external world, a single day equated to a year within the tome. Wasn't this akin to a mental time chamber? No, it was an enhanced version of the mental time chamber, devoid of temporal limitations. If one were to cultivate spiritual herbs and medicines within, the wealth amassed would be staggering. It was even more outrageous than the little green vial of the old demon Han. Most importantly was the matter of longevity. After over 300 years of cultivation, my true lifespan was only reduced by a single year. With such a cheat in hand, even those with a mixed elemental root could ascend to immortality. Furthermore, The aspect of spatial folding was at play. Utilizing space to vanquish foes, striking unexpectedly, would allow Qin Feng to navigate confrontations with opponents several tiers above him with ease. Truly, he was the son of fortune. Such a formidable advantage was insurmountable for ordinary cultivators. Only someone like me, possessing a similar cheat, could barely contend with him, expending tremendous effort to achieve a meager victory. How to acknowledge mastery. Treat it as a storage ring, directly immersing oneself in the text, leaving your mark. What kind of mark? It matters not. Even the act of defecating in place would suffice. Xiao Fan remarked, "This time-space secret tome is indeed extraordinary. Its method of recognizing a master is quite unique." However, Xiao Fan harbors no peculiar inclinations. He merely relieved himself within it. For daily bloodletting to establish dominion could lead to anemia. As the saying goes, 1 drop of essence equates to 10 drops of blood. And he had already expended an incalculable amount of blood recently, a significant loss indeed. Upon entering the time-space secret tome, Xiao Fan surveyed his surroundings with curiosity and astonishment. It resembled a miniature world, albeit one that appeared rather barren. The landscape was dominated by desolate mountains and wilderness, shrouded in a thick, oppressive sky laden with storm clouds, seemingly poised for an impending downpour. This small world was not extensive, rising only 3 or 4 stories high and spanning roughly 100 miles in circumference, allowing for a clear view of its entirety, arid deserts, parched lakes, and barren hilltops, devoid of any resources. The only notable features were the abilities of time acceleration and spatial folding. After his brief moment of relief, he established a mental connection with the tome, which would continue to evolve and, in time, could potentially expand into a universe. The individual who possessed this time-space secret tome would become the god of creation for this cosmos. However, at present, the tome was still in its infancy, with a limited capability for time acceleration, only achieving a ratio of 3:1, wherein 1 day in the outside world equated to 3 days within the tome. The prospect of 1 year inside the tome, matching 1 day outside, was still far off. Nevertheless, as his cultivation progressed, the tome's time acceleration would strengthen, and its world would flourish and expand continuously. Such is the nature of the Fated One's golden finger, none of its facets are trivial. After recognizing its master, he cast a pebble-sized egg into the world within the tome, casually watering it and placing it among spirit stones to allow it to thrive independently. First, he intended to undergo tribulation and cultivate his nascent soul. Upon exiting the Holy Sun's palace, Xiao Fan felt peculiar gazes sweeping over him, which rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Holy Sun, Sini, and Yue addressed him with reverence. It was indeed their scrutiny that he felt. "What is it? Do I have something on my face? Why are you both staring at me?" Xiao Fan inquired, sensing their unusual behavior. "Holy Sun, why are there several long strands of hair on the robe you wore yesterday? And why is there a woman's lip imprint on the collar?" Yue remarked, her gaze steady, though an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath her calm demeanor. She had already restrained herself. She had yet to mention the dampness from earlier. "Holy Sun, you went out for a few days without bringing us sisters along. Yet why does your robe carry the scent of another woman?" Sini's tone was tinged with skepticism, her expression one of grievance. "Are we truly so lacking in your eyes that you would rather seek companionship elsewhere than allow us to serve you?" Xiao Fan felt as though struck by lightning. "Wait, what are you two thinking? Are we, the 2 sisters, truly so unworthy that we fail to capture the attention of the saint?" As she spoke, she stepped forward and entwined her arm around Xiao Fan's, the gentle touch sending ripples through Xiao Fan's heart. He was momentarily taken aback. "No. Let us clarify our positions, my dear ladies. You are not mere attendants, I am well aware of that. Who would dare to lay a hand on you? Your status must surely be that of a daughter of the saint or perhaps the granddaughter of a revered elder. Should I dare to act upon you? The saint or some esteemed elder would surely take swift action against me." Xiao Fan swiftly withdrew his arm and spoke with righteous indignation. "What are you two doing? Is there no sense of master and servant left?" The words jolted the 2 women back to reality. Indeed, they belatedly recognized that their actions had overstepped boundaries. At present, they were merely handmaidens, and it was inappropriate for them to meddle in their master's affairs. You seized the moment to say, "Saint's son, if you have any physiological needs, you may confide in us, your sisters. The women from outside are nothing but deceitful vixens, lusting only after your body, unlike us, who genuinely care for you." She said this earnestly, her head bowing shyly at the end. Next time, definitely next time," Xiao Fan retorted, bemused. "What an outrageous suggestion. Discussing your physiological needs and lusting after your body? Such scandalous words. Is this what a handmaiden should utter? I feel ashamed for you. Uncle Jiang." Xiao Fan called out hastily, seeking an escape from the situation. Young master, Uncle Jiang appeared immediately at the palace entrance upon hearing the call. Prepare for me. I am about to undergo tribulation, Xiao Fan instructed. Yes. With that, he hastily departed from the Saint Sun's palace. Yu and Xin observed Xiao Fan's flustered figure, exchanging glances as they assessed each other's appearances. Sister, where do you think we faltered? I thought twins had an added allure, Xin mused, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yet the Saint Sun seems disinterested in us. I don't know. It must be that vile vixen who seduced the Saint Sun. Xin fumed, her delicate hands clenched into fists, teeth gritted in frustration. Anger etched across her pretty face. She had never imagined that even after demeaning herself to become a handmaiden, she would still be unable to win the Saint Sun's affection. The thought of the Saint Sun losing his virginity shattered her heart into pieces. Suddenly, a brilliantly colored butterfly fluttered in through the window, alighting gracefully before Yu and Xin. In the next moment, the butterfly transformed into a young woman of exquisite beauty, her skin like fine jade and her face akin to a blossoming peach. Kai, what brings you here? Yu inquired, her demeanor shifting from gentle to one of regal authority, exuding an air of imperial presence. The butterfly maiden replied respectfully, esteemed palace masters. The recent resurgence of demonic troubles in the celestial realm has prompted the Righteous Alliance to propose a united front of righteous forces to quell the menace. They have established a Righteous Spirit Alliance and have sent an invitation to my Yaoqi Celestial Palace, requesting our cooperation in combating the demons. I have come to report this to the palace masters. Yu scoffed. What a bunch of inept fools. They cannot even safeguard the territory I have fought to establish. Sister, what shall we do? Xin asked. I will return briefly, keep a close watch on the Saint Sun, and ensure those deceitful vixens do not approach him. Yu instructed. I understand. With a nod, Yu's form transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the wind without a trace. Xin gazed at the horizon, softly vowing to herself, I shall protect the Saint Sun at all costs. Chapter 35. Ichin, the outer sect competition, casting a glance back at the sacred Sun Palace. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh. Alas, could it be that these two sisters possess a rather peculiar disposition? While a delicate obsession can be alluring, it also harbors an unsettling edge. Uncle Jiang, unaware of Xiao Fan's concerns, respectfully remarked, Young master, I have taken care of the disciple you instructed me to deal with not long ago. Oh, is that so? That is indeed reassuring. Xiao Fan did not pay much attention to it. He felt a sense of assurance regarding Uncle Jiang's capabilities. However, there were minor complications that I deemed necessary to report to the young master. Complications? Could it be that the individual in question had someone backing him? Xiao Fan pondered. Those who gain entry into the esteemed Taishian sacred land are typically either from affluent families, possess formidable connections, or have friendships with individuals associated with the sacred ground. These three categories encompass the majority. Genuine talent, akin to Su Yiyun, who awakens an extraordinary physique, is exceedingly rare. Indeed, the Jade Maiden Ice Phoenix physique is nothing to underestimate. I must seek her out for dual cultivation in the future. Thus, upon hearing of complications, Xiao Fan instinctively assumed it was a matter of provoking a certain faction. There was indeed someone involved. However, the issue was not substantial. My subordinate, along with his family, has been entirely eradicated. Of course, he did not forget the young master's instructions. Cut the earthworm straight and scatter the egg yolk. Even his family dog was hanged by me, leaving no trace of causality. Xiao Fan's expression was one of mockery, as if he were being portrayed as a nefarious villain. He couldn't help but reassess Uncle Jiang, a middle-aged man of mysterious origins, rumored to have been subdued by his father, and thus dedicated himself to safeguarding Xiao Fan. Despite his typically genteel demeanor, Xiao Fan was taken aback by the depth of his murderous intent. Did this man commit any other transgressions besides extorting protection fees in the city? Xiao Fan inquired, curious, knowing that while Uncle Jiang was thorough in eliminating threats, he was not one to kill indiscriminately. It is as such. My initial intention was merely to incapacitate him, but upon hearing him utter, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the impoverished youth, I recalled your words, young master, those who harbor grudges must not be spared. I see. Xiao Fan nodded in deep agreement, clearly having absorbed my words. Young master, are you referring to the tribulation of condensing into a nascent soul? Uncle Jiang inquired. Indeed. Xiao Fan affirmed. Although he had harbored suspicions, Uncle Jiang was still taken aback upon hearing Xiao Fan's declaration. The clan had anticipated that Xiao Fan would achieve his nascent soul at the age of 30, Little did they expect him to prepare for it at barely 18. Having just crossed the halfway mark, 30, the young master might be reaching the mid-stage of his nascent soul, Uncle Jiang mused. Truly, the young master is an unparalleled talent in our clan. You continue with your tasks. I shall pay a visit to the Grand Elder, Xiao Fan stated, and then swiftly departed. At this moment, the Taishan Sacred Land was hosting the Outer Sect Grand Competition. This event, held once every 5 years, was designed to provide the outer disciples with a pathway for advancement. The hierarchy within the Taishan Sacred Land was distinct: Qi refining and miscellaneous workers, Foundation Establishment Outer Sect, Golden Core Inner Sect, Nascent Soul Core, and the Transformation God Elders, with those at the Void Refinement stage and above serving as elders. A cultivator who achieves the combined stage becomes a core elder, and should one ascend to the Great Ascension stage, they may assume management positions akin to that of the Grand Elder or Sacred Land Protector, with commensurate benefits. Thus, within the Sacred Land, merely by enhancing one's cultivation and strength, one could acquire greater resources for training. This classification of ranks was universally acknowledged, yet there existed flexible methods of advancement, such as the inner and outer sect competitions. For instance, the Outer Sect Grand Competition saw an abundance of Foundation Establishment cultivators, numbering not merely in the hundreds of thousands, but potentially millions. To motivate the disciples and cultivate those capable of defeating opponents beyond their ranks, the Sacred Land adeptly organized such competitions. If one could secure a position within the top 100 of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, even without having formed a Golden Core, they could be promoted to Inner Sect disciples, thereby enjoying the privileges of the Inner Sect. Such disciples, emerging from among tens of thousands, not only represented strength but also demonstrated exceptional talent. At this moment, on one of the platforms of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, a resolute young man stood. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond, while tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Did I not perish under the assault of the 10 great immortal emperors? Where is this place? He looked about in confusion, taking in the sight of his fellow Foundation Establishment disciples, while several Transformation God Elders presided over the competition from the high platform. Embroidered upon their robes, 2 prominent characters adorned the left chest, Taishan. Memory surged like a tidal wave, and the young man recalled everything. This was the sacred realm of cultivation I had entered 100,000 years ago. The Taishan Sacred Land. Once, the young man was reborn in the present after 100,000 years. His name was Yichun. Originally regarded as a waste within the Yi family, he relied on the ancestral Taishan Ling to join the Taishan Sacred Land, becoming a disciple of the sacred site. However, his talent was mediocre. He entered the Taishan Sacred Land at the age of 7, and after 8 years. At the age of 15, he had merely reached the initial stage of foundation building. He considered himself extraordinary and felt compelled to demonstrate his innate abilities in the Outer Sect competition to gain entry into the Inner Sect. Yet, fate was unkind. In his previous life, he was defeated in one move by an Outer Sect disciple at the late Foundation stage, leading to his subsequent despair. Fortunately, he acquired the ancient Dragon Soul's defiant inheritance, which allowed him to rise against the odds, traversing the immortal realm for 100,000 years, ultimately becoming the Eternal Dragon King. Unexpectedly, during an expedition in a secret realm, he was besieged and killed by 10 celestial emperors, dying with resentment. 10 celestial emperors. Await my return. The harm you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full, he declared vehemently, filled with hatred. In this life, I shall take vengeance upon my enemies. In this life, I will ascend to a realm unchallenged, dictating the course of eternity. In this life, those who obstruct or deceive me shall face no mercy, he shouted, his rage palpable. However, in the next moment, his expression softened. Qing Shui, in this life, I will rescue you from the clutches of that Taishan Holy Sun. You shall suffer no more harm. I, Yichun, swear to the heavens. The thought of Qing Shui's past suffering under the Holy Sun tormented him. In his previous life, he was powerless, forced to hide beneath the bed, silently weeping as he heard her cries, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Though Qing Shui appeared to find joy in her predicament, he understood it was merely an act to spare him worry. In those moments of despair, her consideration for him was heart-wrenching. Qing Shui, wait for me. The scene shifted. The disciple facing Yichun in the arena wore a bewildered expression. This person is speaking nonsense as soon as he steps onto the stage. Is he out of his mind? One disciple remarked to a nearby Golden Pill disciple, who served as the judge for the match. The Golden Pill judge, exasperated, retorted to Yichun, are you going to fight or not? If not, step down. You're wasting everyone's time with your ramblings. There are hundreds of disciples waiting for their turn to compete. How did I end up with a fool? Yichen, who had just displayed a tender demeanor, instantly transformed into a figure of coldness upon hearing that sharp rebuke. As the illustrious Dragon King Celestial Emperor, who had ascended to the eternal realm and commanded respect throughout the immortal world, he was accustomed to even the most formidable ancient powers addressing him with deference. It had been countless millennia since anyone had dared to reprimand him in such a manner. The unexpected admonition ignited a surge of indignation within him. How dare a mere golden core practitioner speak so insolently to one of my stature? The atmosphere in the hall fell into stunned silence. The Foundation establishment disciple who faced him was utterly bewildered, pondering the nature of his opponent. Was he truly such a fool? The golden core disciple, summoned from the inner sect to preside over the grand competition, was flabbergasted that someone would dare to disrespect the judge in such a way. Anger flared within the golden core disciple. Disregarding the judge and disrupting the competition's order? You are disqualified. Without hesitation, he declared Yichen out of the competition, awarding victory to his opponent. Yichen let out a cold laugh. Very well, this is the esteemed disciple of the Holy Land? Truly impressive. He scoffed at their arrogance and unreasonable behavior, asserting that such individuals would eventually lead the Holy Land to ruin. Today, I shall purge the parasites from the Holy Land and bring you all to your knees. The golden core disciple felt a wave of unease wash over him. Initially, he had been prepared to retaliate, but now he realized he had acted impulsively. After all, this individual seemed rather dim-witted. There was no need to lose his temper over someone who appeared to lack common sense. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Yichen raised his hand. With an enigmatic and profound wind generated from his palm, infused with spiritual energy, he unleashed a powerful punch. The white silhouette of his fist, enormous in size, hurtled directly toward the disciple's face, a technique learned from the Tianyuan fairy sect. Disregard the facts. The golden core disciple had not anticipated that this individual would dare to strike a judge. He had crossed a line. Though Yichen was merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, and despite the formidable nature of his technique, his low cultivation level rendered the impact of his punch trivial, merely causing a slight ripple in the disciple's protective barrier. The golden core disciple's chest heaved with frustration. Are you seeking punishment? Although the Holy Land forbade the killing of fellow disciples, teaching a lesson to this insolent fool was still permissible. He swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to Yichen's face. Yichen was taken aback. Overwhelmed by the thrill of his rebirth, he momentarily lost sight of the disparity in their powers. Having just returned to life, he had yet to fully master this new body. He was, in essence, inferior even to a novice Foundation establishment practitioner. The slap landed squarely on his right cheek with a resounding crack. The golden core disciple, consumed by rage, struck with unrestrained force, sending 4 or 5 of his teeth flying. The yellowed teeth, mingled with crimson blood, scattered into the air. One tooth, however, did not escape, as Yichen, in a moment of defiance, swallowed it down with the blood. Even with shattered teeth, he was determined to ingest it. With a bitter expression, he rolled his throat and indeed swallowed it. Begone! Should you continue to disrupt the order, beware that I will have the disciples of the law enforcement hall confine you. He scoffed. Is it merely your higher cultivation that intimidates me? If you possess true skill, challenge me at the same level. Let us engage with your cultivation restricted to the Foundation establishment stage. The outcome remains uncertain. Though he had been struck down, Yichen was undeterred. He believed his earlier lapse in concentration was to blame. He had never lost in a challenge at the same tier. The golden core disciple, unable to bear the sight, summoned 2 outer disciples to carry Yichen away and stripped him of his qualification for the grand competition. Outside the arena, Yichen wiped the blood from his hands. Anger simmered in his eyes, fury burning within his heart. How dare he insult me and shatter my teeth? I shall remember this. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Xiao Fan soared over the grand competition platform, initially harboring no intention of watching. However, he was abruptly captivated by a familiar face. It was indeed the young man who had spoken before the sacred maiden of Yaoguang on that fateful day in Fengning City. His script suddenly radiated with a golden brilliance, transforming into a resplendent sight, more dazzling than before. It was evident that the trajectory of that young man's life had irrevocably altered. Xiao Fan paused for a moment. The arrival of the new child of destiny left no room for stagnation. Yichen, the reincarnated immortal emperor, seized the fate with audacity. From the very onset, Xiao Fan discerned that matters were far from simple. Yichen, the name of the protagonist, heralded the return of the immortal emperor and the resurgence of a formidable being. Without needing to delve deeper, Xiao Fan was certain that this Yuqin was undoubtedly a child of fortune. However, observing his demeanor, he appeared rather dim-witted. How could someone at the nascent foundation stage dare to mock an inner sect disciple at the golden core level? Had millennia of cultivation turned his brain to muscle? Although the trajectory of Yuqin's narrative was evident, Xiao Fan still took a glance, especially upon reading a particular line that caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. Yuqin harbors a grudge against you. He vaguely recalled that in the secret realm 3 months hence, you and the radiant saintess Ji Qingxue would engage in dual cultivation. Yi Chun, who harbored feelings for Ji Qingxue, despite their merely platonic friendship, would not be deterred from resenting you. In the secret realm, he hid beneath the bed, eavesdropping on the sweet exchanges and pleasurable moans shared between you two during your cultivation sessions, his teeth grinding in fury as he developed an intense hatred for you. He believed you had usurped his love, and driven by a desire for revenge, he would ultimately become an unparalleled immortal emperor. Designating you as his primary adversary in this reincarnation, Yuqin, the pivotal individual for unlocking the secret realm, possessed within it his most significant boon. It was advisable to eliminate him after the realm was activated. Goodness, what a riveting plot. But wait, why have I once again entangled myself with the saintess? This script lacks detail. It would be most helpful to have specifics on height, measurements, and leg length clearly indicated. Xiao Fan fell into deep contemplation. It turned out that the saintess of the radiant light was named Ji Qingxue, though he had only caught a distant glimpse of her. Her noble demeanor and elegant, ethereal beauty left a profound impression. Indeed, it was no surprise. Yet, how dare this fellow spy? Yet another extraordinary talent. This favored child of destiny truly emerges one after another, akin to the legendary figures rescuing their kin. A golden opportunity that can transform a mere wastrel into an unparalleled immortal emperor must surely be extraordinary. Yuqin's aptitude was such that even a dog would shake its head, yet with this golden finger, he could ascend to the status of an immortal emperor. This secret realm conceals immense fortunes. Qin Feng's golden finger, the temporal secret tome, was already formidable, and Yuqin's must not fall short either, Xiao Fan mused quietly. On the day the secret realm opens, it will be the moment of reckoning. Regaining his composure, Xiao Fan approached the Grand Elder's cave abode and called out, "Elder, your disciple seeks an audience." Shortly thereafter, the tightly shut mountain gate of the Grand Elder swung open. To his surprise, 2 elder women, their faces flushed and vibrant, emerged, still enveloped in the lingering warmth of spring. "Ah, it seems I have come at an inopportune moment. I must have disturbed the elder," Xiao Fan said somewhat awkwardly, relieved that the Grand Elder had completed his affairs. Otherwise, this encounter might have led to an embarrassing situation. The Grand Elder smiled and greeted Xiao Fan before sending the 2 elder women away. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder, with his refined demeanor, turned out to be such a person. How vexing. He then addressed Xiao Fan, as I was discussing profound matters with the 2 elders, the excitement of the discourse caused my complexion to redden. Do not misunderstand, Holy Son. No misunderstandings, Xiao Fan replied. Excitement leading to a flushed complexion? That makes sense. Xiao Fan. The path of the harmonious blending of yin and yang is a profound truth of the world. Do ponder it. With a mere wave of his hand, the Grand Elder whisked Xiao Fan away, landing them within the hallowed halls of the sacred palace. It seemed as though a change of scenery had rendered the prior events as if they had never transpired. Grand Elder, what brings the Holy Sun to seek my audience? Indeed, I have retrieved the demon-subduing sword, and the thief who dared to steal it has been vanquished. I have come specifically to return this treasured blade to the sacred grounds. As he spoke, he produced the exquisite sword he had reclaimed from Qin Feng, presenting it to the Grand Elder. The Holy Sun's prowess is indeed remarkable. Despite gathering numerous disciples, I could not apprehend the thief. The Grand Elder accepted the sword, taking it into his possession. However, the demonic energies of the abyss have been quelled, and a new artifact has been employed to maintain its suppression. Thus, I entrust this demon-subduing sword to you for your use. The Grand Elder spoke with unwavering conviction. Ah, Xiao Fan could not contain his surprise. You are bestowing upon me a top-tier artifact? I am but a mere golden core novice. Even if you were to gift me a treasure, I could barely comprehend it. Noticing Xiao Fan's reluctance to accept, the Grand Elder insisted, the Holy Sun possesses extraordinary abilities. You are worthy of wielding the demon-subduing sword. Observing the seriousness etched upon his face, Xiao Fan began to glean the underlying truth. This was not merely a recognition of exceptional capability. It was evidently a form of remuneration for the Grand Elder's clandestine dealings. Grand Elder, as the desires of man often intertwine, I assure you. Your private matters shall remain undisclosed. Cough, cough. Xiao Fan. No, what I mean is that I have seen nothing at all. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat embarrassed. After thousands of years of upholding a righteous image, to indulge in a moment's enjoyment led to such a predicament. Throughout my life, I have embodied the essence of a celestial being, and I must not allow it to be in vain. The two remained at an impasse, as it seemed that Xiao Fan's refusal of the Grand Elder's gift left him feeling unsettled. Xiao Fan felt it was essential to reassure the Grand Elder. How about this? Esteemed Elder, please instruct the elders of the Fenlu Pavilion to bestow additional spiritual stones and herbs upon the newly appointed saintess each month. I have heard she aspires to learn the art of alchemy. Could we arrange for her to study with the alchemy elders in the Dan Pavilion? Furthermore, she wishes to delve into the realms of weapon forging and formations. If we could facilitate that as well, it would be splendid. After all, she is my beloved, and it is only right to provide her with certain advantages. The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You, young man, seem quite invested in the saintess. Could it be that you share a more intimate connection? With a discerning gaze, the Grand Elder swiftly perceived Xiao Fan's lost vitality. It appears we are kindred spirits. With a broad smile, the Grand Elder confidently declared, is this truly a challenge? She is, after all, the saintess of our sacred land. I shall arrange for the Dan Pavilion, the Chi Pavilion, and those venerable masters adept in formations to serve as her instructors. What do you think of that? Venerable masters? The Grand Elder's unique way of speaking was truly remarkable. Xiao Fan, this is indeed the best. What about this sword? Elder, I have some knowledge of the saintess's background. She requires a formidable weapon by her side. I believe this exorcising demon sword is quite suitable. In his heart, Xiao Fan silently gave a thumbs up to the Grand Elder, acknowledging his understanding. After much deliberation, Xiao Fan returned to the main topic. Grand Elder, I recently experienced a sudden epiphany in my cultivation, leading to significant advancement. I am prepared to undergo the process of infant cultivation. The Grand Elder, initially nonchalant, responded with mild surprise, is that so? You are actually going to cultivate an infant? Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to realize something, involuntarily exclaiming, wait, are you saying you are ready to cultivate an infant? His gaze turned contemplative, and he extended his spiritual sense to assess Xiao Fan's cultivation base, which appeared solid and profound, devoid of any superficiality. Suddenly, he felt his mind overwhelmed. You entered the sacred land 6 months ago, and at that time, you were only in the early stages of the Golden Core, correct? You had been accumulating your strength for several years, and I understand that you advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core 2 months ago. However, your sudden leap to the late stage of the Golden Core, followed by your announcement of infant cultivation, seems rather rapid, does it not? Rapid? I think it's quite reasonable. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. With the temporal secret canon in my possession, I estimate I could reach the divine transformation by the age of 30. And achieving great ascendance by 100 is not merely a dream. Yet, this remained a secret, one he would not divulge. The Grand Elder regarded Xiao Fan with the eyes of one observing a marvel, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, indeed, the Holy Master possesses a discerning eye for talent, recognizing that the Holy Son is a dragon among men. Prepare yourself. I shall assign an elder to safeguard you during your tribulation. Understood. Xiao Fan replied. By the way, here, take this. The Grand Elder tossed a bundle of communication talismans to Xiao Fan. Grand Elder, what is this for? Xiao Fan inquired. Ahem, next time you wish to find me, please contact me first rather than coming directly. I need some time to prepare, the Grand Elder stated earnestly. I understand. That's good to hear. Off you go. Xiao Fan departed for the sacred place specifically designated for tribulation, known as the Phaeacian Platform. Chapter 37, The Nine-Sun Celestial Emperor Cauldron and the Girl Within. A sacred land not only boasts profound elders imparting wisdom, an extensive collection of cultivation texts in the scripture repository, and abundant spirit stones, elixirs, and herbs, but also provides clear pathways for advancement and protection for its disciples. Additionally, it must offer essential supplementary services, such as teaching disciples how to transcend tribulation. Tribulation represents a crucial juncture in a cultivator's life. Successfully overcoming it leads to an elevation in realm, enhanced strength, and the potential for several hundred or even thousand more years of life. Some may even forge their physical bodies through tribulation, adopting a path of muscular fortitude. However, any misstep could result in failure, which marks a significant fracture in one's journey. The consequences range from injuries and decline in cultivation to the ultimate demise, a death without rebirth. Every disciple of the sacred land embodies its future and hope. Thus, immense resources and efforts are invested in their protection. Especially concerning the monumental event of transcending tribulation, utmost caution is imperative. Within the Taishan sacred land, there are many wise individuals. One particular sovereign established an exclusive site for tribulation beyond the sacred land, known as the Phasean Platform. The Phasean Platform carries a beautiful connotation, ascending to immortality. Surrounding the platform is an array of formations designed to prevent external disturbances during tribulation. Furthermore, to facilitate the disciples in successfully overcoming tribulation. The platform is situated above numerous spirit veins, continuously exuding vital energy. This ethereal essence ensures that the disciples do not suffer from a deficiency of spiritual energy or physical strength during the tribulation process. Outside the Phasean platform lies a teleportation formation that leads directly to the Dan Pavilion. In the event of failure and injury during tribulation, elixirs can be swiftly transported from the Dan Pavilion, while severely injured individuals can be directly sent there for treatment. Nearby, there are also divine spirit attendants patrolling periodically, and elders proficient in formations conduct inspections at regular intervals to ensure everything is flawless. Such a plethora of advantageous provisions is a hallmark of a true sacred land. It is not merely the presence of dozens of ascendant cultivators or hundreds of integrated elders that qualifies a place as sacred. One must also prioritize the education and growth of disciples. This is why members of noble families spare no effort to secure a place for their offspring within a sacred land. Once admitted, the path ahead gleams with promise. The domain of Taishan's sacred land spans millions of miles. However, it only governs an area within a radius of 100,000 miles. The remainder consists of subordinate forces territories, which revere the sacred land, annually contributing a stipulated amount of spirit stones and rare treasures in exchange for its protection. Akin to a transaction. In this radius of 100,000 miles, only an area of approximately 80,000 miles is actively utilized. The rest serves as grounds for disciples to undergo trials, cultivate spirit herbs, and mine resources. Thus, the Phasean platform could not be constructed within the sacred land itself, but rather at a distance of several 100,000 miles away. Xiao Fan arrived at the flying immortal platform through the teleportation array. After meeting the Holy Sun, an elder of the void refinement stage respectfully addressed Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan returned the greeting with a courteous gesture. In our faction of antagonists, we value elegance and propriety, treating others with respect. Unlike those favored by fortune who attract animosity wherever they go. The flying immortal platform, while seemingly unremarkable from the outside, conceals profound mysteries within. Surrounded by verdant hills and grasses, it boasts a colossal stone platform, 100 zhongs squared, adorned with tadpole-shaped runes. These runes, discovered through the extensive history of cultivation, possess the ability to absorb the energy of calamity thunder and confine it. Subsequently, the sacred ground transports this pure thunderous essence to construct a thunder pool, utilized for tempering the bodies of less experienced disciples. Additionally, the thunder pool collects spirit stone fees, completing a cycle to sustain the operation of the flying immortal platform. Without the support of spirit stones from the sacred ground, maintaining the platform would be unfeasible. Elder, this is indeed the ascension platform for golden core cultivators facing tribulations. Is it not? The flying immortal platform is constructed in accordance with cultivation levels, extending up to the core formation tribulation. For the next step for a great ascension cultivator is direct ascension. Thus, he inquired immediately if he had come to the right place. Indeed, the elder replied, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, his hair touched with gray. However, Xiao Fan had grown somewhat immune to such appearances, after all. The grand elder exuded an even more transcendent presence than this elder, yet harbored the same earthly desires. One must not judge by appearances. Is there anything I need to prepare? Xiao Fan asked, while his heart was filled with myriad emotions. For a member of the Xiao family to face tribulations, there would typically be elders from the clan to safeguard them. Yet, such arrangements were lacking here. It could only be said that the foundation of the sacred ground surpassed that of his own family. The Holy Sun need only enter. I shall activate the protective formation to prevent any disturbances. Xiao Fan prepared his elixirs and defensive treasures, stepping onto the immortal ascension platform. With everything in place, he sat in meditation, attuning his entire being to an optimal state. The aura of the golden core began to solidify, ultimately radiating strands of yuaning pressure. The storm clouds above began to converge, heralding the onset of the yuaning tribulation. Meanwhile, Yuchen, with a broken tooth swallowed in haste, found himself speaking through a gap. He returned to his modest loft, sitting in silence. How blind these people are. A genius of my caliber stands before them, and yet they fail to see. Not only that, but they also stripped him of his qualification for the grand competition. Truly despicable. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew. Slamming his palm onto the ground, the solid obsidian shattered in concentric circles, revealing spiderweb-like fissures. He gasped, a sharp pain shooting from his palm. "Are you all conspiring against me as well?" he exclaimed, unleashing his power upon the remaining obsidian. After a considerable time, he ceased, leaving a deep pit where he had struck. Having been reborn, his current body felt overly frail, and his innate talent appeared lacking. If he were to ascend to the pinnacle of eternity once more, he must lay a solid foundation, step by step. Nonetheless, this would not deter him. Within his memories lay countless profound techniques, each capable of transforming a mortal. Given time, the brilliance of his essence would eclipse this era. Lost in thought, a sly smile crept upon his face, reminiscent of a dragon king. Just as he contemplated which cultivation method to pursue, a bronze 9-footed cauldron trembled within his consciousness, resonating with the eternal sound of the Tao. Subsequently, an enigmatic incantation echoed in his mind, plunging him into a state of profound enlightenment. The 9 celestial emperor cauldron stabilizes heaven and earth. 9 is the ultimate number. The sun, moon, and stars are all part of the 9. The 9 celestial emperor cauldron, forged from the celestial bodies and infused with the essence of heaven and earth along with imperial aura, grants its possessor unparalleled dominion over the ages. Destined to become an unrivaled celestial emperor, Yichen was overwhelmed with astonishment, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What? It has come as well." Surprise morphed into elation. This emperor cauldron was the supreme treasure he had obtained in the secret realm. It was precisely due to its ancient and mysterious nature that he had been besieged by 10 celestial emperors, ultimately meeting his demise and being reborn 100,000 years in the past. To his astonishment, this was indeed the legendary 9 celestial emperor cauldron, the treasured artifact of the primordial celestial emperor, the 9 celestial emperor. The legend of the 9 celestial emperor had transcended the immortal realm. If he could glean even a fragment of its true essence, he would undoubtedly surpass his previous life, achieving greater heights and glory. He exclaimed with fervor, initially believing that his rebirth was the greatest surprise, only to discover an additional inheritance from the primordial celestial emperor. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not forsake those in despair. With this treasure in my grasp, the 10 celestial emperors shall face their doom. Yichen laughed arrogantly, as if envisioning his past adversaries prostrating at his feet, pleading for mercy. Yet, he quelled his inner excitement and delved into the mysteries of the cauldron. After a day, having made some progress, he opened his eyes in triumph. To his astonishment, within the celestial emperor's cauldron resided a delicate girl, exquisitely sculpted, the 9 luminaries celestial emperor, unrivaled in the celestial realm. Why, he pondered, was such a girl ensconced within the celestial emperor's cauldron? Despite his contemplation, he could not fathom the reason. Inside the cauldron, a playful little girl with twin ponytails was absorbing spiritual energy, her breath faint yet rhythmic, seemingly drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to nourish herself. A thought struck Yichen. This girl surely knew the whereabouts of the 9 luminaries celestial emperor. If he could revive her, he would undoubtedly gain valuable information. He attempted to toss in a couple of spirit stones, and to his surprise, the energy within them rapidly diminished, coalescing into a fine thread that the girl refined, transforming it into an ordinary stone. This was promising. He then cast down several more spirit stones, and as before, their energy swiftly depleted, consumed by the little girl. Watching his already limited supply of spirit stones dwindle further was a blow to his already precarious existence. The dragon's secret realm was his opportunity for ascendance, yet it had yet to commence, leaving him powerless to acquire spirit stones. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. Within the Sacred Lands Dan Pavilion, there existed rewards for submitting unrecorded alchemical formulas. By providing such formulas, one could earn contribution points, spirit stones, elixirs, and various treasures. The Scripture Pavilion operated similarly. Documenting various magical arts also yielded rewards. The higher the level of the cultivation technique or alchemical formula, the more substantial the rewards. If I were to document the techniques and formulas from my past life and submit them to the Sacred Land, the caliber of those techniques and formulas would undoubtedly astonish these mortals. The prospect grew increasingly viable in Yichen's mind. As the esteemed Dragon King of the Celestial Realm, he had encountered an ocean of techniques and formulas. Even a few selections could create tremendous waves in this mortal realm. A path to wealth had been illuminated. As he stepped outside, dark storm clouds gathered ominously in the distance, crackling with thunder. He recognized this phenomenon in his previous life. He had also faced such tribulations during his ascension to the nascent soul, garnering the sacred land's attention, ultimately leading to his connection with Qing Shui. The memory of his past self beneath the bed, and the harmonious sounds of dragons and phoenixes emanating from above, made him grit his teeth in frustration. Just you wait. I shall claim the title of Saint Sun, and in that name, I will propose to Qing Shui. She is mine, and no one shall take her away. Chapter 38. The Condensation of the Nascent Soul, a troubling individual for Xiao Fan. Traversing the tribulation of the nascent soul was not a formidable challenge. It was merely the duration of the process that proved to be somewhat protracted. Thus far, the entire ordeal of the nascent soul tribulation had spanned 20 days. However, his physical form continued to undergo a metamorphosis, with the nascent soul gradually taking shape. Above him, an infant resembling him to a striking degree floated, representing Xiao Fan's nascent soul. The external structure of the nascent soul had reached completeness, yet its interior remained wanting, having achieved perhaps only half of its potential. At this rate, it would take a full month to successfully navigate the tribulation of forming the nascent soul. He mused to himself about the desirability of transcending realms without the necessity of enduring tribulations. The heavens were shrouded in dense clouds, with bolts of divine lightning, each as thick as a man's arm, roiling across the sky. The blue-white tribulation lightning cascaded down, relentlessly battering the infant figure of the nascent soul above him. As he activated the divine elephant suppression technique, the power of the lightning surged into his body, only to be instantaneously refined and transmuted into pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy, continuously enhancing his physical form. His five-element spiritual body pulsated with an unceasing flow of spiritual energy and under the relentless onslaught of the lightning. It exhibited an increasingly harmonious essence, evoking a faint sense of the unity of the five elements. What kind of tribulation is this for the Holy Sun? Why must it last so long? A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd, raising the tension in the air. I recall that for ordinary cultivators forming the nascent soul, the tribulation lasts only 7 days, with 7 bolts of lightning each day, culminating in 49 strikes to complete the nascent soul. The Holy Sun has been enduring this for half a month now, and the daily tribulation lightning must exceed 100 strikes. Surely, it won't lead to his demise. Nonsense. The Holy Sun would not be so easily defeated by the tribulation. The essence of a cultivator is rooted in the 8 trigrams. The Holy Sun's tribulation, merely by virtue of his title, attracted countless onlookers, each eager to gauge the disparity between themselves and the Holy Sun. Yet, this comparison proved disheartening. It was a bitter pill to swallow. No wonder he, a mere golden core cultivator, could ascend to the status of Holy Sun. I am but a step behind him. A core disciple in the later stages of the nascent soul reflected on the tribulation. I took 9 days to traverse my own nascent soul tribulation, with 21 strikes of lightning each day. My master praised me as a prodigy, yet in light of this, my talent appears to be only marginally superior to that of the average individual. Another core disciple of the nascent soul phase remarked, reflecting on the past when he had achieved his nascent soul at the age of 43, becoming a highly coveted prodigy and taking an elder of the void refinement stage as his master. He felt that the path to immortality was brightly illuminated before him. However, the current Saint Sun had attained his nascent soul at just 18, making him feel like an ordinary individual in comparison. The disparity was stark. Akin to the glow of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon, there are indeed others more exceptional than oneself. Not only the core disciples, but even the elder overseeing the flying immortal platform appeared dazed, as if struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. Initially, he believed the Saint Sun, endowed with remarkable talent and exceptional roots, would undoubtedly endure the tribulation without issue. He even dared to speculate that the Saint Sun's tribulation would last at least half a month, with no fewer than 50 lightning strikes each day. He had endeavored to estimate generously, yet it turned out to be an underestimation. After 2 weeks, the tribulation showed no signs of abating. On the day with the fewest strikes, there were still over 110, with some days witnessing as many as 300. Each bolt possessed sufficient power to obliterate a cultivator at the initial stage of the divine transformation. This was defiance against the heavens. The elder of the flying immortal platform swallowed hard, realizing why the Holy Master had insisted on bypassing the assessment and directly appointed Xiao Fan as the Saint Sun. The Holy Master is indeed a remarkable individual. I must report to the Grand Elder. Should any mishap occur, I cannot bear the responsibility. In the next moment, he produced a transmission talisman and crushed it. Ethereal sound waves dispersed swiftly, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. Soon, after 3 breaths, the venerable Grand Elder, resembling a serene Buddha, received the message. The Elder of the Flying Immortal Platform? Why would he contact me without cause? Could it be that the Saint Son has encountered difficulties during the tribulation? The Grand Elder's heart tightened. The Holy Master had given countless admonitions to ensure the Saint Son's safety, warning against placing him in peril. If something were to go awry, the Holy Master would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. The thought of the furious Holy Master made the Grand Elder involuntarily anxious, a heavy sense of pressure enveloping him. Please, let there be no trouble. He extended his consciousness into the transmission wave. Grand Elder, the Saint Son is currently undergoing tribulation, but I feel it necessary to inform you that. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger. The Grand Elder exhaled deeply, inwardly chiding the Elder for causing unnecessary alarm. He continued to listen, and soon his expression transformed into one of incredulity, almost in a daze. Grand Elder, the Saint Son must be a divine being descended from the heavens. He has been enduring the tribulation for over 10 days, struck by lightning hundreds of times each day, yet remains utterly unscathed and unwavering. Moreover, he is absorbing the tribulation lightning, and the runes on the Flying Immortal Platform are unable to harness even a fraction of that lightning power. It is terrifying, Grand Elder. The might of this tribulation is not inferior to that of the divine transformation tribulation. The Grand Elder was stunned, acknowledging the disciple's exceptional nature but never anticipating it to be to this extent. I must hasten to witness this for myself. The Grand Elder promptly tidied himself up and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, it was on the outskirts of the Ascension platform, where he observed Xiao Fan amidst the tempest of tribulation lightning. He appeared unfazed, as if this tribulation were merely a procedural formality, the strikes upon him causing no discomfort whatsoever. Bolts of lightning, each as thick as a man's arm, descended with thunderous roars, yet his expression remained unaltered. Remarkably, he even settled into meditation, seemingly disregarding the raging storm around him. Brother, show some respect for the heavens during your tribulation, the Grand Elder silently admonished. Indeed, Xiao Fan was immersed in the practice of the divine elephant suppression technique. He was contemplating the next layer of the spear of the underworld god, the Hellforge. This tribulation seemed an utter waste of time. It would be far more prudent to allocate some moments for cultivation. Perfectly. He could utilize his own being as a vessel to refine the Hellforge and employ the heavenly lightning to purify himself, thereby achieving the purpose of the tribulation as a means of forging. Xiao Fan's actions were not merely impulsive. He had conducted experiments. Initially, he engaged in a brief period of meditation and, upon encountering the tribulation thunder, he chose to disregard it entirely. Instead, he devoted himself to the practice of the Hellforge. The Hellforge devours everything: essence, bloodlines, spiritual energy, divinity, and the very rhythms of the Tao. All are consumed within its depths. As these elements are absorbed into the Hellforge, they are refined by the infernal flames, becoming an integral part of Xiao Fan's being. The Grand Elder murmured, has he always possessed such courage? Xiao Fan remained poised at an altitude of 1,000 fathoms, as the heavens unleashed their thunderous tribulations upon him. He continued to cultivate his own techniques, allowing each to pursue their own path without interference. Days flowed by like water, and the ominous clouds of tribulation gradually dissipated. Yet, Xiao Fan was engrossed in his meditative practice. His hell furnace was but a hair's breadth away from perfection. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the moment the thunder clouds dispersed, Xiao Fan's hell furnace reached completion. He consumed a pill that replenished his spiritual energy, feeling as though he had transformed into a furnace, igniting countless flames that instantaneously refined and absorbed the essence of the pill. Quite satisfactory. He felt a sense of contentment with his current form. Perched upon his right shoulder was a cherubic figure, resembling a small infant, with a mischievous grin adorning his face. The tiny Xiao Fan, his nascent soul, waved his hands restlessly, a manifestation of his successful condensation. Xiao Fan cradled the miniature version of himself in his palms, examining it closely. Even in this diminutive form, he appeared quite handsome. With a mere thought, he retracted his primordial infant back into his body. Upon stepping out of the Flying Immortal Platform, he was met with a throng of people densely packed outside. Leading the assembly was none other than the Grand Elder. Xiao Fan hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Elder. Ah, a prodigious talent indeed, the Elder remarked with a sense of admiration. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind. The previous waves perish upon the shore. Hee, merely luck, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. However, the disciples erupted in a flurry of chatter. As I endure the thunder tribulation to forge my golden core, My skin is charred and tender from the onslaught of lightning. Not a single part of me remains unscathed. And my robes are tattered and torn. Yet the Holy Sun faces his tribulation, seemingly untouched by even a speck of dust. Holy Sun, I wish to bear your children. Do not pity me merely because I am a delicate flower. Some infatuated female disciples had already begun to lose their senses. Let us bear 108 offspring. Allow me to go first. Those who have yellowed urine, wake her. Those with diabetes, fall to the back. Do not let her taste the sweetness. As Xiao Fan listened to the words of his disciples, he experienced a sense of infatuation akin to that of a starstruck admirer. He could only lament his own exceptional talents and relatively pleasing appearance. Alas, I am not blessed with a system of abundant offspring. So it seems I must let it be. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was inwardly elated, for a renowned master begets exceptional disciples. Having taught the Holy Sun for a few days, he could round it off and consider himself a master as well. At that moment, a white celestial crane soared gracefully towards them, the very creature employed within the sect for conveying important messages. Grand Elder. The Elder of the Pill Pavilion and the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion have urgent matters to report to you. Though the crane had not transformed into human form, it spoke with articulate clarity. Just as the Grand Elder was about to assign Xiao Fan a task to stabilize his realm, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the crane, which left him somewhat displeased. Addressing urgent matters is of utmost importance, remarked Xiao Fan. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement and briefly perused the message conveyed by the crane. However, upon reading it, his brow furrowed in concern. This individual presents a problem. Chapter 39. Contrarian actions. The Grand Elder gazed at the jade slip in his hand, his brow knitting in perplexity. It should not be like this, he murmured. Xiao Fan. Elder, could it be that something unfortunate has transpired? The Elder smiled gently and replied, It is not a misfortune, merely something rather peculiar. Xiao Fan, if there are matters to attend to, the Elder can proceed with the tasks at hand. I shall independently arrange my cultivation, so there is no need to trouble the Elder. The Elder. Speaking of such things, on the day the Holy Master ascends to immortality, you, the Holy Sun, shall take charge of the sacred land. Given that this matter pertains to the sacred land, I believe it is essential for you to handle it. This is also for the future, so that you may better manage the sacred land. Oh? Xiao Fan was slightly taken aback. I have only been in the sacred land for half a year, and I am already taking charge. Is this appropriate? He inquired. What is inappropriate about it? Trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. The sovereign has complete faith in you, stating that during her seclusion, all matters shall be governed by the Holy Sun, the Grand Elder replied with an air of certainty. Xiao Fan found himself utterly perplexed. The Holy Master? He had only heard of this figure through the mouths of the elders, never having laid eyes upon him. Was it not a sign of excessive trust from the Holy Master? Could it be that the Holy Master intended to harm him? Do not entertain such thoughts. Danger is imminent, and the system will alert you. The voice of the system resonated, filling him with a profound sense of safety. Then all is well. At the same time, as he ascended to the status of a manager, Xiao Fan's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Previously, his mantra had been to diligently cultivate and safeguard the sacred ground. Now, it had evolved to diligently cultivate and protect my sacred ground. He took the jade slip, and as his consciousness delved into it, he encountered a familiar name, Yichen, a disciple by the name of Yichen. While on his way to the Pill Pavilion to submit a formula, had boldly critiqued the elder who was teaching alchemy, pointing out the elder's flawed techniques, erroneous control over the flames, and improper sequence and dosage of the spiritual herbs. The elder in question was Elder Qingshan, the third ranked in our Pill Pavilion, with vast experience and having trained countless exceptional disciples. Immediately, some disciples expressed their discontent towards Yichen, accusing him of disrespecting Elder Qingshan. Yet, Yichen offered no explanation. Instead, he directly challenged the disciples of the Pill Pavilion to a contest in alchemy, decisively defeating them. Upon reaching this juncture, Xiao Fan could effortlessly predict the ensuing events. It would likely unfold with a profound astonishment among the disciples, who would be oblivious to the identity of the individual who had offended him, all while being influenced by his aura of diminished intellect, leading to yet another challenge. Subsequently, Elder Qingshan would discern that this individual is, indeed, a remarkable prodigy in the art of alchemy. Yichen, drawing upon the insights from his previous life, would astound Elder Qingshan dramatically. It is plausible that Elder Qingshan would exclaim, Master Yi, your wisdom is worthy of the title of Alchemical Grandmaster. Here's the token of our Alchemy Pavilion. Please accept it. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Xiao Fan shook his head, realizing the depth of the delusion. To validate his thoughts, he deliberately read the final line. The Grand Elder, Yichen, is truly a natural master of alchemy. Were it not for the discrepancies in our generations, I would eagerly seek him as my mentor. Yichen stated his intent to present his alchemical formulas in exchange for rewards. It would be even more splendid if he could become an inner sect disciple. However, Qingshan believes that such an extraordinary talent must be accorded special treatment and earnestly requests the Grand Elder to grant Yichen the privileges of a master alchemist, arranging for him to join our alchemy pavilion. Xiao Fan, it is indeed exactly as he envisioned. He glanced once more at the jade slip sent from the scripture pavilion, and in his heart, he began to outline the synopsis. This Yichen must have first visited the scripture pavilion, astonishing a multitude of individuals there. To validate his thoughts, Xiao Fan picked up a second jade slip. Elder, I have discovered an unparalleled genius in the art of Tao. The situation unfolds as follows. Today, a disciple by the name of Yichen, while perusing the texts within the scripture pavilion, began to make annotations upon the techniques presented within. He was promptly apprehended by a disciple tasked with guarding the pavilion, who questioned him on his motives for defacing the texts. Yichen remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. These texts are far too rudimentary. I am merely making modifications to render them more suitable for your mortal cultivation. Yichen nonchalantly stated, I am doing this for the benefit of the scripture pavilion. Are you, perhaps, blind to the merit of these techniques? The disciple, incensed by his audacity, immediately reported the matter to me, and I hurried to investigate the situation. Upon inspection, I was taken aback. The alterations made by Yichen proved to be remarkably effective, elevating an ordinary technique several levels. Initially skeptical, I requested him to modify a few more texts on the spot, and to my astonishment, each text he revised exhibited a significant enhancement in power. I promptly promised to take him as my disciple, but unexpectedly, the old man from Qingshan disregarded the principles of celestial virtue and appealed to the elder. Elder, first come, first served. Yichen was discovered by me first. He should rightfully join my scripture pavilion. By the way, Elder, Yichen's intention appears to be to exchange the techniques he possesses for contribution points and spiritual stones. Such a disciple remains in the outer sect. Truly a gem obscured by dust. I implore you to allow him to join my scripture pavilion, and I shall ensure he receives proper guidance. The more Xiao Fan observed, the more familiar the plot became. It was an archetype of archetypes. It is entirely reasonable to exchange your skills and elixirs for spirit stones. However, wouldn't it be far more pleasant to conduct such transactions quietly and return unobtrusively? Why must one seek the limelight, alter the sacred texts, and emphasize one's own extraordinary nature? Rebirth. Leveraging the insights from a past life to deliver a profound dimensional blow to those naturally gifted is not an uncommon phenomenon. Yet, failing to understand the virtues of restraint and subtlety, and being so ostentatious, it is no wonder that Yichen met his demise in his previous life. The Grand Elder remarked, do you not find something amiss with Yichen? Indeed, a rebirth of an immortal emperor must harbor certain issues. Though he maintained an unruffled demeanor, I perceive no faults. Rather, I believe this Yichen possesses great potential. The Grand Elder expressed his thoughts. Holy Son, you are too naive, lacking an understanding of the complexities of human nature. Xiao Fan, am I truly naive? You dare to say such a thing? The Grand Elder continued, I suspect that behind Yichen, there may be a certain force. He could very well be an infiltrator placed within our sacred grounds. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, remarking on the Grand Elder's vivid imagination. Surely not. How could an undercover agent be so ostentatious? Knowing Yichen's true identity, Xiao Fan dismissed such notions. The Grand Elder, exuding confidence, replied, in these times, it has become fashionable to act contrary to expectations. The more you suspect me of being an undercover agent, and the less I dare to be conspicuous, the more I shall choose to be flamboyant. Who would have imagined that someone as conspicuous as I could indeed be an undercover agent? Xiao Fan could not help but admire the intellect of the Grand Elder. It was truly remarkable, as he even comprehended the art of subversion. What do you mean, esteemed Elder? He inquired. Investigate his identity. Ascertain whom he has recently met and where he has been, while also checking if he has been possessed by an ancient creature, the Grand Elder replied. Xiao Fan was taken aback. This individual had only been reborn for a month. His soul had surely not yet fully integrated. If investigated now, it would undoubtedly reveal some clues. He had yet to bestow upon me my golden opportunity. I cannot falter here. Xiao Fan promptly retorted, Elder, I oppose your action. The Elder was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Xiao Fan hastily clarified, Great Elder, as you have mentioned, we are merely harboring suspicions at this moment. What if he is indeed a prodigy, exceptionally gifted in both alchemy and magical arts? Should we investigate him and exhibit distrust, it may inevitably create a rift, allowing other factions to exploit the situation and lure him away. In such a scenario, our sacred land would suffer the profound loss of a genius. The Great Elder did not counter his argument. Instead, he inquired, Saint's son, what is your perspective? Xiao Fan, indeed. The possibility of Yichen being an undercover agent cannot be dismissed outright. However, we should not be hasty in our judgment. How about this? Allow me to meet him and spend some time in his company to ascertain his true character. Yet, this might hinder your cultivation, wouldn't it? For the sake of the sacred land, sacrificing a little cultivation time is hardly a concern, Xiao Fan asserted with determination. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. It would be a considerable loss if the talented Yi Chun were to develop a sense of estrangement from the sacred land due to mere suspicion. However, the saint has just entered the embryonic stage and requires time to stabilize his realm. Would allowing him to conduct this investigation truly have no adverse effects? Perhaps we should consider sending someone else in his stead? Xiao Fan spoke resolutely, stating, matters concerning unparalleled genius must be approached with utmost caution. As the Holy Land's chosen one, I bear the responsibility to consider the greater good, sacrificing my own interests for the benefit of the whole. If he is indeed a prodigy of extraordinary caliber, my proximity to him as a chosen one would grant him ample respect. Moreover, he would certainly not anticipate that I, a chosen one, would undertake an investigation into his affairs, thus taking the path contrary to expectation. Dear Elder, the Elder was taken aback, marveling at how swiftly the chosen one grasped the concept of subverting expectations. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of emotion, recognizing the chosen one's dedication to the Holy Land. He found it difficult to refuse further and reluctantly permitted Xiao Fan to proceed with his endeavors. Chapter 40. The Tower of Dual Magic. Xiao Fan departed from Fiziantai. In truth, he had no need for a stable realm. The thunder and lightning tempered his body, and the tribulations of thunder appeared to him merely as a procedural formality. A natural progression. The might of the divine elephant's suppression technique was indeed formidable, as the particles within him awakened one by one. During the tribulation of the nascent soul, the number of particles within him surged to an astonishing 21 million, a remarkable 5 times the previous count of 8,400,000 during the Golden Core stage. 2.5 times. He had made significant strides toward fully awakening all 840 million particles, transforming them into dragon elephants, taking yet another substantial step forward. This was merely a change in the quantity of particles. His comprehension of the techniques had also advanced. The Hell's melting furnace had been successfully established, allowing his body to function as a furnace that refines all things, elevating his power to new heights. Xiao Fan exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. Perhaps I should test my strength, he contemplated, for without practical experience, I remain unaware of my true capabilities. He approached an ancient and imposing structure known as the Tower of Combat, which soared to a height of 81 zhang and comprised 8 tiers. The tower's facade was adorned with countless inscriptions that danced and shimmered with brilliance. These runes were the very essence that sustained the tower's operation. Each was imbued with profound mystery, collectively forming the pivotal formation of the Tower of Combat. This tower served as a venue for the disciples and elders of the sacred land to quantify their prowess. It was said to be a relic cast down by the ancestral master of the Taishian sacred land from the higher realms, intended to enlighten disciples and elders about their true strength, thus preventing them from masquerading as weaklings while harboring hidden might. The Tower of Combat consisted of 8 levels. Passing the first level affirmed one's ability to overpower chi refinement practitioners. Surpassing the second level demonstrated the capacity to dominate foundation establishment cultivators. The third level validated the strength to vanquish Golden Core practitioners, and so forth. Should one successfully navigate the entirety of the Tower of Combat, one would not only claim the title of the strongest in the world, but would also be unassailable in the realm of mortals. Although the sacred lord remained in seclusion, tales of his legendary prowess echoed throughout the sacred land. Xiao Fan heard that in his youth, the sovereign, possessing the cultivation of late Yuanying, was able to breach the 5th level of the battle tower and engaged in a fierce struggle on the 6th level for 3 days, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Truly terrifying. To achieve late Yuanying cultivation and penetrate the threshold of transformation, only to contend against the formidable power of the Lianshu level for 3 days, indeed, a remarkable being. That is how Xiao Fan perceives it. The illustrious feats of the sovereign do not end there. It is said that during the late stage of his integration, he set his sights on a mid-stage, multicolored peacock, intending to take it as his mount. However, fearing that his strength might fall short and allow the peacock to escape, he deliberately entered the battle tower to assess his true capabilities. Remarkably, within a single day, the sovereign emerged from the tower. Even so, the sovereign made ample preparations before setting forth, only to discover that the multicolored peacock could not withstand more than 3 exchanges under his command. The sovereign then felt a deep sense of ennui and thereafter sought to retreat into seclusion to cultivate, yearning for an early ascension to the higher realms. The captured multicolored peacock, having seldom been utilized as a mount, remained stationed outside the sovereign's peak, serving as a guardian spirit beast of the mountain. As Xiao Fan arrived at the Tower of Duel, the elder guarding the tower sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the arrival of the Holy Sun. He hurried forward to greet him, exclaiming joyfully, "I pay my respects to the Holy Sun." Xiao Fan gazed at the newcomer, a corpulent elder clad in a loose Taoist robe, wielding a fan that fluttered gently in his hand, his chest exposed in a most casual manner. His bald head gleamed brightly. Had he not been draped in Taoist attire, one might easily mistake him for a monk. "There's no need for formalities, elder. As a mere junior, I cannot bear such weight," Xiao Fan stated humbly. Indeed, the elder chuckled warmly. "After the ascension of the Holy Master, you shall be the new Holy Master, a role you are more than capable of fulfilling." The elder was no fool. It was common knowledge, particularly among those with discerning eyes, that the Grand Elder had entrusted Xiao Fan with matters of the Holy Land at the Flying Immortal platform, nurturing the future successor of the Holy Land. Furthermore, Xiao Fan was an extraordinary talent, having endured a month-long tribulation of the Yuanings, displaying immense power, a true prodigy of cultivation. Though his current cultivation was somewhat modest, his potential was boundless in the elder's mind. He had already begun to regard Xiao Fan as an equal. "Elder, you flatter me," Xiao Fan replied candidly, though inwardly he reveled in the praise. This antagonist, wherever he went, was revered and esteemed, basking in the glory of his status, while the children of destiny faced mockery and scorn daily. "Elder, how might I test my strength in the battle tower?" Xiao Fan inquired, as this was his first visit to the tower, and he lacked experience. The elder smiled, Since you have not been here before, allow me to accompany you." "Xiao Fan, I hope I am not taking up too much of your time." "Not at all. Please follow me," the plump elder replied, summoning 2 disciples and instructing, "I will be away for a while. You 2 maintain order in the battle tower." The disciples responded respectfully, "We shall obey." As they watched the 2 figures depart, envy filled the eyes of the disciples. The son of the sacred realm is truly fortunate. Even entering the battle tower warrants an elder's reception. "If only I possessed the strength of the sun, the elder would treat me similarly. If I had the sun's talent, would I be here guarding the tower?" Their banter continued, while the plump elder and Xiao Fan had long since vanished from sight. Outside the battle tower, a resolute disciple with a confident smile gazed up at the towering and enigmatic structure. "So this is the battle tower? Here I come," he murmured to himself. He had only heard tales of the battle tower. His previous life had been rather unremarkable, and before entering the dragon's secret realm, he had remained inconspicuous. There were many places within the sacred land he had yet to explore. His arrival here was not a whim but a calculated move. He sought rapid strength to make his name resonate throughout the sacred land, aspiring to challenge the position of the sun. Ideally, he would dethrone Xiao Fan. The battle tower was the perfect venue for such ambitions, if he demonstrated sufficient strength and showcased his extraordinary talent. The people of the sacred land would undoubtedly abandon Xiao Fan and elevate him to the status of the sun. With hope in his heart, Yuchen stepped toward the tower. However, before he could enter, he was halted by the 2 disciples guarding the entrance. "Excuse me, brother. Are you wishing to enter the tower?" one of them inquired. Yuchen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. To enter the tower, one must pay with spirit stones. Given your mid-stage foundation cultivation, the fee for a single entry is 80 mid-grade spirit stones." Yuchen frowned. "Is that truly the rule? Surely, you are not pocketing the excess." Before the 2 disciples could respond, 2 individuals emerged from the tower, laughing at his words. "It seems this brother is overthinking. The operation of the battle tower requires spirit stones. The sacred land provides this tower for our use, so is it not reasonable to collect a fee? 80 mid-grade spirit stones is quite modest. This is based on cultivation level. A cultivator at the transformation stage must pay 900 high-grade spirit stones for entry. Your imagination regarding pocketing is rather vivid. The sacred land is not a charitable institution. It cannot provide everything free of charge. Yi Chun remained frowning. Gentlemen, I am Yi Chun. Might I request a favor? The two guardians of the tower appeared displeased. Are you famous? We have explained the rules clearly. Why do you still hope for a free pass? Rules are rules. Pay the spirit stones, and I will grant you access. Yi Chun felt a surge of indignation. As a reincarnation of the Dragon King Immortal Emperor, must he truly pay spirit stones to enter a mere tower? Suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, he remarked. You may inquire at the Dan Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion. Who does not know the name of Yi Chun? He recounted his illustrious deeds, hoping it would exempt him from offering spirit stones. The two disciples exchanged a glance. Thinking him foolish, such a trivial matter could be resolved with a mere spirit stone. Yet he wasted so many words. One of them retorted coldly. Even the elders who guard this place must pay spirit stones to enter the battle tower. Do you presume yourself to be the Holy Sun, entering without such a fee? Yi Chun, already displeased, was further incensed by the mention of the Holy Sun. He replied icily, the title of Holy Sun will soon be mine. The two dismissed him as mad, scoffing at his delusions. If becoming the Holy Sun were so simple, would it have fallen to him? When he proclaimed his name, it yielded no results. Reluctantly, he paid the spirit stones and entered the battle tower. In truth, had he simply offered the spirit stones initially, he could have spared himself considerable trouble. However, he held himself in high regard, believing, with my exceptional talent, why should I pay spirit stones? The Holy Land is far too antiquated. Once I become the Holy Sun, I shall usher in a new era. Simultaneously, he made a mental note of the two disciples. I shall remember how you troubled me today, and when I ascend to the position of Holy Sun. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Yi Chun confidently stepped into the battle tower, his mind already weaving grand fantasies. At the moment he, with his foundational cultivation, shatters the third layer, the entire Holy Land shall go into a frenzy. What a dazzling achievement that shall be. I, Yi Chun, am destined to be the most resplendent star of this era. Chapter 41. Bestowed Blessings. Tempering the heart in the mortal realm, Xiao Fan initially believed that entering the pagoda would require close combat. However, he was informed by the elder that this was a method of consciousness projection. The combat pagoda possesses a spirit of its own. While it may not perfectly replicate the strength of 100 test subjects, the margin of error is minuscule, with the disparity in strength between the consciousness projection and the true self not exceeding 1 unit. The spiritual energy, physical form, and divine consciousness can all be flawlessly mirrored. Remarkably, the consciousness projection can even replicate pain, vividly demonstrating the test subject's resilience and allowing them to discern the limits of their own body. In essence, the consciousness projection within the pagoda serves as an alternate version of oneself in the real world. Within the pagoda, fixed puppets are generated, with 3 waves of puppets appearing on each level. The strength of these puppets is determined by the cultivation level of the test subject. For instance, as Xiao Fan is at the early stage of the nascent soul, his consciousness will be projected into the 4th level of the pagoda. The first wave consists of 3 early-stage nascent soul puppets. If he defeats them all, 5 mid-stage nascent soul puppets will be summoned. Should he continue to prevail, he will then face 10 late-stage nascent soul puppets. Defeating all 10 puppets would signify that he is capable of overwhelming opponents of the same level. At this juncture, he may choose to terminate the test or proceed to the next level, attempting to challenge those beyond his current capabilities. The more Xiao Fan listened, the more familiar it felt. Was this not akin to a VR version of a challenge game? Yet, it transcended typical VR games, as it could even replicate pain, providing an authentic immersive experience. As Xiao Fan's consciousness descended into this realm, he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by 3 puppets at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. An eager anticipation surged within him. As he pondered how far he could progress, he resolved to first test the strength of his physical form. Curious to gauge the power of the 21 million colossal elephant particles within him, the 3 puppets, cloaked in a glossy black sheen, radiated a chilling luminescence. More notably, these puppets exhibited no erratic fluctuations in their energy, felt no pain, and harbored no murderous intent, rendering their movements imperceptible. They were silent adversaries, though devoid of intelligence. Their attributes surpassed those of cultivators, making each puppet comparable in strength to a practitioner of the same level. Moreover, their immunity to pain and fear rendered them, in a certain sense, even more formidable. The three puppets waited for the opportune moment and almost simultaneously launched their assault. One lunged at Xiao Fan's face, while the other two flanked him, striking at his waist and lower body from either side. In an instant, their synchronized speed and coordination were astonishing. As the three waves of attacks converged almost simultaneously, Xiao Fan, embodying the essence of resilience, clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The fists of the puppets collided with his own, producing a thunderous boom interspersed with the sharp crack of shattering bone. In an instant, the arms of the two puppets were obliterated, and the tremendous force continued to penetrate, creating a gaping void in the upper bodies of the marionettes. As one puppet advanced towards him, Xiao Fan simultaneously propelled a powerful left kick into its left leg, resulting in a swift shattering of the limb. The immense force radiated outward, completely demolishing the puppet's lower half, leaving it motionless on the ground. With the two puppets laid bare, one rendered partially incapacitated, Xiao Fan swiftly dispatched the initial wave of three puppets. The resilience of his physical form was commendable, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. As the second wave of assault commenced, 5 mid-stage nascent soul puppets emerged once more. Xiao Fan still refrained from employing any magical techniques. He yearned to ascertain the extent of his capabilities, relying solely on his brute strength. The simultaneous assault of 5 puppets surpassed the previous trio by a considerable margin, exhibiting significantly enhanced speed, power, and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, fully activating the vitality of every minuscule particle within him. His corporeal form emanating a resplendent golden sheen, akin to a divine being. With his right hand clenched into a fist, an ineffable aura began to coalesce. His legs firmly planted in a stable stance. Suddenly, he sank down, creating a web-like array of cracks beneath him, intricate and numerous. A seemingly ordinary punch. He swiftly evaded the onslaught of 5 puppets, and then unleashed a powerful strike at the very spot he had just vacated. The ferocious gust of his punch stirred an invisible tempest of colossal force, sharp as a blade. The 5 puppets were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments of iron scattered across the ground, which soon transformed into pure spiritual energy, vanishing completely. After executing this punch, Xiao Fan exhaled a gentle sigh. He sensed that his power had reached an extraordinary level. He had not even made contact. Yet the force of his punch alone was sufficient to topple 5 mid-stage nascent soul puppets. Lacking combat experience, he decided to conclude matters swiftly and assess his current prowess. 10 late-stage nascent soul puppets entered the fray. This time, Xiao Fan took the initiative. He unleashed his strength, delivering a punch to each one. These puppets did not evade. They met his strikes head-on, resulting in their utter annihilation. 10 puppets, 10 punches, all dispatched with ease. After defeating these adversaries, Xiao Fan chose to continue and ascended to the next level. He encountered 3 early-stage transformation puppets and similarly dispatched them with a single punch each. However, the degree of destruction was less severe. Their forms were merely dispersed rather than shattered, though he could still vanquish these 3 puppets with sheer strength. The sensation of obliteration was absent. Next, against 5 mid-stage transformation puppets, Xiao Fan opted for close combat, refraining from employing techniques or spiritual power. This time, the battle proved somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, with skillful dodging and a balanced approach to offense and defense, he ultimately subdued the 5 mid-stage transformation puppets, albeit taking a bit longer than anticipated. It took a full 2.5 minutes. Such a duration was excessive. In combat, swiftness is paramount, especially among cultivators where battles can shift in an instant. 2.5 minutes could allow an enemy to escape. It seems that without utilizing spiritual power or techniques, I can only shatter a mid-stage transformation cultivator with a single punch. Xiao Fan continued his sweeping advance. However, he was about to employ his spiritual energy and mystical arts. 10 puppets, each at the late stage of the transformation god realm, began to materialize, one after another, before Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not hesitate. With both hands forming intricate seals, a colossal circular magic array materialized behind him. Within the array, countless tiny black glimmers flickered, over 100 in total. These dark specks began to coalesce and grow, revealing the primordial form of the spear of the underworld. The spear took shape, with elongated, shadowy lances, each measuring over a foot in length, emerging in succession behind him. In an instant, Xiao Fan executed a series of intricate hand seals, and over 100 spears radiating a chilling black light were swiftly formed. These formidable weapons stood poised for battle. 10 puppets at the late stage of the transformation god realm, as if preordained, launched themselves at him. Yet, Xiao Fan merely raised his hand and with a delicate flick of his wrist, unleashed the 100 spears of the underworld deity. They shot forth in a torrential barrage, each one emanating a sharp, icy breath of death, targeting the 10 puppets with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, the puppets were reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal, utterly destroyed and transformed back into primordial spiritual energy. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. This was the spear of the underworld god, forged with all his strength. Just a single use had consumed 1/10 of his spiritual energy, meaning he could effortlessly vanquish 100 transformation realm cultivators single-handedly. This was merely an estimate. In reality, Xiao Fan had not exerted his full power. During actual combat, he possessed offensive artifacts and various defensive treasures. When confronting malevolent cultivators, his innate righteousness would provide him with an even greater advantage. Not too shabby. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the Transformation Realm Cultivator trial. You may choose to advance further or exit now. You have successfully transcended your limits and may receive the blessings of the pagoda. You also have the option to proceed further, should you successfully navigate the Void Refinement trial. The blessings will be even more bountiful. If you fail the trial, you will still retain the blessings acquired from the previous trial, with no deductions. All choices lie within your hands. Xiao Fan had yet to make his choice when the spirit of the pagoda began to speak, catching him by surprise. Was there truly talk of bestowed blessings? Xiao Fan responded, blessings of grace. What on earth is that? Refining the heart. This notion is indeed novel. The key lies in its potential to enhance one's enlightenment, fostering humility while liberating the mind from the mundane concerns of the earthly realm. Refining the heart. Such a concept is intriguing, particularly as it promises to augment one's wisdom. How splendid! Is it true that if one continues to succeed in the challenges, the blessings of grace will multiply? Indeed, with each wave of assault overcome, one shall receive corresponding blessings of grace. The further one progresses, the greater the blessings bestowed. Then let us press on, Xiao Fan declared. Although he remained uncertain of the true purpose of refining the heart, the name itself resonated with a certain grandeur. In any case, there was nothing to lose, so onward he went. Chapter 42, The Destruction Plan. Upon entering the Tower of Contest, Elder Pang returned to the control room. Here, he could observe the circumstances of each individual within the tower, and naturally, Xiao Fan's performance would catch his keen eye. Not long after Xiao Fan ascended to the position of Holy Sun, he secured his status through a stunning display of prowess, effortlessly overpowering a mid-stage nascent soul opponent in a fierce battle. His strength and innate talent left spectators in profound awe. The plump elder, who had not witnessed this event firsthand, had only heard whispers of it. Now, with the chance to observe this prodigy in action, he felt it would be a gratifying experience. Upon returning to the control room, he fixated on the floor where Xiao Fan was located. However, as he watched, he became utterly entranced. Was this even plausible? In the footage, Xiao Fan unleashed a roaring punch, shattering 5 mid-stage nascent soul puppets with ease. The puppets crumbled like paper, disintegrating into mere heaps of scrap metal. From beginning to end, he concluded this wave of challenges with a single blow. Before the elder could fully grasp the situation, Xiao Fan was already confronting the third wave of assaults, demolishing each puppet with a decisive strike, reducing them to fragments. The elder felt his mind faltering. 10 punches were delivered in the span of a mere breath, and yet another hurdle was surpassed. He understood that the Holy Sun possessed remarkable abilities and was certain he could navigate this trial with success, yet the speed at which he accomplished it was utterly astonishing. A glance at the timer revealed that less than 10 breaths had elapsed when Xiao Fan cleared the nascent soul stage. What was even more bewildering was that throughout the entire ordeal, the elder had not witnessed Xiao Fan employing any mystical techniques or summoning artifacts. He had triumphed solely with his bare fists. To describe him as extraordinary was an understatement. He was a prodigy among prodigies. The elder was left in utter disbelief. Had even the former Holy Lord exhibited such ferocity? The scene shifted, and Xiao Fan appeared at the transformation stage. The elder steadied his racing heart and continued to observe, his trembling fan a testament to his crumbling worldview. Yet, what transpired next left him even more astonished. Against the early-stage transformation puppets, it took a mere 3 punches. For the 5 mid-stage transformation puppets, he again relied solely on his fists to obliterate them. At that moment, the elder could only perceive Xiao Fan as a veritable monster. While there were exceptional talents who transcended their ranks, most relied on treasures or formations for assistance. He had never encountered a prodigy who, with the cultivation of an early-stage nascent soul, could ascend to the mid-stage of transformation using nothing but his fists. He found himself hoping. Could it be that he intended to breach the transformation stage with nothing but his punches? In the next moment, as a wave of transformation puppets emerged, the plump elder, believing that Xiao Fan would continue to rely on his fists, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing him begin to form seals and channel his spiritual energy. Fortunately, if you were truly to rely solely on your fists to breach the transformation realm, I would have no choice but to kneel before you. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Fan, surpassing all limits, executed formations with almost no delay, summoning hundreds of spear-like manifestations of the underworld. As the 10 late-stage transformation puppets emerged, these spears shot forth with incredible speed. The puppets attempted to defend, yet their efforts were entirely in vain. As they were swiftly overwhelmed, each puppet riddled with numerous holes, utterly ruined. The plump elder fell silent, his fan coming to a halt, dropping feebly to the ground, his mind resonating with a deafening buzz. What an astonishing turn of events! At the moment the tower spirit resonated, the entire magic battle tower trembled slightly. Although those undergoing trials were oblivious to it, having commanded the tower for many years, the elder understood well what such tremors signified, the blessings of the tower spirit. This was a feat accomplished only by the holy lords in their youth. Throughout the extensive history of the sacred land, only 7 holy lords had achieved such a distinction. Surpassing a significant threshold in power granted one the blessings of the tower spirit. In the past, a holy lord had entered the illusory refinement stage with late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Although he ultimately faced defeat, he had nevertheless transcended the transformation realm, triggering the spirit's blessings. During the period of the tower spirit's blessings, everyone within the tower would be expelled, leaving only one. In the past, it had been the Holy Lord. Now, it was the Holy Son. The plump elder was overwhelmed with excitement. Heaven bless the Taishan Holy Land. With 2 consecutive generations of prodigious talents, it would be difficult for the Taishan Holy Land not to flourish. In his elation, the elder exited the control room, intent on clearing the area surrounding the tower to prevent any disturbance to the Holy Son's cultivation. Outside the magic battle tower, beams of light descended, enveloping the disciples who had been testing within. They looked on in bewilderment. Just a moment ago, they had been engaged in a fierce struggle with the puppets. And in the next second, they found themselves expelled from the tower. What on earth just happened? Brother Ma, what transpired? You ask me, but who am I to ask? It seemed the tower trembled for a moment, and then we were unceremoniously kicked out, remarked a bright-eyed, somewhat naive, well-endowed female disciple in blue attire. I can attest. It was indeed my kick that did it. Another female disciple chimed in, mischievously launching a playful attack on her elder brother. I also affirm. I was the one who felt the soft touch of my junior sister's silk stockings. It was unmistakably real. Get lost, you pervert. Was there a malfunction? Surely not. Didn't they say this was a treasure passed down from the celestial realm? I don't know. Let's wait for the elder to explain the situation. Alongside the news that had emerged, there was also Yi Chun. He was struck by a left hook from a fellow disciple, who was deeply engrossed in training within the immersive tower, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, this was of little consequence, for the disparity in strength between that person and the puppet was vast. Having endured hundreds of punches from the puppet, his projection of consciousness was nearly distorted. Thus, this punch was insignificant. What truly left him in a daze was the abrupt transition from battling within the tower to being kicked out in the next moment. Before the combat tower, in the blink of an eye, several hundred individuals had been ejected. The portly elder rushed out, casually activating the protective formation surrounding the tower, and then tossed a small fan. As it landed, the fan transformed into a stable cloud, lifting all the disciples aloft. The elder proclaimed, "The Holy Son has triggered the tower's bestowed blessing. Now, the combat tower is dedicated solely to the Holy Son. Once he emerges, you shall be permitted to enter. Please remain calm." The crowd was enlightened, realizing the circumstances. "Elder, what exactly is this bestowed blessing?" inquired a naive, ample-chested female disciple clad in green. The elder, in high spirits, elaborated further. "Our combat tower is not merely a venue for your trials. It is, after all, a treasure bestowed by our ancestors from another realm and undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities. This bestowed blessing is one such attribute. According to the Holy Master, it enables individuals to attain clarity of mind, comprehend their true selves, and cleanse their hearts of worldly distractions, greatly aiding future cultivation. Throughout history, Those who have triggered this bestowed blessing have invariably ascended to immortality. Immortality. The utterance of these words sent a wave of astonishment through the disciples. For the majority, the hope of achieving transformation was substantial. The possibility of refining their spirits was not entirely out of reach, yet the prospect of attaining unity seemed bleak. As for reaching the great ascension, it was left to fate. One could not force what was not destined. In the hearts of most, the aspiration of becoming immortal was a distant dream, a goal that, throughout their lives, might merely culminate in becoming a mere speck of dust along the path to longevity. Now, to be told that the Holy Son was destined to achieve immortality was nothing short of astonishing. What incredible talent! The Holy Son's gifts are unparalleled. While I fret over the challenges of forming a fetus, the Holy Son is already on the path to immortality. What a disparity! Lamented a late-stage golden core cultivator. However, the majority of disciples received this news with immense joy. After all, they held no illusions of becoming the Holy Son themselves. The stronger he became, the more prosperous the sacred ground would flourish, allowing them to bask in its glory. This was truly a moment of great celebration. These disciples, far from feeling aggrieved at being expelled from the combat tower, instead felt a sense of pride. Yet, upon hearing the announcement, Yichen gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! I had hoped to make a name for myself in the combat tower today, but before I even began, my aspirations have been shattered. All the glory is being heaped upon Xiao Fan alone. With his current strength at the mid-foundation stage, the likelihood of triggering this bestowed blessing seems remote. How infuriating! Why must they ruin my good fortune? Within Yichen's heart, a tempest of rage brewed. His hands clenched into fists, the long-neglected nails piercing deeply into his palms. Crimson blood oozing forth, yet not a wrinkle marred his brow. One cannot help but wonder if he harbored a penchant for self-inflicted pain, relishing the sensation of nails embedding into flesh. Witnessing Xiao Fan bask in the limelight was a torment more unbearable than death itself. He could no longer endure the scene and resolved to depart. However, before long, Xiao Fan emerged from the pagoda, descending before the gathered crowd. A chime echoed, proclaiming that he had thwarted Yichen's grandiose display, causing a diminishment of his fortunes. Thus, he accrued 200 points of villainous merit. As Xiao Fan had just landed, still in a daze, he was startled by the voice of the system. Yichen, how have I thwarted his plans? Chapter 43. The importance of the Holy Son's position and noble virtues. The plump elder was somewhat bewildered. Having just triggered the blessing of grace, Xiao Fan had emerged. Could it be that upon entering the first level of the void refinement, he was carried away by a puppet? The elder pondered deeply. In the past, the Holy Master, at the late stage of his nascent soul, had only managed to endure 3 days at the first level of void refinement before ascending to the transformation stage. The Holy Son, having just completed his nascent soul, was already capable of penetrating into that level. Such talent already surpassed that of the Holy Master in his time. With a bit more time to solidify his realm, who knows? He might even withstand the initial onslaught of the first level of void refinement with his early nascent soul cultivation, thought the plump elder. Unbeknownst to him, upon entering the first level of void refinement, Xiao Fan unleashed his full might, activating all 21 million giant elephant particles. The spear of the underworld god stood ready. Simultaneously, he transformed into the Hellforge. Xiao Fan unleashed a formidable strike, his powerful fist colliding with the puppet in a fierce confrontation. The spear of Hades coordinated with his assault, drawing the 3 puppets together. He then transformed into a hellish furnace, refining these 3 puppets. Naturally, the puppets resisted fiercely, but Xiao Fan maintained his composure, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement process. Fortunately, these puppets bore no treasures. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to subdue them. He exerted himself fully, taking a full 2.5 minutes to defeat the 3 puppets. Had this been a real battle against an initial stage void refinement cultivator, the opponent would have fled long before being overpowered. Thus, my strength is likely sufficient only to vanquish initial stage void refinement cultivators, but I lack the ability to kill them. Xiao Fan has gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities. After shattering this wave of puppets, he chose to cease his challenges, and the tower spirit bestowed a blessing in accordance with Xiao Fan's prowess. Xiao Fan felt a sense of anticipation. The blessing spoken of by the spirit of the tower was surely no ordinary gift. Would it bestow upon him a treasure for cultivation, a profound technique to comprehend, or perhaps a precious elixir? He could hardly fathom the possibilities. Suddenly, the spirit of the magical tower summoned a radiant beam of 5-colored light from its core, which gently illuminated Xiao Fan's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had endured a century of trials in the mundane world. When he opened his eyes, a strange sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of a 100-year dream. Truly, it was a marvel sent down from the celestial realm. One could only describe it as extraordinary. Why were there so many people gathered around him? Were they here to welcome him? As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed a group of approachable individuals conversing amiably. The plump elder stepped forward to clarify the situation, explaining to Xiao Fan that the bestowal of the blessing would result in the expulsion of all others from the tower. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of understanding blossoming within him. Thus, the system's recent remark about thwarting Yi Qin's scheme referred to expelling him from the battle tower? With 2.5 years of experience in online literature, Xiao Fan instantly discerned Yi Qin's intentions. In any realm where rankings and competition are at play, it is invariably a crucible for the fortunate sons of destiny, and the battle tower is no exception. Yi Qin undoubtedly aimed to showcase his remarkable cultivation abilities here, complemented by his previously demonstrated talents in alchemy and Taoist arts. The sanctum would surely grant him exceptional privileges, and then he would turn those privileges against me. What a nefarious plot! Though lacking in tangible evidence, does a villain like me truly require proof to eliminate a favored son of fortune? Upon noticing Xiao Fan's emergence, Yi Qin, recognizing that he was not yet a match for him, chose to turn and depart, avoiding entanglement. Xiao Fan would not allow him to have his way. You must be Yi Qin, Xiao Fan remarked to him. Yi Qin halted in his tracks. Since his rebirth, he had never uttered more than a few words in front of Xiao Fan, so how could he recognize him? Clearly, his fortune had been acquired through intellect. Not to mention that Xiao Fan was a villain. His grandiose actions in the Scripture Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion had already caused a stir in the sacred realm. Many disciples also recognized him. Ah, it is indeed him. We are truly seeing Yi Qin in the flesh. Yi Qin had always been ostentatious, and many disciples had witnessed his remarkable prowess in the alchemy and scripture pavilions. Just moments ago, everyone's attention had been on the treasure pagoda, leaving him unnoticed. Now, singled out by Xiao Fan, he was instantly recognized. Who is Yi Qin? You do not know this? I recently returned from a third cultivation session and have been recuperating for several days. Next time, take me along for training, and I shall enlighten you. Of course, it matters not. He is not my Tao partner, so feel free to use him as you wish. Some disciples began to recount Yi Qin's illustrious deeds to others who were unaware. He had refined the alchemical formulas, authored new ones, and improved the techniques of the Scripture Pavilion, prompting the elders of both the alchemy and Scripture Pavilions to hail him as an unparalleled genius, eager to have him as their disciple. This explanation made all present acutely aware of Yi Qin's remarkable accomplishments. Truly astonishing. Yi Qin felt a weight in his heart. This fellow did not realize he was a reborn individual. With the mindset of an immortal emperor from his past life, he had no reason to fear him. Yi Qin turned around, slightly bowing, and said, I pay my respects to the Holy Sun. You are quite impressive, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. I have heard of the matters concerning the alchemy and scripture pavilions, and I have investigated your background. Unremarkable. It seems you harbor many secrets. Yi Qin's heart tightened. Although Xiao Fan's words suggested fortune through chance, which might deceive some elders, this Holy Sun, should he choose to act against him, would likely face no repercussions. Yi Qin hastily replied, You flatter me, Holy Sun. I have merely received guidance from a great master and learned a mere fraction that is hardly worthy of mention. Oh, now you understand the art of concealment? Did you not consider today while you were being so ostentatious? However, Xiao Fan was a figure revered by all. How could someone with my righteous image engage in such deceitful acts? Xiao Fan, why say such things? Do you think I would covet your possessions? The disciples present began to sense something amiss. It appeared that these two individuals were rather peculiar. Had Yi Qin offended the Holy Sun? It was unclear. Yet Yi Qin's ostentatious display of talent might have stirred ambitions towards the Holy Sun's position. Yi Qin felt a sense of unease. His current power was quite meager, and should Xiao Fan wish to strike, he could easily extinguish him with but a single hand. However, Xiao Fan was well aware of the principle of utilizing resources effectively. The mind of an immortal emperor undoubtedly harbored a wealth of techniques, medicinal formulas, formations, and a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Fan declared loudly, I perceive your extraordinary talent. Should you aspire to become the Holy Sun, I welcome you to compete with me. At these words, the assembly fell into silence. Was the Holy Sun seeking a rival? Do not regard me with such looks. I am merely a member of the Holy Land. The title of Holy Son is but a special designation within our ranks. For the Holy Land to flourish, it must infuse fresh blood and allow more prodigies to showcase their abilities. I harbor no desire for the Holy Son's position. The Holy Land holds great expectations for me, and I shall strategize for its advancement. If you can surpass me, I would be nothing but delighted. He then spoke earnestly to Yi Chun. Your mastery of alchemy and comprehension of techniques command my admiration. Elders from both the Alchemy Pavilion and the Scripture Repository wish to take you as their disciple. How about this? I shall compose a letter to the Grand Elder, requesting that he arrange for your training in both the Alchemy Pavilion and the Scripture Repository. Let there be no contention. Your exceptional talent necessitates a well-rounded development as the path to success. Moreover, with your versatile abilities, you may very well excel in formations and artifact refinement. I shall also request the Grand Elder to consider you for the position of Formation Elder, as well as for studies in the Artifact Pavilion. What do you think? Of course, you must strive for your own merits regarding treatment. After all, I have exerted my utmost to arrange for you to learn from 4 elders. Xiao Fan's demeanor was sincere and earnest, exuding a palpable eagerness for talent. It seemed as though he was indifferent to the position of the Holy Son, wholly dedicated to the prosperity and advancement of the sacred land. This perception stirred a profound respect among the many disciples present. His unselfish dedication to the collective good exemplified an extraordinary virtue. Furthermore, he articulated this in a public setting, devoid of any ulterior motives, revealing the authenticity of his intentions. Silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone was taken aback, questioning whether the Holy Son truly understood the implications of his words. To expect one individual to master 4 distinct skills was an astonishingly lofty expectation. More critically, if Yi Chun were indeed a polymath, his position as Holy Son would be perilously threatened. Yi Chun, equally bewildered, initially thought Xiao Fan intended to challenge him, only to realize he was offering assistance. Such kindness was unexpected. Tentatively, Yi Chun inquired, what merit or capability do I possess to deserve such honor from the Holy Son? I implore you not to jest at my expense. Not only did Yi Chun harbor doubts, but all present shared his incredulity. What did the title of Holy Son signify? It represented the future leader of the sacred land. The Taishian sacred land stood as a pinnacle of power. The leader of the sacred land was a figure of immense authority, standing at the zenith of the world. The notion that he intended to cultivate Yi Chun towards the role of Holy Son was utterly unfathomable. Do you not comprehend? One disciple, known for her ample figure yet perceived as less than astute, expressed in a somewhat foolish tone. At this moment, I cannot discern whether you are boasting or feigning ignorance. Sighed another disciple, whose expansive heart mirrored the vast plains. Given how plainly the Holy Son has spoken, how can you still be in the dark? A figure stepped forward. None other than Zhou Lin, who had previously suffered a blow to his Dao heart at the hands of Xiao Fan. I once arrogantly challenged the Holy Son. Though he shattered my Dao heart in 3 moves, he bore no anger. Instead, he consoled me that failure is but a stepping stone to success. I grasped the lesson within and ascended to a higher realm. The Holy Son's temperament is gentle and kind, even towards someone who dared provoke him. Do you not see? He harbors no selfish motives. Everything he does is for the benefit of the sacred land. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's you again, he exclaimed. However, I must commend your assist. It's truly splendid. This week, Lin's words, in conjunction with Xiao Fan's earlier remarks, instantly painted the portrait of a selfless saint. The grand and majestic image took shape in an instant. The gazes of the crowd towards Xiao Fan were imbued with a sense of admiration. Yi Chun, of course, remained skeptical of Xiao Fan. Even after 100,000 years, the events in the secret realm involving Xiao Fan and Ji Qingxue were vividly etched in his memory. You are destined to perish. Xiao Fan seized the opportunity and promptly summoned a messenger crane, composing a letter that he entrusted to the bird for delivery to the Grand Elder. I have paved the way for you. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Xiao Fan remarked with profound significance before departing, leaving behind an aura of unwavering confidence. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, though uncertain of Xiao Fan's intentions. He resolved to make it clear that recommending him to compete for the title of Holy Son would prove to be the gravest mistake of Xiao Fan's life. Xiao Fan felt a sense of pride swell within him. It seemed that his recent performance had indeed been commendable. Having endured a lightning strike and diligently persevered in the Tower of Magical Artifacts for half a day, he believed he deserved a reward. After more than a month of rigorous cultivation, was it not time to indulge himself? In the next moment, he turned his gaze towards the sacred Maiden Peak. The trials of the mundane world had purged many distractions from his heart, yet there remained certain elements that could anchor him to his original intentions. Chapter 44. The Transformation of Su Yiyan. Xiao Fan arrived at the sacred Maiden Peak and discovered that outside the peak stood a venerable female elder from the Void Refinement Realm, who greeted him with utmost reverence. "Greetings, Holy Son," she intoned respectfully. Xiao Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to ascend into the depths of the peak. "Might I inquire what brings the Holy Son to the sacred Maiden Peak? Is there any impropriety in discussing the path of cultivation with the sacred maiden?" he casually remarked. The elder from the Void Refinement did not respond, permitting him to pass. For it was not unusual for the Holy Son and sacred maiden to engage in discourse on matters of cultivation. Xiao Fan felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. When did an elder appear here? Upon entering the sacred Maiden Palace, he immediately sensed a significant transformation in Su Yiyan's aura, now considerably more potent. The feeble presence of a foundational cultivator had entirely vanished, replaced by the subtler essence of a golden core practitioner, indicating a remarkable advancement in her cultivation. She had transcended from a foundational novice to a golden core adept. Her demeanor exuded an ethereal quality. Her exquisitely beautiful visage adorned with budding springtime eyes that sparkled like holy water, seemingly imbued with the capacity to speak, captivating in their allure. The transformation of her robe was striking. She donned a long gown of purple interlaced with green, which perfectly accentuated her long, delicate legs and crystalline jade feet. A sight of unparalleled beauty. As Su Yiyan, in her pure and innocent state of cultivation, stood there, she emanated an aura of sanctity and modesty, akin to a gentle summer breeze, refreshing and enchanting. Xiao Fan found himself momentarily lost in thought, captivated by the ethereal allure of Su Yiyan. With a delicate veil framing her face, her exquisite beauty was not immediately apparent. Yet, her enchanting, luminous eyes and perfectly arched willow-like brows revealed her to be a paragon of celestial grace. Standing beside her was a respectful core female disciple in the nascent infant stage. While Su Yiyan held a jade tablet, engrossed in its contents, it seemed she sensed something amiss, for she tucked away the tablet and dismissed the disciple. "You may leave. I require solitude for meditation." "Understood." In the next moment, she activated the protective formation of the Saintess Peak. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had already taken his place within the grand hall. The stern expression on Su Yiyan's face melted away, transforming into one of pure joy as she rushed into Xiao Fan's embrace, her heartwarming presence enveloping him. "You have come," she exclaimed, her delicate hands tightly encircling his waist, her face buried against him. Xiao Fan was taken aback by her overt affection, yet, upon reflection, it was only natural, considering he was her first love. Xiao Fan extended his hand, gently encircling Su Yiyan's slender waist, and tucked the strands of her dark hair that fell before her eyes behind her ear. After a long moment, Su Yiyan reluctantly departed from Xiao Fan's embrace, her eyes filled with affection and shyness, reflecting the sweet innocence of first love. Xiao Fan inquired, "Who is the elder outside?" "Ah, he is the guardian assigned to me by the Holy Land. Much like your uncle Jiang," Su Yiyan replied, her voice clear and melodious, evoking a sense of tranquility. "You urge me to swiftly awaken the Jade Maiden Ice Phoenix physique and to forge a golden core. Upon the Holy Land's acknowledgement of my complete awakening, they arranged for this guardian. By the way, I have something else to show you. I heard it is a treasured artifact bestowed by the Grand Elder," Su Yiyan exclaimed with delight, presenting the demon-slaying divine sword to Xiao Fan. "Is this not what you meant?" Her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazed intently at Xiao Fan, filled with innocent allure. Xiao Fan nodded, acknowledging. "I indeed mentioned this to the Grand Elder." "Thank you," Su Yiyan replied, visibly moved. A Tao artifact bestowed upon her, a nascent soul cultivator, undoubtedly indicated the influence of someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, and that individual could only be Xiao Fan. "Kiki, you are my woman. How could I not provide you with some care?" Su Yiyan had her suspicions, yet hearing his confirmation brought an involuntary smile to her lips, filling her heart with sweetness. Regarding Xiao Fan's earlier manipulation of her emotions, she merely regarded it as his clumsy attempt at expressing affection. With a gentle demeanor, she began to recount her recent experiences to Xiao Fan, having formed her golden core and entered the Dan Pavilion to study alchemy. She had officially received the treatment befitting a saintess. Simultaneously, her covert investigation into the massacre of the Su family had yielded some preliminary leads. Additionally, She had been cultivating relationships among the core disciples, drawing more followers to her cause. The female disciple from earlier was one of her adherents. You truly have been busy, Xiao Fan remarked. In just over a month, she had enhanced her cultivation, pursued her studies in the Dan Pavilion, uncovered the truth, and garnered support, all while embodying the industriousness of a saintess. Not as much as you, Sui Yun replied. The aura of your Yuan Ying is so formidable. I can hardly imagine the celestial phenomena during your ascension tribulation. The two exchanged laughter, with Sui Yun linking her arm with Xiao Fan's and resting her head upon his shoulder. Why do I feel you have become more handsome? I'm still the same. Just as handsome as ever, Xiao Fan responded nonchalantly. How shameless, she teased playfully. Releasing his arm, Sui Yun lifted the hem of her purple-blue gown and twirled before him. Did you not notice anything different about me today? Caught off guard by her question, Xiao Fan hesitated but knew he couldn't remain silent. I perceive no change. You remain as beautiful as ever. Smooth talker, Sui Yun chuckled lightly. This dress was purchased by you. I wore it to show you. Isn't it lovely? Xiao Fan suddenly recalled the reason. No wonder, it was the dress he had purchased at that time, and indeed, it was quite beautiful. Sui Yun, immersed in joy, felt a pure and burgeoning affection that stirred a gentle breeze within Xiao Fan, awakening emotions he had never experienced before. Is this what sweet love feels like? 10 days later, Sui Yun rested her head on Xiao Fan's left shoulder, her enchanting gaze reflecting the tender springtime of her heart. Yet, such moments were fleeting. In the eyes of the world, she remained the immaculate and sacred Taishan saintess, synonymous with holiness and grace. You rascal, Sui Yun said with a hint of melancholy. Xiao Fan remarked, if there is to be any blame, let it be attributed to your irresistible charm. Xiao Fan whispered softly in her ear. Though it may seem cliché, it undeniably proves effective. Sui Yun playfully scolded him, resembling the playful banter of lovers. She gently inquired, why do you recommend that Yi Chun to compete for the position of the Holy Son with her newfound subordinates? Sui Yun could remain informed about the happenings within the sacred grounds without venturing outside. The jade slip sent by that female disciple contained records of Xiao Fan's circumstances. I merely consider the interests of the sacred land. Is that not reasonable? Xiao Fan chuckled lightly, playfully pinching her cherubic face. I would be a fool to trust you, Sui Yun retorted, clearly skeptical of his words. However, as Xiao Fan chose not to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. After all, men often harbor their own schemes. That Yi Chun is problematic. I am merely utilizing his ineptitude. Utilizing ineptitude? Chapter 45, Concerning Alchemy. Indeed, utilizing ineptitude. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and remarked. If Yi Chun were not of some utility, I would have dealt with him long ago. Sui Yun slightly raised her head, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. I knew you were not a good person. Your words are as sweet as honey. How do you intend to handle him? What else is there to do? He is known for his remarkable talents and penchant for the spotlight. I shall grant him this opportunity. The events concerning Yi Chun at the Dan Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion were well known, and Sui Yun was naturally aware of them. Connecting Xiao Fan's resourcefulness with the notion of waste utilization, she seemed to have an epiphany. You intend to have him exert his final efforts to compose more alchemical formulas and additional martial arts texts? Indeed, once the sacred land is under my management, I will have him contribute to its development. To build my sacred land. He chuckled sinisterly. Xiao Fan unconsciously chuckled mischievously. You are so naughty. I absolutely adore it, Sui Yun said with a playful tone, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Xiao Fan departed from the sacred Maiden Peak, journeying back to his abode. At the moment of parting, he discerned an unusual glimmer in the gaze of the female elder directed towards him. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder received a jade slip transmitted by Xiao Fan, which left him somewhat perplexed by the young man's actions. The contents of the slip read, Esteemed Grand Elder, there is something amiss with Yi Chun. Did you not mention that several resplendent stars have appeared around my natal star, encircling me? In my dreams last night, I beheld Yi Chun transforming into a star, seeking to engage me in a life-and-death confrontation. He is indeed my harbinger of misfortune. As the saying goes, calamity and fortune are interdependent. In my dream, this very scene unfolded. If I can use Yi Chun as a stepping stone, I shall ascend to greater heights. I kindly request the Grand Elder to arrange for Yi Chun to enter the Pill Pavilion, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, while also facilitating his study of formations. Furthermore, please provide him with the remnants of the sacred texts for his contemplation and enhancement. After all, There are numerous incomprehensible scriptures and intricate problems awaiting his resolution. Is it not perilous to allow him to live, rather than eliminate him outright? Better to err on the side of caution than to let a threat slip by. The Elder of Insight, possessing profound understanding of celestial secrets, has foretold that Xiao Fan is the future of the sacred ground, and that threats will indeed arise in his vicinity. The prophetic visions described by Xiao Fan often carry metaphorical significance, particularly within the realm of cultivation. Coupled with Yi Qin's ostentatious demeanor and the display of talents that seem unwarranted, suspicions abound. The Grand Elder has firmly concluded that Yi Qin poses a potential threat to Xiao Fan. Although the Grand Elder may not fully comprehend Xiao Fan's maneuvers, he recognizes that the Holy Sun represents the future of their sacred domain. Thus, aligning with him to use Yi Qin as a stepping stone for the Holy Sun is a prudent strategy. The Grand Elder harbors both trepidation and anticipation. The Holy Sun's current aptitude is already extraordinary. Should he ascend to even greater heights, the implications would be profound. With this in mind, the Grand Elder inscribed 4 jade tablets, instructing his subordinates to collaborate with Xiao Fan. Unbeknownst to Yi Qin, the gravity of the situation eludes him. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Fan, in disregard of celestial virtues, had secretly conferred with the Grand Elder on his behalf. At this moment, Yi Qin still envisions himself making a grand impression within the sacred domain, intending to astonish the elders with his modest prowess as an immortal emperor reincarnate. Are you Yi Qin? 2 young disciples approached his residence. It is I, Yi Qin responded, his confidence bolstered by recent successes. Though these 2 were inner disciples at the Golden Core stage while he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, he had achieved the remarkable feat of entering all 4 pavilions, embodying the stature of a reborn immortal emperor. The 2 Golden Core disciples nodded. Come, it is time to commence your duties. Duties? Yi Qin queried, perplexed. Given my talents, shouldn't I be directly engaging with the elders to receive the finest cultivation resources? The disciples exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? You aren't even at the Golden Core stage yet, and you expect to do nothing? Upon reflection, Yi Qin realized the truth. There are no free lunches in this world. To garner the respect of the sacred domain, he must demonstrate his intrinsic value. He dismissed his doubts and followed them. At the Pill Pavilion, upon arriving at the entrance, Yi Qin saw disciples emerging, presuming they had come to welcome him. I can instruct the disciples in alchemy. Where is the lecture hall? Please, lead me there. The disciples, well aware of Xiao Fan's identity, knew his assigned task was not to serve as an alchemy instructor. Your task is not to teach alchemy. One of the departing disciples informed him. Not to teach. Yi Qin was taken aback. Given his demonstrated talents, his proficiency in alchemy rivaled that of any elder. So why was he not permitted to instruct? Am I to engage in alchemy then? Yi Qin asked earnestly. My cultivation is still rudimentary. Should I attempt alchemy now? The results would be subpar. It would be more beneficial for me to teach. He assumed that the Pill Pavilion's refusal to allow him to teach meant they intended for him to practice alchemy instead. Alchemy? Involves alchemy. Come with me, the disciple replied. Yi Qin felt a sense of confusion. Involves alchemy? Under the guidance of a disciple from the Dan Pavilion, Yi Qin arrived at a small, dimly lit room cluttered with tattered scrolls. Within, there were dozens of shelves, each bearing damaged recipes for elixirs. Some were incomplete. Others had names of medicinal herbs obscured by stains, and yet others contained all the necessary ingredients but lacked clarity regarding their proportions and the order of addition. For various reasons, these recipes remained dormant, gathering dust. Yi Qin surveyed the scattered scrolls with a slight frown. What brings me to this place? To restore the recipes and clarify their effects, the disciple explained. The Holy Land recognizes your exceptional talent in alchemy. After much deliberation, it deemed you the most suitable to mend these ancient texts. Yi Qin felt a flicker of displeasure but managed to contain it. Did you not say this pertains to alchemy? Indeed, the disciple replied. Recipes are the foundation of alchemy. By restoring these recipes, do you not engage in alchemy itself? Yi Qin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. Teaching others about alchemy might deepen his understanding, and practicing alchemy would enhance his proficiency, but what advantages could he gain from merely repairing recipes? I am to visit the Scripture Pavilion to meet the Elder in half a month. Given my accomplishments in alchemy, starting with the restoration of recipes seems a misuse of my talents. The disciple responded, in saying this, I am but a humble brick. The Holy Land directs where I am needed. Not all contributions must be made in the spotlight. Those who toil quietly behind the scenes are equally vital. who says that only those standing in the light are heroes. Would you not agree? Internally, Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration, but he restrained himself. Is it merely the restoration of recipes? I am a dignified immortal emperor, well-versed and knowledgeable. Can I not handle this task? Which recipes shall I be restoring? Yi Chen inquired. The disciple smiled. Brother Yi, as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Your past exploits in the Dan Pavilion are still fresh in our minds, and even the elder speaks highly of you. I recognize your prowess in alchemy. Initially reluctant, Yi Chen felt his spirits lift upon hearing these words. Do say more. The disciple continued, you understand, the elder and we disciples hold great expectations for you, hoping you will lead our Dan Pavilion to greater heights. Brother Yi, you are the future star of our Dan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile, revealing a quintessential Dragon King grin. You flatter me. I have merely scraped the surface of knowledge. As long as the Dan Pavilion requires my assistance, I shall not hesitate. Though he spoke these words, pride seeped into his tone. The disciple beamed. I knew Brother Yi possessed exceptional abilities. That's why I spoke to the elder. This modest room filled with remnants poses no challenge for you. Yi Chen nodded in approval, indeed. Then, seemingly realizing something, he quickly asked, could you repeat that? This collection of medicinal formulas will be entrusted to your capable hands for refinement. However, I must visit the elders at the Songjin Pavilion in a fortnight. Therefore, you must complete this task within that time frame. With your remarkable abilities, Brother Yi, surely this will not prove too difficult for you. It is well known that a man should never concede defeat. Yi Chen was about to protest, but the bravado he had displayed left him no avenue of retreat. The disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion had already departed, leaving behind only a few remnants of the medicinal formulas scattered across the shelves. He felt a strong urge to abandon the endeavor, yet fleeing at the outset would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Thus, he steeled himself to face the challenge ahead. Chapter 46. The construction of my sacred ground in contrast to Yi Chen's formidable responsibilities. Xiao Fan felt an unparalleled sense of comfort and contentment as he hummed a tune. Invigorated, returning to the Holy Sun's palace. A life solely dedicated to dual cultivation is indeed unreasonable. It is imperative that amidst the dual cultivation, moments of seated meditation and quiet reflection are interspersed. A harmonious balance of work and rest. As soon as he arrived back at the Holy Sun Peak, Xiao Fan had scarcely steadied himself when, unexpectedly, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared before him. Xiao Fan was caught completely off guard, with a standard smile adorning her face. Xin, she inquired, Holy Sun, where have you been during the several days between your completion of the tribulation and your return to the palace? Her smile belied an undercurrent of unspoken fury, the icy aura emanating from her causing Xiao Fan to tremble involuntarily. Good heavens, when did you emerge? I couldn't even muster a response. I was out exploring the mountains and rivers with a friend, Xiao Fan replied. Why am I unable to speak the truth? Resorting to deception in front of Xin, she? Although he could not fathom the reason, an ominous premonition stirred within him. He feared that uttering the truth might lead to dire consequences today. Which friend? Xin, she continued to maintain her smile, enunciating each word carefully. Danger loomed. Xiao Fan felt an ominous premonition rising within, unable to articulate the reasons, sensing impending doom. When confronted with uncertainty, the system was there to offer resolution. Oh, system. What am I to do? He inquired in desperation. As a mere maid, do you dare to question the affairs of the Holy Sun? Must I report my whereabouts to you? Trust in me. I shall treat this dying horse as if it were alive. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and with an air of superiority, coldly remarked, You, a mere maid, dare to inquire about the affairs of this Holy Sun? Am I obligated to report my whereabouts to you? As he uttered these words, a sense of trepidation gripped Xiao Fan's heart. He was acutely aware that the sisters Yu and Xin, she possessed extraordinary status. He pondered whether provoking them would lead to his own undoing. Upon hearing his aloof and domineering tone, Xin, she's delicate frame trembled, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, and her breath quickened as she softly implored. This humble servant acknowledges her mistake and hopes the Holy Sun will refrain from punishment. Xiao Fan exclaimed inwardly, what a surprise. So, you are this kind of person. Having gained some understanding of Xin's situation, Xiao Fan grew bolder and approached her, only to find her timidly lowering her head. Xiao Fan raised his right hand and gently caressed her flawless and alluring chin, his gaze fixed upon her enchanting eyes. Xin, momentarily overwhelmed with joy, found herself at a loss, her eyes darting away shyly. He lowered his head, his other hand tenderly brushing through her waist-length hair. And with a soft touch upon her cherry lips, he spoke with a hint of weariness. I am feeling rather fatigued at the moment. So please refrain from questioning me further, if you would. She felt as though her mind had exploded with a cacophony of thoughts, her consciousness momentarily blank. A warm flush enveloped her face as she nodded vacantly, murmuring, "All right, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead," he replied. "Yes." Once she regained her composure. An overwhelming exhilaration surged within her. "I shall no longer inquire about your outings, but Saint's son, might you take me along the next time you venture out?" she asked with hopeful anticipation. "If you behave, I shall take you with me," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. She will heed the Saint's son's words," she affirmed. As she exited the palace, her jade-like hand brushing against her lips, a smile that could no longer be concealed gracing her face, as if savoring a delightful memory. Her heart fluttered with youthful excitement. Observing Xi's retreating figure, Xiao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a potential predicament. As he regained his composure, a thought struck him. The life scripts. System, why is it that Xi and Yu lack life scripts? He had always been preoccupied with the script of the child of fortune, neglecting those around him. Only to realize moments ago that these two sisters possessed no scripts at all. The absence of a script is simply that, an absence. There need not be any further questions. Yet, there must be an explanation. The explanation is that they can shape their own destinies, their life scripts authored by themselves. How intriguing. Xiao Fan inhaled sharply, realizing that the script of his life was being pinned by none other than himself. The background of these two sisters was far more significant than he had previously imagined. Might I inquire about their identities? Certainly. They are beings of indescribable essence. Once you become aware of their names, they will resonate with your consciousness. Please confirm whether you comprehend this. Respond with a simple yes or no. Xiao Fan seems to have ventured into uncharted territory, where even the unspeakable emerges. Should one engage in such audacity? No. Could it be that they intend to nurture me only to extract my essence? Indeed, they exhibit a keen interest in your vitality. However, it is not for extraction. Rather, if you do not strive diligently now, you may find yourself bearing a heavy burden in the future, uncertain if you possess the strength to carry it. Xiao Fan sighed. Well, I shall strive diligently. As a competent villain, profound cultivation is indispensable. This is not merely a matter of pushing a cart. However, before entering seclusion, he opened the long-stored manuscript of Yi Chen's life. Let me examine the progress of this comparison. Yi Chen is diligently working in the Dan Pavilion, having completed over 80% of the alchemical formulas. Astonishingly swift, this seems somewhat implausible. Yet, as Xiao Fan continued to read, the situation began to make sense. Yi Chen exhaustively calculated the required spiritual herbs, their quantities, sequence, and effects, sacrificing 30 years of his lifespan in the process. Such dedication is remarkable. He has even wagered his life. Nevertheless, this aligns perfectly with Xiao Fan's desires. Strive with all your might, for my sacred land. Surrender your very existence. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan secluded himself in rigorous cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Chen appeared hollow-eyed, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes as though he had endured excessive strain. Over the course of half a month, he toiled ceaselessly, sacrificing 30 years of his lifespan in the process, ultimately completing the compendium of alchemical formulas that filled the room. From minute substitutes for spiritual herbs to comprehensive guides on the usage and dosage of the required materials for elixirs, he meticulously documented every detail, assembling it into a tome of alchemical wisdom. Within its pages lay the insights gained from countless concoctions over 10,000 years, and it would be no exaggeration to claim it as the legacy of an alchemical celestial emperor. Not only had he compiled this work, but he had also infused it with numerous concepts and theories absent from the mortal realm. Once this tome is unveiled, the Pill Pavilion would undoubtedly extend its unwavering support to him. At that moment, he would surely receive their backing, propelling him to the esteemed position of the Holy Sun. Yi Chen was no fool. He would not engage in tasks that bore no fruit. To garner support and overthrow Xiao Fan, one must be prepared to pay a price. Moreover, with his strength, once he transcended his current realm and ascended to the Golden Core stage, he would gain several hundred years of lifespan. 30 years was a trifling matter. Filled with anticipation, Yi Chen emerged from the small dark room, ready to embrace the accolades and applause. Had he truly completed it so swiftly? Humph. The mere organization of formulas could not possibly challenge him. Here, take it. As he stepped outside, He handed the meticulously crafted alchemical tome to a disciple of the Pill Pavilion. The disciple paused momentarily, visibly skeptical, as if questioning, "Are you trying to deceive me? How could it be?" It was merely a minor task, hardly worth mentioning, Yi Chun asserted confidently, though his dark circles betrayed a hint of uncertainty. He longed for applause. Gasps of admiration, respect, and envy, the sensation of being revered by the masses, let it rain upon him. "Oh, it seems you have been awaited by the disciples of the Scripture Pavilion. Hurry along." The disciple, though slightly astonished, accepted the compiled tome. Yi Chun was taken aback. Where was the astonishment and reverence he anticipated? "Show it," the disciple urged. "What, do you need me to invite you?" As Yi Chun contemplated what to say, the disciple outside the Scripture Pavilion began calling for others. "Hurry up, I've waited long enough." A surge of frustration welled within Yi Chun. His intention had been to profoundly astonish the elders, to compel them to acknowledge his talents and take him under their wing. Yet, he found himself denied even a glimpse of the elders. How infuriating! No matter, as long as this book reached the hands of the elders of the Pill Pavilion. Witnessing his extraordinary insights, they would undoubtedly beg for his return. He chuckled coldly to himself. Yi Chun departed from the Pill Pavilion, with his next destination being the Scripture Pavilion. The moment he left, a middle-aged man with an ethereal aura emerged. "Elder, here," said the disciple who had just dismissed Yi Chun, handing over the alchemical tome. The elder took the text, his curiosity piqued as he began to peruse its contents. For a full hour, he stood there, entranced by the pages before him. His gaze grew more fervent with each passing moment, captivated by the myriad concepts and alchemical techniques that were utterly foreign to him. How intriguing it was that someone hailing from such a humble origin could possess such extensive knowledge. Truly, it was remarkable. The elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, having spent several millennia within its walls, had encountered numerous prodigious disciples. Yet none had ever demonstrated the capacity to assimilate and articulate the complexities of alchemical lore at such a tender age. The knowledge of alchemy is a product of accumulated experience, and in the realm of cultivation, there exists an overwhelming multitude of spiritual herbs. Merely memorizing their names demands considerable time, making it implausible for a youth to grasp so many techniques and herbs. He suspected that within this disciple dwelled the essence of a millennia-old sage, for that was the manner in which the great elder had imparted his wisdom. Fortunately, the great elder had forewarned him. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly fallen into a trap detrimental to the Holy Son. The elder mused to himself, lamenting the lost opportunity to secure the disciple solely for the purpose of crafting alchemical formulas. Indeed, when the great elder had communicated with the Alchemy Pavilion, the Scripture Pavilion, the Artifact Pavilion, and the Array Pavilion, arrangements had already been made for Yi Chun's time in each establishment. The blessings must be shared. No single entity could monopolize them. Yi Chun soon sensed that something was amiss. Upon his arrival at the Scripture Pavilion, he encountered the same script, the same confinement in a small dark room, tasked with refining techniques and completing fragmented texts. This ordeal lasted a fortnight. His visit to the Artifact Pavilion revealed a similar pattern, as he was confined to enhancing artifact crafting methods and documenting the differences among various techniques. No matter how dim-witted he might be, he began to grasp the underlying scheme. They were attempting to covertly impede his progress. How audacious! These disciples had undoubtedly been bribed. Their audacity to act against him without the elder's knowledge was astounding. Yet, he understood only half of the truth, for he was unaware that the elder stood in alliance with Xiao Fan. He had suspected that such kindness was merely a facade, a means to utilize him as a tool. Yi Chun scoffed internally, thinking, what does it matter? A dignified immortal emperor shall not be restrained by a mere mortal. Your tactics are too vile and will not escape my scrutiny. If that is the case, I shall turn the tables. He contemplated Xiao Fan's schemes, recognizing them as mere attempts to burden him, which were not lethal. He resolved to expedite his work and devote time to cultivation. As long as someone employed his methods, the elders would surely notice. Under scrutiny, he would eventually be revealed, and at that juncture, he would leverage this matter to bring forth an indictment against them. You have left a handle for me to grasp, Yi Chun thought triumphantly. With regard to Xiao Fan's machinations, he had devised a counter-strategy. He meticulously engaged in drafting, arranging formations, elucidating arrays, and refining artifact techniques, pouring his utmost diligence into his work. The Holy Land shall one day be mine. My fervent efforts in writing are dedicated solely to the foundation of my dominion. Yi Chun mused, unaware of the unfolding intricacies. Xiao Fan shared a similar sentiment. Chapter 47. Your suggestion is commendable, but refrain from offering advice in the future. Yichen did not perceive Xiao Fan's arrangements as detrimental to his interests. On the contrary, he believed they would provide him with a pretext to seize upon. In his view, Xiao Fan's stratagems were rather mundane. To project a more authentic facade, he continued to expend his life force. The more dire his circumstances became, the easier it would be to impeach Xiao Fan later. Thus, he alone compiled an extensive treatise on array techniques, an anthology of martial arts, a comprehensive guide to weapon forging, and a detailed exposition on alchemy, works that could take a century to accomplish, within a mere 2 months, sacrificing a century of his life force to achieve this. He faintly recalled the astonished and reverent expressions of the disciples when he presented them with his results, which signified that they were utterly captivated by Yichen. Upon his emergence, his hair shone like silver, and his complexion was pale, clearly a testament to the excessive toll of his sacrifices. Nonetheless, his youthful appearance suggested he possessed a secret to maintaining his vitality. Await my retribution. Qing Shui in my past life. I was unaware that you organized the Tao Conference due to personal tribulations. In this life, as the reborn immortal emperor, such trifling dilemmas are easily surmountable. With that, he soared into the sky, returning to his secluded meditation. According to the memories of my previous life, the Holy Maiden Ji Qing Shui shall convene a Tao conference in Fengning City. It was precisely that conference that afforded Xiao Fan an opportunity to approach Ji Qing Shui. This time, however, he would find no such chance. As they watched Yi Chen's departing figure, the astonished disciples remarked, "Has this fellow lost his senses? Is he even human? It is perplexing. Yet, with such fervor, it seems his intellect may not be entirely intact." The Holy Sun's Palace. Xiao Fan awakened from his seclusion. Over the span of 2 months, his cultivation had made remarkable progress, elevating his mastery of the divine elephant suppression technique to new heights. During this period, he fervently consumed spiritual stones and elixirs, with the sacred ground continuously supplying him with resources for his practice, bestowing upon him the privileges befitting a holy child. The vast potency of the medicinal properties nourished the minuscule particles within his body, awakening one after another of the colossal elephant particles, and thereby augmenting Xiao Fan's strength layer by layer. In just 2 months, the number of his colossal elephant particles had grown by an astonishing 8 per million, reaching an impressive total of 29 per million. Furthermore, his Hell S furnace had become increasingly refined, achieving a state of consummation. Previously, it took him 2.5 minutes to refine 3 void refining puppets, but now he estimated it would only require a minute. His cultivation had also seen significant advancement, and he anticipated reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm within a year's time. A year to progress from the initial stage of the nascent soul to the mid-stage. Who else could boast such a feat? This was the essence of the divine elephant suppression technique. He tightened his fist and contemplated the possibilities. 2 months ago, a single punch could only shatter a mid-stage transformation god. Now, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to obliterate a late-stage transformation god with a single strike. The surge in strength and the advancement in cultivation filled him with joy. Had it not been for a letter from the sacred ground, reminding him of an impending opportunity, he would have continued his seclusion indefinitely. Holy child, the secret realm mentioned previously will emerge within a month. Please prepare accordingly. By the way, regarding Yichen, he completed his task in 2 months, though he appears considerably fatigued and aged. He has since departed from the sacred ground. As you instructed, we shall not interfere. He must have his own methods, and we merely offer this reminder. Xiao Fan gazed at the information inscribed on the jade slip, momentarily taken aback. He truly completed it. What relentless dedication. Hastily, he opened the collection of Yi Chen's scripts, curious about the mischief this fellow was up to. Yi Chen believed that he had seen through your schemes and, in a show of cunning, worked diligently to showcase his contributions to the Holy Land. Hoping to leverage your weaknesses, he thought that once he toppled you, he would ascend as the Holy Sun, diligently constructing his own Holy Land. This revelation left Xiao Fan utterly astonished. Constructing my Holy Land? What audacity do you possess to align your ambitions with mine? However, what do you mean by your Holy Land? Is it a preparation for the secret realm? He continued to peruse the contents. In Yu Chen's previous life, at the discourse conference organized by Ji Qingxue, his profound knowledge and extensive experience earned Ji Qingxue's admiration, culminating in a friendship. Within the dragon's secret realm, he encountered Ji Qingxue once more, and as they journeyed together, they stumbled upon a dragon pearl. Unbeknownst to them, the dragon's nature was licentious and under its influence. They found themselves embroiled in a battle of wits, culminating in an intense exchange. In this life, Yuchen, having been reborn with the insights of his past as an immortal emperor, would undoubtedly astonish Ji Qingxue. Forging your acquaintance with her and ultimately preventing your companionship within the secret realm. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Fan could not help but be utterly astonished. Such a familiar sensation. Was this not Han Li's tale? Have I become Han Li? If this plot unfolded for another, I would scoff at its banality. Yet, as it transpires in my own life, I can only wish for several more iterations. Ji Qingxue, the Holy Maiden of Radiance. Xiao Fan reminisced about that enchanting glimpse from that day. She was undeniably captivating, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, so cold yet so alluring. Even the iciest of ice queens could be set ablaze by my charm. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan stepped out of the palace, intending to stroll through the debate conference organized by Ji Qingxue. A true antagonist would undoubtedly seize every opportunity to pursue each heroine. As the Holy Sun emerged, he was immediately greeted by the sight of Xinxi, her gaze imbued with an indescribable sentiment. Xiao Fan felt a sense of reflection, surprised that the two sisters held such significant status, being entities of profound renown. He pondered what it was about himself that could captivate them both. Oh, your devotion is commendable. You have remained outside the palace during my seclusion, he remarked, his tone imbued with an air of indifference befitting one of higher standing. Cinny, unfazed, responded with a smile, "It is entirely my choice, Your Holiness. There is no need to elevate my position." She continued, "However, if you do hold me in your thoughts, I would not mind a token of appreciation. Might you grant me a small reward?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she sweetly closed her beautiful lids, presenting herself as one to be cherished. Xiao Fan was taken aback. "What are you doing? Testing the officials?" Nevertheless, considering the safety of life, it would be prudent not to provoke Xinxi excessively. Xiao Fan spoke coldly. "Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties?" Cindy's eyes widened in shock, resembling a child who had erred. She quickly corrected herself. "No, not at all. I absolutely did not mean that." Xiao Fan resumed his indifferent tone and calmly stated, "A maid must embody the essence of a maid. The master's commands are absolute. Do you understand?" Xinxi's delicate frame trembled slightly, her legs tensed, and her graceful feet involuntarily stiffened. She obediently nodded. "Xinxi has taken note." "Good," Xiao Fan replied in a subdued voice, feeling a sense of relief within. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind her peculiar disposition, it was of little consequence. Her usefulness sufficed. "Saint Sun, this is an invitation from the sacred land of Yaoguang, presented to you for your consideration," Xinxi said, handing Xiao Fan a gold-embossed letter. The seal remained unbroken, indicating her continued compliance. Xiao Fan received the invitation, which was sent by the Saintess of the Shaking Light, inviting him to attend the conference of discourse. "Saint Sun, what did it say inside?" Xinxi inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing, just trivial matters," he replied. Xiao Fan immediately changed the subject. "By the way, where has you gone? I haven't seen her lately." Xinxi had already prepared a response for this. "There have been some matters at home that Sister Yu needs to attend to. She should be back soon." "Oh, I see." He had no intention of probing further. As it was not his concern, Xiao Fan summoned Uncle Jiang, preparing to depart. However, Xinxi clung closely to him, unwilling to part. "I need to step out for a moment," he stated softly. The last time, the Holy Sun had assured him that he would not leave him behind in the palace. Xinxi had her reasons as well. "I can assist you," she said with a gentle smile. "Are you implying, Holy Sun, that your previous promise to bring Xinxi along was insincere?" Xinxi interrupted, her tone suddenly taking on a subtle nuance, her smile radiant. Yet, in Xiao Fan's eyes, there was a hint of apprehension. She was a woman he could not fully comprehend at present. "Very well, but while we are outside, you must refrain from interjecting, questioning my actions, or resorting to force. Do you understand?" He reiterated the last point multiple times, fearing that she might inadvertently cause chaos. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's consent, a sweet smile graced Xinxi's face once more. "I shall heed the Holy Sun's wishes. Let us be off," Xiao Fan declared. In the next moment, he had Uncle Jiang escort him to the address specified in the invitation, while Xinxi followed closely behind, also entering the carriage. Xiao Fan pondered internally. Am I destined to meet a fate akin to that of Brother Cheng, sacrificing my life for a cause? There exists a peril. Could I perhaps receive a suggestion? Perhaps it would be prudent to sever it, allowing it to regrow only when I have mastered the intricacies of all women, thus perfectly resolving the matter. Xiao Fan, your suggestion is commendable, but please refrain from making further suggestions in the future. Chapter 48. The Unity of Three Souls. The predicament of the Ji family Fengning City, a modest settlement, was bustling with individuals from all directions. Drawn by the news of the discourse conference hosted by the revered Saintess Yao Guang, among the throngs were numerous admirers of Ji Qingxue. However, the mere mention of the Saintess Yao Guang's illustrious title was enough to deter many, not to mention Ji Qingxue's remarkable familial lineage. Why was the discourse conference of the Saintess Yao Guang being held within the boundaries of the Taishian sacred land? It was perplexing. Perhaps it was a form of provocation? This seemed unlikely, as the two families, despite their rivalry, maintained a delicate equilibrium, engaging in conflict without crossing the line. Regardless, it was best to focus on one's own affairs. Who knows, one might even win the saintess's affection. What position must one sleep in to dream such dreams? Though passers-by could not comprehend the intricacies, it did not deter them from reveling in the spectacle. Within a phoenix carriage, a woman clad in a simple long dress sat gracefully in meditation, her hair, as dark as a raven's plume, elegantly coiled with a jade hairpin. Strands of hair cascaded down either side of her coldly beautiful visage, effortlessly exuding charm. Compared to Su Yun's innocent beauty, Ji Qingxue's features conveyed a more dignified allure. Her luscious, rosy lips resembled rounded jade, her complexion akin to blossoming peach blossoms, and her delicate nose stood proudly. Her eyes, bright and clear, emanated an air of refined elegance, and although her understated dress enveloped her exquisite figure, it could not conceal her allure. Her long legs were adorned with delicate, translucent feet, bare and unadorned. Around her right ankle was a slender red thread, lending her foot a touch of crimson, reminiscent of precious blood jade. "Miss, the time is drawing near." A graceful matron entered and addressed her. Ji Qingxue opened her enchanting eyes, calm yet irresistibly captivating. Truly a breathtaking beauty. Have all the guests arrived? The announcement regarding the discourse was made 3 months ago, and I have delivered all the invitations you requested. Except for the Taishian Saint's son, who is yet to respond. Everyone else has confirmed their attendance. Very well, you may leave. As she rose, her jade foot touched the ground, and she stepped outside, pondering the true meaning behind the elder's prophecy. She retrieved a jade slip and scrutinized it repeatedly, hoping to glean some insights. Secrets of the dragon, legacy of the immortals, emergence of the anomalous, a glimmer of hope. As the red thread unravels, destiny reveals itself. The interplay of yin and yang transforms the chrysalis into a butterfly. What exactly was the elder's prophecy foreshadowing? Ji Qingxue found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to strive for a glimmer of hope. Not solely for her own sake, but also for the sake of the Ji family that stood behind her. Little one, open your mind and allow your sister to take control of your body. I assure you, I will safeguard your Ji family for eternity. Even the ascension of your entire clan would pose no challenge. In the depths of her consciousness, a melodic and enchanting laughter resonated, beguiling and sweet, drawing one into its captivating embrace despite its sinister undertones. "Humph, you malevolent spirit, do not overreach," came a timely admonition from another voice within her mind, dispelling the enchantment. Ji Qingxue sighed softly, her consciousness delving deeper into her mindscape, where she declared, "Ladies, please cease your bickering. This is my body, and neither of you shall seize control." Within her consciousness, a woman clad in red exuded irresistible charm, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. In stark contrast, another woman in blue stood with an air of righteousness, her delicate features as pristine as an orchid. Curiously, both bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Qingxue herself, as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. I merely offer a suggestion, whether it is heeded or not is her affair. Why the urgency? The woman in red said with a playful laugh, exuding an aura of allure. Even if she were to consent, I would refuse. Releasing you, malevolent spirit, would spell disaster for the living, countered the woman in blue. Only Ji Qingxue's consciousness remained silent in response. This was Ji Qingxue's secret. Within her being resided 3 consciousnesses: her self-awareness, the consciousness of the woman in red, and that of the woman in blue, including her own soul. One might say she was a trinity of spirits. The 2 other consciousnesses had been innate to her, and she had inquired about their origins. They had not concealed the truth. All 3 souls were facets of her own. The blue-clad woman represented her benevolent self, the red-clad woman embodied her malevolent side. And the current Ji Qingxue was her true self. During an attempt to ascend the sacred path, her original consciousness had shattered, affecting both her benevolent and malevolent aspects, which became trapped within the reincarnation of her true self. Ji Qingxue possessed no memories of her past life, leaving her uncertain about the veracity of their claims or whether she was indeed a reincarnated being. Yet one thing was indisputable. The conflict between these two spirits had grown increasingly fierce, causing her consciousness to faint on several occasions. They refrained from escalating their struggle, fearing harm to her physical form. However, if this continued, it was only a matter of time before their battle culminated in a life-or-death struggle. And regardless of which side emerged victorious, Ji Qingxue would inevitably lose control of her body, potentially leading to the collapse of her consciousness, a fate synonymous with death. "You are aware," the woman in red remarked, "that your current strength is woefully inadequate, and the Ji family stands on shaky ground. Open your mind to me, and I shall preserve your consciousness, and even reconstruct your physical form in the future. You stand to gain from this. Enough, let us cease this discussion," came the resolute response. The inner consciousness of Ji Qingxue spoke. She refused to become a mere shell of herself, even in death. There were issues within her clan. Yet she firmly believed that with her standing in the sacred land of Yaoguang, coupled with her unwavering efforts, she would surely resolve these problems. Outside, Yuchen was already prepared. According to the memories of her past life, the patriarch of the Ji family, a great ascension ancestor, had reached the limits of his potential and would likely succumb within a century. Even with the elixirs that extended life, he could at most gain an additional 300 years. This was far too brief for a clan of such stature. The Ji family had endured for tens of thousands of years in the world of cultivation, relying solely on this great ascension ancestor. Once he perished, their enemies would undoubtedly unite to carve up their legacy. In the realm of great ascension cultivators, there existed a hierarchy. The presence or absence of ascended cultivators marked a critical divide, and it was evident that the Ji family lacked such figures. There was no one in the heavens. Conversely, the Xiao family was illustrious, with a member ascending to the celestial realm nearly every millennium. If Ji Qingxue were to align herself with him, safeguarding the Ji family would pose no challenge. This was, perhaps, the reason for her potential union with him, Yichen mused. He had witnessed countless instances of self-sacrifice for the sake of one's family. A dignified celestial emperor could not only extend the ancestor's lifespan, but could directly facilitate his ascension, transforming the Ji family into an exalted clan. As the benefactor of the Ji family, proposing marriage to her would weave an intricate web of fate, ensuring he would win her heart. With unwavering confidence, Yichen held the refined recipe for the star creation pill in his grasp. By harnessing the celestial energies of the stars, this elixir could endow mortals with a thread of celestial root, thereby enhancing their aptitude and enabling them to transcend their current realms, prolonging their lives. This was precisely what Ji Qingxue required at this moment. While some reveled, others grieved, such as Yu Tianwei, whose expression was clouded with displeasure. He was utterly unaware of the so-called Dao discussion conference, having only received word from the sacred land of Yaoguang regarding a secret realm emerging nearby. He and the saintess Ji Qingxue were to lead a team to partake in the treasures of this secret realm. His plan was to collaborate closely with Ji Qingxue, fostering a bond that might lead her to recognize his own admirable qualities, perhaps even leading her to fall for him. However, upon Ji Qingxue's arrival, she immediately entered seclusion, speaking not a word to him. Furthermore, she had organized a Dao discussion conference. With so many people attending, he would hardly have a chance to showcase himself. The mere thought of it ignited his fury. It is well known that children of fortune often attract animosity. No matter how subdued Yi Chun was, Yi Tianwei could still spot him amidst the crowd. "It's you. Last time, Qingxue let you go, and you dare to return? She is my goal, and you, a mere foundation-level cultivator, think you can approach her?" The more he pondered, the more anger surged within him. A foundation-level cultivator competing with him for a woman only heightened desire. Chapter 49. Am I late? Stop. You come out. Yu Tianwei restrained Yu Chen, pulling him out forcefully. Yu Chen could not help but adopt a stern expression. He was aware that this was the sacred son of Yaoguang. However, there was no past grievance nor recent enmity between them, so why was he being met with such ire? "What do you mean?" Yu Chen coldly inquired. "What do I mean?" Yi Tianwei sneered. "I wish to ask you the same. Why did you seek out Qingxue last time? I have a prior acquaintance with Qingxue. Is there an issue with that?" Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. "Just you? A mere bumpkin, You don't even have the opportunity to be a watchdog for the Ji family. I cannot fathom how many foundation stage pests like you have encountered, Yu Tianwei coldly retorted. And, calling her Qingxue? Who do you think you are? Yi Chun felt a chill in his heart. To be insulted as a dog was preposterous. What a farcical joke. Even as a dog, I am still a celestial dog. You, a mere nascent soul, dare to bark so arrogantly. You seek death. Yi Chun exclaimed. Yi Tianwei scoffed. Your cultivation is minimal, yet your temper is anything but small. How laughable, a mere foundation stage cultivator. Before the Dao conference had even commenced, Yi Chun and Yu Tianwei had already clashed. The sacred son of Yaoguang engaging in conflict with a foundation stage cultivator drew the attention of many onlookers. Why argue when you can just fight? Isn't it better to resolve conflicts through action? Indeed, a gentleman should act rather than speak. A real man should settle matters with his fists. The spectators, eager for entertainment, encouraged the confrontation, clamoring for excitement. Yu Tianwei was also filled with murderous intent. Yi Chun was an annoyance he wished to eliminate. This was the child of destiny. The aura of fortune had activated. Even if he stood still, the cannon fodder would willingly present themselves for slaughter. Feeling the murderous intent, Yi Chun's heart sank. Dare to harbor ill will against me? You have already chosen your path to demise. The atmosphere was charged for battle, and the surrounding cultivators wisely cleared a space for the two to engage. A nascent soul against a foundation stage cultivator? Surely, this was not a mismatch? Just months prior, the sacred son of Yaoguang had been humiliated by the saint of Taishan. Perhaps he sought to regain his pride by crushing a weaker opponent. No matter how one viewed it, this was an unequal contest. Yu Tianwei felt a twinge of depreciation, yet inexplicably felt compelled to strike. He could have easily commanded his subordinates to deal with it, but he refrained. The strength of the child of destiny was indeed formidable. With a casual blow, a nascent soul cultivator could extinguish a foundation stage cultivator with the slightest breath. A mere flick of his hand was already showing considerable leniency towards Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun's strength was not as weak as his foundation stage appearance suggested. He stood firm as a mountain, hands behind his back, unflinching in the face of the nascent soul's onslaught. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, with such feeble power, you dare to call yourself a sacred son? Go home and drink your mother's milk. He is endowed with the 9 luminaries' heavenly emperor cauldron, and although he cannot launch an offensive, the defense it provides is beyond question. With a gentle incantation, the ancient bronze cauldron within his mind resonated, and an invisible wall of protection rose majestically, impenetrable and unyielding. Yi Tianwei's strike, astonishingly, could not reach him. Silence enveloped the arena, as the previously predictable duel took a turn that bewildered all present. What transpired? Surely, I must have indulged in my cultivation for too long and conjured illusions. A nascent soul confronting a foundation establishment cultivator, unscathed, unable to break through defenses. I feel I could handle this holy sun myself. Yi Tianwei gazed in confusion. Yi Chun, on the other hand, brimmed with pride. I am the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor, possessing myriad abilities. Were it not for the fear of slaying you and inviting retaliation from the radiant light, sacred land, thus jeopardizing my rapport with the sacred maiden Ji Qingxue, I would undoubtedly rend you limb from limb. After recovering from his stupor, Yi Tianwei was consumed by rage. A dignified nascent soul cultivator unable to vanquish a mere foundation establishment cultivator, how could this not become a laughingstock? Regardless, today, he must eliminate Yi Chun. He drew forth a slender sword, supple as a silver serpent, its light twisting and darting in all directions before ultimately targeting Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun remained as steadfast as a mountain. All the sword lights dissipated into nothingness as they approached within 10 zhang of him. Gasped. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise. This individual is indeed peculiar. He must possess rare treasures. It seems he has a significant background. Yi Tianwei, blinded by fury, summoned his void refinement cultivators. After all, it's not shameful to call for assistance when one cannot prevail. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared, her jade hands casting forth a crimson silk ribbon that ensnared Yi Tianwei's subordinates. What do you mean by this? Dare you obstruct this holy son's endeavors? Yi Tianwei shouted, having lost all rationality. Upon noticing the woman, Yi Chun felt warmth in his heart. Qingxue, you are indeed watching over me in secret. You are concerned for my safety. Are you not? The woman smiled and replied, Holy son, my lady has decreed that there should be no unnecessary complications. She wishes to remind you not to forget the purpose of your journey. Look at this man's Dao robe. He is evidently a disciple of the Taishan sacred land. Is it appropriate for you to engage a disciple of the Taishan sacred land on their own territory? Upon finishing her words, she prepared to depart. Yichen hastily interjected, "Esteemed friend, might I inquire where Qingxue is?" The woman's expression turned cold, her eyes regarding Yichen with disdain. "What cultivation level do you possess to address me as a friend? Do not be ungrateful. In the past, my lady showed you kindness and saved your life. Yet here you are, shamelessly pursuing her. Begone," she commanded sharply, the aura of a void refinement cultivator pressing down upon Yichen, forcing him back several steps before she left without a backward glance. Yi Tianwei regained his composure, discarding his previous foolishness. He merely uttered with a fierce tone, "You, boy, wait for me. If you have the capability, don't ever step outside the gates of the Taixin sacred land again." Humph. Yichen remained unperturbed. "Qingxue, are you concerned for my well-being?" he inquired. "Indeed, it must be so. Our factions diverge, and I can comprehend your indifference. I shall protect you for eternity." "Ah." The devoted servant of the Saintess, came the retort. Within the grand palace, upon the elevated dais where the radiant Saintess sat in tranquil meditation, numerous individuals were arranged on either side, awaiting her inquiries. The purpose of the Saintess's visit was, in essence, to seek an opportunity to rescue her clan's venerable ancestor. However, she was reluctant to voice this openly, fearing that adversaries might learn of it and continue to target the Ji family. A voice from the audience called out, "Might I inquire, Saintess, what sort of mystic arts or celestial techniques do you wish to discuss?" Ji Qingxue remained concealed behind a jade curtain, allowing the assembly to catch only a glimpse of her graceful silhouette, serene and elegant. With a light laugh, Ji Qingxue remarked, "The path is boundless. Recently, I encountered a passage in a tome of wisdom that states, when one does not ascend to immortality, life inevitably reaches its conclusion. Even the most formidable practitioners, if unable to transcend, are destined to return to dust. Thus, I wish to engage you all in a discourse regarding whether there exists any elixir or divine method that could grant a second life, or even lead to ascension as an immortal." She added, "Of course, this is merely a query for contemplation." The audience began to murmur among themselves. "Alchemy? Saintess, do you wish to study the art of alchemy? Is there anyone proficient in this craft who might step forth?" "Master Ma, as a venerable alchemist with 69 years of experience, do you possess any insights?" "None whatsoever. I advise all you young folks to steer clear of this folly." Outside the palace, Yichen shouted, "Qingxue, I possess a formula that can alleviate your pressing concerns." This unexpected declaration captured everyone's attention. Ji Qingxue frowned, finding his rudeness intolerable. "Do we share such familiarity?" The elegant matron shot a frosty glare, muttering, "How audacious." "Miss, allow me to handle this," said one attendant. "Yes, just teach him a lesson. Do not resort to violence." "Understood." When Yichen saw the matron approach, he assumed she was coming to welcome him and stepped forward eagerly. To his astonishment, she delivered a resounding slap that sent him sprawling, leaving an imprint of her delicate hand on his face, an utterly unforeseen turn of events. Yichen was propelled 100 feet away. The matron, somewhat exasperated, had exerted more force than intended, causing him to leave a lengthy scratch upon the ground, blood oozing from his back. Momentarily dazed, he soon regained his composure, his anger igniting. "How unreasonable! I can resolve your Ji family's difficulties. Why treat me so cruelly?" The matron merely sneered in silence, dismissing the worth of a mere foundation-level practitioner. Yichen chose not to explain. Instead, he crumpled the formula into a ball and hurled it toward the curtain, directing it at Ji Qingxue. The matron attempted to intercept, but Ji Qingxue's voice rang out, "Enough. Let me see it." Upon receiving the formula, Ji Qingxue's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a recipe for a precious elixir, along with the method of its preparation. "Quickly, summon assistants." Upon hearing this, Yichen could not help but smile. All the grievances he had endured were worth it, as long as he could remain by Qingxue's side. The title of the devoted attendant to the Saintess was one he would gladly embrace. He rose to his feet, straightened his chest, and strode confidently into the palace, as if he were about to meet the beloved of his dreams, whom he had longed for day and night. Though she regarded him merely as a stranger, the weight of the past 100,000 years bore heavily upon him. At this moment, Uncle Jiang arrived, descending from the heavens in a majestic carriage. Xin was the first to emerge, gracefully pulling back the curtain, while Xiao Fan leisurely stepped outside. Observing the throng of guests, he exclaimed in wonder, "Oh, how lively it is. I hope I am not late." Chapter 50. The second time, surely. You would not wish for this matter to become known, would you? Xiao Fan was momentarily delayed by a letter from home. which announced that the girl betrothed to him in childhood had blossomed into a graceful young woman, and the families could now proceed with the engagement banquet. The concept of a childhood betrothal was not lost on Xiao Fan, as he possessed memories of his past life from the moment of his birth. Even events from his early years were vividly etched in his mind. The family of his betrothed was quite formidable, only slightly weaker than his own clan, the Xiao family. They had several esteemed ancestors at the transcendent level, albeit fewer than his lineage, which boasted a formidable strength capable of producing ascendants to the celestial realm every millennium. However, the pressing concern lay in the appearance of the bride. If she were not particularly pleasing to the eye, would the marriage still proceed? It is a well-known truth in the realm of fantasy that initiating a divorce is a grave taboo, and those who do so often meet with dire consequences. Therefore, the decision to become engaged must be approached with the utmost caution. Xiao Fan gazed at the letter, lost in contemplation. He had devoted considerable time to inscribing a jade tablet, which he dispatched home. He received only a brief reply. First, please depict the lady's appearance and figure for my perusal, then I shall decide whether to return for the betrothal. It must be rendered in a realistic manner. Abandon the ink wash aesthetics, as I find them perplexing. Instead, capture her daily life through recorded snippets and present them to me. Thus, the emphasis lay solely on authenticity. After a slight delay, upon his arrival, he discovered that the guests had already gathered for the banquet. Naturally, he sought out Yuchen. He observed Yuchen entering the palace with enthusiasm, confidence radiating from his demeanor as he strode in with head held high. However, at the moment Xiao Fan appeared, Yuchen came to an abrupt halt. The guests within the hall, upon the arrival of the holy son of Taishan, rose in unison to greet him. Bowing respectfully, none dared to remain seated. Greetings to the holy son, the assembly chorused. Why does everyone stand? Please, be seated. The true focus of today's festivities is the radiant light sanctus. I am merely here to partake in the merriment, so there is no need for excessive formality. Xiao Fan spoke casually as he entered the palace, accompanied by Xin Hui and Uncle Jiang. Ji Qingxue signaled to the beautiful woman beside her to arrange a seat for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, ever the gracious guest, took a seat at the same level as Ji Qingxue. The young lady remarked softly, having heard of the formidable strength and exceptional talent of the Taishan saint's son. Witnessing him today truly astonished her. Xiao Fan responded politely, just average, ranked third in the world. Apart from my father and mother, no one can hold me down. Ji Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. His words were rather whimsical and undeniably conceited. The cultivators within the palace stood upright, only daring to bend and sit once Xiao Fan had taken his place. Such was the sense of superiority bestowed by status and lineage. You may continue. I shall merely observe and will not interfere with your discourse, Xiao Fan declared. Ji Qingxue, having acquired the life-saving elixir formula, was no longer interested in the discourse conference. Her sole desire was to take Yuchen back to her clan, urging him to concoct the elixir for the clan elders. Although his cultivation was modest, he could still command the efforts of the elder cultivators within the clan, who, once provided with the necessary spiritual herbs, could refine the elixir on-site to extend life. Ji Qingxue beckoned Yuchen to the front of the hall, and through the curtain, she inquired, "Is your proposed method feasible? Should you deceive me, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Yuchen vowed earnestly, "As long as the spiritual herbs are prepared, and I am allowed to direct the process, I will undoubtedly succeed in refining this elixir." While they discussed the matter of the elixir, Xiao Fan perused Ji Qingxue's golden script. Truly, as the daughter of destiny, should he complete the conquest, he could amass a considerable amount of villainous value. He was indifferent to the discourse and merely wished to ascertain if she possessed any flaws he could exploit. Ji Qingxue's essence was that of a reincarnated Taoist immortal. Yet her original consciousness had been reshaped, akin to a newly born soul. Upon achieving immortality, her consciousness would be remolded, awakening her memories of the Taoist immortal. This revelation momentarily left Xiao Fan in awe, for the caliber of her existence was indeed elevated. The failure to sever the three corpses had led to the collapse of her original self, encasing both her virtuous and malevolent aspects within her reincarnated form. After 100 lifetimes, encountering the destined child Yuchen culminated in the fulfillment of destiny and the attainment of sagehood. The thought of a sage traversing through 100 lifetimes was truly daunting. Fortunately, she had yet to mature fully. She remained merely a fledgling nascent soul cultivator, still manageable. 3 years prior, during an expedition, Ji Qingxue fortuitously encountered Yuchen being pursued and saved him with grace, leaving only a fleeting impression that indelibly etched her image in his heart. In his rebirth, armed with memories of his past life, Yichen discovered Ji Qingxue was the saintess of the radiant light-sacred land, ostensibly following her yet secretly harboring a desire for retribution. Upon witnessing his foundational cultivation, Ji Qingxue rejected him, stating her previous act was merely a matter of convenience, and he owed her nothing. Yi Chun, feeling humiliated and indignant, stormed away. He did not share her perspective. Having been saved by a woman of such beauty, he believed he must repay her kindness in some form, dedicating his life to her service. After being spurned, Yi Chun remained undeterred, learning of Ji Qingxue's predicaments, and sought to impress her earnestly to win her favor, while attempting to obstruct any acquaintance she might form with others. Upon reaching this juncture, Xiao Fan was profoundly disappointed in Yi Chun. Was this it? How pedestrian. With the memories of a former celestial emperor at his disposal, leveraging his past knowledge should have allowed him to thrive effortlessly, amassing a harem without difficulty. Yet, this fool's ambition was merely to follow Ji Qingxue. To insult you is to insult Fei Yangyang, and such an affront is undeserved. Indeed, Yi Chun is truly the child of destiny, and even the female protagonist possesses an illustrious background. Yet, what is the ultimate utility of such lineage? In the end, it is I who shall reap the benefits. Faced with adversity, the patriarch of the Ji family nears the end of his lifespan, and external threats abound. Should the patriarch pass away, the Ji family will face division and disintegration. Today, Yi Chun has presented the formula for the celestial star elixir, which has ignited a flicker of hope in Ji Qingxue, prompting her to extend an invitation for him to return to the Ji family to save the patriarch. Should the host refrain from interference, the fates of the two will intertwine at this moment. Thus, one must ruthlessly suppress the child of destiny and mercilessly trample upon the daughter of fortune, for women are meant to be conquered. It has been detected that the daughter of fortune possesses a grand destiny. The value of the antagonist shall be exponentially increased. The host is urged to strive diligently. Xiao Fan finds this notion quite agreeable. Indeed, it is you, Tongzi, who embodies the essence of a true villain far more than I. Upon learning of the circumstances, Xiao Fan begins to contemplate a strategy. The patriarch is nearing his demise. A plan has emerged. Xiao Fan devised a clever scheme, one that would not only enable him to manipulate Ji Qingxue, but also tarnish Yi Chun's reputation in her eyes. Ha ha ha. I truly am a genius, the master of sowing discord. Xiao Fan sat quietly in Taichung, while Xi and Shi, understanding his needs, brewed tea for him and meticulously cleaned and peeled the spiritual fruit before him. In times past, he would have taken such attentions for granted. However, now, upon learning of Yu and Xi and Shi's true identities, he found it utterly astonishing. What is it, Holy Son? Xi and Shi inquired, her lively peach-colored eyes widening slightly in surprise. You need not concern yourself with such tasks any longer, he stated, gesturing towards the teacup in her hands. Have I not performed adequately? She asked timidly. Please, Holy Son, tell me what I can improve. He realized he could only resort to a firm approach. From now on, without my explicit command, you are not to take any action on your own. Do you understand? Xi and Shi's face flushed crimson, her body radiating an unnatural warmth as she softly replied, I understand, Holy Son. Uncle Jiang, with his eyes closed, slightly opened them, internally shaking his head and choosing to remain uninvolved. The young master was kind-hearted. Though his words were often cold, his actions betrayed a compassionate nature. Even while interacting with a maid, he maintained a distant demeanor, yet considered the feelings of those below him. Such kindness seemed ill-suited for survival in the treacherous realm of cultivation. Jiang contemplated reporting back to the clan leader, suggesting that the young master receive a more rigorous education in crisis management, for kindness could be a perilous flaw. He needed to learn the importance of rooting out threats decisively. Ji Qingxue, having acquired the desired alchemical formula, hastily concluded the philosophical discourse. Meanwhile, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to accompany Ji Qingxue into the Ji family estate to oversee the alchemical processes. As the crowd dissipated, Xiao Fan remained engrossed in etching a jade slip, continuing his work undeterred even as others departed. Ji Qingxue rose to see him off, her voice soft and apologetic. I truly apologize for the oversight. During today's discourse, I gleaned some insights into alchemy and felt compelled to return and experiment with them. I hope you can forgive my lack of hospitality, Holy Son. Xiao Fan paused in his intricate carving, letting out a gentle sigh. At last, it is complete. He lifted his gaze to meet Ji Qingxue's, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Her crystalline, luminous eyes emanated an ethereal purity, intertwined with an enchanting allure that captivated the soul. Unlike Sui Yun's innocent desire, Ji Qingshue's eyes radiated only innocence and sanctity, while her charm stemmed from an innate elegance. Each held their own unique beauty, standing equally matched. Truly, as the favored daughter of fortune, she possessed breathtaking beauty. Have you finished? Xiao Fan inquired with a smile. Ji Qingxue nodded, feeling slightly unaccustomed to his direct gaze, but dismissing the sensation as a mere misunderstanding. Yes, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Would it be possible for us to speak privately? Xiao Fan smiled again. After a brief contemplation, Ji Qingxue agreed. Certainly, that poses no issue. Meanwhile, Yuchen felt an unsettling premonition stirring within him. He wished to intervene, yet he found himself without a voice in this matter. If you would, please step outside for a moment. Xiao Fan nodded to Uncle Jiang, who discreetly exited the scene while deftly pushing Yi Chen aside. She remained steadfast, refusing to budge, embodying yet another cunning fox. I had promised my sister not to allow such a sly fox near the holy prince. Shi, perhaps you could step outside for a moment. Shi, however, refused to leave, asserting, you may speak freely. I assure you, your words will remain confidential. Xiao Fan experienced a throbbing headache. How could I threaten you in your presence? It seems I must resort to old tactics once more. Cough, cough. Xiao Fan gently caressed the delicate, jade-like visage of Shi, his voice icy as he uttered, the master's command is absolute. Do you understand? She felt her body weaken, with no trace of resistance flickering in her eyes. She replied, but I... Xiao Fan gently lifted Cinny's chin with his right hand, their gazes locking in a moment of intimacy. He softly pressed his lips against her rosy ones and said, this is a reward for you. Do not push your luck. A tingling jolt surged from their lips, momentarily clouding her mind. Yes, Cinny. I shall take my leave now. She felt a delightful dizziness, as if her senses had been overwhelmed. Ji Qingsno looked on in astonishment. While it was known that maidens possessed abilities to aid in cultivation and fulfill physiological needs, witnessing such closeness in front of others was a first for her. Ji Qingsno, still innocent and untouched by worldly affairs, blushed at the sight. If you have something to say, please speak plainly, she remarked. Xiao Fan presented the meticulously carved jade tablet to her. Take a look and see if there is anything you require. Anything I require? Ji Qingxue inquired, perplexed. As she probed with her spiritual sense, her initial confusion transformed into a grave expression, ultimately culminating in a look of horror as she exclaimed, you have devised a scheme to threaten me. Xiao Fan, surely, you wouldn't wish for this matter to be known, would you? Perhaps you could offer a spark of motivation to the young author, my friends. Chapter 51. The Art of Manipulation. Ji Qingshue's delicate visage was as frosty as the winter's breath, her countenance radiating an aura of sanctity and cold beauty, yet now marred by indignation. The contents of the jade slip caused her chest to rise and fall with agitation. Do we harbor animosity? Why do you torment the Ji family? Ji Qingxue spoke with a chilling tone. The text inscribed on the jade slip seemed to expose every vulnerability of her clan. You wouldn't want the impending demise of your family's ancestor to become public knowledge, would you? The celestial star pill, how adeptly Yichen weaves his tales, and you, quite foolishly, allowed a mere foundational cultivator to uncover your family's secrets. Well done. This undercover operation has been executed commendably. Return and reward Yichen with a chicken leg. Xiao Fan is certainly not a mere flickering flame. The halo of the child of fortune can lead Ji Qingxue to believe that a foundation establishment cultivator could genuinely aid a Mahayana practitioner in prolonging their life or even ascending to greater heights of cultivation. Moreover, with just a glance at the pill formula, Ji Qingxue unconditionally trusts that he is capable of refining the elixir. One could say that when the child of fortune encounters the female protagonist, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to soar. Once Yuchen departs, the cognitive veil dissipates, and Ji Qingxue regains her composure, her intellect reclaiming its dominion. Indeed, why did I not harbor any doubts and instead choose to place my faith in him? A chilling realization. She even felt as though her thoughts had been subtly guided by an invisible force. There is indeed no enmity. Xiao Fan stated succinctly. If there is no animosity, then stop. Xiao Fan interrupted her, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze appreciatively assessed Ji Qingxue. Beneath her stunningly pure visage lies an air of elegance and nobility. Within her body resides two souls, if this pertains to soul cultivation. It presents a complex conundrum worthy of contemplation. What do you intend to do? Ji Qingxue sensed a gaze laden with ulterior motives, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Xiao Fan nonchalantly stated, "Let us proceed this way. I shall keep your secret, provided you agree to a single condition." Upon recalling Xiao Fan's lecherous gaze and surveying her own form, she found an unexpected calmness and replied, "First, state your condition. It is quite simple. Become my informant and provide me with intelligence regarding the sacred land of Yaoguang." Ji Qingxue was taken aback. The thought of betraying her sect was unfathomable. She shook her head in refusal. "That is out of the question." "Do not be so hasty in your rejection," Xiao Fan chuckled. "As the saintess of Yaoguang, you cannot possibly betray the sacred land. Are you suggesting that for the sake of the sacred land, you would disregard the peril facing your family? I will find a way to manage matters concerning my clan." Xiao Fan, naive. "Ji Qingxue, the sacred land bears a weighty responsibility upon me. I cannot betray it." Xiao Fan had long been prepared. He had read Ji Qingxue's script several times. Initially driven by a simple desire to explore the detailed descriptions of body language within the secret realm for critical learning. Yet, the narrative was encapsulated in mere phrases, neither impactful nor profound. The plot, spanning several days, was summarized in just a few sentences, while the more mundane aspects were left untouched. It seemed the system lacked discernment. He meticulously combed through the script multiple times, failing to discover any intersection between himself and Ji Qingxue. This indicated that, within the original timeline, aside from their encounter in the secret realm, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Indeed, being the woman of the chosen one of destiny, she could be deemed a successful antagonist. Her exit from the stage was only to be expected. However, this was his narrative of the antagonist's world, and he intended to expand upon the plot within the secret realm, transforming Ji Qingxue into his own cherished companion, cackling with delight at the thought. In the original timeline, Ji Qingxue's journey had been fraught with adversity. The radiant light sacred ground had exalted her as a saintess due to her rare constitution as a mystic maiden of the moon shadow. Bearing the exceptional bloodline of the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, this unique physical trait made her an excellent vessel for cultivation, a rarity indeed, leading her to be utilized as a tool for marriage alliances between the radiant light sacred ground and other factions. Of course, in the original timeline, the chosen one, Yichen, would rescue her, ultimately overcoming all obstacles to achieve greatness. Given the benevolence of the sacred ground towards her, one would presume that with its profound resources, rescuing a high-level cultivator would not pose a significant challenge, right? Why then did they not save your ancestor? After all, you are a saintess. I would think that if you were to speak up, it should not be a considerable issue, Xiao Fan remarked. Ji Qingxue replied, "Though I am a saintess, I cannot abuse my power. Matters concerning my own family must be resolved by myself." How commendably clear-cut. Very well. If I were to assert that you were merely a pawn for marriage alliances, would you believe it? Xiao Fan continued. Marriage alliances? Impossible. My heart is set on the path of greatness. I am never swayed by romantic entanglements. The sacred ground has also stated it will not interfere with my fate and love, Ji Qingxue firmly denied. But unfortunately, your words hold no weight. Beauty without the strength to protect it is but a curse. As Xiao Fan approached Ji Qingxue, he took one step, then another, and finally a third. The distance between them shrank to a mere 3 fingers' breadth as their gazes locked. The intoxicating fragrance of her youthful essence permeated Xiao Fan's heart, filling him with an exhilarating sense of serenity. Ji Qingxue did not shy away. Instead, she reminisced about her past experiences within the sacred grounds. She recalled attending numerous significant meetings, where the visiting powers were akin to those of the radiant light sacred land, and even celestial families descended from the heavens. Initially, she believed the sacred land sought to broaden her horizons. However, the discussions among the prominent figures always took place in the core regions of the sacred land, areas she had never set eyes upon. These influential individuals engaged in transactions while the younger generation they brought along was entrusted to the care of the sacred son and daughter. Curiously, each time, the young visitors were all youthful males, many of whom openly expressed their affections for her, but she consistently declined their advances. Within the sacred land, the Grand Elder and the Holy Master repeatedly urged her to forge friendships with her peers, even hinting on several occasions that if she had a particular interest in someone, she might consider pursuing a relationship. They encouraged her to cultivate more friendships, and on multiple instances, the Holy Master explicitly suggested that she could entertain several suitors simultaneously. She deflected these overtures, citing her pursuit of the celestial path, dismissing them as mere casual remarks. Moreover, each time, the Holy Master would smile as they bid farewell to those young men, who often wore solemn expressions, while the newcomers gazed at her with lingering reluctance, leaving her perplexed. Could it be true, as he suggested, that she was merely a tool for establishing value? Reflecting further, she questioned whether she had ever practiced the core secret arts of the radiant light sacred land. Additionally, as a disciple of the Holy Master and a designated sacred maiden, why did the forces that bore a grudge against her family dare to provoke her? Even if the radiant light sacred land refrained from taking action, a mere warning from them would compel her adversaries to present lavish gifts to the G family, seeking forgiveness and imploring the sacred maiden for her magnanimity. Yet, it seemed she had not enjoyed such privileges as a sacred maiden. Was it possible that she, in her esteemed role, was unworthy even of a verbal assurance of protection from the sacred land? Ji Qingshue's thoughts became tumultuous. She had lived through these experiences and had felt them deeply. Previously, she had given them little thought, but now, Xiao Fan's unrelenting scrutiny had pierced through her defenses. Gradually, a sense of clarity began to dawn within her. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to concede. She held Xiao Fan's gaze steadfastly and declared, "You are merely sowing discord. Your tactics are rather unrefined." Xiao Fan, observing her lack of evasion, displayed a triumphant smile, his actions growing increasingly audacious as he boldly reached out to encircle her slender waist. With his other hand, he gently caressed her lustrous hair. Akin to a comb gliding through silk, the means to an end were merely instruments to achieve his desires. Ji Qingshue's body stiffened. She was not surprised by Xiao Fan's advances, merely unaccustomed to them. "What do you want?" Ji Qingxue inquired in a low voice. This man, unscrupulous and embodying the essence of a ruthless hero, would undoubtedly not be swayed by mere beauty. These frivolous gestures were merely tactics employed to fulfill his ambitions. Ji Qingshue's mind raced as she contemplated what leverage she still possessed. "What do I want?" Xiao Fan chuckled, his gaze fixated on her rosy, delicate lips. "Ah, how delightful." Of course, prior to executing these maneuvers, Xiao Fan had already activated the 5 elements Linglong Tower, enveloping the 2 within its confines. Ji Qingshue's mind went blank, her entire being in a state of stupor. What was he doing? Xiao Fan found it peculiar that this individual exhibited no defenses, neither in demeanor nor in the sharpness of his wit. Nevertheless, the absence of caution proved advantageous. It was not until the moment of their confrontation that Ji Qingxue forcefully pushed Xiao Fan away. She maintained her characteristic elegance, devoid of any trace of embarrassment, her expression solely reflecting indignation. "That is quite enough." Was this woman perhaps a touch too aloof? Xiao Fan nonchalantly spread his hands, his expression unwavering as he remarked, "I merely wish to awaken you. Observe, are you not more alert now?" Ji Qingxue assumed he was mocking her and retorted coldly, "If you continue with these antics, any talk of infiltration will be off the table." Xiao Fan gazed at her earnest expression, and a clever idea sprouted in his mind. "If I were to directly express my desire for your body, you would undoubtedly deem me as possessing crude tastes. Instead, I shall present a premise. What if I were to propose that you infiltrate the sacred land of radiance as an undercover agent, while the control over your physical form serves merely to dominate the essence of who you are? In this scenario, you might perceive that my intention to possess you is solely to bind you to my side, ensuring your loyalty to me. Such a course of action, albeit somewhat unscrupulous, remains a method to achieve my ultimate objective, a true manifestation of a formidable leader. Without this premise, you would surely accuse me of lacking ambition." Thus, Xiao Fan inquired, "What is your answer?" "I shall acquiesce to your request, provided you offer me a commitment in return," Ji Qingxue responded, taking a deep breath. "Speak." "Though my status as a saintess is largely symbolic, should my family face extinction, I too would prefer not to survive in mere existence, for your plans would ultimately falter." Xiao Fan comprehended her words. Was it not merely a matter of safeguarding your family? A trivial effort, indeed. This is no jest. Under the aegis of the Xiao family, there exist over a dozen prominent clans, all of whom rely on their kinship or friendships with the Xiao lineage, not to mention the formidable strength of their own clan. As for my esteemed ancestor, you, Xiao Fan interjected, "I have gained nothing, while you have acquired everything you desired. Is this exchange truly equitable? Furthermore, the notion of protection is contingent upon your loyalty. Should you betray me and render my efforts futile, where shall I seek redress?" Ji Qingxue replied, "Do you not possess information regarding my Ji family?" Xiao Fan shook his head, expressing that this was insufficient. He sought a dual layer of assurance. Ji Qingxue hesitated, her dignified and exquisite visage betraying her inner turmoil. Indeed, There exists no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Witnessing Ji Qingshui's predicament stirred a sense of sympathy within Xiao Fan, who realized that he had already succeeded halfway. He merely needed to propose a few unconventional actions that she might find acceptable. The trivial matters at hand seemed inconsequential. 2 days later, Xiao Fan emerged from the palace. Having taken care to don an identical outfit to avoid detection by Xian Shi, and refreshed himself with a bath beforehand. "Saint Sun, why have you only just come out?" Xian Shi inquired, her delicate features contorted in a frown. Xiao Fan regarded him with a cold gaze, his voice laced with indifference. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" "No, that's not what I meant," Xian Shi quickly replied. "This holy son has no need to justify his actions to others." With that, he stepped into the carriage, exuding an air of serenity akin to that of a Buddha. Xian Shi trembled uncontrollably, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. "It was my fault. I sincerely apologize to you, holy son. Please do not be angry." "Humph. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Good. Let us depart, Uncle Jiang." "Yes." Within the grand hall, Ji Qingxue received the replica of the tumultuous scene, her mind echoing Xiao Fan's words. "Next time you come, I will assess your performance. If you fail, prepare to face my criticism." Her cultivation had seen a significant enhancement, a result of their collective efforts and training. Traditionally, to reach the late stage of the nascent soul, she would require no less than 3 years of arduous meditation and qi refinement. However, practicing alongside Xiao Fan, 10 days of training equated to 3 years of relentless toil. It seemed that this was not as insufferable as she had imagined. The mutual practice appeared to greatly aid her cultivation. She resolved to dedicate herself to her studies. Nevertheless, before that, she needed to settle a score. Yichen, who had been waiting anxiously outside, rushed into the grand hall upon seeing Xiao Fan depart. Eager to ascertain whether Qingxue had been mistreated, he had not considered the implications of Xiao Fan and Qingxue's training, as such matters typically unfolded within the confines of a secret realm, and they were not yet in such a place. How could anything of that nature possibly occur? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. "Qingxue, are you all right? Did that scoundrel trouble you?" "If he did, I—" Before he could finish, Ji Qingxue fixed him with a frigid stare. The innocence of her youth dissipated, revealing a burgeoning woman's presence. "I do not wish to provoke conflict. While I have yet to harbor murderous intent, I suggest you leave," Ji Qingxue declared, tossing back the formula for the celestial star pill. Xiao Fan informed her that this individual was sent by him to extract her secrets, and she believed him, had it not been for the fact that this was the territory of the Taishian sacred land, and Yichen was a disciple of the same. Ji Qingxue would undoubtedly have taken his life. Qingxue, Yichen was momentarily taken aback. After 2 days apart, her hostility was palpable. It was clear that Xiao Fan had sown discord between them. He intended to voice his thoughts, yet Ji Qingxue stood up and turned to leave. To his astonishment, he noticed her unsteady gait, nearly causing her to fall. It became evident to him that Xiao Fan had indeed mistreated Qingxue, a cultivator unable to walk steadily. This cruelty was excessive. Qingxue, the guard of Ji Qingxue, a striking woman, let out a cold snort and sent Yi Chun flying with a single strike, expertly controlling her strength to merely shatter his internal organs. If fortune favored him, he might live for another 3 to 5 years. Yi Chun spat out a mouthful of black blood, his hatred for Xiao Fan intensifying. "You wretch! Dare you to bully Qingxue? Prepare to pay with your life." Chapter 53, Irregular Rewards. Yin-Yang Disorder Pilding. The fateful bond between the destined child Yi Chun and the heroine Ji Qingxue has fractured, resulting in Yi Chun's loss of fortune. While the host gains 800 points of villain value, the host successfully established a connection with the fortune-bearing woman, obtaining Ji Qingxue's first blood, claiming the primordial yin, and receiving 1,000 points of fortune value. Yi Chun suffered grievous injuries, his body left maimed, and his fortune diminished as he endeavored to mend his wounds. As Xiao Fan listened to the rising value of the antagonist, an inexplicable understanding dawned upon him, as if he could perceive a faint trace of fate in the future. The host successfully captured Ji Qingxue, receiving the reward, the Yin-Yang Chaotic Pill, also known as the Troublemaker. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? He found it hard to believe his eyes, repeatedly scrutinizing the text, left in a state of astonishment. The Yin-Yang Chaotic Pill. There are 2 in total, one representing yin and the other yang, a collision of 1 and 0, igniting sparks in those who consume it. Any romance not aimed at reproduction is deemed true love. If one party perishes, the effect of the pill ceases. Troublemaker, a crude name with vulgar effects. A boon for those who embrace the love between men. This is the essence of the yin-yang chaotic pill. Am I not a decent person? Having pursued 2 female leads consecutively, does that not signify that I am a heterosexual man of respectable character? Xiao Fan felt somewhat speechless. The system had been rather perfunctory, presenting him with a low-grade spirit stone, which was far superior to this item, something even a dog would disdain. You may take pleasure in this, he thought, for this system never engages in futile endeavors. The yin-yang chaos pill possesses its own peculiar utility. You shall find it useful. Pa, you may find it useful. Your whole family might find it useful, Xiao Fan scoffed inwardly. He retrieved 2 pills, one red and the other blue. The red one radiated heat, while the blue one exuded a chilling aura. The red pill was inscribed with a capital 1, presumably indicating its offensive nature. Well then, I shall toss the blue one to whichever fortunate child of destiny I find displeasing. As for the red one, I might as well offer it to a dog. Thus, he could boldly proclaim, "You wretched creature." With this thought, a new perspective dawned upon him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the image of Yichen surfaced in his mind. It seemed he would be the recipient of that pill. How intriguing. The system's rewards continued to resonate, unceasing. Ding. Initial task completed. The host has successfully uttered 2 phrases. You wouldn't want this matter to be known, would you? The host is honest and trustworthy, never imposing on others and respecting the wishes of the saintess. Truly a model for our kind. Indeed the light of our villainous cohort. Reward acquired. Pure righteous chi. Pure righteous chi. A constitution embodying the essence of righteousness, when paired with the righteous chi technique, crafts an image of an upright gentleman from within. As villains, we place great emphasis on our image. In any circumstance, we must exude elegance and justice, displaying refined manners and eloquent speech. Villains ought not to linger in the shadows. The true villain stands amidst the righteous, acting freely while remaining undetected as the ultimate antagonist. With pure righteous chi and the righteous chi technique, no one shall comprehend the facade you so expertly maintain. Xiao Fan slowly typed a message. No one understands the facade of propriety better than you, does he? System. You possess a deep appreciation for the art of language. However, this grand and righteous spirit is indeed a remarkable entity. Xiao Fan practiced the Howren righteousness technique, acutely aware of the overwhelming power inherent in such a constitution, which naturally restrains malevolent cultivators. This constitution signifies not only immense strength, but, more importantly, embodies the essence of a virtuous person. Since ancient times, only those who have grasped the quintessence of the Howren righteousness technique can transform their constitution into the embodiment of righteous energy. This essence comprises a heart of justice, a spirit of benevolence, and a willingness to sacrifice oneself for the well-being of all beings. It epitomizes all noble qualities. Although I possess an unyielding heart, one with this constitution can be perceived as the rightful path in the eyes of others, and even deceitful words may be accepted as truth, for reasons unknown. The image of Eisen floated through Xiao Fan's mind, a paragon of villainy. Ding. The host has successfully completed the task for the first time, triggering a critical reward, an additional map of the dragon's secret realm. This map encompasses the complete distribution of opportunities within the dragon's secret realm, detailing perilous areas, as well as the location of the most significant reward for the current child of destiny, the dragon soul inheritance. Yichen has suffered a grave setback, and the dragon's secret realm is on the verge of activation, with only 3 days remaining until its opening. The host is advised to make adequate preparations. Is it finally time to retrieve my greatest boon? Xiao Fan harbored a cold smile, envisioning the day he would unleash the secret realm and eliminate Yi Chun. Uncle Jiang, proceed to the Grand Elder, he commanded. Yi Tianwei, in a fit of rage, felt a profound sense of frustration. As a dignified nascent soul cultivator, it was a severe humiliation for him to resort to violence against a foundation establishment cultivator, only to find the latter unscathed. His pride was shattered, and his objectives remained unfulfilled. Come forth, Yu Tianwei bellowed. Saint Sun, a virtual cultivator, emerged from nothingness, gradually solidifying before Yu Tianwei. This was none other than Yi Tianwei's protector. What news do you have regarding Yi Chen? Yi Tianwei inquired. Everything is here for your perusal, Saint Sun, the man replied, presenting a jade slip to Yi Tianwei. Upon receiving it, Yi Tianwei's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and a hint of a smile crept upon his previously grim visage. Is everything written herein true? He asked. Absolutely, without a doubt. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Saintess's subordinate struck Yi Chun, sending him flying while he spewed blood uncontrollably. I also heard the Saintess declare that she would not kill Yu Chen, solely because he is a disciple of the Tai Xian's sacred land, and this is their territory. She fears inciting trouble, the virtual cultivator responded. Excellent. Splendid. Yi Tianwei clapped his hands in approval. The only reason the Saintess refrained from killing Yi Chun was to avoid incurring Ji Qingshuang's wrath. Now that even Ji Qingshuang sought his demise, if he could slay Yi Chun, he would surely win her favor. Indeed, heaven is assisting me. You, go capture Yi Chun, regardless of life or death. No, I shall lead the expedition myself. I will ensure he is torn to shreds. To kill a Foundation establishment cultivator with my own hands. If I were to inform Ji Qingshuang of such an accomplishment, would she not be moved to embrace me? The time for his daily reverie had arrived once more. Yi Tianwei departed with his guards, a cadre of 7 or 8 divine transformation cultivators. If Yi Chun manages to escape from this formation, I shall castrate myself. Meanwhile, in a chilling cave, Yi Chun was meditating and refining his energy, consuming pills to mend his shattered internal organs. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, what would be a fatal injury for an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator was merely a trifling matter for him. Nonetheless, he felt an ache in his heart, not from the pain of his wounds, but from the torment Ji Qingshuang had endured at the hands of Xiao Fan. The pain was unbearable. The mere thought of Ji Qingshuang being bullied ignited a surge of wrath within him. It would take approximately 2 days to recover from his injuries, and the journey to the dragon's secret realm would consume another day. Once he obtained the dragon's soul inheritance from the secret realm, the sacred land would undoubtedly regard his status with importance. At that point, he would present his demands and vie for the position of Saint Sun. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed silently, I will strip you of the Saint Sun title and marry Qingshuang. Just you wait. He resolved to hasten his healing process. For indeed a formidable group had arrived outside the cave, each member exuding an overwhelming presence. Among them were 7 or 8 cultivators at the transformation stage. At the center of the crowd stood Yi Tianwei, who, with a derisive sneer, bellowed, Yi Chun, you cannot escape. Come forth and meet your demise. Yi Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Danger loomed. Chapter 54, Are There Canine Demons? Yi Tianwei had tracked down Yi Chun and commenced his relentless pursuit. In a desperate bid for survival, Yi Chun fled with all his might, astonishingly evading capture time and again, despite his Foundation establishment cultivation. Furthermore, in the face of life-threatening peril, he experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Indeed, the child of destiny, akin to an indomitable cockroach, could never be vanquished. Rather, he grew ever stronger with each confrontation. Xiao Fan approached the Grand Elder, this time with a difference. He had notified the Grand Elder in advance to avoid any unforeseen complications. Holy Son, it appears that your cultivation has made remarkable progress, the Grand Elder observed. Noting the significant increase in Xiao Fan's aura, now at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. It had only been 2 months since his breakthrough. The Grand Elder could not help but feel a sense of astonishment at the Holy Son's exceptional talent. Merely a stroke of luck. Xiao Fan replied with a hint of humor. I cannot simply admit that my advancement is due to the essence of 2 extraordinary physique Holy Maidens I have acquired through dual cultivation. Furthermore, these essences have yet to be fully refined. Once they are, I could ascend to an even higher level. The Grand Elder was left speechless, pondering why fortune had not favored him in the same manner. I wonder, Holy Son, what business brings you to me? Xiao Fan produced a revised edition of the Dragon's Secret Realm guidebook. He retained the map of the Dragon's Secret Realm and the general locations of major opportunities while omitting the locations of the Dragon Soul and the lascivious Dragon Pearl, marking these 2 points as hazardous territories. The remaining minor opportunities and inconspicuous inheritances remained untouched and unchanged. Upon receiving the atlas, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat perplexed. What is this? He inquired. Oh, it is a guidebook I stumbled upon at the entrance of the sacred land, titled Dragon's Secret Realm. I am unsure which dashing individual left it here, Xiao Fan casually fabricated, uninterested in providing a detailed explanation. The Grand Elder's disbelief was inconsequential, as Xiao Fan had no intention of clarifying further. I believe this Dragon's Secret Realm holds some value, so I thought I would share it with you, he added. The Grand Elder paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought. As if recalling something significant, he asked, Wait, what secret realm are you referring to? The Dragon's Secret Realm. Xiao Fan replied. The Grand Elder's face lit up with sheer ecstasy, his excitement causing him to gesture animatedly, even at several millennia of age. He was unable to contain his enthusiasm. Ha! The dragon's secret realm. It seems that the heavens truly favor the sacred land and its chosen one, he exclaimed joyously. An elder from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion sent me a message, stating that through their calculations and extensive research of ancient texts, they surmised that this place should be the lair of the ancient ancestral dragon's lineage. Young Chosen One. This dragon's secret realm you possess is highly likely the blueprint of that dragon's lair. You are indeed remarkable. To stumble upon the map of the dragon's secret realm upon your departure, you truly are a blessing to our sacred land. The Grand Elder expressed his admiration without a trace of skepticism regarding the authenticity of Xiao Fan's explanation. Xiao Fan felt a deep sense of gratitude. This sacred place was truly magnificent. The Grand Elder bestowed upon him unwavering trust, and every elder he encountered treated him with the utmost respect. Excellent. I shall lead this sacred ground towards brilliance. Holy Son, based on your intuition, how much of this blueprint do you perceive as genuine and how much is illusory? Inquired the Grand Elder. Xiao Fan donned a contemplative expression and, as if struck by an epiphany, remarked, "It is undoubtedly 99% authentic." This assertion held merit. For aside from the two altered illustrations, every other aspect remained untouched, thus validating his claim. However, after a brief pause, the Grand Elder, holding the tome of maps, inquired, "Saint Son, will your family hold you accountable for entrusting this secret realm map to the sacred grounds?" The Xiao family, too, is a prestigious lineage, a force standing at the pinnacle of the world. Should there be any misunderstanding that it is the Holy Land coercing the Holy Son to yield, the implications could be dire. Fear not, you may proceed with complete assurance. In my household, my father's words hold little weight. It is my mother whose voice carries authority. As her eldest son, I am certain she will stand by me, and even my father, upon his arrival, would be unable to voice any substantial opposition. Xiao Fan spoke with unwavering confidence. His father, a man governed by his wife, has only one spouse, his mother, unlike himself, who at the tender age of 18 has already won the hearts of 2 holy maidens. The dream of his father to have a multitude of wives will be fulfilled through him. The elder of the clan appeared somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of the head of the Xiao family, acclaimed as the foremost sword cultivator in the realm, wielding the legendary sword of celestial demise. Just to illustrate his recent accomplishments, 20 years ago, with a solitary sword, he reportedly defeated over 10 formidable ice flame dragon horses in merely 3 moves, even slaying 2 of them. The seemingly unfathomable strength of the head of the Xiao family is surprisingly overshadowed by his wife's authority. Perhaps it is true that behind every successful man stands a formidable woman. Xiao Fan did not contemplate much. Primarily, the most crucial aspect, the dragon soul inheritance, had not been documented. As long as he could obtain this dragon soul inheritance, everything else would pale in significance. Xiao Fan once again conferred with the Grand Elder regarding the arrangement of personnel. They deliberated on the number of elders to be dispatched and the quantity of disciples to accompany them. The Grand Elder, however, refrained from making any definitive decisions, choosing instead to engage in collective discussion. Xiao Fan harbored an illusion that he had begun to take control of the sacred land. "Let us proceed in this manner," he declared. "By the way, are there any male canid demons on the side of Spirit Beast Mountain? They need not possess intelligence, only a sufficient degree of ferocity." At the end, Xiao Fan added this remark. "Canid demons?" The Grand Elder was uncertain. "What do you require these beasts for, Holy Son?" "Oh, the canid demons have keen senses of smell. In the secret realm, I wish to employ one to scout the way." Crafting a reason, Xiao Fan was adept. The Grand Elder, who had just received the blueprint of the dragon's secret realm, was too preoccupied with his joy to regard the importance of the canid demons. "Very well. I shall speak to the elder in charge of Spirit Beast Mountain. You may take whatever you desire, Holy Son," the Grand Elder stated. Xiao Fan was deeply moved. And at the same time, he began to envision the formidable power of the yin-yang chaos pill, cackling softly. Meanwhile, Yichun was still fleeing. Yi Tianwei was on the brink of madness. A mere foundation establishment cultivator had broken through to a new realm at the edge of death, disregarding all reason. Normally, a cultivator's breakthrough required tranquility and focus, fearing even the slightest disturbance, which could lead to a disastrous misstep. Yet here he was, achieving a breakthrough while being pursued. Was there no law? Was there no order? What was even more infuriating was that after 2 days of relentless chasing, a group of transformation stage cultivators could not catch up with a golden core cultivator. If word of this reached the sacred land, how would he save face? Kill him. Who can take him down? I shall reward you with a broken void pill, Yu Tianwei announced, offering a reward for the broken void pill, which had a 30% chance of helping a transformation stage cultivator advance to the refining void stage, a highly precious elixir in the sacred land. He was truly seeing red. Upon hearing of this pill, the group of transformation stage cultivators, disregarding their dignity, put forth their utmost effort to chase down a mere golden core cultivator, something unthinkable in the past. At this moment, Yuchen stood upon a small, abandoned high-grade treasure boat he had found along the way. It required only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to operate, allowing him to outpace even the transformation stage cultivators, making it ideal for escape. Yes, he had stumbled upon a treasure, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Without this boat, he would have long been a wandering soul. Observing the relentless pursuers behind him, Yichen declared with a chilling intent, "Saint son of Yaoguang, Yi, shall remember this chase. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate me." Yu Tianwei, upon hearing this, was on the verge of an explosion of fury. This brat was still being defiant. "Kill him. I will add another 1 million high-grade spirit stones." Yichen retorted with a cold laugh, "You are but a useless fool, relying solely on pills and spirit stones." Even while being hunted, he remained composed. As the chosen one of destiny, what harm is there in mocking a mere pawn? With one more day of travel in this direction, he would reach the entrance to the dragon's secret realm. Once within, if he obtained the dragon soul inheritance, he would surely rise to greatness. "Soon, I shall reign supreme." Yichen quickened his pace, continuing his flight. "Wait for me, secret realm." Chapter 55. Xiao Fan's patient explanation. Xiao Fan arrived at the Spirit Beast Mountain, where, under the guidance of an elder, he began the selection of canine spirits. The elder inquired, "Might I ask what type of canine spirit the Holy Sun desires?" "Here, we boast over 10 varieties, each differing in size and hue. Some are swift. Others exhibit profound intelligence, while certain ones possess keen perception. A multitude of canine spirits awaits your selection." With a warm smile, the elder continued, "As the Grand Elder himself has permitted you to choose freely, I shall not be remiss in my duties. Please, select at your leisure. What requirements could I possibly fail to fulfill?" The elder exuded confidence. Xiao Fan articulated his desires with fervor. "Well, I possess a rather intense libido, if you understand what I mean. It is the kind that is wild and uninhibited, driven solely by primal instincts. An insatiable canine demon that I shall refer to as a lustful hound." "Oh, so that is it," he continued, but before he could elaborate further, the elder's smiling visage suddenly became rigid. "Pardon me, could you repeat that?" "Holy Son, you must be mistaken." The elder from Spirit Beast Mountain sought clarification. "A lustful hound." "Indeed, one that is more ferocious, with less intelligence, preferably endowed with considerable brute strength. Naturally, I do not desire one that has transformed. The essence of my request is purely beastly," Xiao Fan stated earnestly. The elder felt a shiver run down his spine. Such an eccentric demand was unprecedented. Holy Son. The primary criterion for the beasts of Spirit Beast Mountain is their intelligence. We do not accept beasts devoid of intellect. As for the ferocious canine demons, our spirit beasts are meant to assist our disciples, and one of the essential requirements is that they must be docile and obedient. Your request for something so unruly may prove difficult to fulfill. In essence, spirit beasts are obedient creatures. Those that do not conform are considered aberrations. The relationship between humans and spirit beasts is one of master and servant, with obedience being paramount. Xiao Fan found himself in a quandary, unable to locate something vital. Was this not a boon for the child of destiny? Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "The villain's value of fortune has activated. What you desire shall eventually come to you." However, he mused, despite accumulating so much villainous value, its practical utility seemed rather limited. In the next moment, a disciple rushed in, breathless and frantic, exclaiming, "Elder, a yawning dog demon has gone berserk and attacked the white tiger you raised. The scene is exceedingly gruesome. You must come at once." "What?" The elder was taken aback, for the white tiger was not particularly powerful, possessing only the cultivation of the golden core stage. It was a recent acquisition, yet it held great potential, with hopes of reaching the refining void stage. He had invested a significant sum to nurture it for the purpose of breeding a tiger pack. And now he was being told that it had been savaged by a dog? The elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle, a perversion that transcends races. The fortunes of this villain are rather unique in their utility. You cannot possibly intend to thwart it, can you? As you mentioned, the Holy Sun is visiting today to select the canines, and we have been instructed to guard them well. How could we dare lay a hand upon them? Remarked one of the disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan acknowledged that the elder displayed a degree of understanding by refraining from allowing his subordinates to slay the canine demon. Xiao Fan commanded, "Bring forth that canine demon. He shall be the one." As he departed, the image of the black beast, as robust as a wild bull, galloping furiously upon the white tiger demon, lingered in his mind. It was a scene drenched in extreme bloodshed, marked by unparalleled brutality, wholly unsuitable for the innocent. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the canine demon's eyes blazed crimson, stripped of all reason, and its bifurcated head could not conceal the inherent savagery of its nature. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon Yichen, and with a sly chuckle, he proclaimed, "The gift you desired has been delivered." Calculating the time, he noted that the secret realm would emerge the following day. Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of the sacred land, a location meticulously arranged by the Grand Elder for his leadership. Accompanying him were over 100 core disciples at the nascent soul stage and 600 inner disciples at the golden core stage, each possessing a clear objective. Having already delineated their designated areas based on the secret realms map, these disciples had been carefully selected for their formidable strength or exceptional talents. Additionally, the sacred land dispatched 6 elder alchemists for Xiao Fan to command, a testament to their trust in him. As for the absence of those at the integration or ascension stages, it could be attributed to the fact that practitioners at those levels often seclude themselves, rarely venturing out. The Grand Elder was an exception, possessing remarkable talent. He was said to follow a path of cultivating both heart and mind. Xiao Fan personally confirmed that. Although the intricacies of cultivating the mind remain unclear, it is indeed a pursuit of nurturing one's nature. "Holy Son, when shall we depart?" inquired an elder. "Let us go immediately. By the time we arrive, the secret realm will nearly be opened," he replied. The elders, uncertain of the source of the Holy Sun's assuredness, could only follow the instructions of the Grand Elder, adhering to their orders without question. Xiao Fan continued, "I shall reiterate, within the dragon's secret realm, opportunities abound. Yet peril lurks at every turn. Your guide to the secret realm has delineated everything clearly. Any area marked in red signifies danger and must be approached with utmost caution. Your lives are not solely your own. You carry the hopes for the future of the sacred land. The sacred land has nurtured you, not to thrust you into the jaws of death." Xiao Fan began to speak with authority, feeling as though he were a sovereign leader. Some disciples inquired, "Where opportunity coexists with danger, could these perilous places perhaps hold great fortunes?" As the Holy Sun, Xiao Fan was undeniably a person of great reason. He patiently elucidated to them, "If you wish to perish, I can end your lives right here without the need to venture into the secret realm to become fodder." He continued, "Those who desire death, step forward. I shall ensure your passage." Simultaneously, the aura of his mid-yuan ing cultivation erupted with tremendous force, causing even the elder of the void refinement beside him to stagger back in astonishment. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. If the elder was taken aback by his imposing presence, one could only imagine the effect it had on the disciples. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, his reasoning was remarkably sound, as no dissenting voices were heard. Xiao Fan nodded and remarked, "It appears that no one harbors any objections. Splendid. You all cherish your lives." No one dared to speak. This was the power and authority that came with strength and status. "Let us depart." Yichun fled desperately, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Soon, he would reach the location of the secret realm. "In my previous life, I stumbled in by chance, barely escaping with my life. Now, armed with the memories of my past existence and holding the initiative, I intend to seize at least half of the opportunities within the dragon's secret realm." As for those pursuing him, he regarded them with utter disdain. "Continue your chase. Once I enter the secret realm, you shall find no refuge." Yichun gazed into the distance, where he could already see the destination, Longyuan. "Saint Sun, ahead lies the perilous Longyuan, rumored to be bottomless and fraught with danger. Shall we pursue?" One of the pursuers hesitated upon witnessing Yichun recklessly charge into Longyuan. Yu Tianwei himself was reluctant to continue the chase. It was more exhausting than pursuing female cultivators, with no visible progress. "Forget it. Let us return." However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the dark depths of Longyuan, shaking the very core of every onlooker. A radiant cloud of 7 colors ascended, revealing a colossal dragon's lair emerging from the void, its entrance encircled by a majestic dragon. The dragon's gaze was profound. Adorned with two pairs of antler-like horns atop its head, and its whiskers shimmered with brilliance. Its visage was anything but serene. Rather, it appeared fierce and terrifying, exuding an overwhelming aura of dragon majesty. Yichen erupted into wild laughter, proclaiming, "Once I emerge from the dragon's secret realm, your demise is assured." The ethereal forms of myriad dragons soared through the skies, drawing forth the dragon's lair. The dragon's secret realm had manifested. Chapter 56. I shall become a true dragon. Xiao Fan had been concealed near Longyuan. He had witnessed the events surrounding Yi Chen's pursuit. "Holy Son, shall we not intervene?" inquired an elder. The audacity of those from the sacred land of Shaking Light is remarkable, daring to pursue and attempt to slay a disciple of the supreme profound sacred land. Xiao Fan raised his gaze and spoke in a calm voice. "What significance does the past hold? Yet that individual dons the robe of our sacred land. Shall we stand idly by as they face peril? Can they truly keep pace? Observe closely. A golden core cultivator being pursued by a throng of transcendence practitioners, yet unable to escape. Do you not find this golden core cultivator rather peculiar? Perhaps they have been possessed." Xiao Fan's words hold a profound truth. Yi Chun is, in essence, the reincarnation of an immortal sovereign. When one considers this, it can be interpreted as a form of soul transference. The elder, rendered speechless, seems to agree, as this situation is exceedingly abnormal. Xiao Fan spoke softly, urging everyone to remain calm, for their objective was the dragon's secret realm. He then communicated telepathically, reminding them that they must adhere to the arrangements and refrain from any reckless actions. Otherwise, upon returning to the Holy Land, they would be awaiting confinement in the small black room. Xiao Fan's gaze remained fixed on Yichen, who, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the dragon abyss. This audacious act left Xiao Fan utterly astonished. The dragon abyss was one of the perilous locations within the Taishan sacred land, a place many sought to explore. Yet most who ventured inside never returned, and those who did emerged gravely injured. He could hardly fathom that Yi Chun would plunge directly downward. It could only be said that a child of destiny disregards reason. Not only did he survive the descent, but he also obtained a legacy. This bore a striking resemblance to the early martial arts novels, where the protagonist, after falling from a cliff, stumbles upon a manual of martial arts. At the very moment Yi Chun leaped, a thunderous dragon roar resonated from within the abyss, heralding the emergence of the dragon nest. "Truly, you are remarkable, my human key," Xiao Fan thought, lavishly praising Yi Chun in his heart. "I shall grant you a swift ascent, an ascent devoid of pain." With the dragon nest's emergence, the dragon's secret realm was unveiled. The commotion from the dragon abyss sent ripples through the heavens, awakening countless reclusive powerhouses. On a celestial mountain among the clouds, a young man with a profound aura suddenly opened his eyes, radiating a golden light. His gaze was deep and distant. "A secret realm has emerged?" he pondered. Such an immense commotion surely indicates a fortuitous opportunity. He contemplated for a moment before summoning a middle-aged man, whose ethereal presence revealed him to be at the late stage of the void refinement. "Ancestor," the middle-aged man inquired. "Yes, in the direction of the Taishan sacred land. A great secret realm has appeared. Take a group of disciples and seek your fortune there. Will they agree on the Taishan sacred land side? After all, it has emerged within their domain." "Haha, you overthink it. While the Taishan sacred land is indeed powerful, there are many forces like ours. The more people there are, the easier it becomes to exert pressure on them. Gaining entry should not be an issue. The Taishan sacred land claims to be the righteous Holy Land, and they cannot overtly drive us away. As long as you adhere to the rules and avoid provoking them, they will have no reason to expel you." "Understood," the middle-aged man replied. In a garden where peach blossoms danced in the breeze, a realm filled with female cultivators flourished. Amidst the vibrant blooms, a slender, breathtakingly beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes, her peach-colored irises shimmering with starlight, infinitely alluring. Her enchanting gaze turned towards the distance. After a moment's contemplation, she softly exclaimed, "A secret realm has emerged in the direction of the Taishan sacred land." After pondering for a while, she summoned a youthful girl and instructed her. "There is a secret realm emerging from the Taishan sacred land. Take a group to investigate." "The Taishan sacred land?" "Understood." The emergence of the 10,000 dragon nest has created a tremendous stir, igniting the ambitions of various factions within the realm of humanity. Not only the human race, but also the sea-dwelling dragon kin are profoundly shaken by this event. The 10,000 dragon nest, regardless of the opportunities it harbors, is itself a grand fortune. Within this nest, even an inconspicuous serpent demon can ascend to become a mighty python or a dragon-like entity. The prospect of transformation into a true dragon seems tantalizingly within reach. Yet, the dragon blood within the sea-dwelling dragon race is dwindling. And if they fail to devise a means of evolution, they risk being reduced to mere shadows of their former glory, their name reduced to a single character, dragon. A grand, transcendent purple-scale silverback dragon has sensed the awakening aura of the dragon nest, its large eyes snapping open. Perhaps these are the fabled dragon eyes. The slumbering beast within it awakens, its dragon blood surging with fervor. The 10,000 dragon nest has emerged. Ha ha ha, the 10,000 dragon nest has emerged. Heaven bless our dragon race. Overwhelmed with excitement, despite having achieved the transcendent realm, this dragon possesses but a modest trace of pure dragon blood. Being a descendant of both dragons and other demonic beasts. In the realm of demon beasts, lineage is paramount. His bloodline can only sustain him to the transcendent stage. And to ascend further, a metamorphosis is imperative. The legendary 10,000 dragon nest, capable of transforming serpents and pythons into dragons, promises that acquiring it would make ascension to immortality a trivial matter. It could even facilitate his transformation into a golden dragon, a being of noble lineage among dragons, the five-clawed golden dragon. The mere thought of becoming a five-clawed golden dragon fills him with uncontainable exhilaration. Approximately 18 years ago, he inadvertently witnessed the descent of 9 five-clawed golden dragons upon the skies of the human realm. The immense pressure exuded by their draconic presence left him breathless. The five-clawed golden dragon represents the pinnacle of existence, a lineage so potent that it nearly suffocated him. However, those five-clawed golden dragons have only graced the world with their presence on that singular occasion, never to appear again. The purple-scale silverback dragon muses that by acquiring the 10,000 dragon nest, he too could ascend to join those 9 golden dragons, reigning supreme over the world. Approach. Greet the Dragon King. An ancient tortoise ambles forth, leisurely, henceforth referred to as the Tortoise Chancellor. Old Tortoise, gather the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Let us set forth together. The Tortoise Chancellor inquires, might I ask the Dragon King's intentions for rallying the troops? The great demon dragon gazes into the distance. Its fervent desire laid bare. I wish to become a true dragon, to transform into an illustrious five-clawed golden dragon. Indeed, replies the Tortoise Chancellor, accustomed to the Dragon King's aspirations of becoming a true dragon. The emergence of the 10,000 dragon nest has captivated countless eyes, drawing forth powerful solitary cultivators, esteemed families, and the imperial sects, all dispatched in pursuit of the dragon's secret domain. The dragon's secret realm took 2.5 days from its emergence to its opening, and the vicinity of the 10,000 dragon nest has become a veritable assembly of various factions. Is this the child of fortune, always managing to stir the waters, making it easier for others to fish in the murky depths? Xiao Fan contemplated. No matter how meticulously he calculated, he could never outwit the designs of fate. Alas, would it be that when I attempt to eliminate Yichen, he produces some treasure to escape? Xiao Fan mused. The heavens seem to favor him, which makes it rather challenging. Rest assured, the insignificant Yichen, his fortune has been severed by my hand. You may proceed without hesitation, for it is a righteous duty to eradicate the offspring of destiny. That is reassuring. Xiao Fan drew forth the sword of plunder, its translucent azure blade emanating an aura that captivates the soul. Should this sword strike upon the head, would not the hair be cleaved asunder? Surrounding the Long Yuan, numerous factions had long since prepared, merely awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Xiao Fan led the team early, securing the most advantageous position, while the others had to lag slightly behind. However, before the secret realm commenced, a conflict erupted between the rogue cultivators and the established factions. Who are these rogue cultivators? Begone! Yi Tianwei exclaimed, his mood sour, directing his ire at a rogue cultivator in the transformation realm. Did a rogue without any backing think they could join the fray? Leave before I lose my temper. The transformation realm cultivator, taken aback, could only wonder. What have I done to deserve this rebuke? Yi Tianwei launched a verbal assault, driving away any rogue cultivators in his vicinity. Those who did not comply were met with force, displaying an extreme form of dominance. The disgruntled rogue cultivators voiced their grievances, but upon recalling the formidable backing of the Radiant Light sacred land behind Yi Tianwei, they could only swallow their indignation, daring neither to express their anger nor to retaliate. Xiao Fan, feeling somewhat irritable, remarked with displeasure, What is that dog barking about? If you continue to shout, do you believe I will throw you out on the spot? Yi Tianwei chuckled softly and replied, my apologies, my apologies. I merely noticed some insignificant fish and wished to prevent them from encroaching upon our fortune. Yi Tianwei, displaying a fierce demeanor towards rogue cultivators while being submissive before Xiao Fan, exemplifies his duality. Xiao Fan truly finds it hard to bear the sight of Yi Tianwei, a quintessential example of someone who bullies the weak while fearing the strong. It is astonishing that he holds the title of the Holy Son of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, and as a fellow Holy Son, I can't help but feel that my own status has somewhat diminished. At this moment, the gates of the dragon's nest creaked open, releasing tendrils of dragon breath that were both violent and formidable. Xiao Fan glanced at the spirit beast pouch secured at his waist, fully prepared. Enter the secret realm, he commanded. Each of you has a designated location. Do not wander aimlessly. Retrieve your objectives and exit immediately without delay. Do you understand? The disciples responded in unison. We shall faithfully obey the decree of the Holy Son. Xiao Fan nodded and remarked, follow me inside. The other factions dared not voice their objections. It was only after the Tai Xian sacred land led the way that they proceeded in succession, clearly distinguishing between the prominent and the lesser. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had already entered the dragon's nest. The dragon's soul inheritance was known only to him, and he decided to bide his time, for more pressing matters awaited him. Yi Chun's heart burned with fervor. This time, he would not hide beneath the bed, but rather take his rightful place upon it. Chapter 57. Such filial piety? This friend is one I shall keep. Given that Yi Chun's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, this secret realm permitted only those at the nascent soul stage and below to enter. It was designed for the child of destiny. Yet it also aimed to impose a certain pressure, arranging stepping stones to facilitate overcoming challenges beyond one's rank and thereby shine brilliantly. This perfectly aligned with Xiao Fan's vision of the secret realm. Xiao Fan led his team into the arena, guiding his hundreds of disciples inside, while he himself ventured forth alone in search of the ultimate inheritance, the Dragon Soul. One cannot help but wonder what caliber of existence the Dragon Soul truly embodies. Xiao Fan pondered. How could it be that he was merely a person who had trained Yi Chun to the status of a celestial emperor? One could conservatively estimate that he must possess a power exceeding that of a celestial king, surpassing his predecessor in every way, unfolding the original, unaltered blueprint. Xiao Fan commenced his search for the inheritance hidden within the secret realm. However, it seemed that some unseen force hindered his progress. No matter which direction he chose to pursue, he was met with an array of spiritual herbs, precious medicines, veins of ore, or unclaimed treasures. Was this the fate of the favored one? Attempting to use these trifling objects to obstruct my advancement? Xiao Fan glanced indifferently at the items. Knowing full well they were destined for the cluttered storage room of his home, he could not afford to linger over such trivialities. Soon, he arrived at the site of inheritance. Before him stood a formidable stone platform, a bastion of power, upon which rested a colossal dragon-headed axe, radiating a spectrum of divine light. The axe was seamlessly embedded in the stone, as if it were a natural extension of the pedestal itself. Majestic in size, it measured 10 zhang in length and soared over 7 zhang in height, with a handle as thick as the diameter of 10 basketballs, instilling a palpable sense of dread merely by its presence. The chilling gleam of the blade spoke volumes of its sharpness and resilience. Beneath this mighty axe, 2 severed dragon corpses flanked the stone platform, the dragon's head lying on the ground, a testament to its illustrious battles. Had the dragon's head fallen victim to the very axe before him? Xiao Fan, well-versed and knowledgeable, immediately discerned that this dragon had surpassed his own 5-clawed golden dragon by an immeasurable degree. To cleave such a formidable dragon species in twain with a single axe was indeed a rare treasure. To the right of the stone platform stood a monument, inscribed with 3 resounding characters, Dragon-Slaying Platform. The emergence of the dragon-slaying platform within the dragon's nest is intriguing. It unmistakably suggests a provocation of adversaries. Xiao Fan scrutinized the stone platform, cross-referencing it with the illustrations in his tome. Beneath the dragon-slaying platform lies the suppressed dragon soul. Remove the colossal axe, and the dragon soul shall manifest. The dragon soul, belonging to the primordial ancient dragon, possesses spatial abilities under the dominion of the ancestral dragon. It excels at nesting in the void, boasting formidable defensive capabilities with spatial attributes, capable of utilizing its spatial prowess to vanquish foes, and possesses high offensive strength. Though the primordial ancient dragon has perished, its dragon soul remains eternal, awaiting the opportune moment to reemerge. The dragon race, inherently haughty, is difficult to tame. Exercise utmost caution. Successful subjugation will yield delightful surprises, and the host is encouraged to explore this journey. Xiao Fan gazed at the colossal axe, his demeanor unperturbed. He merely extolled. What a remarkable treasure this is. This axe possesses the power to slay dragons and must surely be a priceless artifact. If I were to take it, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At this juncture, an unusual commotion emanated from beneath the dragon-slaying platform. As vibrant five-colored radiance surged forth and auspicious seven-colored clouds ascended, it seemed to beseech, hurry, take it away, hurry. Feigning death? Xiao Fan discerned the underlying clues. The dragon spirit remained concealed, presumably to avoid alarming the world, thus refraining from seizing the axe and deliberately orchestrating this spectacle. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan's expression turned troubled as he remarked, however, this axe appears to be rather extraordinary. I fear I cannot wield it. Perhaps it is best to obliterate this place entirely. If I cannot possess it, then no one else shall. Upon uttering these words, he summoned the spear of the underworld, preparing to unleash it upon the entirety of the dragon-slaying platform. Young one, hold your horses. A voice of astonishment rang out from below the dragon-slaying platform, where a wisp of dragon spirit ascended, manifesting above the dragon's corpse. The dragon spirit sought to intervene and thwart Xiao Fan, yet at that moment, the colossal axe emanated a divine radiance, illuminating the dragon spirit, which caused it to retreat in fright, daring not to reveal itself. It was abundantly clear that this immense axe was the dragon spirit's nemesis. Ah, so there lies the dragon spirit concealed below. Xiao Fan exclaimed in astonishment, revealing his surprise. The sealed dragon soul was likely that of an evil dragon, and perhaps it would be best to destroy it. With this thought, he prepared to act. The dragon soul, in a state of desperation, found itself unable to resist the intimidation of the colossal axe, and thus cried out, Young one, I am the dragon king of the 10,000 dragon nest, suppressed here by malevolent forces from beyond the heavens. If you liberate me, I shall grant you bountiful rewards. All within the 10,000 dragon nest belongs to me. I possess knowledge of its hidden treasures and the location of the dragon clan's treasury. I can provide you with anything you desire, provided you rescue me. The ancient dragon soul of the void, feigning weakness, emitted a signal of distress. Xiao Fan, however, paid no heed and stated directly, I can save you, but under certain conditions. Upon hearing this, Long Hun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The demands of a mere nascent soul junior were surely insignificant. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, If you move this colossal axe aside, I can fulfill any of your requests. Xiao Fan declared, Submit to me, or face death. There exists no alternative. His voice was resolute, leading the dragon soul to question its own hearing. Following a moment of astonishment, the dragon soul was consumed by rage. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? It retorted. Yet, Xiao Fan merely replied, The dragon soul of the ancient void dragon is formidable, but it may not surpass my own essence. As he spoke, he unveiled the 5 elements Linglong Tower, emanating a harmonious array of 5-colored divine light that intertwined and pulsated with vitality, enveloping the entire dragon-slaying platform. The Linglong Tower, having undergone systemic restoration, was now intricately connected to his bloodline. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Xiao Fan brimmed with confidence. Should he falter, he need only call for assistance. Yet he abhorred the notion of leveraging his power to intimidate others. He would not resort to such tactics unless absolutely necessary. I possess dignity, he proclaimed. My achievements today are not merely the result of a modest lineage or a hint of talent, nor are they solely due to the presence of my 2 enigmatic maidservants. They stem from my relentless efforts over the past 18 years. The dragon soul, well versed in the arcane, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of the 5-colored divine light, which pulsed with unparalleled vigor. How can a mere mortal like you possess such a treasure? It exclaimed. Submit or perish, Xiao Fan reiterated. The dragon soul fell silent for a brief moment. The possession of such a treasure by a nascent soul cultivator implied an extraordinary lineage, yet the pride of the dragon race forbade it from bowing its head. Very well. The dragon soul conceded, but I have a request. Speak, Xiao Fan urged. Beneath the dragon-slaying platform, a diminutive blue dragon ascended slowly, devoid of a fierce visage, exuding tranquility and gentleness. Upon leaving the platform, the blue dragon emitted a beam of white light. As the brilliance dissipated, a young maiden adorned in azure, with dragon horns atop her head, materialized before Xiao Fan. clad in a flowing azure gown. She had not fully transformed into human form. A blue dragon tail trailed behind her, gracefully swaying like a delicate willow in the breeze. The dragon maiden's breathing was steady, her vitality condensed yet unyielding. Despite possessing a corporeal form, she felt even more fragile than the dragon soul itself. You wish for me to save her? Xiao Fan discerned the dragon soul's intent. Suspecting that this maiden was perhaps the dragon soul's consort. Was it true that dragons were inherently lustful? How unfortunate it was to discover that pure-hearted dragons existed in this world. He pondered what he truly felt sorrowful about. Yes, this is my sister. Could you not rescue her? With your capabilities, saving her should pose no challenge, the dragon soul implored. I have fallen to such depths merely to awaken my sister. All I seek is your assistance. Xiao Fan interrupted Long Hun's words and retorted, Wait a moment. Are you referring to your sister? Long Hun nodded and replied, Indeed. As long as you can awaken my sister, I have no qualms about serving you as my master. Xiao Fan exclaimed with excitement. Why didn't you mention earlier that you have a sister who is a dragon maiden? If I had known you had such a beautiful sister, I would have certainly decided to befriend you. However, he managed to restrain himself. Clearing his throat, he added, Such filial piety. I am resolute in my decision to be your friend. Chapter 58, Taking Over the Dragon's Nest. Xiao Fan's words caught the dragon's soul off guard. The dragon soul replied, My sister's spirit has been damaged. Ever since she turned 18, she has fallen into a deep slumber for over 30,000 years, surviving only through life-prolonging means. Can you truly save her? 18 years of unconsciousness? Xiao Fan recognized a crucial point. Indeed, my sister is a rare purine body of the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon belongs to the wood element, and pure Yin requires the suppression of utmost yang. Unless you can procure the southern Ming leaf fire or a substance of utmost yang, such as solar vermilion. Xiao Fan did not heed Long Hun's words. Although she had been in slumber for 30,000 years, she had fallen into this deep sleep at the tender age of 18. Her delicate and exquisite dragon visage, when rounded, could still be considered to be that of an 18-year-old. Thus, she remained, in essence, of the same youthful age as her peers. Xiao Fan promptly inquired. No problem, but could you elaborate on how you encountered such formidable adversaries, leading to this unfortunate predicament? The appearance of the dragon-slaying platform within the dragon's nest is indeed astonishing. The dragon's soul, concealing its aura, projected the image of a youth, embodying the essence of the dragon's soul itself. With a sigh, it lamented, Where there are dragons in the world, there inevitably exist dragon hunters. As the offspring of the ancestral dragon, I cannot idly stand by while my kin suffer at the hands of others. Thus, I ventured forth to confront the dragon hunters. While they were no match for me, they summoned experts from unknown sources, towering giants, each reaching a height of 100 feet. And there were more than 100 of them. Each possessed immense strength and remarkable cultivation. I, lacking sufficient power, was ultimately defeated, my very form severed by their might. Alas, at this juncture, the dragon's soul sighed, seemingly filled with boundless regret. Xiao Fan listened to his words, dismissing even the punctuation. He possessed his own discerning methods. Is what he said true? He pondered. 9 parts truth, 1 part falsehood. Indeed, the line between reality and deception was blurred. This dragon was no ordinary creature. A sense of unease gripped Xiao Fan. Should the dragon spirit make any reckless move, he would promptly suppress it with the 5 elements Linglong Tower. The claim of being hunted by dragon slayers was true, yet the notion of engaging in a futile battle against hundreds of giants was a fabrication. In reality, there was but a single giant, whose axe cleaved the creature in two and imprisoned it within the dragon's nest. The true circumstances were as follows. The dragon spirit and the dragon maiden had fled from the upper realm, only to meet with misfortune. The dragon maiden lost her supreme yang treasure. Her constitution spiraled out of control, and she fell into a deep slumber. While the dragon spirit utilized his spatial abilities to conceal the dragon's nest within the void. Xiao Fan had just been on high alert. But he was momentarily rendered speechless by such a statement. Wait, is his strength truly so feeble? With the ancestral dragon in his family, what is the point of striving? Isn't indulging in a life of leisure far more appealing? How could this place possibly serve as Yi Chen's greatest boon? It defies all logic. It is common knowledge that it is customary for the fated children of fortune to cultivate friendships with the younger generations of great demons, thus gaining their support. The assistance Yi Chen has received comes directly from the ancestral dragon. By marrying the dragon maiden, one could also acquire the favor of the ancestral dragon. What a motivation! It appears that this inheritance actually implies being a son-in-law, which raises some eyebrows. Indeed, a son-in-law of the dragon. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and remarked, what was the original cultivation level of this dragon soul? Descending to the mortal realm at the age of 12. She was already endowed with the cultivation of a human immortal at birth, and by the age of 12, she had attained the level of an earth immortal. Goodness, it appears that my own talents are rather mediocre. While others are born as human immortals and reach earth immortal status by 12, I was merely at the minor golden core stage at that age. Alas, it seems I am indeed lacking in innate gifts. He continued to muse. And what of the Dragon Maiden? She possesses the pure body of the Azure Dragon, with immense potential, likely to evolve into a being akin to the primordial dragon. Yet, her innate cultivation is disappointingly low. At 18, she has only reached the Great Ascension stage. Incredible! I initially thought this dragon soul was remarkable enough. But it turns out her sister surpasses her in audacity, sacrificing initial talents for boundless potential. Moreover, this sacrifice does not seem to hinder her. An 18-year-old dragon maiden at the Great Ascension stage is indeed impressive. Very well, I shall reluctantly take on the role of her consort. Externally feigning difficulty, internally. He was elated, chuckling to himself. Ahem, well, your sister is akin to my sister. I shall certainly ensure her recovery, Xiao Fan asserted with unwavering confidence. The dragon soul was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting gratitude, affirming that there are still good people in the world. Thank you. You are truly a good person. The dragon soul replied. Since you are willing to save my sister, I shall regard you as my master. Although the dragon soul encountered an accident at the age of 12 and had been isolated for 30,000 years, she still maintained the mindset of a 12-year-old child, unaware of the treachery that can exist in human hearts. How could I, Xiao Fan, having lived 2 lives, deceive a child? Xiao Fan solemnly declared, alas. To speak of such matters, your filial piety is evident to the heavens. If I were to take advantage of your misfortune, it would indeed reflect poorly on my character. Therefore, let us not be bound by our ages. From our first encounter, we have shared a bond. I shall assist you in your escape. And you may call me Brother Xiao, thereby embracing the title of brothers. Long Hun was momentarily taken aback, pondering, are you not concerned that I might flee? This dragon, though still young, is not foolish. To offer kindness without cause is often indicative of ulterior motives. Xiao Fan nonchalantly remarked, if you wish to depart, I shall accompany you a short distance. It is truly regrettable that although we feel as if we have known each other for ages, we cannot call each other brothers. Xiao Fan spoke with righteous fervor, an ethereal aura of integrity emanating from him, brimming with moral fortitude. Long Hun was utterly taken aback. He recognized this profound sense of righteousness. A person imbued with such unwavering integrity could never be a fraud. How could I harbor doubts when others place such unwavering trust in me? I must be a fool. Long Hun, moved by Xiao Fan's unconditional faith in him, expressed his gratitude, saying, I have previously stated that if you can awaken my sister, I shall regard you as my master. Our dragon clan has always upheld our word, and I shall not waver in my promise. Xiao Fan, after an arduous struggle with the dragon soul, ultimately found himself unable to prevail and had no choice but to reluctantly honor his promise of submission. However, Xiao Fan asserted, outside, we shall still address each other as brothers. This is my unwavering principle. Only then did the dragon soul acquiesce. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly, lamenting how wicked he was to deceive even a child. In a gesture of respect, he had previously gifted the soul-nurturing pearl, which had belonged to Qin Feng's adoptive father, thereby providing him with a place of refuge. As for any thoughts of escape, he harbored no concerns. Where could a lingering spirit possibly flee? Xiao Fan soared towards the axe head, or perhaps the axe handle, harmonizing with the dragon soul, breaking through the seal and emerging. However, as a soul entity, it found no sanctuary and could only reside within the soul-nurturing pearl. Xiao Fan cast the small bead into the Linglong Tower, accompanied by the Dragon Maiden. After some discourse, it was revealed that this dragon soul was, in fact, the 13th offspring of the ancestral dragon and the youngest son, grandly named Long Outyin, yet affectionately referred to as Long Shisan. Xiao Fan listened with a hint of mockery. The name Long Outyin was somewhat acceptable. However, Long Shisan? That name seemed rather peculiar. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the fact that the WNLNCHO is the palace of Long Shisan, a treasured gift bestowed by the ancestral dragon. Although Xiao Fan harbored no intention of claiming it for himself, this treasure, possessed by Long Ao Tian, could still be utilized by him in a roundabout way. Therefore, it shall be taken away. Xiao Fan inquired, how does one maneuver the W in Elling Nest? Brother Xiao, replied Long Ao Tian, this is the Dragon King's order. I have already unraveled the restrictions. With this order, you will be able to command the entirety of the W in Elling Nest. Long Ao Tian presented a token, placing it into Xiao Fan's hands. The token bore the likeness of a robust dragon head, resembling none other than Long Ao Tian himself. Holding it closely, Xiao Fan felt an intimate connection to the state of the entire W in Elling Nest, fully comprehending its essence. Let me see, where is Yi Chun? Xiao Fan's gaze swept across the surroundings, and he swiftly discerned Yi Chun's figure. Surprisingly, in the position of the dragon bed, it was precisely the place where, in the previous Life S script, Xiao Fan had shared an intimate encounter with Ji Qingxue. He lay hidden within, utterly motionless. Xiao Fan immediately discerned his intentions. You little rascal, do you wish to usurp my position? Allow me to enlighten you on the true meaning of ruthlessness. Just as he contemplated subduing Yi Chen and administering drugs while unleashing the hounds, the figure of Yi Tianwei emerged near the dragon bed. Xiao Fan fell into deep contemplation. Although malevolent, is it not reasonable for a villain to embrace wickedness? He chuckled to himself, anticipating a grand melee. Chapter 59. All is in chaos. Yi Chun had been lurking near the dragon bed for 3 days, without leaving its vicinity. He remained concealed, silently calculating how much longer it would be until Ji Qingxue arrived. Missing the opportunity last time, he vowed to seize it this time. Outside the dragon bed, Yi Tianwei held an artifact resembling a compass, its needle unwaveringly pointing in the same direction. Behind him trailed a group of Yuanian cultivators. One among them remarked, Holy Sun, this individual stands motionless. Let us stealthily approach and encircle him. This time, he shall have no means of escape. Yi Tianwei remained silent, lost in thought. It would be a significant blemish on his record if he could not eliminate a golden core cultivator with the assistance of 7 or 8 transformation stage practitioners. Such a failure must be rectified. The dragon bed was, in truth, a rounded jade platform measuring 3 zhang on each side, located within a resplendent hall filled with fragrant aromas. The surroundings were well sealed, resembling a hemispherical fortress with but a single entrance. Yi Tianwei was en route to this semi-spherical stronghold, mere tens of li away from his objective. Xiao Fan possesses the Dragon King's decree, granting him dominion over the dragon's nest. Within this sanctuary, he wields a godlike perspective, rendering every individual's movements visible to him. Moreover, this dragon's nest is a treasure of immense value. With the Dragon King's decree, he can alter its very layout. This promises to be an exhilarating endeavor. Let the games begin. Xiao Fan unearthed a collection of shields from the treasure trove of the dragon's nest, meticulously arranging these artifacts atop the hemispherical fortress of the dragon's lair, cloaked in divine light to obscure their forms. Subsequently, he dismantled all the barriers and traps leading to the entrance of the fortress, facilitating Yi Tianwei's access. The relocated traps and restrictions were strategically positioned in the vicinity of the fortress, ensuring that while the passageway remained unobstructed, all other routes were entirely sealed off. Not yet satisfied, he reflected for a moment and, utilizing the Dragon King's decree, illuminated several luminous pearls within the fortress to enhance the beauty of the surroundings. He also scattered 32 recording stones throughout the interior, ensuring comprehensive coverage of their splendid lives. These recording stones were capable of real-time transmission. He then projected these vivid scenes into the skies above the dragon's nest, with the noteworthy addition of sound, creating a genuine live broadcast. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to revel alone. The stage is set, and the time has come for your performance. Ding! It has been detected that the host exhibits sufficient eccentricity, granting a reward of 1 point in villainous value. Xiao Fan, rewards are rewards. But what is the meaning of granting me a mere point of villainous value? Who do you look down upon? As a villain, is it not reasonable for me to be a bit twisted? Yet, it seems that even aberration can yield rewards for villainy. Perhaps I should contemplate this further. Within the fortress, Yi Chun remains oblivious to the imagery projected above the dragon's nest, unaware that he is being broadcasted live. Yi Tianwei, on the other hand, has witnessed the event unfold but lacks the context. He merely feels that fortune favors him, as the position of that rascal has been exposed while he lies in ambush. The sudden appearance of the projection has captivated countless cultivators. Quick, what is that? Is there someone lying there? Could he be lying in wait? Perhaps he has stumbled upon some treasure. Or could it be that he has triggered a special reward, prompting the dragon's nest to project his image? Whispers of speculation circulate among the cultivators. Soon after, Yi Tianwei enters the scene. This time, he refrains from summoning others, intent on showcasing his prowess before the crowd. I can easily handle a golden core cultivator, he proclaims. Saint's son, do you truly not require our assistance? Do you doubt my strength? Yi Tianwei retorts coldly. The man immediately denies it. I would not dare. Guard the entrance. I shall return shortly. In such a confined space, can he truly escape? With that, he strides confidently, chest held high, into the fray. Yi Chun, I am coming for you. Prepare to meet your demise. Xiao Fan's gaze remained fixed on Yi Tianwei, his hand grasping a spirit beast pouch, a flattened bag that occasionally swelled with a bulge, clearly eager to burst forth. Are you quite impatient? I see. Xiao Fan placed the spirit beast pouch upon the Dragon King's decree, which possessed the spatial divine abilities of the ancient void dragon, capable of transferring the pouch to another location. In an instant, the pouch vanished from the decree, only to reappear within the confines of the hemispherical fortress. Accompanying it were two elixirs, one red and the other blue. Upon seeing the complete ensemble of actors, Xiao Fan promptly shut the gates of the fortress, and the array of shields above descended, accumulating at the entrance to thwart any internal breach. In the scene, Yi Chun became acutely alert. The sound of the gates closing startled him. However, as he observed the passageway of the Great Wall, a Yuan-ing cultivator entered, barely visible, clad in the robe of the shaking light sacred land. Instinctively, Yi Chun recognized this figure as the goddess of his dreams, whom he had long yearned for. He ceased his evasion and stepped forward. Yi Tianwei, taken aback, pondered how it was that he emerged just as he entered. Was this fellow laying a trap for him? Seizing the initiative, Yi Tianwei acted swiftly, launching himself with a powerful push, brandishing a long sword that sliced through the air with a chilling brilliance. Yi Chun, caught off guard, discovered that the visitor was none other than Yi Tianwei. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here? If not me, then who do you presume it to be?" Yi Tianwei retorted, "By a stroke of ill fortune." The sword light that Yi Chun had narrowly evaded struck directly against the spirit beast pouch. Xiao Fan was poised to control the dragon's nest, intending to administer a red elixir to the demon dog. However, in a moment of distraction, he miscalculated and was struck by a beam of sword light. The dog turned its head and inadvertently swallowed a blue elixir. What a calamity! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan harnessed the power of the dragon's nest to subdue Yi Chun, forcibly prying open his mouth and administering the red elixir. Alas, he was not a mere beast. Truly, it was a dog's day gone awry. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Yi Chun was taken aback, bewildered by the loss of control over his own body. What was this elixir? Why was it flying into my mouth? Who was behind this? He screamed in desperation, yet found himself powerless. The yin-yang disorder pill, though exhibiting peculiar effects, was unparalleled in enhancing one's cultivation. Immediately, Yi Chun's aura began to surge, his cultivation advancing rapidly. Mid-stage golden core, late-stage golden core, and then early-stage nascent soul. He was left utterly astounded. What he had perceived as peril had catapulted him from golden core to nascent soul. As for the burning sensation in his eyes, the surge of desire, and the rising wicked fire within him, he remained oblivious. To think that a mere accidental ingestion of a pill could lead to such rapid growth in power, how extraordinary. Yi Tianwei also sensed something amiss. The previous sword energy felt incorrect, as though it had struck a dog's head. Then, he witnessed Yi Chun swallow an elixir. Following that, Yi Chun's cultivation skyrocketed. A treasure elixir. Undoubtedly a unique treasure. Yi Tianwei realized that a legacy elixir had just been consumed by a dog, infuriating him. Unable to contain his anger, he proceeded to confront the dog, extracting the remaining half of the blue pill from its mouth. After wiping off the dirt, he inhaled the fragrant aroma. Though it was somewhat odd, the extraordinary nature of this elixir rendered such peculiarity quite reasonable. Seizing the moment, he consumed it as well. On the dragon-slaying platform, Xiao Fan observed the bizarre spectacle of Yi Tianwei and the dog competing for the elixir, his eyes wide with disbelief. He found it incomprehensible yet astonishing. Everything had spiraled into chaos, the entire space resembling a tumultuous mess. His original intention was for the dog to consume the red elixir and Yi Chun the blue. Yao Guangshengzi stood aside, a mere bystander, allowing others to mistakenly believe that all these actions were the underhanded maneuvers of Yao Guangshengzi. However, Ever since Yi Tianwei unleashed that sword energy, the situation had drastically shifted. The dog had inadvertently swallowed the blue elixir, leaving Xiao Fan with no choice but to have Yi Chun consume the red elixir. What an absurd turn of events. He had thought the chaos was already overwhelming. Yet Yi Tianwei proved to be a genius, a saint competing with a dog for an elixir. This was an eventuality Xiao Fan had never anticipated. Now, with Yi Chun swallowing the red elixir and the dog and Yi Tianwei each claiming the blue elixir, let the performance commence. Chapter 60. Slaying Yi Chun. Xiao Fan recalled the segment in Ji Qingshue's script that depicted the indulgent dragon pearl. He decisively crushed the pearl, further igniting the chaotic scene. The aura of the indulgent dragon pearl spread, mingling with the red and blue pills, creating an increasingly bizarre situation. Outside, the cultivators in search of opportunities abruptly halted their actions, gazing dumbfounded at the spectacle above. It felt as though their eyes were forcibly fed a sight that shattered their worldview, teetering on the brink of collapse. Goodness, what a shocking sight. Who is that commander? I've seen silver parties before, but never one involving a dog. Is that the Holy Son of Yaoguang? Goodness, the Holy Son is truly exceptional, playing in such a flamboyant manner. Is there any hope for that demonic hound? It's outrageous. Snatching the dog's pills is one thing, but competing for its affection? How terrifying. These cultivators expressed disbelief, their faces contorted with disdain, yet their hearts remained honest as they discreetly captured the moment with recording stones. Planning to title it The Secrets of the Holy Son of Yaoguang and his demonic hound upon their return. It would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Within the secret chamber, Yi Chun, empowered by the dual influence of the pills and the indulgent dragon pearl, unleashed a fervent assault on the demonic hound and Yi Tianwei. Both Yi Tianwei and Yi Chun were lost in the moment, reveling in the pleasures of dragon and sun. With a stick in hand, Yi Chun stirred the chaos, turning the scene upside down. Yi Tianwei swatted the demonic hound away, scoffing, "You think a Mirma can compete for my affection? Go away." It can only be said that this love triangle was a path of divergence for human and demon. However, Yi Chun, being the favored child of fortune, accepted all the benefits without hesitation, while the demonic hound would not squander the opportunity. Meanwhile, the disciples guarding the gates of the Yaoguang Holy Land initially believed the doors were sealed, shrouded in heavy defenses, suspecting it was a trap. They contemplated finding someone to break open the doors to rescue the Holy Son. To their astonishment, the next moment revealed the Holy Son being ground into the earth by Yi Chun. They couldn't help but question whether the Holy Son's so-called murderous intent stemmed from love turned to hate. This assumption seemed justified, considering he was competing for the hound's affection. Should we continue to assist the Holy Son in pursuing Yi Chun? Pursue? Just look at how happy the Holy Son is. If he truly killed Yi Chun, he might just kill you as well. Do you believe that? What about the Holy Son's orders? You're foolish. 7 or 8 transformation stage cultivators couldn't catch him. And given the current scene, can't you see the underlying intrigue? I understand now. The Holy Son and Yi Chun are merely engaging in flirtation. After all, transformation stage cultivators can't catch someone in the golden core stage, and no one would believe it if we told them otherwise. Exactly, that's it. If transformation stage cultivators can't catch a golden core cultivator, it's quite reasonable that we, as essence infusion stage cultivators, cannot either. Indeed, it's utterly reasonable. The unspoken understanding among the crowd revealed that the preferences of the Saint's son had become somewhat unpredictable. Contemplating this, an involuntary tension gripped the sphincter. Upon returning to the sacred ground, they hastily sought refuge away from the Saint's son, unwilling to become unwelcome intruders. Not only did the subordinates of the radiant Saint's son tremble, but even individuals from other factions felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the scene. Goodness! This was utterly extravagant. Such a perverse display of conduct. I have encountered those who bravely faced challenges, yet this man, half dog, half human, was a sight I had never before beheld. I had presumed that my team of 5 companions engaging in a 5v5 partner game was already astonishingly formidable. But it appears I was mistaken in my assessment. I graciously concede to their superiority. The level of depravity exhibited by the radiant Saint's son, can you even comprehend it? I can only say that even a deviant like myself finds it utterly unsettling. Numerous lecherous cultivators have deemed it perverse, yet each remains transfixed. Perhaps this is the essence of their critique, an intense scrutiny aimed at him. This bizarre and grotesque battle persisted for a full day and night. However, Xiao Fan could no longer endure the spectacle. He promptly severed the visual feed, for it was time for him to take the stage and reap the rewards. Broadcasting the grotesque encounter between man and beast could indeed be classified as a manifestation of the utmost perversion, earning him 6 points in villainous merit. How ironic that the very elixir was a gift from him. He had clearly wished to witness it himself, yet sought to place the blame upon me. This system is truly ungrateful. Upon the disconnection of the projected image, the cultivators could not help but sigh, lamenting the loss of such artistic expression. Naturally, the radiant Saint Sun would not be slain. Following this incident, Yi Tianwei's reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage, and he would no longer be regarded as the Saint Sun. He could still tarnish the name of the radiant sacred land, profiting from the debacle. Let him live in shame. What I fear is that the radiant Saint Sun may covertly eliminate Yi Tianwei to erase the stain upon his own honor. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan has accepted the fate of Yi Chun. He drew forth the sword of swift movement, invoking the Dragon King's decree to propel himself forward, swiftly tearing through the void and entering the fortress. Xiao Fan had long severed the visual connection. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by a pungent odor, a nauseating blend of urine and the acrid scent of heather. It was overwhelmingly offensive. He instinctively held his breath, yet fortunately, a cultivator could survive without inhaling. Tattered garments, disheveled hair, and a body devoid of any modesty, Xiao Fan could only shake his head in dismay. Xiao Fan knocked Yi Tianwei unconscious with a swift kick and, with a single stroke of his sword, severed the head of the monstrous hound. Gazing upon the creature's crimson intestines, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a truly lamentable fate." The unexpected emergence of Xiao Fan restored a glimmer of clarity to Yi Chen's gaze. He shook his head and abruptly opened his eyes. Speaking with caution, "Who goes there?" "No one. Merely the one to see you on your journey." Before Yi Chen could respond, he lunged forward with his sword. The swift movement sword aimed directly at Yi Chen's heart, seeking a swift and decisive kill. Within Yi Chen's consciousness, the Nine Suns' Heavenly Emperor Cauldron unleashed its formidable power, radiating an overwhelming imperial might, attempting to repel Xiao Fan. Yet, Xiao Fan was fully prepared. The five elements' exquisite tower soared forth to withstand the immense imperial pressure, while the swift movement sword continued its relentless advance. With a piercing thrust, the blade pierced through the heart. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Fan, his expression one of shock. Xiao Fan's mind echoed with the performance of Yi Chen within this fortress, a chill creeping into his heart. Hiss. Startled, he swiftly drew the sword of swift movement, sweeping it horizontally. The keen blade sliced through the neck, and the head rolled to the ground like a ball, tumbling for quite some time. A crimson pillar of blood shot skyward. And although the pungent smell of blood was overwhelming, it at least dispersed the stench of the stone flowering and urine, providing a measure of relief. In my narrative, you are but a silent supporting character, the child of fortune, merely a toy in my hands. Xiao Fan gazed down at Yi Chen, whose face was etched with disbelief, and shook his head with an air of feigned regret. In truth, he exuded confidence and dominance. Xiao Fan approached, and, with a decisive step, crushed a ripe watermelon, its rich crimson juice spilling across the ground, mingling grotesquely with the silken tofu. Such cruelty! He deftly wielded the five elements Linglong Tower, effortlessly suppressing the Jiao Heavenly Emperor's Cauldron, a treasure without a master, whose full potential remained unexploited, yielding easily to the might of the five elements Linglong Tower, which he then secured in his grasp. Xiao Fan gazed upon the headless corpse sprawled on the ground, suddenly struck by an unexpected surge of compassion. Indeed, it was a curious fate. This dog, too, was without a head. Well, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of grace. Thus, I shall grant you the honor of being buried together, a pair of fated souls. With a grand gesture, he stacked the two bodies atop one another. Initially contemplating the idea of refining them in the infernal furnace, he quickly abandoned the notion, feeling a wave of revulsion at the memories associated with both the man and the dog. He still possessed a modicum of integrity, though it was scant. Transforming his essence into the infernal furnace, he summoned the ghostly flames from within, incinerating the two corpses until naught but ashes remained, which he scattered to the winds. To prevent any chance of resurrection, he set the entire secret chamber ablaze with the ghostly flames for 3 days and nights, relentlessly tormenting the remains to ensure they would not rise again. Only after completing this task did Xiao Fan allow himself a sigh of relief. Gazing at the Jiao Tiandi Ding in his possession and the Dragon King's decree that granted him dominion over the dragon nest, Xiao Fan felt satisfied with his endeavor. By eliminating Yichin, he had acquired 2 treasures, a most fortuitous exchange. His heart swelled with delight. As he immersed himself in the Dragon King's decree and exerted a slight force, it emitted a wave of energy that sent the entire dragon nest into a tremor. Above, the heavens began to shower down strands of white light, accompanied by a powerful suction that threatened to hurl the cultivators within the dragon nest into the air. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? Curse it. It must be that the time in this secret realm has ended, forcing us to depart. I have yet to uncover the treasures. Indeed, after having indulged in a captivating spectacle, to be sent out without having accomplished anything is disheartening. Had I known, I would have refrained from watching. Many cultivators lamented their predicament, blaming the stunning visuals that had captivated their attention for just a moment too long. Within the dragon nest, thousands of cultivators found their bodies uncontrollably lifted into the air. Subsequently, beams of white light descended from above, enveloping them and ushering them out of the dragon nest. Of course, this was the fate of those who had failed to procure any treasures. A select few who had stumbled upon rare artifacts, however, were met with bolts of lightning that shattered them and stripped away their storage bags. This is my dragon nest, and everything within it rightfully belongs to me. Not a single item shall be taken away, all must remain. Yet, there are always exceptions, such as Ji Qingxue. Xiao Fan took notice of her and, after a moment's contemplation, infused a strand of ancestral dragon essence from the dragon's nest into her being, aiding her in her metamorphosis and fortifying her physique. It is but natural to be generous towards one's beloved. It is said that dragons possess a lascivious nature. Whether this is true remains uncertain. But perhaps she shall serve as a test subject. Hee. Chapter 61. The Emergence of the Violet Dragon. Xiao Fan gazed with satisfaction at the various storage bags scattered throughout the dragon's nest, pleased with his harvest. In the next moment, he swiftly traversed outside. Upon beholding the colossal dragon's nest suspended in the void, he focused his thoughts, intending to use the Dragon King's order to draw the nest into his possession. At that moment, a magnificent purple dragon soared through the skies, accompanied by a legion of lesser creatures. Haha, the dragon's nest remains. I have not arrived too late. My little ones, declared the immense purple dragon of the great Ascension realm, unconcerned by its surroundings. Form the formation, seize the dragon's nest, and you shall all transform into true dragons. The sudden appearance of the great Ascension dragon cast a pall of dread over all present. How could a demon dragon of such stature infiltrate the realm of humanity? Yet, no one dared to question it. They merely retreated. As they watched, the legion of lesser beings encircled the heavenly dragon's nest, enveloping it in a spherical formation. Xiao Fan, wielding the Dragon King's edict, possessed the ability to manipulate the dragon's nest at will. He intended to quietly merge the dragon's nest into the void and make his departure unobserved. However, unexpectedly, a rogue dragon emerged, intent on intercepting his coveted dragon's nest. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the assembled forces, noting that not a single soul dared to utter a word. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Were they all reduced to silence? Incapable of even rallying support? This is my dragon's nest. What audacious hybrid dragon dares to covet what belongs to me? The formidable demon dragon of the great Ascension realm, oblivious to the surrounding tension, busily commanded its minions to arrange their formations, as if the dragon's nest were already within its grasp. Xiao Fan was poised to step forward and command him to cease his actions. However, he was restrained by an elder beside him. Holy One, do not act recklessly. The elder cautioned. Indeed, Holy One, I am familiar with this dragon. It is a formidable demon from the dragon clan of the Eastern Sea, possessing immense strength that we cannot contend with. Yet, there is no need for concern. Once we return to the sacred grounds, we shall promptly report to the Grand Elder, who will dispatch individuals to deal with him. Xiao Fan glanced over and shook his head, saying, enduring for a moment only fuels my anger, and taking a step back makes me feel even more at a loss. Today, I shall slay the dragon. Of course, he was merely jesting. The task of slaying dragons was not his to undertake. Nevertheless, he could not afford to lose his momentum. However, now that he was aware of this fellow's true nature, dealing with him would be quite straightforward. Xiao Fan soared into the air, addressing the great dragon of the ascended realm. This dragon nest belongs to me. Are you prepared to meet your demise should you attempt to seize it from my grasp? Undaunted, he felt the small tower hanging around his neck begin to shimmer, enveloping him in a protective aura. A being that has not even reached the celestial level could hardly breach Xiao Fan's defenses. The dragon, taken aback, pondered where this insignificant nascent soul practitioner found the audacity to flaunt himself before him. Without a second glance, he unleashed a breath of dragon fire, the searing flames rushing forth to engulf Xiao Fan's form. He then resumed his efforts to claim the dragon nest. After all, he was merely facing a nascent soul cultivator. One breath from him could easily extinguish the life of such a feeble opponent. This spectacle left all factions in a state of shock. The dragon's audacity was remarkable. Did it not discern the hierarchy of power? Within the sacred grounds of the Taishan, it dared to strike against the Holy Sun. "You truly are impressive," remarked an elder from a prominent faction. "Today, a formidable ascended dragon shall meet its end." Among the various factions, perceptive elders felt a chill. The last time such arrogance was displayed was by the Silver Moon Wolf King from the Northern Plains, who, in a careless moment within the Taishan's domain, trampled an outer sect disciple and refused to offer an apology or compensation. Consequently, he was subjected to a gruesome demise at the hands of the Taishan elders, who meticulously dismembered him until the grass on his grave grew several feet high. As for Xiao Fan's fate, the elders of these factions harbored no concern. A holy son from a major sect undoubtedly possessed hidden means of protection. When faced with the onslaught of a high-level cultivator, he would surely activate his safeguards. Xiao Fan was taken aback. A mere chaotic dragon dared to harbor murderous intent against him? Very well, your dragon's life shall end here. The purple dragon also sensed the predicament. What? I cannot even extinguish a nascent soul cultivator with my breath? He turned around, his deep blue eyes coldly fixed on Xiao Fan. Upon noticing Xiao Fan's attire, a jolt of realization struck him. It seemed that striking first had been a grave miscalculation. The icy demeanor faded as he spoke in a more casual tone. "It appears you are a junior from the Taishan sacred land. I shall not hold this against you. You may leave now." Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. "So, you still wish to put on an act, do you? You dare to threaten me while claiming not to hold a grudge. Submit or perish. Choose one for yourself." Xiao Fan, unwilling to be outdone, fixed his calm gaze upon the formidable purple dragon and spoke with an air of undeniable authority. Silence. Not a whisper. The gathered powers present dared not utter a word. Yi Tianwei felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The mocking glances directed at him rendered him utterly mortified, making him wish he could vanish into the ground. Too ashamed to speak, the purple dragon was momentarily taken aback. "I see you as a younger generation, unwilling to oppress the weak. Do not misinterpret my intentions," he retorted with restraint. To kill Xiao Fan would only lead to his own demise upon fleeing back to the East Sea. However, if he merely took the 10,000 dragon nest, there remained room for negotiation. All eyes were fixed upon the tense standoff in the sky, and an involuntary sense of anxiety gripped those watching on Xiao Fan's behalf. How audacious! A nascent soul cultivator daring to speak so boldly to a transcendental cultivator? Is this truly the esteemed son of Taishan? What a brazen demand! Submit or perish. As fellow sons of the sacred order, how could the disparity in their conduct be so stark? "Exercise caution in your words," someone murmured, their tone imbued with sarcasm. Yi Tianwei, overwhelmed with anger, fainted on the spot. Even the elders beside him wore expressions of disdain. Had it not been for their positions, they would have preferred to distance themselves from Yi Tianwei. What an embarrassment! Xiao Fan and the purple dragon found themselves locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Suddenly, 9 magnificent golden dragons, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty, descended from the heavens. Their golden scales shimmered brilliantly as they soared through the sky, each a formidable 5-clawed creature, drawing a luxurious chariot that raced through the air with astonishing speed. At the helm of this dragon-drawn carriage was a child, appearing youthful and innocent, with a single braid standing tall atop his head. His delicate frame and tender skin bore the marks of youth, adorned with a golden necklace around his neck, resembling a toddler just beginning to speak. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. To ride upon 9 golden dragons indicated a remarkable lineage. As the purple dragon regained his composure, he gazed at the approaching golden dragons, a sense of dread tightening in his throat. Curse it! Why have the 5-clawed golden dragons arrived? Could it be that the dragon nest has drawn them here? He pondered anxiously. If that were the case, he stood no chance against these majestic creatures. The presence of the higher-ranking dragons drew closer, causing the aura of the purple dragon to retract in submission. In the realm of the demon race, bloodline was paramount. A superior bloodline naturally held sway over an inferior one. Before the golden dragons, the purple dragon found himself unable to raise his head, choosing instead to stand discreetly to the side in silence. From the chariot, the child gazed ahead, his voice bright and cheerful as he called out, "Xiao Fan, I have come to see you." Xiao Fan turned his head, glancing at the child in the carriage, a smile gracing his lips. "Uncle 19, what brings you here?" Everyone was taken aback. What had he just called him? Uncle 19? The newcomer was indeed a member of the Xiao family, and the carriage was none other than the five-clawed golden dragon chariot that Xiao Fan's father had withheld from him. In an instant, the child leaped up, his petite frame of 1.2 meters landing squarely on Xiao Fan's right shoulder. With a hint of complaint in his youthful voice, he said, "You promised you'd find time to come back and play with me after entering the sacred land, yet I haven't heard a word from you." "Well, I was just about to head home, but a few matters delayed me," Xiao Fan replied. No one had anticipated that the two were actually uncle and nephew. A surprising revelation. The purple dragon, in particular, felt a chill run down its spine, realizing that this boy was not merely the saint son of the Taishian sacred land. "By the way, why are you all gathered here?" Uncle 19 inquired. "I was bullied by this mudloach. Please help me deal with him." Xiao Fan pointed at the purple dragon. The child's smile vanished, replaced by a frown that appeared rather amusing, but upon seeing the purple dragon, his bravado diminished. "He looks too strong. I can't possibly win. Perhaps we should just let it be?" he timidly suggested. "Did I not teach you to rally the group if you cannot win alone? Why fight one-on-one when you can surround him?" "All right, I will follow your lead," Uncle 19 nodded. "You all, take him down," he commanded the 9 golden dragons, his tone unremarkable. At his signal, the 9 dragons unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The purple dragon attempted to flee, but the pressure of bloodline and the overwhelming aura rendered him sluggish. He wished to beg for mercy, but a lesser dragon was unworthy of such dialogue. In a swift motion, a single claw struck the purple dragon, cleaving him in two, after which the 9 dragons returned to their previous demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, continuing to pull the chariot like a docile flock of young dragons. Silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was believed that the purple dragon was invincible, yet unexpectedly, a young child had appeared, commanding the dragons to swiftly dispose of him. The once formidable purple dragon had been rendered incapable of resistance, defeated in a mere strike. The gazes of those present turned towards Xiao Fan with growing awe. This saint's son was increasingly unfathomable. Chapter 62. I am quite clever. A demon dragon of the Great Ascension realm was effortlessly slain without a hint of resistance. Many elders from various factions, having lived for millennia, had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet, they had never encountered a scene where a Great Ascension demon dragon was crushed like an insignificant fish. Xiao Fan's 19th uncle mumbled in surprise. "Ah, I thought he was quite formidable." "Not as formidable as you, uncle. I have always held your strength in high regard," Xiao Fan praised. A youthful smile blossomed on his face as he cheerfully remarked, "It's just average. Recently, I've learned some new techniques. Let's practice them." He clenched his fist, his expression turning earnest. Xiao Fan shook his head, declaring, "19th uncle is the best in the world. I am no match for him. Let us spar." "I shall allow you to use but one hand," he insisted, grasping Xiao Fan's hand. "Truly, I cannot prevail." "19th uncle, please spare me," Xiao Fan implored. "How dull," he retorted, releasing Xiao Fan's grasp and sulking back into the dragon carriage. Xiao Fan cast a fleeting glance, effortlessly collecting the Wanlong nest. He then addressed the elders of the Holy Land. "After all, this is a corpse of a Great Ascension dragon. What are you all waiting for? Dragon tendons, dragon blood, dragon scales, and dragon bones are all precious treasures, are they not?" The elders, their faces alight with joy, hurried to collect the remains. The corpse of a Great Ascension dragon is replete with invaluable resources. It is indeed a profitable venture. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan followed closely in the footsteps of his uncle 19, reveling in the moment, leaving a multitude of stunned cultivators in his wake. "I must have woken up from a dream today," one of them thought. If I recall correctly, that purple dragon was none other than the purple-scaled silverback dragon of the Eastern Sea, the sovereign of its realm. Indeed, it was rumored that 8 millennia ago, during its early Great Ascension phase, this purple-scaled dragon had vanquished the former overlord of the Eastern Sea, the late-stage Great Ascension sky-devouring whale, showcasing its formidable prowess. No one could have anticipated that it would be felled by a single claw. It is utterly terrifying, this Taishian saint's son. The crowd stood in astonishment. Regarding Xiao Fan, the scion of the Xiao family, only a handful of powerful figures were privy to his true identity. The majority were unaware. They merely recognized him as the Taishan Saint's son and assumed that his confidence in confronting the purple dragon stemmed solely from the Taishan Holy Land. Little did they know, his backing was far more intricate than that. It seems that in the future, even great ascension cultivators must tread carefully in the presence of this saint's son, lest they speak too loudly in his company. Xiao Fan also sat upon the dragon carriage, speaking tenderly and kindly to the young lad. This little fellow, named Xiaoan, was of the same generation as Xiao Fan's father, yet in truth, he was younger than Xiao Fan himself. Xiao Fan recalled that in the year he turned 6, another child was born into the family. He had anticipated the arrival of a younger cousin, but to his surprise, it turned out to be an uncle instead. Xiaoan, though young in age, holds a high position in the family hierarchy, yet he mingles with peers of his nephew's generation. His closest bond is with Xiao Fan, which naturally leads him to seek out Xiao Fan. On the dragon carriage, Xiao Fan inquired, 19th uncle, what brings you out? Are you alone? Xiaoan harbored resentment towards Xiao Fan for rejecting his challenge and was unwilling to engage with him. Left with no choice, Xiao Fan finally said, I will return and craft a puppet named Gundam for you. Will that suffice? Xiaoan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he earnestly stated, we agreed. You must not deceive me. I shall not deceive you. Xiao Fan remarked, with your intellect, it is quite challenging to deceive you. In response to Xiao Fan's compliment, Xiaoan smiled and replied, indeed, after all, you always praise me as the most astute in the clan. Xiao Fan, fearing that further discussion might reveal too much, deftly shifted the topic. What brings you out here alone? Surely, you ought to have brought some guards with you. And how did you manage to bring this magnificent 9 golden dragon carriage along? It wasn't that he feared someone might abduct him. Rather, his concern lay in the possibility of him getting lost and unable to find his way back. Of course, I slipped away secretly, he admitted, though the endeavor had proven somewhat arduous. I've heard that your father withheld this dragon carriage from you, but here I am, delivering it to you. What do you think? Am I not kind to you? He said with a chuckle, his face alight with anticipation for Xiao Fan's praise. Xiao Fan stood in a daze, overwhelmed by emotion. Oh, you have brought this to me? He couldn't help but feel touched. Truly, you are deserving of the care I have bestowed upon you since childhood. He gestured towards the 9 golden dragons, inquiring, are you capable of mastering them? Xiaoan nodded and said, of course, I possess considerable abilities. I have also pilfered the Dragon Command token, behold. He produced the Dragon Command token, which grants mastery over 9 golden dragons, and tossed it to Xiao Fan. From this moment forth, this treasure is yours. Should your father attempt to reclaim it, simply inform your uncle, and I shall retrieve it for you. Xiao Fan's father is the head of the family, yet Xiaoan and he belong to the same generation, enjoying the favor of the clan elders. Whenever he cries, he can obtain anything he desires. This unscrupulous tactic was taught by Xiao Fan. It is a well-known adage that a crying child is fed. Xiao Fan felt a surge of emotion. 19th uncle, the efforts you have put into changing diapers over the years have finally borne fruit. Xiaoan glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before mysteriously pulling Xiao Fan into the carriage. Why all this secrecy? Xiao Fan inquired, perplexed. I want to show you something fascinating, Xiaoan replied with an air of intrigue. From his crimson pouch, he produced a small jade vial, glimmering with a vibrant green hue. Then, from his unconventional trousers, he retrieved a flower pot and a pouch of seeds. Ah, your hiding spots are rather unique, Xiao Fan remarked. Watch closely. I shall perform a little magic for you, Xiaoan exclaimed excitedly. He planted the seeds in the pot, removed the cap from the jade vial, and poured forth a lively green liquid, which dripped onto the seeds. Before their very eyes, the seeds began to sprout at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, they unfurled into new shoots, blossoming and bearing fruit. Impressive, isn't it? He said with pride. Xiao Fan stood there, utterly astonished. The small green vial, containing the ripening liquid, was astonishingly similar to something he had encountered before. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the spirit plant before him was the legendary snow spirit ginseng, crowned with 7 verdant leaves that enveloped a fruit glistening like a snowflake, crystal clear and evidently ripe. He could not help but exclaim in disbelief. A mere drop of this green liquid can hasten the maturation of a millennium-old spiritual herb? This is even more outrageous than what Old Man Han had. I found it in the back mountain of my home, Xiaoan explained, but unfortunately, the liquid in this small vial is too scant, producing only a single drop each day, which is insufficient for my needs. How about this? If you spend a month playing with me, I shall gift it to you. Gift it to me? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Xiaoan was unaware of the vial's significance. Of course, it won't be without cost. Within this month, you must devote time to accompany me and create one. No. 3 high-grade puppets for me. The terms are unyielding, and I cannot lower them further. There will be no room for negotiation, Xiaoan stated with utmost seriousness. Listening to his words, Xiao Fan found himself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. At 12 years of age, Xiaoan still exhibited such childishness. Could he not display a modicum of maturity like myself? Xiao Fan remarked. Who else has seen this little green bottle of yours? No one knows. I have deliberately kept it a secret, intending to surprise you. How delightful am I to you? You are the second person to be privy to this. Xiaoan tilted his head back, brimming with pride, as if this were a secret shared solely between the two of them. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that the fewer people who were aware of such a treasure, the better. He proposed, let us make a pact. This matter shall not be spoken of to anyone else. The existence of the little green bottle shall remain our private secret, shall it not? I leave it to you. Xiaoan promptly agreed, preparing to hand the green bottle over to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, however, did not accept it. He remarked, you may use it for yourself. This opportunity belongs to you. Take good care of it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoan furrowed his brow. Do you not wish to play with me? How could that be? Even without this bottle, I feel it is my duty. Very well, I am somewhat fatigued. After I take a nap, you shall accompany me and play. Xiaoan stretched lazily and yawned, murmuring, I have not slept for several days in order to reach the Taishian sacred land. With that, he climbed onto a large bed, embraced a pillow, and swiftly fell into slumber. Xiao Fan gazed upon him with immense envy. How carefree he seemed. The little green bottle. The nurturing liquid. Xiao Fan fell into contemplation. Uncle 19's intellect did not resemble that of a mere mortal. Just then, he noticed the purple script above Xiaoan's head, adorned with specks of gold. It appeared that his fate was inferior to the golden, yet superior to the purple, resting between the two. After a moment's thought, he picked it up to investigate further. Chapter 63, The Slaughtering Sword Technique. He felt a sense of possession in his heart. Xiaoan, the youngest member of the Xiao family among his peers, and the uncle of Xiao Fan, in a world devoid of systematic timelines. Your provocation of the child of fortune has brought calamity upon the Xiao family, plunging them into an irretrievable abyss. Xiaoan, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, underwent a profound transformation, becoming silent and cautious, observing the world with a cold gaze. To avenge his family, he adopted a life of anonymity, traversing the realms with bloodied blades, infiltrating demon abodes and forbidden grounds, and navigating treacherous territories, relying on the elixir from the small green vial to cultivate spiritual medicine. He persevered for 3 millennia, ultimately achieving the great vehicle realm. Alas, the child of destiny surpassed even Xiaoan in valor, having ascended to immortality long ago within those 3,000 years. Xiaoan perished at the hands of the child of fortune, and the small green vial he once held fell into the possession of the child of fortune. From that moment forth, the Xiao family within this mortal realm was utterly obliterated. No wonder it was a purple golden fate. It all makes sense now. Gazing upon the words inscribed, Xiao Fan's resolve to eliminate the child of fortune solidified further. If you do not perish, I shall find no peace. Upon returning to the sacred land, Xiao Fan entrusted the dragon command to Uncle Jiang, assigning him the task of overseeing the golden dragons, while also ensuring the care of Xiaoan. As for Xiao Fan, he retreated to his palace. Ding! You have successfully slain the child of fortune. The sword of fortune has seized the essence of fate, achieving a successful appropriation of fortune. You have gained villain points, 10,000. By vanquishing the child of fortune, Yichen, you have earned the reward, the Killing Life Sword Technique. Killing Life Sword Technique. It extinguishes vitality and severs causality. Slaying a clone is tantamount to annihilating the true body. This technique belongs to the realm of causal entanglement swordsmanship. Those whose life force is extinguished have no hope of revival. Paired with the sword of fortune, it can appropriate fate and obliterate life, ensuring that not a trace remains after the blade is passed. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite swordsmanship before him. Within the fortress of the dragon's nest, his greatest concern had always been the possibility of leaving survivors, which would necessitate a tedious and gruesome process of ensuring total annihilation. However, if he were to employ this lethal sword technique, the task of dealing with the progeny of the murderous aura would become considerably simpler, devoid of the peril of resurrection. This would undoubtedly save him a considerable amount of effort. Xiao Fan retrieved the 9 Celestial Emperor Cauldron to assess the grade of this treasure. The 9 Celestial Emperor Cauldron, an Emperor-level celestial artifact, the life-bound treasure of the primordial celestial emperor, the 9 Celestial Emperor. The system provided merely this brief explanation, leaving much to be desired. Clearly, the fewer the words, the greater the significance. The primordial celestial emperor and his life-bound treasure seemed to possess immense prestige. Xiao Fan gazed in astonishment. His curiosity piqued as he examined the exterior of the cauldron, which exuded an aura of antiquity and profound elegance. Imbued with the essence of Tao, at the center of the cauldron lay a slumbering maiden, a sight that elicited mild surprise from Xiao Fan. Is there someone here? System. Who is this individual? There is no causal entity. Please confirm whether you wish to view the information regarding this maiden. Kindly select yes or no. Xiao Fan found himself lost in contemplation. The last time the system presented him with options, they pertained to the identities of Xin Hui and Yu Yue, veiled in secrecy. Once their names were known, his thoughts would be laid bare. Now, another such entity had emerged. This was perilous. The more a weak individual knows, the swifter their demise. Thus, Xiao Fan wisely chose to decline. However, he could not afford to retain trouble. Could she pose a threat to me? As long as one does not offend her. One's life remains secure. Goodness, does that imply that offending her could lead to my demise? A chilling thought indeed. After some deliberation, Xiao Fan resolved to offer this vessel as a tribute, opting to avoid its use. He summoned the Wanzhulong nest, curious about its potential utility. To his dismay, he discovered that this dwelling was suited solely for dragons, providing little assistance to humans. This was rather reasonable, considering it was the Wanzhulong nest. Nonetheless, he accepted the treasures stored within, which included countless materials for refining weapons, medicinal herbs, and a vast array of spiritual stones, along with rich veins of spiritual energy and immense wealth indeed. Beyond their inherent lust, dragons had a penchant for collecting various treasures. Thus, the abundance of items was entirely understandable. Just as he was still cataloging the treasures of the Wanzhulong nest, a disciple arrived to report that the saintess of Yaoguang had come to visit, seeking an audience with the Holy Sun. This news ignited a stir within the Taishan sacred ground. It was well known that the ancestors of the Taishan sacred ground upheld a fine tradition of being companions with the saintess of Yaoguang. Could it be that this generation would follow suit? Although there was enmity between the two families, the animosity paled in comparison to that concerning the saintess, who was known for her clear-cut principles of enmity and kinship. This is the Holy Sun's palace. Please enter. A female disciple guided Ji Qingxue into Xiao Fan's palace. Xin Hui emerged, her eyes warily fixed on Ji Qingxue, and inquired, "Aren't you the saintess? What brings you here?" A woman's intuition is remarkably precise. She sensed the presence of Su Yiyun within Ji Qingxue and a palpable aura of threat. Ji Qingxue, however, thought little of it, merely stating, "Please inform him that I have come to express my gratitude." Gratitude? Xin Hui was perplexed. "Let Xiao Fan come out. I wish to speak to him personally." Ji Qingxue, exuding a sense of familiarity, never considered herself inferior, nor was she arrogant. She possessed an innate sense of equality among all beings. Xin Hui's beautiful eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Ji Qingxue, making Ji Qingxue feel as though her very essence was being unveiled. Xin Hui paused, clearly having perceived something extraordinary within Ji Qingxue, murmuring, "You are quite remarkable." Ji Qingxue felt as though her secrets were laid bare before this individual, leaving her with no veil to shield her true self. Xiao Fan hurriedly emerged, fearing a confrontation between the two. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, the Holy Sun, Sini, instinctively positioned himself beside him. "You may proceed with your tasks," Xiao Fan remarked. However, Sini wished to decline. Xiao Fan had already devised a strategy. He cleared his throat twice and stated coldly, "The master's orders are absolute." She trembled slightly, daunted by his words, and could only retreat quietly. However, she still murmured, "Holy Sun, you cannot remain hidden for days on end as you did last time." "Understood. You may leave now," he replied. Ji Qingxue observed this peculiar master-servant dynamic with some astonishment, sensing that Xiao Fan's control over the maid was rather insufficient. "Are you truly afraid of her?" Ji Qingxue inquired playfully, raising an elegant eyebrow. Xiao Fan shook his head and remarked, "This is called respect." Ji Qingxue chose not to elaborate further. Between a master and servant, the notion of respect seemed rather amusing, revealing the underlying fear this young man harbored towards her. Upon entering the palace, Xiao Fan embraced her delicate waist from behind. Though their previous encounter had been in a state of undress, there were merits to being clothed. He rested his head on Ji Qingxue's fragrant shoulder, inhaling her alluring scent, while leaning closer to her exquisite face, savoring the intimacy of their proximity. The veiled allure of mystery proved far more captivating than mere honesty, offering a thrilling charm that was undeniably appealing. It was no wonder that so many were drawn to suggestive videos. Ji Qingxue shivered slightly. Although she had been prepared for such a display, she did not expect his eagerness. "What is it that you seek from me?" she inquired, as Xiao Fan playfully ran his fingers through her cascading hair. Perhaps due to their previous intimacy, she felt little resistance to his gestures and simply stated, "A letter has arrived from my clan, informing me that our ancestor received a third-tier primordial essence pill from a mysterious benefactor. This pill has a remarkable success rate of 70% for helping advanced practitioners break through their current realms. Moreover, those who once posed a threat to my Ji family have come forward to apologize, bearing an abundance of gifts as compensation, acknowledging past grievances and seeking forgiveness. Our ancestor wrote to ask if I had sought assistance from the Yao Guang sacred land." As she spoke, gratitude sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She turned to embrace Xiao Fan around the neck with a cheerful smile. "All of this must be your doing, correct?" "Naturally," Xiao Fan replied. Who else would squander a pill meant for practitioners of the Great Ascension realm to woo a girl? Of course, this indulgence stemmed from his mother's affection. Had it been his father, such a request would surely have been met with refusal. His mother, however, was different. "My son is so exceptional. What's wrong with him charming a few female cultivators?" "Absolutely nothing." In moments like these, Xiao Fan's father could only exclaim helplessly, "A doting mother raises a wayward son." "How do you intend to thank me?" Xiao Fan asked, not one to refuse, as he gently lifted her chin, his gaze penetrating her enchanting peach blossom eyes. In the haze of their interaction, he discerned a hint of flirtation, likely a consequence of the dragon's aura. "I have little to offer you, save for this vessel of my soul," she replied softly, devoid of any shyness. Xiao Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ji Qingxue had an uncanny ability to articulate the most risque sentiments with the utmost seriousness, embodying a blend of innocence and understanding that was utterly enchanting. Xiao Fan chuckled softly, remaining silent. "You are indeed playing with fire." However, with Xin she standing outside, fearing that she might overhear something inappropriate and rush in to cause harm, he restrained himself. Xiao Fan gently released his hold on her slender waist, pushing her away with a soft gesture. "Just do the task for me. I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly." Ji Qingxue was not taken aback. Indeed, his previous intentions were merely to seize leverage over her. This man truly exuded the demeanor of a formidable figure, utilizing beauty to ensnare others while emanating an air of frivolity. "I understand," Ji Qingxue replied with a nod. "Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back." The sacred land of shaking light had initially nurtured her with ill intentions, so it seemed there was little to reproach her for seeking her own path. "Remember to diligently refine the strand of dragon essence you acquired in the secret realm. It holds great significance." "How do you know?" she inquired. "It was a gift from me. How could I possibly be unaware?" Ji Qingxue cast a deep glance at Xiao Fan, sensing an aura of mystery surrounding him that was difficult to penetrate. Their conversation was brief, and soon Xiao Fan requested her departure, for it was prudent to avoid prolonged solitude between a man and a woman, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. After sending Ji Qingxue away, she felt a surge of joy. It appeared that she held considerable importance in the heart of the Holy Sun. He had heeded her counsel. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The mere thought sent her spirits soaring, a smile breaking forth upon her lips. Chapter 64. Are we to meet the parents so soon? The incident of Xiaoan sneaking out soon became known. For the following day, upon awakening, the Xiao family arrived in full force at the Taishian sacred land. "What are you all doing here?" "I refuse to return." Xiaoan protested fiercely, clinging tightly to Xiao Fan's leg. "Xiao Fan, you promised to spend a month playing with me. You must not break your word. Quickly, send them away, or I shall never play with you again." Xiao Fan felt equally helpless, as did the newcomer. The individual from the Xiao family is the steward, a modest cultivator whose strength is rumored to be formidable. Yet no one has witnessed him in action. "Noble heir, I have come to request your return home." The steward spoke respectfully. "Return home? What is the reason? Has something occurred within the clan?" Xiao Fan found himself somewhat perplexed, having been away from home for no more than a year, which is hardly significant in the life of a cultivator. "It was mentioned to you by the clan last time, was it not? That you were to return home to arrange a betrothal? Now that I reflect on it, the time has nearly arrived, and thus, you must make a trip back." Xiao Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing the truth of the matter. He almost forgot about it. May I inquire who it is? Xiao Fan asked curiously. He did not refuse. After all, alliances between illustrious families are exceedingly commonplace. The notion of a distinguished young lady from a noble lineage pairing with an unknown pauper is merely a fantasy of the idle. Much like a certain individual known as Wu Hu Chi Fei 11, it is one thing to speak of becoming companions for life. But when two individuals hail from vastly different worlds, the likelihood of even meeting is virtually non-existent. While this may sound harsh, it is the stark reality. Moreover, Xiao Fan is blessed with many charming younger cousins. Should he discover that some insignificant, scruffy-haired individual dared to target his adorable sisters, he would undoubtedly transform into a vengeful deity, swiftly dealing with such interlopers. Since ascending to the role of heir within a prominent family, he has come to comprehend the ire of Yang Jian regarding the earthly affairs of the Celestial Mother and her interactions with mortals. Yang Jian is rational. If it were Xiao Fan in his stead, he would not hesitate to obliterate the entire lineage of those scruffy-haired miscreants. The steward chuckled softly, intending to build suspense. Xiao Fan cast a fleeting glance at him, fully aware of the butler's character. He spoke calmly. Summarize it clearly in 3 sentences. The butler suppressed his smile. It concerns Jiang Lanji of the Jiang family. Your Grace, you should have encountered her in your youth. It is said that she formed her golden core 3 years ago and has now reached the age of 18. The Jiang family believes it is time to bring the matter of engagement to the forefront. Jiang Lanji. Xiao Fan reminisced about the memories associated with that name. It seemed somewhat familiar, yet he struggled to recall the specifics. After all, during his childhood, he had encountered numerous innocent, playful little girls, certainly no fewer than 80, making it difficult to remember each one distinctly. However, he had indeed heard of the Jiang family. The Jiang clan, with a lineage spanning thousands of years, was often discussed by the elders of his clan. They spoke of a deep bond between their ancestors and those of the Xiao family. Initially, the two families held similar power. However, as time progressed, the Jiang family inexplicably began to decline, with fewer and fewer cultivators ascending from their ranks. Mysteriously, the revered ancestors of the Jiang family lost contact with them, depriving them of various elixirs and divine fruits. Over time, this led to the family's deterioration. Nevertheless, this decline was only relative to the Xiao family, compared to other forces. The Jiang clan remained a formidable presence, still beyond the reach of many. The Xiao family did not take advantage of the decline of the Jiang family, but rather chose to strengthen their ties through marriage, uniting their heir with the Jiang family, which sufficiently demonstrates the cordial relationship between the two clans. However, who is Xiao Fan? When it comes to matters of marriage, one cannot afford to be careless. It requires utmost deliberation. A single misstep could lead to a broken engagement, which would not only be a source of embarrassment, but could also jeopardize one's very life. As I mentioned previously, remember to bring her portrait, preferably captured with a memory stone. Did you bring it with you? Xiao Fan inquired. Naturally, it is at hand. With that, the steward presented Xiao Fan with a memory stone. Xiao Fan accepted the item, his heart brimming with trepidation as if awaiting the outcome of a lottery. With cautious intent, he gradually extended his consciousness within. As long as the tank was not excessively absurd, he could accept it. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan slowly withdrew his consciousness, finding it rather mediocre, on par with Ji Qingxue and Sui Yun. Young master, what do you think? Does it meet your expectations? Having been somewhat tormented by the allure of beauty, Xiao Fan found himself recalling some unpleasant memories from his past life. He inquired, is there any distortion in the images? How does the likeness captured on the recording stone compare to the actual person? I hope it's not just the name that aligns, with everything else vastly different. The steward, taken aback by his questions, was left dumbfounded. What did this even mean? He could only speculate and offered what he believed to be a reasonable answer. This was personally recorded by the mistress. There should not be any errors. Oh, so it was captured by my mother. No wonder it appears so conservative, so much fabric, yet the figure and appearance are indeed quite striking. Surely, my mother would not deceive me. What about her background? Here it is. The steward handed Xiao Fan a jade slip containing information about Jiang Lanji. It detailed everything from her birth date to the level of her breakthroughs, the elixirs she consumed, and the cultivation techniques she practiced, evoking in Xiao Fan a sense akin to perusing a matchmaking resume. At 5 years old, she established her foundation. At 16, she achieved Dan formation. She possesses a serene and elegant nature. This year, at 18, she entered the sacred land of 100 Flowers, apprenticed under the master of 100 Flowers. and has a 50% chance of being chosen as the sacred maiden of the 100 flowers, showcasing immense potential. My son, I have reviewed this for you. This girl, Lanji, is truly commendable. Trust your mother and cultivate a good relationship with her, leading to a happy union. Xiao Fan, the truth is revealed at the end of the matter. After much contemplation, it turns out it was written by my mother. No wonder she took such personal action. It seems that this Lanji is quite favored by her. Speaking of which, why is it yet another saintess? Am I destined to gather all the holy maidens from various sacred lands? That doesn't sound too bad at all. Since my mother has given her assurance, I naturally have no objections. Very well, when shall the engagement take place? In a month's time. Miss Lanji has already spent some time with the matriarch. Just waiting for your return, the butler respectfully replied. Good heavens, it appears everything has been meticulously arranged. For the sake of the family's future, let me assume the role of this heartless tool for a political marriage. Xiaoan felt utterly perplexed, yet she grasped the general meaning. Xiao Fan, are you returning home? Indeed, let us return together. Oh, you are so mean. After all the effort it took for me to get out, you are taking me back home, Xiaoan replied, somewhat displeased. How childish. If we go back, I shall create for you a magnificent mech with wings, akin to a Pegasus, Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly. Xiaoan's feigned anger immediately transformed into a beaming smile. I want the golden one. Deal. Oh, you mentioned returning to get engaged, right? Xiaoan inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. Yes, what's wrong? Is it enjoyable? Well, it should be quite entertaining, I suppose. Is there any joy simpler than playing with women? Perhaps only playing with someone else's women. All right, upon our return, I too shall seek a marriage alliance. If it's this much fun, why not have a few more companions? Let us arrange 10 alliances, Xiaoan exclaimed with fervor. Though the innocence of youth is often unrestrained, it left Xiao Fan with a throbbing headache. He questioned the butler. Has no one taught him the fundamentals of life? The butler replied meekly, Young master, the 19th young master wishes to run free. We cannot hinder him. You know his capabilities best. After a fit of tears and tantrums, even the head of the family must yield. Sighing, Xiao Fan perceived in Xiao the archetype of a na-vi, wealthy heir, a product not of poor education, but of disinterest in learning. It seems the task of educating Uncle 19 falls solely upon me. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the Grand Elder, and then we will return. As you command. Xingxi approached, preparing to match Xiao Fan's pace. What brings you here? He inquired. As the saint's maid, I believe it is my duty to accompany you. Xingxi replied earnestly. I'm merely returning home. It's not as if I won't return, so there's no need to follow so closely, Xiao Fan remarked. Wait. Home. Xingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, her rosy cheeks blooming with shyness as she softly uttered, Are we meeting your family so soon? I'm not quite prepared. By the way, what do your family members enjoy? Just say the word, and I can procure anything for you. Would you mind raising a few little phoenixes or azure dragons? I've heard that nurturing such creatures can refine one's character. Xiao Fan. Xinxia has lost her mind. No matter what Xiao Fan says, she cannot comprehend. System, is everything all right? Well, I suppose I must rely on my own fortune. Xiao Fan could already envision the dire consequences of failing to win over Xinxi. It might very well lead to the loss of his home. Thus, the plan to strategize against the twin sisters had to be expedited. Chapter 65. Nonsensical ramblings in order to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Xiao Fan deemed it necessary to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the matter to Xinxi. What? You, the Holy Son, intend to return for an engagement? Xinxi exclaimed. Taken aback and speechless, her heart wrenching in turmoil, momentarily lost in a daze. Indeed, Xiao Fan replied softly, his heart racing with anxiety, praying she wouldn't explode in anger. Regaining her composure, Xinxi clenched her delicate fists, indignantly asserting, No, Holy Son, you cannot become engaged to someone else. I oppose this union. While I might overlook matters at times, an engagement is absolutely out of the question. In her agitation, Xinxi spoke without thinking, leaving Xiao Fan feeling quite embarrassed. Was it true that you have been aware of my every endeavor? How audacious. I merely sought to inform you, not to solicit your opinion, Xiao Fan retorted coldly. Do not forget your own station. Frustration welled within Xinxi. She longed to express that no other woman could compare to her. They might covet his familial status, but she desired him entirely. Despite Xiao Fan's stern demeanor, Xinxi remained resolute, coldly stating, An engagement? If I were to eliminate the woman you intend to wed, would that suffice? Holy Son, what is the name of that family? I shall obliterate them. Perhaps I shall inquire myself. Hiss. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Her thought process was disturbingly peculiar. Xiao Fan, feeling helpless, remarked, as a mere golden core cultivator. How can you take on the great families of the ascension stage? Xin Hui also realized that her previous words were problematic, and she hurriedly covered. There will always be a way. Even if I cannot kill them myself, I can summon others. Xiao Fan let out a soft sigh, pondering the nature of their relationship. What exactly binds us? And by what authority do you meddle in my life? This query left Xin momentarily bewildered. Indeed, she thought, I am but a mere maid. Lacking any significant status. Tears welled in her eyes, her emotions spiraling out of control, rendering her speechless. Suddenly, a palpable force emanated from her, causing fissures to manifest beneath her feet. It was not the ground that fractured, but rather the very fabric of space that trembled in her fury. She inadvertently created rifts in reality. The unseen shockwave compelled Xiao Fan to stagger back several paces, witnessing the impact of her overwhelming presence. She felt a pang of guilt. Holy Sun, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. It's all right, Xiao Fan responded, masking his unease with a reassuring tone, though his heart raced in trepidation at her earlier display of wrath. If she were to unleash her fury, would the world not split asunder? Reluctantly, he resolved to employ this tactic to navigate the situation. She felt profoundly aggrieved. After all, was she not the one closest to the Holy Sun? Why then did other women incessantly vie for his affection? Xiao Fan approached She, cradling her enchanting visage between his hands, their gazes intertwining with an intimacy that was almost palpable. Her eyes, like delicate peach blossoms framed by willow-like brows, sparkled with an alluring charm, while her cheeks glowed with a captivating blush. Xiao Fan acknowledged that this moment held an element of risk. Yet the shy beauty reflected in her eyes spoke the truth. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over She, her body stiffened, only to succumb weakly into Xiao Fan's embrace. It was only when they parted that she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Do you trust me? Xiao Fan asked earnestly. Yes, I trust the Holy Sun, She replied in a soft, melodic voice. The betrothal to the Jiang family, arranged by my parents and dictated by fate, is a commitment I have upheld since childhood. To renege on this promise would not only bring sorrow to my parents but also betray the trust of others. I, Xiao Fan, have always been a man of my word. How could I possibly forsake that? Xiao Fan spoke earnestly, yet with a soft sigh. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. No one can ever take your place. Do you not understand this? Although my body is not by your side, my heart is perpetually with you. You must believe me. I will always cherish you. Xiao Fan gazed at her with deep emotion and said, if it were within my power, I would never marry that woman. Yet, I am unable to do so. I cannot betray my promises or bring sorrow to my parents. I can only feign affection for her, despite the turmoil in my heart. Can you comprehend the sincerity of my intentions? He gently caressed She's delicate face, a hint of sadness in his voice. To prevent any revelation, he even allowed a tear to fall, drawing She into his embrace. You understand me, don't you? She's body stiffened, her fragile form pressed against Xiao Fan's chest, feeling the warmth and the rhythm of his heartbeat. However, she had something to express. After several exchanges, She's heart finally ignited with emotion. Do you still not grasp my feelings? No one can replace you in my heart, I swear. Those other women are merely fleeting distractions. Only you can etch the most profound memories in my soul. As Xiao Fan uttered these words, a pang of regret washed over him. Alas, this tactic felt somewhat clumsy, suitable only for those enamored and favorably inclined towards him. Sweet nothings could easily sway a woman's heart. She was both emotional and sensual. As long as his words were heartfelt, reason could be cast aside. She found herself enveloped by his declarations, her mind entranced. It turned out that even the Holy Sun was not entirely free. How could I have put him in such a difficult position? I truly am wretched. With a blend of shyness and guilt, her tender eyes brimmed with sincerity as she confessed, I'm sorry, Holy Sun, it was my capriciousness. Your understanding of my predicament is all I ask, Xiao Fan replied, holding her close while gently tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Lost in this moment, she felt a sweet intoxication envelop her. Coming to her senses, she tilted her head slightly while lying in Xiao Fan's embrace and softly said, Holy Sun, I have no objections to your engagement or union with them, as long as you hold me in your heart. Indeed, I shall, he affirmed. Chapter 66. The heartless Empress Jiang Lanji. Xiao Fan successfully secured Xi. Though the process was rather intricate and his actions somewhat beastly, nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. The protagonist, embodying the essence of a villain, deceived the pure-hearted woman who loved him dearly, simultaneously uttering, "I can think of you while being with her." Truly, a despicable creature among men, the pinnacle of villainy. Reward acquired. First affection. First affection. As long as you speak with a serious demeanor while uttering nonsense, the other party will inevitably believe your words. Exuding an aura of deep affection. How astonishing. What on earth is this first affection? This reward left Xiao Fan slightly stunned. Could it truly be played in such a manner? As for Xi, at this moment, she reclined gracefully on Xiao Fan's grand bed, her enchanting eyes clouded with bliss. Her delicate features flushed with a rosy hue. Xiao Fan's recent heartfelt confession and his assertive advances were simply irresistible to her. Had Xiao Fan not been of lesser stature, unable to bear the weight of her desires, she might have taken the initiative herself. In the heart of the saint, I reside. The multitude of women surrounding him are but mere playthings. I ought not to be so possessive. If the saint harbors love for me, I should embrace and accept him, allowing for a few trifling distractions. Yet, how shall I explain this to Sister Yu? If I were to tell her that the saint loves only me, would she be angered? What am I contemplating? I am being too selfish. Why can't I share the saint with my sister? With this thought, my perspective broadened immensely. Xiao Fan was uncertain of her thoughts, yet having just sacrificed his own appearance to comfort Xinshi, he felt he had done his utmost. The steward approached and inquired, "Young master, shall we set off now?" Xiao Fan nodded and pulled Xiaoan along, both taking their seats in the carriage. "Let us depart." Accompanying them was Xi, who, in this moment, had regained her composure, respectfully standing behind Xiao Fan, offering tea and water. Yet, within her heart, she was filled with anticipation, pondering what gifts would be most suitable to present to her mother-in-law upon their meeting. The Xiao family stands as the foremost lineage in this realm, wielding unparalleled power and boasting the most formidable sword cultivator, dominating the globe with the finest spiritual veins and celestial paradises. The abode of the Xiao family is known as Linsin Heaven, a place suffused with spiritual energy, where mystical herbs and medicinal plants abound. Within this Linsin Heaven reside the core members of the Xiao family, with only the most direct descendants possessing the privilege to dwell in such a blessed realm. Spanning a radius of a myriad miles around Linsin Heaven lies the territory of the Xiao family. However, they do not govern every inch of it. Instead, they partition these lands into numerous segments, delegating authority to their subordinates, who are tasked with offering spiritual herbs and stones annually, akin to the practices of the Tai Xian sacred land. Such is the modus operandi of great powers in this world, where they control only the central regions, entrusting the management of the rest to their subordinates. In the heart of Linsin Heaven stands a resplendent palace, where a graceful matron converses merrily with a youthful maiden. "Lanji, have you settled in well? If there is anything amiss, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall make arrangements," the matron gently inquired, her eyes reflecting satisfaction as she regarded the girl. The maiden politely replied, "And everything here is wonderful. I have grown quite accustomed." Indeed, she felt at home, as she had once dwelled in this place for centuries, finding it unchanged from her memories. "As long as you are comfortable, feel free to share any needs. We are family," the matron smiled warmly. The maiden's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gazed into the matron's eyes, revealing a hint of affection. "Thank you, Aunt," she responded. The matron took her hand, her brow furrowing slightly in mock annoyance. "Still calling me Aunt? It is time for you to change how you address me." The maiden hesitated, but ultimately spoke naturally. "Thank you, mother." The matron beamed with delight, her fondness for the girl growing ever more apparent. At that moment, a maid approached and whispered into the matron's ear, prompting her to rise. "Lanji, please sit for a while. I must step away briefly." "You all ensure that Lanji is well taken care of," she instructed her attendants before departing the grand hall. As she watched the matron's retreating figure, a pang of sorrow pierced Lanji's heart. The thought that this beautiful matron might lose her life due to the reckless Xiao Fan filled her with anguish. Yes, Jiang Lanji had been reborn, returning to the eve of her engagement. In her past life, she had dutifully complied with her clan's wishes and became betrothed to Xiao Fan, only to be betrayed by him, who cruelly took her life and ripped out her heart. Fortunately, the legacy of the Flower Fairy enabled her to survive, allowing her to cultivate for 100,000 years, ultimately becoming the emotionless empress. Yet, Just as she was about to transcend the heavenly tribulation, her failure to eliminate Xiao Fan and save the Xiao family left her spirit lacking, leading her to attempt rebirth beneath the thunderous tribulation, returning once more to the eve of her engagement. In her previous life, she had loved Xiao Fan deeply, obediently following his every command, even when he led her to practice dark and forbidden arts, never once doubting his intentions. Alas, Xiao Fan had merely sought to exploit her genuine devotion. Upon learning of this matter, Xiao Fan's mother struck him fiercely, berating him for his lack of discernment, even to the extent of harming those who love him. In a desperate attempt to rescue Jiang Lanji and to make amends for her, Zhao's mother ventured into a perilous realm, seeking the legendary herbs that could heal her. Tragically, she met her demise in that treacherous place, leaving an everlasting sorrow in Jiang Lanji's heart. Xiao Fan, too, has committed countless misdeeds, amassing a multitude of adversaries, ultimately leading the Xiao family towards its demise. Since I have the chance to live again, you, Xiao Fan, shall never again possess my heart. You reside in fortune, yet remain oblivious to its value. Blessed with such a loving mother, yet failing to cherish her, you shall be firmly under my control. Jiang Lanji silently vowed within her heart. She is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Zhao's mother bestowed upon her meticulous care and affection, surpassing that of her biological mother from the Jiang family. And this she shall remember forever, never to be forgotten. The Xiao family treated her with utmost kindness, granting her every wish, save for Xiao Fan, who was unworthy of their regard. Despite being granted a second chance at life, she found it impossible to harbor any malicious intent towards Xiao Fan, for she could not bear to witness the sorrow of his mother. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to ensure that Xiao Fan remained beneath her authority, never to rise again. This, indeed, would serve as his most fitting punishment. Xiao Fan, in this lifetime, your days of prosperity have come to an end. Achu Xiao Fan sneezed and touched his nose. How curious. Who could it be that is secretly praising my handsomeness behind my back? This remark caused Xinshi to break into a broad smile. Indeed, the Holy Sun is truly one of a kind. Alas, upon returning this time, the difficulty of escaping next time will be even greater. Xiao sighed, gazing at the approaching Lin Xiantian, his heart growing heavier. What is there to run from? With so many people in the clan and such vast space, where is there not fun to be had? Xiao Fan retorted irritably. You are too young to comprehend my worries, Xiao replied with a frown. Hearing this, Xiao Fan could only face-bomb. You are merely 12 years old. One might mistake you for 12,000 years old with such a demeanor. They all indulge me, can you understand? It's that feeling of being able to capture me, yet allowing me to slip away right beneath their noses, treating me like a child. I truly do not wish to play with them, unlike you, Xiao Fan, who treats me as an adult. Xiao let out a sigh as a gust of wind swept by, causing his split-crotch pants to flutter with a crisp sound, amplifying his melancholic aura. Standing at a mere 1 meter and 20 centimeters, his youthful visage appeared oddly juxtaposed, exuding an air of innocence that seemed out of place. Xiao Fan gazed down at the city, observing a resolute young man whose penetrating gaze was fixed upon his carriage, with narrowed eyes exuding an air of danger. The collision of their glances prompted the young man to avert his gaze. How intriguing, to dare to look at me with such intensity. Xiao Fan observed that the man wore a glimmering golden script upon his head, undoubtedly a child of destiny. Yet, he realized he had never encountered him before. Where could this enmity possibly stem from? Chapter 67, A Grudge Over a Grain of Rice. Xiao Fan had yet to return to Linxian Heaven when, from a distance, he beheld a beautiful lady approaching, accompanied by 2 ethereal maidens. Upon noticing this, the steward promptly reported, Young master, the lady has arrived. Huh. Xiao Fan remained largely unperturbed, while Xinshi, seated beside him, exhibited signs of restlessness. Her heart raced as she anxiously adjusted her hair, glancing to ensure that everything was in order, from the neatness of her attire to the suitability of her color choices. Xiao Fan took 2 steps, and Xinshi followed closely, her delicate features taut, and her jade-like hands clenched tightly around the hem of her garment, palms damp with perspiration. Why do you seem so anxious? Xinshi communicated telepathically, Holy Sun. What type of girl does our mother prefer? Xiao Fan, you've already reached this point. Even calling out for our mother, your pace is quite rapid. She prefers those who are taciturn, Xiao Fan remarked. Xinshi was taken aback upon hearing this. You mean someone who speaks very little? Oh. Should I refrain from speaking later? Just remain silent, that's all. Xiao Fan provided Xinshi with a set of instructions, urging her to remain composed. As the timing was rather inopportune, after all, he was on the brink of an engagement while bringing another woman home. Surely, this would elicit several reprimands from his mother. In an instant, his mother appeared before him, having traversed countless miles. Her visage radiated warmth, her demeanor was poised, and her elegance was palpable. Her dark hair was elegantly coiled into a bun, secured with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of tranquility and nobility. "Mother." Xiao Fan smiled as he approached. Born into the Xiao family, he was enveloped in the meticulous care of the woman before him, whose tender affection was truly unforgettable. The beautiful lady smiled, gently pinching his cheek and patting his head, remarking, "You've grown quite a bit." She then asked, "Do you miss your mother?" "Of course, the farther I am from home, the more I long for you," he replied. A child travels 1,000 miles, yet a mother's worries remain. Although Xiao Fan was safe in the sacred land of Taishan, his mother could not help but feel concerned for him. "You must stay a little longer this time before you leave. If it becomes too difficult, we could construct a great teleportation array between our home and the sacred land of Taishan. That way, you could return home whenever you wish," Xiao mother said with a smile. Xiao Fan was taken aback by her proposal, as it seemed devoid of jest. "This cannot be appropriate, can it?" "What is so inappropriate about it? It is merely a trifling matter. By the way, have you perused the letter I sent you?" "I have. Your mother has already facilitated your passage. Your temperament, innate talent, and beauty are all commendable, undoubtedly aligning with your desires." At this juncture, Xianxi's previously cheerful demeanor faltered momentarily, yet she managed to maintain her composure. A woman's intuition is astute. From the very outset, Xianxi had remained closely by Xiao Fan's side, and upon hearing about the passage, her expression shifted significantly. Xiao Mu, with a smile that seemed to hold an unspoken meaning, transmitted her thoughts, inquiring, "Who is the person beside you?" Xiao Fan responded, "The sanctuary has assigned me a maid. At such a tender age, she possesses golden core cultivation. Would such a disciple truly serve as your maid?" She raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, deceiving is a trivial matter. Mother only concerns herself with your father and pays little heed to your affairs. Just do not let others down, young man," Zhao's mother remarked. "Oh, no one knows a child better than their mother. By the way, the family's spirit refinement platform has just opened. Now that you are in the nascent soul stage, you may go there to cultivate and prepare for the breakthrough to divine transformation." "Yes, I understand. The spirit refinement platform is a unique training ground for the Xiao family, where cultivators can refine their souls. It allows nascent soul practitioners to experience the power of the soul and to grasp the essence of the divine transformation level. It also enables those at the divine transformation stage and beyond to temper their soul strength, solidifying their foundations. It is an exceptional place for cultivation." The mother and son conversed for quite some time, and had it not been for the concern of neglecting Zhang Lanji, Zhao's mother would have eagerly instructed Xiao Fan in his cultivation. Upon returning to the familiar estate of the heir, he encountered many familiar faces. His cousins greeted him warmly, expressing their joy at his return as the heir. This filled him with genuine sentiment. Indeed, there is no place like home. However, on the journey, Zhao's mother had taken Xinhui along, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he thought, nothing untoward will occur, so he would let her handle it. Within the grand and serene estate, the spiritual energy was abundant, rivaling that of his sacred sun palace. As Xiao Fan returned to the hall and dismissed the crowd, a figure clad in black emerged within. "Master," the black-clad individual reverently addressed him, leaning closer. His potent aura revealed him to be a cultivator at the integration stage. "You Feng, during your absence, did anything significant transpire within the clan?" Xiao Fan inquired with a calm demeanor, exuding an innate commanding presence. "The clan remains well, and no major incidents have occurred. However, a distant relative has recently returned, distinguished by remarkable talent, alongside a sister afflicted with cold poison, reportedly adopted. He has entered the clan to diligently cultivate, seeking a remedy for his sister's ailment. This young man, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage when he joined 6 months ago, is now on the verge of forming his golden core. Many elders have proposed that he be welcomed back into the main lineage and granted the privileges of a direct descendant. You once instructed us to pay special attention to disciples who exhibit rapid progress, so I have documented this situation." "Oh," Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing a sense of familiarity in the unfolding narrative. A distant lineage, a sister bearing cold poison, entering the main family in pursuit of elixirs. Was the next chapter destined to see him bullied, leading to a vengeful act, fleeing the clan, and ultimately ascending within a sect? Has anyone troubled him? Xiao Fan asked. Adhering to his previous tenets of conduct, which emphasized avoiding conflict and nurturing understanding, never abusing authority. Certainly not. When you were home, you dealt sternly with the clan's unruly scions, and they have since tempered their behavior, wary of overstepping, Yufeng replied. This was indeed true. Xiao Fan understood well the treacherous depths of the mystical realm. It was better to remain aloof than to forge enmities. Thus, during his time as heir, he had not hesitated to discipline disobedient cousins, and even enlisted his father to reprimand those who had grown excessively arrogant. He championed the principle of equality among all beings, forbidding the oppression of the weak, for one could never know if the seemingly feeble might be a harbinger of calamity for the clan. That is reassuring, Xiao Fan remarked, sighing inwardly in relief. Safety prevailed. However, there was an instance when that young man sought medicine from the clan's pharmacy and was met with refusal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan became anxious. What was going on? The clan typically favored their talented disciples with resources for cultivation, and indeed they had done so. However, one individual argued, why should we not provide treatment for his sister suffering from cold poison? She is not a member of the Xiao family. The reasoning was that although he possessed exceptional talent, he contributed nothing to the clan, and thus receiving preferential treatment and resources for cultivation was already a significant favor. The cold poison was no trivial matter. To eradicate it completely would require resources sufficient for a nascent soul cultivator to advance to the great ascension. Naturally, the clan would not expend effort to save his sister. In the end, he left in a fit of resentment, declaring that the Xiao family lacked compassion. He had been in a silent protest against the clan, having refrained from collecting his stipend for 2 months. Xiao Fan pondered, what is his name? Xiao Yun. At this juncture, it became evident that this distant relative was indeed the child of destiny. However, Xiao Fan found himself perplexed. How could one inadvertently attract the attention of such a fateful being? He was left speechless. The Xiao family embodies unity, yet they are not a charitable clan. Each year, numerous individuals, deemed lacking in talent, are dispatched to various locales. These individuals form the branches of the Xiao family. To return to the ancestral lineage, one must diligently cultivate their abilities or aspire for their offspring to achieve greatness, hoping that a prodigious figure will elevate the branch. The Xiao family is indeed amenable to the return of these branches, but all of this pertains solely to those who share the bloodline of the Xiao. Blood ties. To expect the clan to expend resources to aid an adopted daughter devoid of such connections is quite unreasonable. The clan has yet to request her contributions. Yet you audaciously seek conditions from them. How could one not be incredulous? Is the favored child of fortune truly so lacking in wisdom? One can only remark that kindness begets expectations, and the assistance rendered is taken for granted. It evokes a sense akin to that of a protagonist like Tang San, fueling a desire for vengeance. Xiao Fan mused inwardly. By the way, is his sister beautiful? Since he is unable to provide her with healing, perhaps it would be better for him to care for her, chuckling sinisterly to himself. Chapter 68. The Xiao family does not support idleness. Is his sister beautiful? This inquiry nearly caused Yofen C. U. to overheat. What sort of question is that? The subordinate was at a loss for how to respond. Yet they had gathered information about both individuals, including a portrait of his sister. Master, please take a look. Yufeng presented Xiao Fan with a bundle of scrolls. Upon receiving them, he discovered an image of a youthful girl, clad in simple attire, appearing frail and lacking vitality. She was petite and delicate. Perhaps the torment of cold poison had inflicted suffering upon her, with her forced smile evoking a sense of pity. Lan Yuhong, the child brought back by Xiao Yun's parents from outside, treated as their own. Xiao Yun's parents publicly claimed that Lan Yuhong was a child they found on the road, adorned with a jade pendant inscribed with blue characters. Coincidentally, after the rain, a rainbow arched across the sky, hence the name Lan Yuhong. However, Xiao Yun's parents treated Lan Yuhong with even greater affection than their own child. The child they had picked up received better treatment than their biological offspring, which led to skepticism among the onlookers regarding the story of her being found. Nevertheless, the crowd merely indulged in the spectacle without delving deeper into the matter. Xiao Fan rolled up the scroll, and in his mind, he affixed the label of Daughter of Fortune upon Lan Yuhong. In terms of appearance, she was unremarkable, merely of average beauty. Yet, Xiao Fan understood that no Daughter of Fortune was truly ordinary. The innocent swan would undoubtedly transform into a magnificent one as she matured. Your sister must be quite remarkable. She is now mine. He mused. Understood. You may leave now. Xiao Fan gestured. Yes, came the reply. With that, a shroud of darkness enveloped Yofeng's feet, and he gradually descended, vanishing into the shadows. First, I shall pay my father a visit and seek his assistance. Xiao Fan returned home. His engagement was a matter of little concern to him. After all, it was a settled issue, best left to his mother to arrange. His return this time was for other pressing matters. In the realm of Lincian Heaven, where the Xiao family resides, the hierarchical divisions are distinctly delineated from the innermost core to the outermost fringes. At the heart lies the sacred ground where the direct descendants of the Xiao family cultivate their skills, inhabited solely by the most gifted disciples of the clan, those who have achieved the unity and ascension stages, as well as esteemed elders. Surrounding this core is a layer inhabited by individuals of slightly lesser aptitude and elders of modest cultivation, who, after millennia of practice, have merely reached the realm of transformation and refinement. The outermost layer is composed of ordinary clan members, often lacking in talent, with many only achieving the golden core stage by the age of 80. Nevertheless, even this periphery surpasses the core disciples and elders of ordinary sects by several magnitudes. The outermost expanse of Lincian Heaven is a pinnacle that most cultivators would find elusive even after a lifetime of striving. Here, diligent practice amidst the rich spiritual energy can elevate one to the refinement stage. The quality of one's birth is of paramount importance. The outer precincts of Lincian Heaven are suffused with ethereal mist and radiant hues, teeming with various spiritual beasts and flourishing medicinal herbs, resembling a celestial paradise. In this divine domain, dilapidated huts are non-existent. Even the least esteemed accommodations are elegant villas. Those permitted to engage in cultivation within the Xiao family's main residence are truly the CRME de la CRME. The term poor environment is relative, especially when compared to the core territories of the Xiao family. Within a villa spanning several acres, there resides a pallid young girl named Lan Yuhong. At this moment, she is seated in meditation, attempting to refine her vital energy, yet with each moment of practice, she feels an intensifying chill within her body. A chronic affliction she has endured since childhood. Each attempt at cultivation results in an accumulation of cold energy, rendering her fearful of further practice. To date, she has only managed to reach the first layer of vital energy refinement, unable to even attempt fasting. The deepening chill envelopes her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably and suffer immensely. The jade pendant hanging around her neck emits a soft white light, absorbing the cold energy. Without this pendant, she doubts she would have survived to this day. Xiao Yun has returned. His countenance is resolute and his gaze unwavering. Upon entering the courtyard, he hastens towards Lan Yuhong's chamber, yet he merely calls out from outside the door. Sister Yuhong, are you feeling better? Lan Yuhong gathers her thoughts and opens the door. Stepping outside, despite her pallid complexion, a look of relief graces her face. Brother Yin, I am quite well. Xiao Yun's expression was filled with concern as he hurriedly produced a crimson elixir, exclaiming, "This is a warming pill I purchased from outside. It is said to possess remarkable efficacy. You must give it a try." Lan Yuhong declined, shaking her head. Brother Yun, please do not squander your spirit stones. If these pills truly held any merit, I would not still be unwell at this point. Over the years, she had consumed countless elixirs, nearly becoming a vessel for them. They had proven utterly ineffective. Just give it a chance. What if it actually works? Xiaoyan urged with a smile, touched by his kindness. Lan Yuhong felt a warmth in her heart, realizing she could not bear to see him disheartened. In his presence, she reluctantly ingested the pill, while Xiaoyan watched her with eager anticipation. As expected, it yielded no results, just like all the others. A sigh escaped Lan Yuhong's lips after years of enduring illness. Her heart had long since grown accustomed to tranquility amidst the turmoil. Xiao Yun's face was etched with disappointment as he pondered over what could be done to heal Lan Yuhong. Brother Yun, Lan Yuhong said, I heard there has been some discord between you and your family? At the mere mention of this, Xiao Yun's anger flared. Humph, I claim you as my sister. Yet those people refuse to provide treatment on the grounds of lacking blood ties. The Xiao family is not worth my allegiance. Lan Yuhong was momentarily taken aback. Not worth it? Her concern did not lie with herself, but rather with Xiao Yun. Given the absence of a blood relationship with the Xiao family, it was understandable that they would not assist her. The thought of Xiao Yun harboring resentment towards his family due to her plight left her with an indescribable discomfort, as though her very existence was causing him distress, even though they were situated on the periphery of the Lincian Heaven. Few places in the world could rival it as a sanctuary for cultivation. She did not wish for her circumstances to deprive Xiao Yun of the opportunity to cultivate in the sacred realm. Brother Yun, Lan Yuhong implored, please do not let our situation create rifts within your family. The Xiao family is formidable. Cherish the opportunity to cultivate in Linsin heaven. Once you grow stronger, you will surely be able to heal me. Xiao Yun sighed, contemplating the dire circumstances. With only the first layer of qi refining achieved in her deteriorating health, reaching the age of 50 seemed a formidable challenge. In just a few short decades, the prospect of saving Lan Yuhong appeared exceedingly bleak. Yet, Lan Yuhong remained philosophical, recognizing that as an orphan, her adoption was already a stroke of fortune, and having a brother who cared for her rendered her life devoid of regrets. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived at the secluded residence where Xiao Yun resided. Xiao Yun, have you gathered the Mingyan flowers? One of them inquired. What Mingyan flowers? Xiao Yun responded, bewildered. The newcomers exchanged glances, slightly puzzled, but proceeded to clarify. Your task is to collect 300 Mingyan flowers. The clan notified you a month ago, and today marks the deadline for submitting your task. Xiao Yun coldly remarked, I have not received my salary for the past 2 months. Why should I undertake this task? He harbored resentment towards the clan for their failure to rescue Lan Yuhong, and he remained indifferent to the task at hand. Although he had seen the notice, he deliberately chose not to act. The messenger, a disciple of the Xiao family, found Xiao Yun's brazen demeanor perplexing. Your salary remains untouched. No one is compelling you. However, the tasks assigned by the family must be fulfilled. As a descendant of the collateral line, you ought to cherish this opportunity. The celestial realm does not accommodate idlers. Countless individuals yearn to enter this place for cultivation, but lack the chance. Gathering the Mingyan flower is not particularly challenging. It is well within your capabilities. How can you choose to neglect it? Are the clan's rules meaningless to you? As he concluded, a hint of irritation crept into his voice. He lamented the potential that Xiao Yun possessed. With diligent cultivation, he could undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Xiao Yun exclaimed indignantly, if they refuse to treat even my sister. What kind of humanity does the Xiao family possess? The visitors suppressed their emotions, admonishing, do not presume upon your considerable talents to act with impunity. There are many within the Xiao family who surpass you in aptitude. Observing the rising tension, Lan Yuhong sought to interject a few words to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Yun chuckled coldly, declaring that if necessary, he would depart from the Xiao family. For the sea is vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Yet before Lan Yuhong could utter a word, Xiao Yun decisively cut off any further discussion. This provoked a disdainful scoff from the disciple, who announced, I shall report this situation to the clan. Prepare to vacate. With that, he turned on his heel and left without a backward glance. Lan Yuhong wished to step forward and provide an explanation, but Xiao Yun intercepted her, saying, Yuhong, I will not abandon you. I am determined to heal you. Observing the earnestness in his demeanor, Lan Yuhong found it difficult to harbor anger. Instead, she chastised herself for being a burden to Xiao Yun. Noticing her self-reproach, Xiao Yun felt a sense of triumph, believing that such guilt might eventually cultivate affection for him. Indeed, he harbored feelings for Lan Yuhong and sought to engender love through her sense of remorse. As for the matter of healing, he felt confident in his abilities. He possessed great fortunes, and when the moment of crisis arrived, he would confess his feelings and save her, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Enough. Let us gather our belongings and prepare to leave, Lan Yuhong sighed. Yet, could departing the Xiao family be as simple as coming and going at will? Xiao Yun and Lan Yuhong, having made all necessary preparations, were just about to depart from the Xiao residence when they were halted by the guards stationed at the city gates of Linxian. Xiao Yun spoke coldly. Why are you targeting us? The guard replied impassively, you have yet to complete your mission. You cannot leave. I have not received my salary for the past 2 months. It is only natural not to perform tasks. On what grounds do you restrict me? My orders are simply to keep watch over you. The guard retorted with a scoff. Understand your own position. Your expenses within the clan over the past 6 months have been exorbitant, and you have accomplished nothing. Do you think the Xiao family is a charity? If you wish to depart, you must return the spirit stones and elixirs provided to you during your stay, along with the rent for your residence in Linxian Pavilion. Settle all these debts, and I shall grant you immediate release. Xiao Yun bellowed you. The Xiao family does not harbor idlers. If you wish to sever ties with the clan, you must return all that you have received from it. Lan Yuhong urged Xiao Yun to remain calm, for she had no true desire to depart. There existed no place more conducive to her cultivation than here. She did not wish for her own reasons to drive him away from such a splendid environment. Now, being halted, she felt an unexpected sense of relief in her heart. Reluctantly, Xiaoyan acquiesced, but this was merely superficial. Beneath the surface, everything was calculated, and he was not truly willing to forsake this place. All that transpired was but a performance staged for Lan Yuhong to illustrate her significance in his heart. Chapter 69. The Virtue of Filial Piety and the Art of Silence. In the heart of the Xiao family's grand hall, a young man, strikingly similar in appearance to Xiao Fan, sat upright with poise. Engrossed in the reading of a sword technique manual held delicately in his hands, Xiao Fan entered the grand hall, observing his father engrossed in a book. Not wishing to intrude, he quietly stood to the side. After a while, feeling fatigued, he found a place to sit down. Zhao's father raised an eyebrow and set down the sword technique in his hand. He spoke softly, "You have returned." Xiao Fan immediately rose to his feet, adopting a serious demeanor. "Father," he addressed him. Zhao's father replied, nodding slightly as he scrutinized Xiao Fan, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. "You have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. It seems your cultivation in the sacred land has been rather diligent." "Diligent, indeed," Xiao Fan mused. "Though if it weren't for Su Yun's delicate nature, I would have surely exerted myself even more." A mere moderate effort, Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Knowing his son as well as he did, Zhao's father could anticipate Xiao Fan's intentions with the slightest movement. No one seeks an audience with the Three Treasure Hall without cause. "Speak, what brings you to me?" Zhao's father inquired. Xiao Fan, with a broad smile, remarked, "Father, you are truly wise and formidable, handsome and charming, and unparalleled in this world." Zhao's father interrupted his spellcasting, exclaiming, "Stop. If you have something to say, then speak swiftly." Xiao Fan inquired, I have a friend who wishes to reconstruct their physical form. Could you possibly provide me with a corporeal vessel?" This matter is non-negotiable. Do not entertain such thoughts." Xiao Fan could no longer maintain his composure and, with a smile, remarked, "Father, my expectations are modest. I merely seek that which can bear a Mahayana soul. Having sustained soul damage for 30,000 years, it should not differ significantly from the Mahayana." Zhao's father appeared utterly bewildered. "Is this what you call a modest request?" "Absolutely not." Xiao Fan was rendered speechless. "Do not compel me to unleash my full power." Zhao's father continued, "However, there is still a way." "What way?" "If you bring back the 9 dragons chariot, I shall devise a solution for you." Xiao Fan was taken aback, realizing that they still had an interest in his modest possessions. "If I do not apply pressure, do you assume I am intimidated by you?" "Father, do you believe mother possesses great strength?" Xiao Fan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Father Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then disdainfully replied, "Do you intend to seek your mother to lodge a complaint? Do you think I fear her? You have miscalculated." Xiao Fan smiled gently, cleared his throat twice, and retrieved a letter from his storage bag. He began to read aloud. "Xiao Lang, it has been 3 days since we last met, and I must say, you seem even more handsome than before. I have grasped about 70 to 80% of the 2 instruments sword technique you taught me. Yet there are still a few aspects I do not comprehend. Might you guide me through it in person? Also, I am planning a visit to the forest of demonic energy, which is said to be teeming with creatures. Would you accompany me? Of course. I would not have you travel for free. Here is my golden token, which grants an allowance of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones each month. Please use it as you wish." As Xiao Fan continued to read letter after letter, Zhao's father felt a chill run down his spine. His expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly masked it and reverted to his usual demeanor. "What nonsense are you spouting? At such a young age, you should be focusing on serious matters. Who allowed you to read these? Hand them over." Without waiting for Xiao Fan's consent, he snatched the letters away, and upon recognizing the familiar handwriting, his heart skipped a beat. He nearly revealed himself and carefully concealed the letters, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "These letters are of little consequence, father. But look at what I have found." He then produced a portrait featuring a handsome man and a beautiful woman, their gazes locked in tender affection. The man depicted in the painting was none other than Zhao's father. You were slandering me." Zhao's father became anxious and immediately took it back. "Now you have no evidence, do you?" Xiao Fan's skill in understanding people is not something that has developed overnight. He remarked, "Father, what I present to you is merely a small portion of what I have replicated. I possess much more in reserve. Surely, you wouldn't want my mother to be aware of this matter, would you?" Zhao's father's scalp prickled. He instinctively knew that the return of this young man heralded nothing but trouble. Father Xiao coughed lightly a couple of times. "I have not ventured outside for several centuries. These are but old tales, and I fear nothing should they be spoken of." "Oh, is that so? Are the letters from 3 years ago also mere old tales?" Xiao Fan replied in a subdued tone. That was merely a discussion on the way of the sword. I hold the title of the foremost sword cultivator in the realm. She inquired about my swordsmanship, and I simply responded as a friend would. Zhao's father was drenched in cold sweat. If this were to leak and reach his mother, he would not only face severe repercussions but also risk a fate worse than death. How could such a clandestine affair have come to his knowledge? Do you think mother would believe your words? Xiao Fan remarked with a hint of a smile. Ahem, speak plainly about your desires. Is it the physical form you seek? Yes, indeed, I have it. You may take it. Simply search the family treasury, and I shall inform them of your intentions. Zhao's father wished to avoid any entanglements with him. This rascal had never been serious since childhood. Thank you, father, he said. Oh, regarding your affair with the Lord of the 100 Flowers, I assure you, it shall remain locked within my heart and shall never be uttered. He vowed earnestly. What could Father Xiao do but choose to trust him? Just leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Fan merrily departed. As for the matter of confidentiality, rest assured, I shall remain as tight-lipped as a clam. After all, I am my father's most dutiful son. The bond of paternal love and filial piety is strong. Once outside the grand hall, Xiao Fan's heart was resolute with a singular thought. Undisclosed secrets can be wielded repeatedly. And only concealed secrets are truly valuable. Ha, ha, ha. In truth, even without this consideration, Xiao Fan would not reveal it. Who among us does not harbor a cherished memory? In this fantastical realm where polygamy is the norm, his father possesses but a single wife, making him the most devoted figure in this magical world. Xiao Fan also inherited this profound affection, yet in the process of inheritance, his heart shattered into countless pieces. Each fragment deeply enamored with a different person, merely an unremarkable lover of humanity. The physical reincarnation posed no challenge for the Xiao family. However, the newly formed body lacked a certain refinement. How does it fit? Xiao Fan inquired, addressing the lively little child before him. Thank you, the child exclaimed with excitement. After 30,000 years, I am finally free. This child was none other than the dragon's soul residing within the dragoness nest. Although the celestial spirit had been damaged and was now confined to an ordinary form, it could still move freely, which filled the ancient dragon with exuberance. Alas, the cost of reshaping your body was quite substantial, Xiao Fan said, a pained expression on his face. This was no falsehood. The body had been prepared by the Xiao family for ascended beings. Should they encounter a misstep in their cultivation or fail their tribulation, as long as a remnant of their soul remained, they could be reborn in this vessel, though the spirit was impaired and might not reach its former heights. At least there was life, and with life, there is hope. It was said to be crafted by a celestial ancestor, ensuring its quality. I will never forget your kindness. I promise, the dragon soul child vowed earnestly. In saying this, I regard you as a brother, so there is no need for formalities, Xiao Fan replied with solemnity. This moved Long Ao Tian, who had heard tales of the cruelty and cunning of humanity, realizing that such views were indeed biased. Had he not encountered a good person? What about my sister? Long Ao Tian inquired. Ah, your sister's soul damage is quite severe. We are still deliberating on a treatment plan. But rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save her. We are brothers, and your sister is as good as my own, Xiao Fan declared earnestly, exuding an aura of righteousness that left little room for doubt regarding his pure intentions. Long Ao Tian was similarly touched, believing in his words without question. Although his sister was merely an ascended practitioner, her soul, in essence, was that of a dragon, placing her in a higher echelon than himself, even in his prime. He could not heal souls. Contemplating this, Long Ao Tian sighed. If only I could reach out to Father. No worries, there is no need for haste. Xiao Fan reassured him. Xiao Fan exchanged a few words with Long Ao Tian before leaving him in Xiaoan's care. One was 12 years old, while the other had been confined for 30,000 years after the age of 12, which, when rounded, could also be considered 12. As peers, they should find common ground in their camaraderie. Chapter 70, The Giant Elephant, 84 million, Late-Stage Yuaning. After ensuring Long Ao Tian was settled, Xiao Fan resolved to visit the refining spirit platform. Although his 5 elements spiritual body could cultivate autonomously, a concerted effort would undoubtedly expedite his progress. He sensed that a solitary visit to the refining spirit platform could propel him into the late-stage Yuaning, and with that achievement, the transformation into the divine realm would not be far off. Approaching his 19th birthday, he aspired to attain this transformation before reaching 20. As he prepared to step into the refining spirit platform, a new message from Yufeng reached him. What is it? Xiao Fan inquired, pondering the urgency. Yufeng replied, Master, it appears that Xiao Yun is exhibiting signs of erratic behavior. Really? This statement left Xiao Fan bewildered. Had Xiao Yun committed some unprecedented act? What leads you to this conclusion? Yufeng recounted how Xiao Yun had refused to complete his tasks and intended to depart from Lin Xiantian with Lan Yuhong. Leave? Why would he leave? Is he being oppressed by someone in the clan? Xiao Fan questioned, perplexed. No, it's not that. Xiao Yun harbors resentment towards the clan for failing to provide aid to Lan Yuhong. He has declined his salary and refused to fulfill his duties, contemplating departure. This revelation confounded Xiao Fan. Could it be that the Son of Fortune possessed an intelligence-diminishing aura, one that affected others rather than himself? Was there truly an instance of a self-diminishing Son of Fortune? Nonetheless, after being intercepted by the guards, he obediently completed his tasks and accepted his salary. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Fan sensed that the situation was far from simple. The abrupt shift in attitude was too swift. Moreover, the gaze with which Xiao Yun looked at Lan Yuhong was imbued with an unexpected affection, a look that was not typical of a brother towards his sister. Furthermore, Lan Yuhong had, on multiple occasions, expressed her apologies to Xiao Yun, claiming that she was the one who burdened him. Yet Xiao Yun consistently reassured her that it was of no consequence. This peculiar behavior from Xiao Yun was quite baffling. I had observed him closely for several days, and he managed to elude my watchful eyes, which was indeed strange. In the realm of the Son of Fortune, where the Celestial Emperor pursued him, he still managed to slip away, which could hardly be blamed on Yufeng. However, the first two matters are truly intriguing. Xiao Yun, emerging from a collateral branch of the family, distinguished himself among his peers and entered the main lineage of the Xiao clan. His innate talent and disposition could not possibly be so meager as to provoke an outcry to depart from Linsden Heaven. Furthermore, the rationale behind his outburst appears rather trivial. Is it truly justifiable to harbor resentment against the clan for failing to provide medical aid to Lan Yuhong? Such a perspective seems fundamentally flawed. With burgeoning feelings of affection and guilt intertwined with the universally acknowledged mystical principle, the childhood companion of the fated one is destined to become a member of their harem. In Xiao Fan's mind, the answer had emerged. He longed for Lan Yuhong to harbor affection for him. Yet, unable to conceive of other methods, he resolved to employ gratitude, guilt, and visible gestures to demonstrate her significance in his heart. When two individuals of opposite genders coexist day after day, as long as neither is particularly unattractive and their orientations are conventional, it is inevitable that feelings will blossom over time. Xiao Fan aimed to win the favor of the fated daughter, Lan Yuhong. Though his methods were somewhat rudimentary, they proved effective for one inexperienced in the ways of the world. Xiao Fan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well, the Son of Fortune has begun to strengthen. This time, he encounters a Son of Fortune with quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Trying to play mind games with me? Xiao Fan scoffed inwardly. You have clearly never faced death. Understood, I shall continue to observe him. Indeed, upon a brief contemplation, Xiao Fan conceived a strategy. Asserting that your methods could not rival the depth of his own, he chose to set this matter aside for the moment, intending to address it further after emerging from the Refining Spirit platform. The Refining Spirit platform, situated within the heart of the Xiao clan's domain, is exclusively accessible to those disciples of exceptional talent and to the elders who have made significant contributions to the family. The activation of this Refining Spirit platform entails considerable expenditure, occurring only once every decade. Upon returning home, Xiao Fan fortuitously encountered the commencement of his training, compelling him to embark on a journey of self-cultivation. As he stepped onto the Refinement of Spirit platform, an overwhelming sensation enveloped him, as if his very soul were about to transcend the earthly realm. The notion of spirit separation? He cast a glance at his ethereal form, observing his physical self seated in meditation within the tranquil chamber, and in that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Remarkable. Even as a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, he could experience the sensation of spirit separation. The transformation of spirit practitioners refine their souls, cultivating a unique essence that persists beyond death, thereby elevating their existence to a higher echelon. Yet, here he was, merely a mid-stage nascent soul, who had scarcely grazed the threshold of transformation of spirit, already capable of spirit separation. This bodes exceptionally well for his future breakthroughs into the realm of transformation of spirit. Xiao Fan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the profound and ethereal essence of spiritual power. Moreover, The refinement platform possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate time. Thus, 3 days of cultivation within its confines equated to merely a single day in the outside world. However, due to the significant energy consumption, it could not be employed constantly, falling short of the capabilities of his temporal secret tome. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time flowed inexorably. And Xiao Fan's comprehension of the transformation of spirit deepened with each passing moment. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within the refinement platform coalesced into a mist, as his physical form perpetually activated the divine elephant suppression technique. A tremendous vortex of spiritual energy formed above his head, infusing his being with an abundance of life force. One by one, colossal elephantic particles awakened. In every instant, countless particles within his body revived, each resembling a mighty elephant in gallop. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 elephantine particles stirred to life, and his cultivation surged exponentially, nearing a breakthrough to the late Yuan Ying stage. The divine elephant suppression technique was inherently enigmatic. There was no need for deliberate suppression of his realm, as the advancement came naturally, accompanied by a soft pop emanating from within his body. Xiao Fan has reached the late stage of the nascent soul. His foundation is exceptionally solid, and after taking 2 days to acclimate, he resumes the refining of spiritual energy, striving to break through to the next realm. 1 million giant elephant particles, 2 million giant elephant particles, 3 million giant elephant particles. Xiao Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, his physical form becoming increasingly robust. The visible enhancement of his strength filled him with a profound sense of joy. Having spent 3 months on the refinement platform, he realized that a month had elapsed in the outside world. His cultivation had ascended from the mid-stage of the nascent soul to the late stage. Were it not for the fear of calamity lightning striking and damaging the refinement platform, he would have eagerly sought to achieve a direct breakthrough. Xiao Fan raised his hand and struck the void with a punch. A gentle sweep unleashed a gust of wind. A resounding explosion echoed, and ripples emanated visibly from his fist. His strength had ascended to a new echelon, with his physical power now exceeding tenfold that of his previous self. His robust fist gleamed with a cold, metallic luster. Upon introspection, he discovered a significant awakening of colossal particles, totaling 84 million. Within his body, out of 840 million particles, 110 had awakened. He felt confident that with his physical prowess alone, he could easily shatter the defenses of a mid-stage refining void practitioner. Although vanquishing a late-stage refining void practitioner might prove somewhat challenging, given that they would likely flee if overmatched, defeating them was certainly within his grasp. His ability to conceal his true strength had significantly enhanced. Who would suspect that a mere nascent soul could dispatch a refining void practitioner with a single blow? This remarkable amplification of power instilled in Xiao Fan a profound sense of transformation. He had previously experienced the sensation of his soul departing from his body and had grasped the essence of spiritual power. Once he could summon the heavenly tribulations, the path to achieving divine transformation would unfold effortlessly. However, the time had not yet arrived, for the moment of his engagement had come. It was time to meet his betrothed, whom he had only encountered once in his childhood. The rewards were modest, yet let us power through with love, my friends. Chapter 71. The first encounter with Jiang Lanji. As the day of the engagement approached, numerous factions gathered in Linshan Heaven to offer their congratulations. Xiao Fan remained largely indifferent to these proceedings. He merely followed his mother's arrangements, fulfilling the role of a dutiful instrument of alliance. At the engagement banquet, he encountered many elders from various sects. While their impressions on him were not particularly deep, he at least recognized them, as these factions had previously extended olive branches, inviting him to become their disciple. Unfortunately, the costs demanded by the Taishan Holy Land were beyond his means, and thus he did not pursue them. The Yuhua sect, Tai sect, Linglong Pavilion, Yinwei Mountain, and Feixian Tower, all prominent forces in the cultivation world, were present to convey their well-wishes. Xiao Fan, being the esteemed son of the Taishan sacred land, was naturally aware of the news regarding his impending engagement. Consequently, the Taishan sacred land dispatched elders to extend their congratulations, presenting a plethora of lavish gifts: spiritual beasts, spirit stones, medicinal herbs, spiritual veins, formidable weapons, and comprehensive texts on cultivation. Beyond his identity as the son of the Taishan sacred land, Xiao Fan also held the title of heir to the Xiao family, prompting the Radiant Light sacred land to send representatives to the engagement banquet. However, Among his peers, Xiao Fan noticed the absence of Yi Tianwei, as it was rumored that the Radiant Light's sacred land had appointed a new sun, given the unfavorable reputation that Yi Tianwei had garnered. After all, it was quite disgraceful for a distinguished son to engage in petty squabbles over food with dogs and to exhibit such undignified behavior. Numerous factions attended the event, bringing along their clan leaders, the daughters of sect masters, or core female disciples to the Xiao family. When these female cultivators encountered Xiao Fan, they mostly appeared bashful, struggling to find common ground for conversation, likely hoping to establish connections. After all, polygamy is commonplace among cultivators, especially for a scion of the Xiao family. Should a spark ignite, it could lead to a connection with the Xiao family. Such ties could elevate one's status dramatically in a world where the Xiao family stands at the pinnacle of power. The Jiang family serves as a prime example of this. Previously at odds with a certain faction, the Jiang family's alliance with the Xiao family led to a swift cessation of hostilities from their adversaries, who sought reconciliation and extended their blessings for everlasting friendship. Even some elders from various factions shamelessly proposed that their daughters serve as concubines or maids, to which I, as a rightful son of the righteous path, firmly declined. Yao's father and mother emerged to greet the guests. At the end, they led Xiao Fan away. Yao's mother remarked, "Xiao Fan, ever since your return, you have been solely focused on your cultivation. It has already been a month, and you have yet to spare a moment to visit Lanji. This is quite unreasonable. At the very least, you should meet her and engage in conversation." Her tone carried an unmistakable sense of disappointment, lamenting that he was so engrossed in his training that he neglected the importance of socializing with young ladies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's father could only sigh and shake his head, thinking to himself, "You put on an act of innocence before your mother. But you think you can escape my scrutiny?" Xiao Fan's mother, witnessing Xiao Fan's father's actions, was filled with indignation. "What are you supporting him for? All you do is cultivate every day. You've led our son astray. You used to have a host of beautiful confidants around you. Couldn't you at least teach our son some skills? Xiao Fan is still too naive. If he had even half of your charm with the ladies, I wouldn't be running around in distress. The way Xiao Fan is now, the blame rests entirely on you." Xiao Fan stood obediently to one side, listening to his mother's admonitions. Unexpectedly, as the scolding continued, the focus of the conversation shifted towards his father. Xiao Fan's father was at a loss, overwhelmed by his misfortunes. "My dear wife, you once advised me against teaching him such matters. I am the one who decides, yet you, a grown man, lack resolve? Can our son be like you? My son is exceptionally talented. What harm is there in him marrying multiple wives?" Xiao Fan remained silent, simply standing there. In the end, after the reprimand concluded, he wore a countenance of humility, resembling an obedient child. "Oh, all right, mother, I understand. I shall go over immediately and ensure I get along well with Lanji," Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. "I must tell you, be bold and engage more with Lanji. Do not solely immerse yourself in cultivation every day. She is a wonderful girl, and you must not let her down, otherwise I shall be the first to reprimand you." She feigned anger. Xiao Fan swiftly vanished, not wishing to face reprimand. As for being Navi, if an innocent infatuation can be deemed pure, then indeed, he is quite innocent. Jiang Lanji was assigned to the core area of the celestial courtyard, a place reserved for the patriarch, esteemed elders, and prodigious disciples. Her residence here speaks volumes of Xiao Mu's affection for Jiang Lanji. Accompanying her are two maidservants she brought along. However, Jiang Lanji relishes solitude. She seeks to cultivate her abilities and wishes to keep her secrets hidden from prying eyes, making solitude the most suitable choice. Her aspiration is to become powerful enough to overshadow Xiao Fan, her peer, for only then will she find security. Long Court. Her mother indeed shows a fondness for Jiang Lanji, allowing her to meet others in this place, and even naming the courtyard after her. Xiao Fan was slightly taken aback, his curiosity towards Jiang Lanji deepening. What charm did this woman possess that could captivate his mother so profoundly? Xiao Fan rapped gently on the door, which was opened by two slender, graceful maidens of the Yuanying realm. They recognized him immediately as young Master Xiao. The two attendants bowed their heads respectfully and spoke in unison, no need for formalities. "Is your lady inside?" "The young lady is in her chamber. I shall promptly inform her to come and meet you." Xiao Fan intercepted her, stating, "No need. I shall go see her myself." Indeed. The moment Xiao Fan stepped into the Lanting, Jiang Lanji, who was in her chamber meditating and cultivating, sensed his arrival immediately, drawing upon her previous life's cultivation experience. She had already advanced to the latter stages of the golden core, poised to form her nascent soul in the near future. However, she possessed the breath concealment technique, allowing her to mask her presence, projecting only the aura of an initial golden core stage. At 17, being at the initial stage of the golden core could indeed be described as an exceptional talent, rendering further display unnecessary. Is it finally time? You unfaithful one. How foolish was I in my past life to trust you so completely, to love you to the point of no return, while you merely sought to use me as a stepping stone. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to succeed. Countless strategies for dealing with Xiao Fan had already formed in Jiang Lanji's mind. This time, as long as I do not allow myself to be swayed by emotions, you shall not exploit me again. Creek Xiao Fan entered without a greeting, pushing the door open. Perhaps he could feign politeness in front of outsiders, but there were none present here. What was the need for such pretense? Jiang Lanji inwardly scoffed. He remained as self-absorbed as ever. Xiao Fan greeted with a polite smile, inquiring, "Are you the one I am destined to marry? You are quite beautiful." Xiao Fan, with an innocent smile, embodied the essence of spontaneity. He scrutinized Jiang Lanji, whose rosy lips gleamed like a lustrous vermilion glaze, her jade-like face radiating springtime vitality. Her peach blossom eyes, framed by delicate willow-like brows, seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Captivating and radiant, her pair of graceful eyes remained tranquil, as if they had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, and while her smile appeared natural, it bore an undertone of artifice. Her delicate beauty, adorned with subtle makeup, exuded an aura of serene elegance. Every smile and frown she displayed was imbued with poise and grace, an enchanting demeanor that effortlessly evoked delight. No wonder his mother took a liking to her. She was the epitome of a demure and virtuous girl, both wise and gentle, Xiao Fan mused. With a serious tone, he introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Xiao Fan. I shall find time to return and rest with you. Do remember to keep everything pristine." His words, albeit earnest, carried a hint of levity. However, within Jiang Lanji's beautiful eyes, myriad thoughts and profound sorrows flickered, subtly tinged with a strong resentment. Though she maintained a smile, the deep-seated animosity was palpable. This perplexed Xiao Fan. Could it be that his straightforward greeting had offended her? Just as he pondered this, he noticed that Jiang Lanji seemed to possess a golden script of her own. Astonishingly, the daughter of fortune was indeed his fiancée. Chapter 72, The Past. A family shattered in her heart. Jiang Lanji had rehearsed countless dialogues for their encounter, repeatedly reminding herself to remain as unyielding as iron. Yet, upon locking eyes with him, she conceded that her heart fluttered involuntarily. She struggled to find her voice, managing only a hesitant hello, clad in resplendent purple and gold garments. With a soft jade belt accentuating her figure, the man who had once ensnared her heart now stood before her once more. Her heart quivered, but in the next breath, she admonished herself, reminding that he was merely a hypocritical charlatan. She could not afford to repeat past mistakes. Thoughts of longing, hatred, affection, and resentment entwined within her heart, and her gaze revealed an inexpressible tumult of emotions. Xiao Fan reined in his emotions, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Shall we take a stroll? Allow me to familiarize you with the surroundings," he offered with a sincere and gentle smile. Jiang Lanji, with a bashful demeanor, softly replied, "Yes. I am not well acquainted with this place. I appreciate your kindness, young master." The two walked side by side, a perfect match of talent and beauty, resembling a celestial couple. "The young lady and the young master truly complement each other," remarked an observer. "Indeed, I have heard that the young master is exceptionally gifted, surpassing even our esteemed young lady," another added. "Could they be the destined pair?" One mused, chuckling. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are heaven-made. Those who witnessed the pair could not help but express admiration and envy. Yet, only Xiao Fan felt a tumultuous anxiety within. As the antagonist, with a fiancée destined to be the daughter of fortune, how could they possibly be a couple? According to the narrative, he was fated to be the slain husband, the very husband doomed to die. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, he also unveiled Jiang Lanji's golden script. "Jiang Lanji, the heartless empress reborn. In her previous life, you had driven her to madness, compelling her to practice malevolent arts. On the day of her triumph, you ripped out her heart and severed her bloodline, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. Fortunately, she inherited the legacy of the 100 Flowers sacred land, rising against all odds. After 100,000 years of cultivation, she became the heartless empress. By the time she ascended, you had succumbed to madness, your existence extinguished. Yet, the love she harbored for you left an indelible scar upon her soul. She had believed your death would erase all memories. However, during her tribulation, the demons of her heart revealed the wound inflicted on her heart that fateful wedding night. With her path incomplete, she perished beneath the wrath of the heavenly tribulation, only to be reborn as a youthful maiden, intent on rectifying the past and crushing you, the heartless one, beneath her feet. My goodness! Xiao Fan exclaimed in disbelief. When did I ever become a heartless villain? Setting aside their hazy childhood encounters, was this not their first true meeting? Surely, you cannot be deceiving me. While I may have a penchant for flirtation, I am nonetheless capable of cherishing the delicate. How could I ever harm another's heart? I typically engage in mutual cultivation, ensuring a sustainable practice, and I am careful with my approach, never aiming to extinguish a life in one fell swoop. This is absolutely true. The person you remember is indeed the same as the present you. You are one and the same. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Fan vehemently denied. How could someone like me, a notorious lecher, ever kill a beautiful woman? Host, it is entirely plausible. In a timeline devoid of the system, you would be influenced by the intelligence-diminishing aura of the fated son, Xiao Yun, forging enmity with him, ultimately leading to your defeat as he tramples over you to ascend. Losing to Xiao Yun would profoundly alter your mindset, compelling you to pursue strength at any cost, even resorting to the most malevolent and heartless techniques to sever emotional ties. One prerequisite for such practices is that one must truly love the other, using the heart of the beloved as a conduit for cultivation. Your tender care for Jiang Lanji enveloped her in an unprecedented warmth, as a gifted heir from a prestigious family. Your attentiveness was akin to that of a domineering CEO. What woman could resist such treatment? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lanji fell deeply in love. At that time, you were already consumed by madness, your affection for Jiang Lanji merely a means to an end, yet she believed in your sincerity. On the night of your wedding, you plunged a dagger into her heart, extracting her very essence. In that moment, all her love for you transformed into profound hatred. The depth of her love matched only by the intensity of her loathing. Your mother, utterly exhausted and filled with grief, could never have anticipated that her beloved son would commit such a heinous act. To save Jiang Lanji, your mother ventured into perilous lands in search of a miraculous cure. But her soul light was extinguished. Jiang Lanji revered your mother, treating her as her own, and upon receiving this dreadful news, she was beset by thoughts of death. Fortuitously, she survived.